The pampered seventh miss of the Gu family turns out to be the mistakenly swapped child. This true daughter has found her way home. A mere wastrel, she struggles with every subject and finds the pursuit of knowledge tiresome. The elite circles of the capital have never witnessed such a useless individual. The onlookers eagerly await the spectacle. Yet, astonishingly, she relies on fortune-telling and feng shui, transforming into an idol for entertainment stars, an external expert for the criminal investigation department, and a guest of honor among the city's affluent. Furthermore, she assists her 6 brothers, who are in the throes of pursuing their wives, in reclaiming their beloveds and bringing home their children, leading to a complete upheaval of the Gu family's fate. The spectators are left with their jaws agape, their gazes towards the young girl transformed. At this moment, the wealthiest gentleman, Mr. Chiao Air, publicly declares, "My little Emo Qian has a rather sharp tongue. Just bear with it after you hear her." The crowd responds, "Is that merely a sharp tongue?" Her words are positively enchanted. Chapter 1. 5 of the brothers are already divorced, and the 6th is not far behind. Atop the Grand Mountain lies the Grand Dao Temple. A dilapidated 2-story temple stands solitary at the mountain's peak, its former colors long faded, leaving only an expanse of gray. Before the deity's statue within the temple, an elderly Taoist kneels on a prayer mat, gazing despondently at the young girl seated beside him on the ground. "Disciple, master is nearing death. Please set aside your alchemical furnace and converse with me." "Do not die just yet," Emo Qian replies without lifting her head. In her hands, she cradles a palm-sized bronze cauldron, from which wafts a faint blue smoke, occasionally flickering with hints of golden light. "The life-prolonging elixir will be ready shortly. Consume it, and you shall live for another year." Master Chai mutters, "Let me perish in peace." 20 years prior, the 90-year-old Master Chai discovered this girl by the Grand Dao River at the mountain's foot. After inquiring around the village, he found that those willing to adopt her intended to raise her as a child bride. Reluctant to let that fate befall her, he had no choice but to take her to the mountain. Originally, he was meant to transcend at the age of 100, yet this girl seemed like a celestial being, persistently researching life-prolonging elixirs, extending his lifetime and again, dragging him to the age of 110. Master Chai could no longer endure this. "Disciple, I have accompanied you for an additional 10 years, 10 years during which my cultivation has stagnated. Today, as you turn 20, it is time to grant me respite. Allow me to ascend to immortality." Master Chai's voice carries a hint of grievance, unable to suppress his slightly harsh tone. Upon finishing, he sees Emo Qian slowly rise, silently walking towards the temple's exit. Hey, disciple." Master Chai's heart sinks. It is over. He has hurt the young girl's feelings. For this elixir, she had toiled for over half a year, drawing talismans and gathering herbs, depleting much of the mountain's resources. Master Chai feels a pang of guilt. "Disciple, let us discuss this matter. Do not leave." At his words, Emo Qian halts. She turns back, her expression unchanged, and states, "Master, I shall go dig your grave, lest you rot within the temple." Master Chai. It appears he has overthought. He caresses his wounded heart and suddenly worries for the common folk down the mountain. As this girl descends the mountain, she may thrive, but the lives of the common people will suffer. Master Chai sighs deeply. "Little ancestor, return to me. I have matters to entrust to you." "Oh," Emo Qian responds, leisurely returning and resuming her previous position. Only then does Master Chai, with a serious countenance, retrieve a wooden divination stick from his robe pocket, inscribed with the ominous prophecy, "The road is perilous, the horseman ventures far, lost sheep are ensnared by the tiger. A boat traverses dangerous waters, spring's end brings withered blooms and frost from the heavens." He hands the prophecy to Emo Qian. "I divined for your family and received a most unfavorable omen. The household is unstable, and dangers may arise. Your family name is Gu, with 6 brothers, 5 of whom are already divorced, and the 6th's marital prospects are exceedingly bleak. Within 7 days, he shall part ways with his wife. Should the 6th brother also divorce, this prophecy will come to pass, leaving no escape. Your family will be doomed to a tragic fate, with descendants forever devoid of marriage, destined to live in solitude." Master Chai expresses this with heartfelt emotion, each word dripping with sorrow. Yet, Emo Qian remains unmoved, coldly accepting the prophecy, scanning it with indifference before returning it to her master. "Does my family have a throne to inherit? What? No? Then solitude in old age will suffice." Cough, cough, cough. Master Chai is taken aback, coughing incessantly, the prophecy trembling in his hand with each fit. How can this girl be so resistant to reason? His face reddens as he stammers, pointing shakily at Mo Qian. There may not be a throne, but your family has wealth. Upon hearing this, Mo Qian's dark eyes brighten. How wealthy? How wealthy? Master Chai bows his head in contemplation. He has no idea how to quantify wealth, but he must convince this girl that her family possesses genuine riches. Master Chai gathers his grizzled beard, feigning profundity. Extremely wealthy, capable of erecting 300 statues of our ancestors. This time, a myriad of expressions finally graced the serene countenance of Mo Qian. She bestowed a gentle smile, revealing 2 delicate dimples upon her fair visage, and declared, "Very well. I shall descend the mountain to inherit the family fortune." Indeed, nodded the Taoist priest, his satisfaction evident, though he soon realized something amiss. No. It is not the inheritance of wealth that you seek, but rather to prevent your 6th brother from divorcing. Once the calamity of fate is established, the family fortune will inevitably dwindle. As a member of the family, you will suffer financial misfortune, and fortune shall evade you, leaving you in poverty. Stopping your 6th brother will only delay the formation of this fate by a maximum of 3 years. The true remedy lies in reuniting all your brothers with their wives within this time frame. Upon hearing that she too would be doomed to a life of poverty, Mo Qian could no longer remain seated. She pursed her lips, fidgeting with the furnace in her hands, her entire expression betraying her reluctance. After much contemplation, she let out a resigned sigh and conceded, "Very well." She then raised her gaze towards the Taoist priest, clasped her hands in reverence, and said, "Master, you may rest in peace. I shall earn money to restore your golden form." The Taoist priest, taken aback, thought to himself, there is no need for such urgency. Nevertheless, upon hearing Mo Qian's agreement, the weight on his heart finally lifted. He had never intended to send her to seek her family, as it contradicted the principles of their path, yet this young girl was the one he worried about most in the mortal realm. Allowing her to return to her family could be seen as a resolution to his inner turmoil. The Taoist priest exhaled deeply, his eyes gradually closing. His spirit began to ascend. As he floated higher, he suddenly recalled that there was one crucial piece of advice he had yet to impart. In a fit of panic, he called out from the ethereal realm, "Disciple, under no circumstances must you break the vow of chastity. You are destined to be a solitary star. If anyone touches you, they shall meet their demise." His voice echoed into the void, uncertain whether it reached Mo Qian's ears. Mo Qian, following her master's instructions, went to the police station to file a report. Subsequently, she dug a pit on the mountain to bury her master, affixing 33 talismans to his urn to ensure that no one or no pest would dare approach him. Once the final rites were completed, she dragged a self-made wooden cart, cradling the black cat from the temple in her arms, as she descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay Dideo village. Upon sighting Mo Qian, the villagers scattered in terror. "Run! Mo Qian has come down the mountain. Whatever you do, do not let her speak." Mo Qian was regarded as the plague deity that everyone in Dideo village sought to avoid. She often descended to beg for alms, and initially, the villagers, feeling pity for her, would offer her some grain and vegetables. However, her unique method of expressing gratitude often included ominous predictions such as, "Your family will encounter bloodshed," "Your family will suffer financial losses," and "Your child belongs to the neighbor." Even more terrifying was the fact that these foreboding words often came true. The villagers dreaded her presence. At the mere thought of her speaking, they would have preferred to sever their own ears. Wherever Mo Qian went, it was as if a specter had passed through, leaving an eerie silence and lifelessness in her wake. She ambled along the rural path, the sound of her cart's wheels rumbling softly through the tranquil dusk of the village. The villagers cowered within their homes, employing every lock they had and securing their doors with layers of barriers. They crouched by the cracks in their doors, straining to hear any sign from the outside, fearful that the fateful sound of her cart's wheels would come to a sudden halt at their doorstep. Fortunately, Mo Qian showed no signs of stopping. She traversed from one household to another, venturing farther and farther away until she reached the edge of the village, where a grand courtyard of red bricks and green tiles awaited her. It was there that she finally halted and raised her hand to knock on the courtyard gate. Chapter 2. I am your long-lost 7th sibling. Before descending the mountain, Mo Qian consulted an oracle, which revealed that her closest relative resided in the village at the foot of the mountain, specifically in this very household. Thus, she sought out the place. The door opened swiftly, revealing a tall, handsome man with a stern expression, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He cast a sideways glance at Mo Qian, demanding to know whom she was seeking. Mo Qian remained silent, her gaze fixed upon his face. The man possessed a noble visage, with a broad nose and an air of affluence. Yet, there lingered a shadowy aura between his brows, suggesting a future fraught with romantic entanglements, financial misfortunes, and perhaps a life of solitude. This fate could only belong to the unfortunate brother she was searching for. Stepping closer, she inquired, "Is your surname Gu? Do you know me?" Gu Bei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I do not know you, but I have just met you." Mo Qian's response, though informative, was ultimately evasive. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Are you the sixth son of the Gu family? Have you divorced?" Gu Bei was taken aback. "Is that something one would ask a stranger?" He scoffed at the audacity of her question, realizing she had struck a nerve. Nevertheless, he was displeased. His patience waned, and he demanded, "Who are you?" Mo Qian, ever forthright, replied without hesitation, "I am your long-lost seventh sibling, gone for 20 years. "What?" Gu Bei exhaled a puff of smoke in disbelief. He squinted at the girl before him, clad in a gray robe, gray hat, and a gray cloth bag, looking rather disheveled, akin to a beggar. Such a destitute appearance could not possibly belong to someone he knew. Yet, despite her poverty, her beauty was undeniable, strikingly reminiscent of his mother in her youth. As Gu Bei scrutinized her features, realization dawned upon him, and he smirked. "You think that looking like my mother grants you the right to impersonate my lost sibling? How naive. Our seventh has never been lost. Spare me your charade." "That is not true," Mo Qian retorted boldly, showing no respect for Gu Bei's stature. "Your mother bore 6 useless sons before finally giving birth to a precious daughter, me. How could a child not be lost?" Gu Bei regarded her with incredulity, his patience evaporating. "Speak another word, and I shall silence you." Were she not a mere girl, he would have already dealt with her harshly. Indeed, the Gu family had a daughter, but it was not her. It was Gu Xiangwei, the cherished pearl of their household, doted upon by their father and all 6 brothers. This girl, taking advantage of her slight resemblance to his mother, thought she could usurp Xiangwei's life as a wealthy young lady. Did she truly believe the Gu family was foolish? Gu Bei had encountered many individuals in his life, and he chuckled scornfully. The position of the 7th miss of the Gu family is far beyond your reach. If you wish to be a young lady, you would do better to seek rebirth. Tricks and deception will not suffice. With that, he rolled his eyes and turned to leave, having no desire to continue this fruitless exchange. As dusk approached, he needed to find someone. This desolate village was both impoverished and chaotic. How could he possibly be at ease with Fu Shui, alone in such a place? Upon seeing him about to depart, Mo Qian hurried after him, pressing for confirmation. "So, you are the 6th son?" This question was crucial, determining whether she would engage with this bewildering brother. Clearly, Gu Bei had lost all patience. "Do not follow me. Get out of my way," he barked, striding away. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the girl rummaging through her oversized bag, seemingly attempting to mask her embarrassment. She stood there, looking pitiful, as if even the cat in her arms was better nourished than she. A pang of inexplicable sympathy stirred within Gu Bei, akin to the sensation of biting into a sour green apricot. He paused, unsure of why he felt compelled to say, "I am the 6th. After uttering those words, he retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and tossed it into her bag. "If you cannot afford to eat, seek the police. You look as though you have suffered a calamity." Having vented his frustrations, Gu Bei stormed off toward the village. Mo Qian finally unearthed her talisman papers. But upon glancing at the money in her bag, she ultimately chose to return the papers inside. She would let him off the hook this time. She regarded her 6th brother's retreating figure with disdain. Doesn't he recognize his sister, and now he's about to lose his wife, truly a 6th son. Though Mo Qian had not yet confirmed her brother's identity, she was not anxious. After all, she had 6 days before this unfortunate brother would finalize his divorce. She strolled leisurely into the woods, seeking a tranquil spot to meditate. The forest was serene, filled only with the occasional chirping of birds and the rustle of insects, allowing one to feel the passage of time. However, tranquility was soon shattered by the lewd laughter of men. Mo Qian opened her eyes in displeasure and consulted her oracle once more. Today, do good deeds without seeking wealth, accumulate virtue and kindness without expecting rewards. Understanding the implication that she was to work without compensation, she sighed. Yet, according to the rules of the Tao, once a reading was performed, one must adhere to it. Thus, Mo Qian resignedly stood up, pulling her small cart as she followed the sounds of the men deeper into the woods. In the depths of the forest, two burly men were tugging at a slender, delicate woman. The woman's coat, along with her knitted shirt, had been torn half off, exposing her fair shoulder, where red, sharp claw marks marred her skin. The boss has outdone himself with his beauty. Too bad, she's a mute. Not to worry. Today will make her scream with pleasure and restore her voice. Indeed, lovely lady, do not struggle. Come willingly, and we shall bring you joy beyond measure. The men's filthy, calloused hands grasped the woman, their laughter dripping with depravity. The woman, despite her beauty, was now smeared with dirt. Her once pristine features marred, and her long black hair disheveled. She shook her head, summoning all her strength to resist the two men. In the midst of her struggle, the woman bit one of the men's hands fiercely, refusing to so. She came to us on her own. What little beauty? Are you afraid we brothers will fight over you? Ha ha ha. Big brother, today's a great day to break our fast. Heaven has sent us a feast. The two men wore lewd expressions, their eyes greasy with lust as they walked toward the women. Seeing this, the woman's face filled with terror. Her whole body trembled like a sieve. Yet even though she was frightened to this extent, she still yanked Mo Qian behind her, frantically waving her hand behind her back, signaling for her to leave quickly. As the men drew closer and closer, the woman turned back around, mustering all her strength to shove Mo Qian backward, crying out twice in panic. This time Mo Qian actually understood. The woman was shouting at her to run. Then she absolutely could not leave. Chapter 3. My husband forced me to abort the child. Tears filled the woman's eyes. She turned back and charged forward, desperately grappling with the men, clearly intent on dying together with them if it came to that. But in the end, a man's strength far surpassed a woman's. Enraged by her resistance, one of the men furiously pulled out a stick from his waist, swung it up, and smashed it toward the woman's head. The woman shut her eyes tight in terror, as if waiting for death. But several seconds passed. The imagined pain never came. Instead, she heard the two men scream in terror. Ah! What's going on? Help! Help! Hearing this, the woman opened her eyes in shock. The scene before her left her unable to believe it. She blinked and opened her eyes again. It was still the same sight. The two burly, broad-shouldered men were actually kneeling on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth with their bare hands, not using any tools at all. The man in the lead dug mechanically, cursing non-stop as he worked. Damn brat, let me go right now, or I'll kill you. I'm telling you, our boss is powerful as hell. When the time comes, he won't let you off easy. The man stubbornly refused to believe what was happening, shouting threats in an attempt to scare Mo Qian. But Mo Qian couldn't even be bothered to look at them. She lazily stroked the cat in her arms. The two men clenched their teeth and struggled. Yet their bodies did not obey them at all. All four hands continued digging at high speed, completely unable to stop. Very quickly, their hands were torn raw, flesh and blood mangled. Pain shot straight to the heart through their fingers, and the men howled miserably. Seeing that both pairs of hands were about to be completely ruined, they finally grew afraid. They cried and wailed, begging Mo Qian for mercy. Great auntie, we were wrong. Please spare us. We'll never dare again. Great auntie. If this doesn't stop, our hands will be crippled. Please let us go. From now on we'll be your oxen and horses. Their hysterical crying startled the birds in the forest into flight, sending leaves fluttering down. Mo Qian watched the two brothers cry, quite satisfied. This talisman had been something she specially researched in order to dig her master's grave, meant to control the fierce beasts in the mountains to help excavate pits. She hadn't expected that when used on people, it would work even better than on animals. Mo Qian glanced at the results of the pit the two men had dug and offered a piece of advice. You two should focus on digging one pit together. Otherwise, how long will it take before you dig a grave big enough to bury both of you? The two men turned pale at once. What? Great auntie, spare our lives. Killing is illegal. We don't dare anymore. Please show mercy. All the previous viciousness vanished from the men. They cried harder than infants who couldn't get milk. Yet even while crying like that, their hands didn't stop moving. And they really did begin digging toward a single pit. The woman who had nearly lost her life still felt her heart lodged in her throat. She stared at the scene before her in utter shock. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses and looked at Mo Qian in amazement, lightly pointing a finger at her. Mo Qian understood what the woman meant. She was asking whether it was Mo Qian who had subdued those two men. Mo Qian blinked and answered her question. The woman smiled gratefully at Mo Qian. but the smile tugged painfully at her swollen half-face, making it look more like crying than smiling. She covered her face, pouting in grievance. In all her years, this was the first time she had ever been beaten. Seeing this, Emo Chien reached into her bag, took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out some medicinal powder, and pressed it onto the woman's face, not particularly gently. This is pain relief medicine. It works very well. The woman endured the pain and let Emo Chien apply it, first to her face, then to her hands. Originally, she hadn't had much hope for the medicine, but a few minutes later, the injured areas actually didn't hurt at all. Delighted, the woman gave Emo Chien a thumbs up. She then pulled out a phone from the pocket of her trench coat and typed several lines, showing them to Emo Chien. Hello.
My name is Fu Shui.
I'm from Shangjing City. Thank you for saving me. Emo Chien looked at the screen. She recognized most of the characters and roughly understood the meaning. She replied, My name is Emo Chien. I'm a good person.
Ah, Fu Shui Frose.
She had never heard such a uniquely styled self-introduction before. After a brief pause, she quickly typed again. You look very much like someone I know. She also has a mole at the corner of her eye, exactly the same as yours. People with your kind of appearance are all kind-hearted. Fu Shui didn't say it outright. That person was her mother-in-law. If there was anything about the Gu family she still felt reluctant to part with, it was only that particularly kind mother-in-law. Fu Shui sniffed. Now wasn't the time for sentimentality. She typed another line. By the way, how did you know I was pregnant? She hadn't told anyone about her pregnancy. She had discovered it herself after her period didn't come on time and secretly tested it. But somehow the news had leaked out, as if everyone already knew. That was why she had fled to Dadeo village. Someone wanted her child dead, so Fu Shui was extremely tense about this matter. After reading the message, Emo Chien expressionlessly pointed at her own eyes. I could tell. Not a single word of that sounded convincing. Yet Fu Shui inexplicably believed her. Mainly because Emo Chien's 2 yellow talismans alone had reduced 2 burly men to utter panic, which made her credibility skyrocket. Fu Shui nodded gently and didn't ask any further questions. Although the 2 thugs were subdued, her heart was still filled with unease. She went a short distance away, retrieved her backpack, and put it on. Then she began typing on the phone again, intending to ask Emo Chien to lead her out of the forest, and, along the way, send the 2 men to the police station. But before Fu Shui could finish typing, she heard a man's voice calling out from the woods.
Fu Shui.
Where are you?
Fu Shui.
Hearing the voice, Fu Shui's face instantly turned deathly pale. She hadn't expected Gu Bei to catch up so quickly. The phone she was using had been given to her by the 2 men for typing. It wasn't her own. By rights, Gu Bei shouldn't have been able to locate her. Yet he had found her anyway.
Fu Shui panicked.
She couldn't let him catch her. And she absolutely couldn't go back to the Gu family. Otherwise, her child would not survive. Originally, she and Gu Bei had agreed to divorce next Monday. She hadn't told him about the pregnancy. But 2 days earlier, Fu Shui had discovered more than a dozen pills in her vitamin bottle that were slightly different. She was an antique restoration specialist, extremely sensitive to tiny differences. That was how she noticed something was off. The pills were all white, but more than 10 of them were slightly heavier, and their scent was also different. Fu Shui didn't dare take the risk. Because every child in the Gu family had mysteriously died in the womb. Not a single grandson or granddaughter had survived. She had already been very careful, preparing all her food by hand. But danger was impossible to guard against. The very next day, when she went to her studio, she was violently shoved while going downstairs, causing her to tumble straight down the staircase. Fortunately, the baby was fine. Fu Shui knew then that someone was determined to take her child's life. She didn't dare stay in Shangjing City any longer. She could only flee overnight, moving through 3 places in 2 days and finally hiding in Dadeo village. Upon her arrival, she found herself the object of attention from 2 lecherous men, clearly sent to pursue her, knowing her name and that she hailed from the capital. Someone had orchestrated their presence with deliberate intent. With a heart heavy with unease, Fu Shui's expression twisted in turmoil, oscillating between panic and dread.
Montakian, perplexed,
observed her and reminded her that someone was calling for her outside. Abruptly pulled from her anxious reverie, Fu Shui trembled as she fumbled for her phone. Hastily typing a message and displaying it to Emo Chien, her fingers quivering uncontrollably, causing the screen to shake. The man outside is my husband. He is forcing me to terminate the pregnancy. I implore you to stop him. Please do not let him pursue me. I must leave now. Farewell, and thank you. Without waiting for Emo Qian to finish reading, Fu Shui quickly stowed her phone, grasped Emo Qian's hand for a fleeting moment, and then turned to flee.
Wait.
Emo Qian suddenly called out to her. Fu Shui glanced back in confusion, only to see Emo Qian retrieving a small red fortune pouch from her bag and offering it to her. This is a talisman for your safety. Keep it close. Fu Shui accepted it, managing a faint smile as she nodded earnestly at Emo Qian. Without further delay, she dashed into the woods. Chapter 4. Stopping Brother 6 from Pursuing Sister 6. No sooner had Fu Shui departed than a man surged into the clearing after her. It was unfortunate that the two raucous lechers had made their intentions so glaringly apparent. Emo Qian, upon recognizing the man's face, was taken aback to discover it was her foolish Brother 6. The one who had just fled was none other than his wife. Gu Bei had not anticipated encountering this young girl again in the woods, where two weeping men knelt, their hands bloodied and raw from digging. Having unearthed a rather deep pit, upon seeing Gu Bei, the two men cried out in desperation, "Handsome, save us. This enchantress possesses sorcery. Please help us remove the talismans from our faces." Their wails echoed in the air. Gu Bei had no time to attend to their pleas and continued his stride deeper into the woods. However, just as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp slap on his back, and his legs froze mid-motion, as if the television had been paused. Realizing that the two kneeling men were victims of the girl's trickery, he barked, "What are you doing? Let me go."
No, mokiani plaid gamli.
Circling around to face him, her head tilted as she observed his peculiar stance, one leg raised, arms suspended in the air. "Your wife does not wish to see you." "Nonsense," Gu Bei retorted vehemently. "Release me at once. Otherwise, I shall not remain polite." "And what can you do? You are bound here," Emo Qian scoffed. Shrugging nonchalantly before finding a large tree to sit cross-legged, her hands forming a meditative gesture. Gu Bei was infuriated, his head spinning from her insolence. "Release me. A torrential storm is brewing. Fu Shui cannot speak, and if she wanders alone in the village, she will be in peril. Name your price. I will write you a check immediately." He struggled to temper his anger, attempting to reason with her, but Emo Qian remained oblivious, sitting serenely, as if deaf to his pleas. The two diggers, along with the man frozen in place, shared a common trait. They were both exceptionally vocal, incessantly pleading and cursing, while Emo Qian remained as unmoved as a statue. After what felt like an eternity, she finally opened her eyes, her fingers gesturing in the air as she released Gu Bei and the two ruffians from their stasis. The men clutched their aching hands, writhing on the ground. Gu Bei, his limbs tingling, regained his senses after a considerable delay. Incensed, he swung a fist in the air, frustrated that Fu Shui had not brought her phone with her, and that he had to search tirelessly only to be thwarted by this girl. He pointed a warning finger at Emo Qian, suppressing his primal fury, refraining from striking her. Just as he prepared to depart, Emo Qian interjected, "Take these two ruffians to the police station. They attempted to harm your wife, striking her and tearing her clothes. I was the one who rescued her."
What?
Gu Bei's expression darkened with fury. The two men, sensing his wrath, immediately began to protest. "No. This girl is lying. She lured your wife here. We merely followed to save her. Don't listen to her fabrications." With Fu Shui absent, there was no one to validate their claims. Emo Qian, unperturbed by their desperate denials, approached them and squatted down, coldly regarding them as she pointed to the pit they had dug. "This grave still exists. Will you choose to speak the truth, or shall you lie here? I will count to 3. Holding up 3 fingers, she counted down swiftly, 3, 2, 1. Without a pause, the two men, terrified, were at a loss. Before they could utter a word, Emo Qian produced a stack of yellow talismans from her bag, flipping them one by one. Upon seeing them, the men screamed, "Ah, save us." The talismans were far more terrifying than the blades they had imagined. The younger man, overwhelmed, wet his pants, exclaiming, "I'll talk. I'll tell everything. I don't want to die." His companion, seeing his surrender, joined in, "I'll confess too. I'll tell you everything." Thus, the two men spilled their secrets like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing who had orchestrated their actions and how they had located Fu Shui. Gu Bei's countenance darkened further as he absorbed their words, his anger erupting like a volcano as he lunged at the two men, delivering blows that left them battered and bruised. Were it not for the need to extract the mastermind behind the scheme, he would have certainly beaten them into submission. As darkness loomed, Gu Bei signaled to his subordinates, Soon, the Gu family's bodyguards arrived, swiftly binding the two ruffians and escorting them to the police station. Upon arriving at the station, the men divulged even more. Terrified that the police would refuse to shelter them and release them back into the horrifying world outside. The girl who wielded talismans and the young master who could deliver punishing blows were both formidable threats. It was far wiser to remain safely in the station, at least to see the dawn of another day. They disclosed that their actions had been orchestrated by their leader, a woman who always concealed her face behind a large mask and dark sunglasses. They speculated that she was in her 30s or 40s, exceedingly wealthy, and never hesitant to spend. Yet, they had no idea where to find her. After a long night of questioning, the police finally concluded their interrogation. Gu Bei and Mo Qian remained until the late hours before departing. Meanwhile, a torrential downpour began in Didao village, a place already known for its poverty. As other villages began to prosper, Didao village was still struggling to meet basic needs, with only one viable road. The heavy rain only exacerbated their plight, compounding their misfortunes. Exiting the police station, two SUVs awaited them at the entrance. Gu Bei hurriedly boarded one, followed closely by several of his subordinates. Only Mo Qian stood alone, cradling a cat in her arms while dragging a cart, enduring the relentless downpour. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a drenched bird. Gu Bei rolled down the car window, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Qian, inquiring where she lived so he could escort her home. "Your home is my home," Mo Qian replied with utmost sincerity, a phrase that sparked a flurry of imagination. Sensing the gazes of those around him, Gu Bei raised his head and glared at his subordinate in the rearview mirror. He then tossed an umbrella to Mo Qian, retorting, "The psychiatric hospital is your true home." With that, Gu Bei rolled up the car window and commanded, "Drive." Chapter 5. Is my home a funeral parlor? The SUV sped away, only to return 5 minutes later.
Halting before Mo Qian,
Gu Bei, irked, flung open the other car door and coldly barked, "Get in." He was perplexed by his own erratic behavior. Seeing the little girl standing forlornly in the rain inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. This girl had indeed saved Fu Shui, but it was also she who had obstructed his search for her. In such inclement weather, with Fu Shui being mute, if she were to get lost in the deep woods, who could rescue her? Gu Bei found himself irritated by the sight of the girl, harboring a storm of frustration with no outlet. Yet Mo Qian seemed unfazed by his anger. Without hesitation, she placed her cat onto the seat, followed by the burlap sack and cart, and finally settled herself in. As Mo Qian and her haphazard belongings filled the back seat, it sagged under the weight. Gu Bei's expression was as cold as ice, his silence more forbidding than the torrential rain outside. He questioned whether he had been bewitched to return and pick up this girl. Turning his gaze away to the window, he sought solace in not seeing her. However, he soon discovered that listening was equally exasperating. Once seated, Mo Qian instructed the driver, "Slow down, my cat gets car sick and will vomit." Gu Bei rubbed his temples, convinced that this person was sent by the heavens to torment him. What should have been a 20-minute journey stretched into nearly an hour before they finally arrived at the house Mo Qian had visited during the day. The residence did not belong to Gu Bei, but rather to that cunning old fox of the Qiao family. Upon parking in the courtyard, Gu Bei led Mo Qian into the villa. The household staff, upon recognizing the sixth young master, dared not impede his entry. Gu Bei found a room for Mo Qian on the ground floor and, with a scowl, warned, "You will stay here and must not disturb the sick person upstairs. You cannot afford to provoke him." After delivering his warning, he prepared to leave the villa. Mo Qian called after him, "Lao Lu, are you going out?" Gu Bei halted, grinding his teeth in irritation. "Has no one taught you how to speak properly? Where are you off to?" Mo Qian, however, paid no heed to his tone and pressed on with her inquiries. Gu Bei realized communicating with her was futile. He had no desire to waste more time and strode toward the exit. Mo Qian, sensing his intent, shouted, "You don't need to search. I've given Fu Shui a talisman for her safety." The small red pouch was a treasured artifact blessed by the ancestral masters of the temple, capable of warding off calamities. With it, those who bully her will be the ones in need of protection. Gu Bei regarded her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Is it truly effective? Of course, Mo Qian asserted confidently. Hearing her conviction eased his anxiety somewhat. Although this girl was rather foolish, she possessed an otherworldly charm that was somewhat intriguing. However, he dared not place all his hopes in her. "I hope your talisman proves useful, but I must still go out to search." "Wait," Mo Qian called after him once more. "I'll give you a talisman too." She crouched down and rummaged through the large gray sack on the floor, quickly producing a stack of soggy yellow paper. The paper was nearly disintegrating, leaving ink stains on her bag, clothes, and hands. As she sifted through the papers, she realized she couldn't find a single intact talisman. Her expression remained impassive as she looked up at Gu Bei. "They're all ruined. You're on your own." Gu Bei, realizing he had been foolish to trust her words, felt a chill run through him. If her talismans were not waterproof, how could the one she gave Fu Shui still be effective? With a frustrated grunt, he chose not to engage further with her and turned to exit the villa. Mo Qian gazed at the talisman papers in her hands, feeling a pang of regret. She rarely had the opportunity to use talismans and had never considered making them waterproof. Fortunately, the pouch she had given Fu Shui had been blessed, so even if it was damaged, it would not matter. Mo Qian slept soundly that night, awakening promptly at 6:30 in the morning. She made her way to the bathroom. Discovering the luxurious amenities took her some time to navigate before she finally emerged presentable. Every day at 7 o'clock, she needed to offer incense to the ancestors. The temple was exceedingly modest, to the point that without Mo Qian's daily offerings, the ancestors might find themselves in dire straits. She retrieved the various plaques from the large sack and arranged them in order of seniority. Afterward, she placed a small incense burner before them and lit 3 sticks of incense. "To the 17 masters, your disciple offers incense. This feng shui site is hard to come by, and I can only honor a few of you here. Please do not take offense. However, this place boasts far better feng shui than our temple, so you have no reason to be dissatisfied. Please wait patiently for a few more years. Once I inherit the family business, I will surely expand our temple and erect golden statues for each of you." Mo Qian sincerely painted a bright future for the ancestors, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. "Who are you?" A man's booming voice echoed. The noise startled the black cat, which had been peacefully sleeping on the bed, causing it to scurry under the bed for cover. Mo Qian turned to face the entrance, where a burly man with a scarred face strode in, exuding an intimidating presence. This was Yi Fei, the personal bodyguard of the young master of the Qiao family. Yi Fei approached Mo Qian, his eyes widening in shock at the 3 rows of plaques on the table, his expression fierce enough to rival a mountain tiger. "You've come to offer plaques? Do you think this is your family's funeral parlor?" His voice was deep and commanding, the volume causing Mo Qian's ears to ring. She rubbed her ears and calmly replied, "Gu Lao Lu brought me here. Keep your voice down. You're scaring my cat." Indeed, Little Black had curled up under the bed, with only its mismatched blue and green eyes peering out, fixated on the unfolding scene. Unbeknownst to Mo Qian, mentioning Gu Bei was already a misstep. Adding the detail about the cat only ignited the fuse further. Yi Fei's brows furrowed as he demanded, "Where's the cat? My young master is allergic to cats. Get it out of here." He began to scour the room. Before long, Yi Fei spotted the shadow of Little Black beneath the bed and immediately knelt, reaching out to grab it. However, Little Black was quicker, darting past Yi Fei's hand and disappearing in an instant. Enraged, Yi Fei shouted for the household staff, instructing them to search for the cat. Upon completing the task of locating the cat, Yi Fei returned once more to stand before Mo Qian. He seized the tablet from the table and held it aloft. "Pack your belongings and leave at once." Chapter 6. You are on the brink of death. I can save you. Yi Fei heard a soft male voice echoing through the corridor, accompanied by the slow roll of wheels. The moment he registered the sound, he snapped back to reality. The tablet still suspended in his grasp, he could neither discard it nor give it back willingly. Soon, a man seated in a wheelchair appeared at the doorway. His skin was unnaturally pale, almost sickly so, and he was clad in a beige linen long shirt and trousers. Despite his pallor, he exuded an air of refinement and elegance. His long, fair hands rested on the wheelchair, and he gestured with his index finger towards Yi Fei twice before lowering it. Receiving the cue, Yi Fei reluctantly lowered the tablet. "Young master, this girl has turned our home into a mourning hall, and even brought a cat inside.
Now,
That black cat has gone missing. You must be cautious. If you see it, call for someone to catch it." Xiao, he is allergic to cats. However, it was not a true allergy. Many times, he had experienced high fevers after encountering or touching a cat, yet the hospital could find no cause, ultimately attributing it to an allergy. Mo Qian tilted her head, studying the man in the wheelchair with a hint of confusion. His forehead was full, his occipital bone pronounced, his nose prominent, and his ears well-defined, a quintessential imperial visage, undoubtedly indicating a life of great power and wealth, destined for longevity and fortune. Yet his form was emaciated. His complexion as pale as parchment, his brows tinged with a faint green hue, exuding a spectral aura of impending death. Embodying the paradox of life and death within a single vessel. This was a fate she had never encountered before, but it was of no concern to her. Mo Qian glanced a few times, dismissing the matter, yet she felt a surge of compassion and decided to forewarn the man to prepare himself. "You are on the brink of death," she declared. Xiao He's gaze flitted over the sandalwood bracelet adorning Mo Qian's wrist, and he smiled slightly, a knowing expression crossing his face. Mo Qian's eyes sparkled as she recalled the life-extending elixir her master had not consumed. This man appeared affluent.
Perhaps she could sell it to him.
Rising, she approached Xiao He and playfully winked, "I can save you." "Oh?" Xiao He's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised an eyebrow. "You can save me? Aren't you going to inquire about my ailment?" "No need to check. I can cure any illness," she proclaimed, sounding increasingly like a charlatan. Xiao He remarked half-jokingly, "Many masters have claimed as much, yet none have cured my affliction. They are all frauds, I do not lie. What I say is the truth," Mo Qian asserted earnestly, patting her chest in assurance. To prove her credibility, she scanned the room, her gaze landing on Yi Fei, pointing at him. "He will suffer a financial loss tomorrow." Xiao He's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Then I believe you. He certainly looks like someone destined for misfortune." "Does no one care whether I like hearing this?" Yi Fei interjected, clearly displeased. Evidently, no one was concerned about his feelings. Mo Qian beamed at Xiao He, elated by his understanding. It was as though she had found a kindred spirit. From her half-dry bag, she produced her bronze tripod, patting it with pride. "Since you are so earnest, I can show you the life-saving elixir. I assure you, it is effective, guaranteed to extend your life by a year, enabling you to leap and frolic." Mo Qian marketed her wares like a purveyor of dubious remedies. Once her boasting subsided, she turned to Xiao He, lowering her voice to inquire, "But do you have gold?" Although this man was quite agreeable, matters of finance required clarity. This life-extending elixir was extraordinarily difficult to concoct, and since her master refused it, she was loath to let him have it without substantial compensation. Xiao He found her reluctance to part with the tripod amusing. He casually replied, "Gold? I do not possess any. However, I certainly have plenty of money to purchase gold." But upon hearing his lack of gold, Mo Qian immediately sat up straight. The smile that had graced her face moments ago vanished, replaced by an expression of stoicism. The moment of camaraderie they had shared moments ago seemed to dissolve into the ether. She clasped her hands in a formal bow towards Xiao He. "Then, I wish you a safe journey." Xiao He's lips twitched awkwardly, regretting not having inscribed the words "I have money" on his forehead. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, standing to the side like a mere accessory, looked on in horror at Xiao He. Did the young master consume soft bone powder today? Why is he being so affable? Surely this girl hasn't he placed a hex on him? Indeed, just moments after being cursed, Xiao He showed no sign of displeasure. He remained composed, negotiating with Mo Qian. "I will write you an IOU and provide the gold later. Would that suffice?" "Certainly not," Mo Qian flatly rejected. She shook her finger at Xiao He, asserting, "Gold first. Then we proceed. That is my rule." As she spoke, she stowed the bronze tripod back into her bag. "You must prepare the gold swiftly. Your time is running out." Mo Qian punctuated her statement with another jab, before returning to her seat before the tablet and commencing her meditation. Entirely unconcerned about the figurative knife she had just thrust into him. The atmosphere grew tense. Mo Qian continued her meditation, disregarding the two men entirely.
Yiffy,
Arms crossed and exuding menace, longed to overturn the tablets on the table, yet he suppressed his frustration as the young master was present. Xiao He's attention, however, remained fixated on the sandalwood bracelet adorning Mo Qian's wrist. It was at least a century old, and while he did not care for its monetary value, he recognized it as belonging to his father. Xiao He's brow subtly furrowed, the warmth of his previous smile fading, replaced by an icy demeanor. He pressed the button on his electric wheelchair and began to glide slowly toward the door. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. The black cat, which had fled in fear moments earlier, returned. Its glossy, round body was on high alert, its dual-colored eyes wide and apprehensive. Its back arched, and its tail stood straight up, unusually tense as if it had encountered something terrifying. Before anyone could react, the cat let out a sharp yowl and lunged toward Xiao He in the wheelchair. Yi Fei, sensing the impending chaos, acted swiftly, his arm shooting out to intercept. Just as he touched the cat's soft head, it slipped past him as though he were air. A surge of alarm coursed through Yi Fei as he turned to grab it again, but it was too late. The cat pounced onto Qiao He's lap, sinking its teeth into the back of his hand. Qiao He recoiled, a small wound appearing on his hand. Instantly, he felt a wave of nausea, gripping his chest tightly. His face turned ashen, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Young master, are you alright?" Yi Fei exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Veins bulged on Qiao He's hand as he gasped for breath, suddenly coughing violently, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. His head drooped to the side, slumping against the back of his chair, unconscious. The events unfolded with alarming swiftness, from the cat's bite to his fainting spell. Mere seconds passed. Yi Fei, utterly terrified, shouted, "Someone! Hurry and fetch a doctor. The young master has been injured." Chapter 7. Your young master has at most 3 days to live. Emo Qian, having heard the commotion, opened her eyes and rose from her mat. Little Black was older than her, but precisely how old, no one could tell. Throughout her life, Emo Qian had never witnessed Little Black bite anyone. Yet her master had mentioned that Little Black once attacked a person with a 3-killer's fate. A fate that condemned one to languish in illness, suffering misfortune and despair, typically not surviving beyond the age of 25, a truly malevolent destiny, devoid of remedy. The 3 killers refer to the robbery killer, the calamity killer, and the year killer. They insidiously entwine and proliferate, rendering even the most formidable talents powerless against the grasp of the King of Hell. However, upon scrutinizing the man's features, there was no trace of this ominous energy discernible. Emo Qian hastily stepped forward, approaching Qiao He, and reached out to touch the hollow of his chest. Just as her fingers grazed his clothing, Yi Fei forcefully swatted her hand away. "You wretched girl, are you sent by third uncle?" "Who is third uncle?" "I do not know him," Emo Qian replied, her expression unwavering, retaining her usual aloof demeanor. Yi Fei dismissed her words entirely, convinced that aside from third uncle, no one else would dare to attempt harm against the young master. Before long, 6 individuals rushed down from upstairs. Some wore white coats, others donned robes, and a few were adorned with feathers. Traditional Chinese doctors, Western physicians, and even shamans were all present. Wherever Qiao He went, this entourage of healers followed. They carefully lifted Qiao He onto the bed in Emo Qian's room, where several doctors from different disciplines convened. Surprisingly, without any sense of discord, the 6 conversed harmoniously. Yi Fei, feeling excluded, summoned others to bind Emo Qian to a chair. Meanwhile, the malevolent black cat had vanished without a trace. Lacking talismans for protection, Emo Qian found herself unable to contend with the burly figure of Yi Fei. "They cannot save your young master. Only I can. Release me quickly. If I do not assist him, he will only last 3 more days." Silence. Yi Fei's scar, stretching across half of his face, appeared even more menacing at that moment. He glared at Emo Qian, his fists clenched, the sound of knuckles cracking echoing through the air. "Do not disrupt the doctor's work. Once my young master regains consciousness, I will deal with you. He will die in 3 days regardless," Emo Qian retorted sharply. She was forthright by nature and cared little for others' opinions. Yi Fei was infuriated by her audacity. Had it not been for the young master's instruction to avoid causing trouble in the village and to treat the villagers with courtesy, he would have gladly struck this insolent girl. Fortunately, before Emo Qian could further inflame the situation, the doctors concluded their consultation. The traditional Chinese doctor took the lead, administering a dozen needles to Qiao He. His skill was evident, for within mere moments of completing the acupuncture, Qiao He stirred awake. He coughed softly, his already pallid complexion now tinged with a shade of dark gray, as if enveloped in the shroud of death, his demeanor listless. Upon witnessing the young master awaken, Yi Fei rushed forward, his eyes bloodshot with concern. "Young master, how do you feel? Is there any improvement?" Qiao He replied with a muffled grunt, his eyes still tightly shut, visibly distressed. Just then the traditional doctor began to remove the needles. Subsequently, 2 Western doctors stepped in, inserting needles and administering 4 fluids, hanging a large bottle filled with an assortment of unfamiliar medications above the bed. Observing their frantic efforts, Emo Qian sighed. "It's futile. If it's 3 days, it will be 3 days." Even a moment's delay would meet with the King of Hell's disapproval. The entire room fell silent, rendered speechless by her audacity. How had this girl grown to such a size without being met with retribution? Furious, Yi Fei seized a towel, charging toward Mo Qian. I'll help you keep quiet. He intended to stuff it into her mouth. However, just as his other hand gripped her chin, Qiao He, with great effort, managed to open his eyes and commanded, Yi Fei, don't touch her. Yi Fei froze, the towel suspended in midair, before reluctantly lowering his hand. During his earlier unconsciousness, Qiao He had remained mentally aware, hearing every word exchanged, yet he was powerless to control his body, like a spirit detached from its vessel. He turned to Mo Qian, inquiring, Can you save me? Yes. Mo Qian affirmed with a nod. Qiao He gasped for breath before adding, I will compensate you with gold later. No need, Mo Qian replied generously, no longer mentioning monetary matters. My cat bit you, it's its karma, and I must help rectify it. First have your men release me. Qiao He weakly curled the corners of his lips and raised an eyebrow at Yi Fei. Young master. Yi Fei exclaimed with concern, you cannot trust this girl. What if she is a fraud, feeding you something strange that could harm you? The other doctors chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, young Master Qiao. This girl is quite young and surely lacks true skill. You must be cautious with medications. She may not know what you usually take, and if the substances clash, it could be fatal. Qiao He shot a cold glance at them, silencing their protests instantly. After all this time, have you achieved any results? Upon hearing his question, the doctors exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The tale of Qiao He's illness was peculiar. It had struck him suddenly on the 15th day of the first lunar month 3 years prior. Following that, he had undergone examinations at numerous hospitals, not only within the capital but across the globe, consulting with leading experts in various fields. Yet, despite countless assessments, the cause of his ailment remained elusive. Qiao He's condition had worsened over time, and for the past 6 months, he had lost sensation in his legs and could no longer stand. He was acutely aware of his deteriorating health and believed Mo Qian's assertion of only 3 days remaining. The doctors who had long attended to him were now utterly useless. At best, they could assist him in making final arrangements. It would be wiser to place his trust in this enigmatic girl for once. Yi Fei, Qiao He called softly. Understanding the young master's intent, Yi Fei dared not speak further and promptly approached Mo Qian, untying the ropes that bound her. Mo Qian stood up unhurriedly, stretching her limbs, shaking her hands and legs as though entirely unconcerned about the dying individual on the bed. The occupants of the room averted their gazes, unwilling to spare another glance at this irreverent girl, whose lack of professionalism was unparalleled. Qiao He did not rush her, patiently waiting. After a considerable time, Mo Qian finally appeared ready to begin her work. She retrieved a bronze cauldron from her bag, lifting the lid, and soon a cascade of rainwater spilled forth, soaking the floor. Unfazed, she emptied the cauldron and extracted a peculiar, yellowish pill, oddly shaped and not perfectly round. I will give you the medicine right away, she declared. The doctor's expressions darkened. A pill that water could not dissolve. How could it possibly be digested? This girl could not be anything but a menace. The shaman, an elderly man in his 70s, had witnessed all manner of strange concoctions throughout his life but had never encountered anything as bizarre as this girl's medicine. Trembling,
He pointed at Mo Qian.
What you possess, it cannot even dissolve in water. How can it be used to heal? Faced with their skepticism, Mo Qian shot the old man an exasperated glare. If you don't take it, you'll only be left with burning paper offerings. You. The old shaman was enraged, his face flushed with indignation, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The entire room fell into a stunned silence, unable to believe their ears. Was this girl cursing young Master Qiao? Fortunately, only Qiao He was present. Had there been any other members of the Qiao family, they would have swiftly silenced her. If she could indeed save young Master Qiao, her words would be forgiven. However, if she failed, the news would surely return to the Qiao family, leaving her with no choice but to consume paper offerings in the future. Mo Qian remained oblivious to their alarm, her expression betraying no signs of tension, radiating an air of ease. She approached Qiao He, casting a downward glance at him. I wish to touch you, but please remain still. The words escaped her lips with an awkward resonance. Without awaiting his consent, Mo Qian extended her hand, tapping haphazardly at his neck, chest, abdomen, and legs. Her actions resembling acupuncture, though the points she chose were incomprehensible even to the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present. She had thoroughly explored Qiao He's body, Finally satisfied with her preliminary endeavors, she returned to the table, grasped the medicinal pill, and strode towards him. At that moment, a commotion echoed from the corridor, prompting everyone to gaze towards the source. There stood Gu Bei at the door, having seemingly returned unnoticed while the crowd had been engrossed in Xiao He. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he entered the room, and the others instinctively parted to grant him passage. Ignoring Xiao He, Gu Bei advanced directly to Mo Qian, extending his hand in demand. "Sell me the medicine." Mo Qian blinked in confusion. "I cannot sell it, I must save him." "I am also saving him," he insisted. "He merely needs to sign the document swiftly." Gu Bei had his own motives. He did not wish for Xiao He's demise, but rather to compel him to sign. The marriage agreement had been established long ago due to the close bond between the grandfathers of the Gu and Xiao families. However, 3 years prior, Xiao He had fallen gravely ill, losing nearly half of his life in the process. Despite the numerous suitors eager to marry him, Gu Xiangwei was different. She lacked neither wealth nor status, having been doted upon by her father and 6 brothers since childhood. She had no desire to wed a frail man destined to leave her a widow in a few short years. Yet, the elder of the Gu family was resolute, insisting she marry unless the Qiao family annulled the engagement. Otherwise, she would be forced into a convent, destined to remain unmarried. The Gu brothers, fearing their grandfather, could only attempt to persuade Xiao He, who, believing he had little time left, did not wish to provoke his grandfather or family. Thus, the matter lingered until now. The wedding was scheduled for the 10th of next month, with less than 20 days remaining. Gu Xiangwei wept and wailed at home, fearing that if the engagement was not annulled soon, it might lead to dire consequences. Gu Bei, having exhausted his options, resorted to coercion. He reached out to Mo Qian. "How much do you want? Name your price." His words incited the fury of Yi Fei, who stormed towards Gu Bei, his fist raised.
"Gu Liuye,
"You have gone too far. My young master is still ill. Do you intend to seize the medicine?" The threatening gesture drew the immediate attention of Gu Bei's bodyguards, who rushed to shield him. While 1 or 2 bodyguards might not match Yi Fei's prowess, 6 trained fighters armed for combat certainly posed a formidable challenge. The 2 factions remained at an impasse. Gu Bei disregarded Yi Fei, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Qian.
give it to me."
"And I will write you a check for 3 million. Is that sufficient?" Mo Qian remained silent. 5 million. Gu Bei raised the stakes. Mo Qian continued to regard him with icy indifference. This time, Gu Bei wasted no more breath. He snatched the pill from her grasp, declaring, 10 million. "And the medicine is mine." He approached Xiao He. "Xiao Heir, sign the annulment agreement, and I will hand over the medicine immediately." Xiao He lifted his gaze slightly, a cold smirk adorning his striking features, a bloom of vivid horror in the depths of hell. His laughter did not reach his eyes as he retorted, "Gu Bei, your family could easily call off the engagement, yet you insist on coercing me to do so, wanting to play the harlot while maintaining your facade. Do you think my family is easy prey? Certainly not." Gu Bei pulled a chair towards him and sat down. "I have no choice. She is the only sister I have. If she refuses to marry, our grandfather will force her, and if she declines, she will be sent to a convent. We, as her brothers, cannot stand by and watch her walk into despair. You need only sign, and the Gu family will owe a debt of gratitude to the Qiao family. In the future, we will never refuse your requests." Gu Bei's expression turned unusually earnest. Xiao He remained aloof, his emotions unreadable, as he gently tapped the mattress with his pale fingers, seemingly unconcerned about his own life. "Then perhaps I should die now. Your sister would not have to marry." Xiao He scoffed, his laughter devoid of warmth. Seeing that he could not be swayed, Gu Bei coldly rose, kicking the chair back into place. "I will grant you 2 more days to consider. I will keep this medicine for now. I have no personal ties to you, and do not care for your well-being. Do not attempt to test my moral boundaries. I possess none." He waved the medicine dismissively as he turned to leave. However, just as he stepped out the door, he collided with Mo Qian, who stood before him, clutching a piece of tissue paper, upon which she had scribbled chaotic symbols with a black pen, resembling a curse. Gu Bei ignored her and attempted to walk past, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a flash of white. Realizing the impending danger, he swiftly dodged the paper, only for it to curve and slap against his forehead, covering his entire face. Suddenly, Gu Bei found himself immobile, unable to utter a word. Mo Qian approached him, retrieving the medicine from his grasp. How can such a large man not conduct himself properly? How disgraceful! She poked him to confirm his inability to move or speak, then clapped her hands in satisfaction. I am truly remarkable. Even tissue paper can work wonders. She gave herself a thumbs up before returning to her room with the medicine. Upon witnessing this, Gu Bei's bodyguards attempted to seize Mo Qian. Yi Fei immediately sprang forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his expression fierce. Mo Qian peered out from behind him, casting a disdainful glance at the Gu family's bodyguards. Without me, Gu Lu would become a statue, never to move again. Test my words if you dare. Her declaration quelled any attempts to apprehend her. The guards then turned their efforts to removing the tissue paper from Gu Bei's forehead. Yet, upon contact, the charm paper vanished, only to reappear moments later. After several futile attempts, 6 individuals took turns, yet they could not even graze the paper. The onlookers finally bore witness to Mo Qian's prowess, leaving the 6 doctors with no choice but to abandon their skepticism. A hint of anticipation emerged among them. Could this young girl truly heal Xiaohe? Chapter 9. Whether spoken or unspoken, he was indeed a man marked by fate. Mo Qian approached Xiaohe, gazing down at him. The pill is somewhat large. You must swallow it with determination. Do not judge its appearance. This treasure is uniquely crafted by me. The elder gentleman over there could never replicate it. The 6 doctors present, including several youthful practitioners in their 30s and 40s, bristled at being labeled old men. The elderly among them suppressed their indignation, unwilling to voice their grievances. Xiaohe smiled faintly, his pale lips parting slightly. Upon noticing this, Mo Qian swiftly inserted the pill into his mouth. She then proceeded to tap various points on his body once more, seemingly oblivious to the specific locations she was targeting. These were not traditional acupressure points. The traditional physician harbored doubts, wondering if the girl were merely taking advantage of the situation. Yet, he dared not speak up or inquire. Xiaohe swallowed the pill in one swift motion. Then ensued a prolonged silence, as the gathered spectators exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what would unfold. Minutes passed, and Xiaohe succumbed to unconsciousness, unresponsive to all calls. The doctors hurried forth to examine him. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe not only lacked the appearance of impending death he had moments before, but instead exhibited steady breathing and a robust heartbeat, indicative of a positive turn. The old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was about to administer acupuncture, hoping to revive Xiaohe. Mo Qian intercepted him, questioning, "How is it that you possess such skills? He does not appear to be impoverished. Why would he seek your services?" The old doctor replied, "My ancestors were royal physicians, and daily appointments for consultations stretch from the eastern edge to the western edge of the capital. No one has ever dared to question my expertise." Was this young girl mad? The doctor's face darkened, his irritation palpable. Yet, Mo Qian paid him no mind, waving her hand at the crowd. "You all may leave. He won't awaken until tonight. Your presence here is futile and merely creates chaos." The doctors were left speechless, utterly at a loss for words, their frustration mounting. Having lived so long, they had never before encountered such a blatant disparagement of their medical skills. Yi Fei pondered for half a minute, suddenly realizing something, and turned to Mo Qian. "Wait, why aren't you leaving?" "Because I reside in this room," Mo Qian replied matter-of-factly. Yi Fei, glancing at the young master still lying in bed and then at the girl, pointed toward the door with displeasure. "You should leave as well. I cannot trust you to stay here." "It's fine," Mo Qian smiled gently. "There's no need to worry about me. He's on the brink of death and cannot harm me." Her master had taught her to avoid being alone in a room with strange men. She never anticipated that this fierce-looking man would be concerned for her well-being. Her regard for this seemingly menacing figure swiftly soared, returning to a neutral ground. Yi Fei stood dumbfounded for a moment before finally grasping her sleeve and pulling her out of the room. "I fear you might do something to my young master. You think too highly of yourself. Even if you adorned yourself in gold, he would not look your way."
Out.
He tossed Mo Qian into the corridor, pointing at her with a warning. "Let me make this clear. Do not say that my young master is dying again, or else I shall not hesitate to strike a woman." Unfazed by the warning, Mo Qian merely shook her head in resignation, casually remarking, "I said he might die within a year. Whether I say it or not, he remains a short-lived soul. It's not my fault he has fated to perish." Yi Fei felt as though his teeth might shatter from the strain. "Endure.
Hold on tightly.
Once the young master recovers, he would settle the score with this girl." Mo Qian disregarded Yi Fei and made no attempt to return to the room. She intended to find Xiaohe and warn it against biting anyone further. Otherwise, She had no elixirs of life to clean up its mess. Gu Bei remained rooted in the corridor, unable to move. His bodyguard, upon seeing Mo Qian, shifted his demeanor entirely. Little girl, may we now release our sixth master? Mo Qian halted, casting a glance at Gu Bei before reflecting silently. To this day, you remain oblivious to the fact that your sister is an impostor. Perhaps you ought to reflect on whether you suffered a blow to the head in your youth. Gu Bei had 1,000 curses to utter, yet all he desired was the ability to speak freely. Mo Qian was unconcerned with his expression, especially since this sixth master currently wore none. Her attention was captivated by the novel sights within the estate. As she walked and played, she simultaneously searched for Xiaohe. The bodyguards of the Gu family, frantic with anxiety, could only watch helplessly as she frolicked, her mood buoyant and carefree. 12 hours later, at 10 o'clock that evening, he finally awakened. Remarkably, he was able to rise from his bed. His legs had been devoid of sensation for half a year, causing muscle atrophy. Yet upon awakening, he distinctly felt a tingling sensation in his legs. Although uncomfortable, it was a tremendous improvement compared to his previous state of complete numbness. With great effort, he managed to sit at the edge of the bed. His every movement left the room in stunned silence, mouths agape in disbelief. It cannot be overstated that the Qiao family had summoned every renowned physician and expert available, yet none had succeeded in improving He's condition even slightly. His health had been steadily declining, and everyone had essentially given up hope, merely wishing to prolong his life for another day. Who could have imagined that one day he would actually be able to stand? The doctors took turns examining He's condition, rendered speechless by the transformation. Had he not been ill for so long, given his current state of health, he could likely run, jump, and even challenge a tiger on the mountainside. Several doctors swallowed hard, their gazes toward Mo Qian filled not with disdain or ridicule, but with profound admiration and reverence. They bowed respectfully to her. Miss, you are indeed remarkable. We are curious about the medicine you administered to Second Master. Might you sell us a few more pills for emergencies? They wished to stockpile for Qiao Eryi, but also to possess one for their own research. What was the formula behind such miraculous results? Unfortunately, Mo Qian quickly dashed their hopes. There are none left, she replied casually, wagging her finger at them. Even if I had more, it would be of no use to you. Your skills are inadequate to effect a cure. The elderly doctor realized they were indeed illustrious figures in their respective fields, yet today they had been humbled by a mere girl. However, none dared to challenge her authority. Her prowess spoke volumes, rendering any dissent futile. Yi Fei assisted Xiao He in standing, and Xiao He moved cautiously, his legs having been idle for months, rendering him unfamiliar with them and requiring awkward adjustment. After considerable effort, he finally stood before Mo Qian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Mo Qian. No need for thanks, you'll only live for a year. And then you must face death again. Xiao He, along with the others, was left in shock. What a remarkable talent she possessed. Had such a mouth been attached to anyone else, it would have been sewn shut 100 times over. Chapter 10. The police arrive. Who is the family of Fu Shui? At midnight, Mo Qian finally showed mercy and released her sixth brother. Gu Bei had been frantically searching for Fu Shui. Having gone a day and night without sustenance, and coupled with sleeplessness and standing for over 10 hours, he felt dizzy and nearly fainted.
Fortunately,
a subordinate was by his side to catch him, preventing him from taking a disastrous fall. Gu Bei's expression was dark, like a storm cloud, indicating that heavy rain was imminent. He glared at Mo Qian with icy resolve. The debt for saving Qiao, he could be put aside. But the fact that he had been unable to search for Fu Shui all day was utterly unforgivable. In recent days, heavy rains had plagued Dedeo village, and the risk of landslides and mudslides loomed large. Leaving a mute girl stranded in such treacherous conditions was tantamount to signing her death warrant. Gu Bei's gaze was filled with fury, wishing he could tear Mo Qian apart. Have you considered what dangers Fu Shui has faced all day? Your self-righteousness could lead to her demise. Do you understand? If Fu Shui returned safely, he would reward her for saving her life. But if anything were to befall Fu Shui, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Gu Bei pointed a warning finger at Mo Qian. However, his threat evidently did not intimidate Mo Qian. She tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. If you care for your wife, why do you wish to divorce her? Gu Bei shot her a withering look. None of your business. The mention of divorce only fueled his anger further. For 2 years of marriage, Fu Shui had persistently clashed with his younger sister, even going so far as to inflict harm upon her. The scar on Gu Xiangwei's arm was a lasting reminder of the time Fu Shui had pushed her into the swimming pool. Even the younger sister had refrained from commenting on the matter, yet Fu Shui persisted in her grievances. Ultimately, the situation escalated to the point of contemplating divorce. If she wished to leave, so be it. He would not demean himself by begging her to stay. Gu Bei's countenance was as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of palpable chill. In a fit of anger, he delivered a powerful punch into the air, producing a sharp whoosh as the air parted. Mo Qian was bewildered by his expression. However, she understood that whether they divorced or not, it bore significant consequences for her. You cannot divorce. It would render me impoverished. Gu Bei looked at Mo Qian as though she were a fool. Where are your family? I shall provide them with money to take you to a mental institution for an evaluation. That's exactly what I am. Didn't I mention I am the seventh child? Mo Qian replied with utmost seriousness. After a brief moment, she added, my mind is perfectly sound. I am quite intelligent. Gu Bei found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had indeed lost his mind by bringing this girl back. He turned to distance himself from her folly. Yet before he could take a step, a series of loud knocks echoed from the courtyard gate, abruptly shattering the night's tranquility. It was already past midnight. Who could possibly be calling at such an hour? Gu Bei's mind raced. His thoughts were solely occupied with Fu Shui. Any disturbance inevitably led him to think of her. Perhaps it was Fu Shui at the door. After all, she was acquainted with Qiao He. With that in mind, he hastened toward the entrance, moving faster than the guard at the Qiao residence. Upon reaching the door, he swung it open, only to find not Fu Shui, but rather 4 police officers. Dressed in standard uniforms, they exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing him, they raised their badges and inquired sternly who was a family member of Fu Shui. A sense of dread gripped Gu Bei as he heard their words. At this hour and in this place, the police were seeking a family member. 1,000 ominous premonitions surged through his mind. His hand tightened around the door handle, veins bulging as he clenched his fist to steady his emotions and maintain his composure. I am her husband. What has happened to Fu Shui? She is suspected of stealing a famous painting, and we are in the process of apprehending her. Gu Bei could only emit a sound of bewilderment. Stealing a painting? That was a reason he had never anticipated. However, the assurance that Fu Shui was not in immediate danger allowed his heart, which had nearly leaped into his throat, to settle back down. He opened the door wider, inviting the officers into the living room. 2 of the officers were there to gather information from him. They explained that Fu Shui had previously restored an ancient painting, an esteemed work titled Spring Outing in the Tang Dynasty by the renowned Tang Dynasty artist Zhang Xian. The painting was highly valuable, yet its condition was severely compromised, causing many potential buyers to hesitate. Mr. Chen, a wealthy collector, had contacted Fu Shui prior to an auction and invited her to attend, ensuring that the painting could indeed be restored before bidding a staggering 30 million for it. The restoration had proceeded smoothly. In just a week, Fu Shui had successfully revived the painting's former glory. After completing the work, she and Mr. Chen had conducted a handover ceremony. However, 3 days later, when Mr. Chen returned with a friend to view the painting, he was shocked to discover that it was merely a high-quality forgery. Had it not been for his friend's expertise in art collection, the forgery would have been indistinguishable. Mr. Chen immediately reported the incident to the police. The last individuals who had seen the painting were Mr. Chen and Fu Shui, who had left the insurance room together. Subsequently, Mr. Chen and his friend entered 3 days later, with surveillance footage corroborating their account. Given the substantial sum involved and Mr. Chen's prominence in the capital, the police swiftly opened a case. However, when they attempted to contact Fu Shui, they found that she had vanished from the capital, leaving her phone behind. This only heightened her suspicions. After taking the case, the police acted without delay, dispatching various teams to search for her. This particular group was tasked with investigating Fu Shui's family. Upon tracing Gu Bei's location, the 4 officers hurried to interview him. Although they did not explicitly disclose the situation, their words hinted at significant implications. Piecing together the fragments of information, Gu Bei's expression darkened further. Sitting at the center of the sofa with his legs crossed and arms folded, his face was so cold it could shatter ice. Does my Gu family lack for a 30 million painting? Do they believe we are on the brink of bankruptcy? Detective Chen, upon hearing this, began to sweat. This was not merely a matter of money, it was a procedural necessity. Mr. Gu, your wife was indeed one of the last individuals to see the painting. So, we must clarify the situation. If she is not involved, we will certainly clear her name. Detective Chen spoke with tact. However, The unspoken truth was that no family would turn down a fortune. Yet, the Gu family was a formidable presence in the capital, perhaps even more so than Mr. Chen's. Moreover, Gu Bei's second brother was an expert in criminal investigations with deep ties to law enforcement. Therefore, the police could not afford to offend them. Detective Chen maintained a relatively cordial demeanor. Nonetheless, Gu Bei remained unyielding, his expression still severe. The painting had already been handed over. How could it not be the Chen family engaging in self-deception? We are also investigating Mr. Chen's side, Detective Chen quickly clarified. He further informed Gu Bei that the case of the missing painting had gained considerable traction online, and to preserve Mrs. Gu's reputation, it would be prudent to cooperate with the police inquiry. Gu Bei scoffed but did not press them further. After all, he intended to find Fu Shui. Having more police officers as allies would only be advantageous. He stood up, instructing, "Since the rain has ceased, we should set out to search now."
Now?
Detective Chen asked in astonishment. They had driven for 8 hours from the capital. Even a village donkey would struggle to endure such a journey. Yet, Gu Bei showed no hesitation. "Of course, we must retrieve that 30 million piece without delay." Ignoring the expressions of the officers, he strode toward the door. Just as the rain finally let up, they needed to seize the moment to search for her. The 4 officers exchanged glances, helplessly rising to follow him. However, before they could take a step, a calm voice interrupted them. "You won't find her." Chapter 11. The Return of the Legendary Qiao Eryi. All 5 turned to see Mo Qian, who remained alone in the hall. She was squatting on the floor, brushing the fur of a large, sleek black cat. Her head bowed as she continued, "Besides, I didn't steal the painting." Upon hearing this, Detective Chen sensed that the girl might possess some crucial information. He approached her with a smile, attempting to draw her out with a friendly demeanor. "How do you know that little girl?" Mo Qian looked up at him, responding with utmost seriousness. "I figured it out." "Figured it out?" "Yes," she replied matter-of-factly, pointing to her eyes. "It's obvious." Detective Chen realized she might indeed be quite foolish. Gu Bei watched the absurd exchange between them with a scoff. This girl, whose reasoning seemed flawed, might lack other talents, but her ability to infuriate others was evidently well honed. While it was certain that Fu Shui had not stolen the painting, her claim that they would not find her was truly laughable. There was no one the Gu family could not locate. With a dismissive air, Gu Bei turned and exited the door. He could hardly believe that he couldn't find a living person. The following morning, everyone gathered in the dining area on the first floor for breakfast. While the others merely picked at their food, Mo Qian and her plump black cat devoured everything on the table with the fervor of the famished. It was puzzling how such a slender girl could possess such an insatiable appetite. The cat beside her was extraordinarily lazy, lying down even during mealtime, barely lifting its head. The onlookers mused that if this duo were to broadcast their eating habits online, they would surely become a viral sensation. As the pair indulged in their feast, the others merely watched, their chopsticks untouched. It wasn't until a commotion from upstairs drew their attention that they shifted their gaze toward the staircase. There appeared Qiao He, descending slowly. This time, he walked down the stairs unaided. Dressed in a simple cotton linen ensemble, a teal top paired with black trousers, his demeanor was cool and composed.
Exuding en extraordinary aura.
Although he still bore the signs of illness, his commanding presence was unmistakable. Witnessing such a sight, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes momentarily misty. It was none other than young Master Qiao. The esteemed figure of their youth had returned. From a young age, Qiao He had been the talk of the affluent circles in the capital. His intellect, appearance, wealth, and insight eclipsed all others. Many wealthy families had vied for his favor, seeking to marry their daughters into the Qiao family, resulting in fierce competition akin to a battlefield. Had it not been for his inexplicable illness 3 years prior, the threshold of the Qiao residence would likely have been trampled by suitors. As Qiao He reached the first floor, everyone rose, bowing respectfully and greeting him. Only Mo Qian and her rotund feline remained engrossed in their meal, their heads buried in the table as if they could not be more absorbed. Qiao He's gaze fell upon Mo Qian, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Yi Fei, following closely behind, spotted the cat lounging on the chair and quickly positioned himself in front of Qiao He, admonishing Mo Qian that cats were not permitted in common areas. Although he had agreed to her keeping the cat, he had explicitly informed her not to bring it out of her room. He was taken aback that she had disregarded his words so easily. Hearing Yi Fei's raised voice, Mo Qian leisurely lifted her head, a morsel of pastry still in her mouth, and mumbled, "Don't shout, you'll scare it." It was your fault yesterday that it bit someone. At this, Yi Fei's expression darkened further. Yi Fei, came Qiao He's deep, resonant voice from behind, calm yet firm. And Yi Fei realized that young master was implying he should refrain from meddling. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Yi Fei rolled his eyes at Mo Qian before retreating behind Xiao He. Mo Qian, noticing Xiao He, raised the small cake in her hand and asked, "Xiao Heir, have you eaten?" As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent, and the guests froze in shock. Who dared address Xiao He so casually? And to call him Xiao Heir? Was the girl mad? Yet, rather than frown, Xiao He chuckled softly. "No, I've already finished." Typically, Xiao He did not dine downstairs. He had a private dining room upstairs, and even when he did eat downstairs, it was always alone. None of the Qiao family members would dare share a table with him. Mo Qian, undeterred, resumed her hearty meal. Xiao He settled onto a sofa in the living room, selecting a position from which he could observe her as she ate, both of them completely at ease, oblivious to the discomfort of those around them. The others fidgeted, caught in an awkward limbo, neither able to sit nor stand, until, after a lengthy pause, they concocted various excuses to leave the room, unwilling to remain in young Master Qiao's line of sight. Once Mo Qian had eaten her fill, she patted her stomach and affectionately rubbed the cat's belly, smiling brightly. Was it delicious? I've never had so much good food on the mountain. Typically, she and her master subsisted on whatever rice or bread they could beg for, supplemented by some vegetables boiled in water, constituting their meals. Although their Taoist temple belonged to the Jingyi sect, which permitted the consumption of meat and marriage, unlike the Qianjin sect, the villagers were too impoverished to afford meat. Thus, Mo Qian could count on one hand the number of times she had eaten meat. Now that she was off the mountain, Mo Qian and her chubby companion were like monkeys let loose from Wuji Mountain, their glee boundless. After their feast, she let the cat roam in the courtyard to aid digestion while she spread out the talismans she had worked late into the night to prepare, laying them in the sun on the balcony. Observing this, Xiao He exchanged a glance with Yi Fei, signaling him to assist. "I don't want to," Yi Fei muttered under his breath, but dared not voice his reluctance aloud. With a scowl, he trudged to the balcony, begrudgingly picking up the talismans and preparing to hang them on the drying rack. Hey, don't touch those." Mo Qian immediately rushed to stop him, snatching the talismans back and gently patting them. "Common folk can taint their spiritual essence. You can't handle this." Yi Fei's hand froze in midair, caught in an awkward stance. Xiao He couldn't help but chuckle, watching the scene unfold like an amused spectator. Yi Fei glanced between Xiao He and Mo Qian, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. He longed to remind young master that he was dangerously close to crossing the line with her. Chapter 12. Woman, what kind of spell have you cast on our young master? Xiao He paid no heed to Yi Fei. Rising, he walked slowly to the balcony, leaning against the doorframe to ease his weary legs. His gaze lingered on Mo Qian as she busied herself, though most of his attention fixated on the fragrant sandalwood bracelet adorning her left wrist. The scent of the sandalwood was rich, particularly the aged variety. Even the slightest movement from Mo Qian released a delicate, lingering aroma. Xiao He's focus sharpened as he casually placed his hand in his jacket pocket, where a bead identical to the one on her bracelet lay. This bracelet belonged to his father. Crafted from exquisite sandalwood and intricately designed, a birthday gift he had sought from a master craftsman. However, 3 years ago, his father had inexplicably fallen from a cliff in Dideo village, along with 4 bodyguards, all of whom were found deceased. Fortunately, his father's fall had been cushioned by branches, leaving him with half a life, though he remained in a coma for 3 years, yet to awaken. When rescuers discovered him, he had been clutching this very bead, the only remnant of the once complete bracelet. Xiao He's eyes flickered momentarily, but his expression remained unchanged, gentle and courteous. "Miss Mo Qian, your bracelet is quite special. Where did you acquire it?" "My master gave it to me," Mo Qian replied, her hands still deftly at work. "Your master?" Xiao He echoed thoughtfully, before continuing to inquire. "Where is your master now?" "In the heavens," Mo Qian answered candidly. After uttering this, she turned to Xiao He, blinking innocently. "Do you want to find him? You'll see him next year." Xiao He Yi Fei surveyed the room, desperately wishing for something to silence Mo Qian's loose tongue. This girl seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of her words, casually invoking death. Mo Qian remained oblivious, continuing to sun her talismans. Xiao He displayed no signs of anger. "When did your master gift you the bracelet?" It was the day before yesterday, just before he passed away, Mo Qian replied candidly. The late Master Chai had only presented her with the bracelet moments before his demise, though he himself had long forgotten its origin. In his twilight years, he had become somewhat muddled, often forgetting things in the blink of an eye. It was perfectly natural for him to struggle with recollection. Noticing Xiao He's persistent inquiries, Mo Qian raised her hand to showcase the bracelet and countered. Do you know where it came from? Xiao He paused for a few seconds, gently shaking his head in uncertainty. He certainly could not reveal his intentions before conducting a thorough investigation. Upon hearing his lack of knowledge, Mo Qian eyed him suspiciously. If you don't know, why do you keep asking? Are you plotting to steal it? Xiao He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He yearned to protest. He was not destitute enough to resort to such measures. After a long day's work, Mo Qian finally finished drying the talisman papers. As she turned to head inside, she suddenly caught sight of a jade landscape ornament nestled in a corner of the first floor. The jade was adorned with several golden patterns. Instantly invigorated, Mo Qian fixated on the gleaming gold, her eyes wide with excitement, as if rooted to the spot. She gazed at it, entranced, like a statue revering precious stones. Having failed to extract any information in the morning, Xiao He ascended the stairs. Upon descending again, he encountered Mo Qian in her current state. With a slight smile playing on his lips, he remarked, If you like it, I'll gift it to you. Young master, Yi Fei exclaimed, ready to interject. But a mere glance from Xiao He silenced him. Mo Qian, hearing the commotion behind her, turned around. You're giving it to me? Yes, consider it your consultation fee. Upon hearing this, Mo Qian pressed her lips together, scrutinizing the golden patterns once more before responding. This weighs 79 grams, which isn't enough to cover my consultation fee. However, since it was indeed Little Black who bit you, I suppose it evens out. Mo Qian may not have excelled in mathematics, but she possessed an uncanny ability to discern gold's authenticity, purity, and weight at a glance. Though it was improper to accept money from Xiao He, it was gold.
Pure gold.
She simply could not refuse it. The thought of relinquishing it would rob her of sleep. Imagining the gold now belonging to her, Mo Qian joyfully sprang to her feet, her head bobbing as she dashed back to her room, returning with her oversized handbag. A smile danced on her lips, her dimples radiating delight. She carefully lifted the jade landscape from its stand and placed it on the coffee table, then rummaged through her bag for knives, scissors, and various tools. At the sight of this, Yi Fei quickly raised his hand, blocking her path. What are you planning to do? Disassemble the gold, Mo Qian replied, waving the small knife in her hand. Yi Fei frowned, perplexed. He questioned the sanity of this girl. Why dismantle a perfectly fine ornament? Wouldn't that drastically diminish its value? Young master has given it to you. You should take it as is. Just prying out the gold would be akin to throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. But I only desire the gold, Mo Qian pouted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. The two remained in a stalemate, unable to sway one another. Just then, Xiao He approached holding a set of small disassembly tools, which he handed to Mo Qian. Disassemble it. Yi Fei was taken aback. Young master, you've changed. You are no longer the young master of old. Xiao He had always preferred to preserve his rare treasures rather than risk damaging them, yet now he willingly provided her with the tools to dismantle it. Was this truly his master? Had he been bewitched? Yi Fei stared in horror at the scene before him. Mo Qian beamed as she accepted the tools from Xiao He without hesitation, immediately commencing her work. She carefully pried at the gold, delicately peeling back the gilded designs, taking care not to breathe too heavily as she worked. Seated on a small stool, she displayed remarkable patience, meticulously extracting the gold. Yi Fei, watching anxiously from the sidelines, feared she might ruin the sizable jade stone. While it may not have been of the highest quality, it could nonetheless be transformed into numerous bracelets or sold as jade tablets. After years of service to the young master, he had learned the value of such matters. He stole a glance at Xiao He, who was relaxed and at ease, observing Mo Qian's efforts with a calm demeanor. Yi Fei's heart ached for the jade ornament, once cherished by the young master, now disassembled before his eyes. Love, it seemed, could indeed wither away. For the two seated before him, however, it was a moment of tranquility. One dared to dismantle, while the other dared to watch. They remained still, nearly frozen in time, save for Mo Qian's occasional movements, which kept them from becoming mere photographs. After an hour and 15 minutes, Mo Qian finally extracted the gold she desired, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. She then pointed at the jade and declared to Xiao He, "This is still yours." Upon hearing her words, a smile tugged at Xiao He's lips as he gestured to Yi Fei, "It's yours now." Yi Fei, realizing the implications, felt a pang of regret. The jade, once disassembled, could potentially fetch an additional 50,000. Suddenly, he recalled the wager Mo Qian had made with the young master the previous day. Hadn't she claimed she would suffer a financial loss? Yi Fei's mind sparked with realization. Miss Mo, didn't you say I would suffer a financial setback? Yet here I am, not only avoiding loss but gaining a fortune. Your divination appears to be flawed. With gold now in her possession, Mo Qian's spirit soared. And she cheerfully replied, "If you say it will happen, then it shall. Why are you in such a hurry? I've never seen anyone so eager for misfortune." Yi Fei, unable to counter her, huffed and turned to descend the stairs, cradling the jade landscape. "I'm heading back to my room. I won TV coming out today. Let us see how you managed to incur losses." Chapter 13. Gu Luyi was in a foul mood, having been unable to locate his wife. As Yi Fei took a step up the stairs, he lost his footing and stumbled back a couple of steps. Thankfully, he managed to grasp the banister and steady himself, avoiding a fall that would have led to the diminishment of the precious ornament in his hands. With a sigh of relief, he continued up the stairs, this time with greater caution. Yet, an old adage rings true: one must be wary of their words and heed the supernatural. Barely having taken 2 steps, the chandelier above suddenly came crashing down. Yi Fei swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping being struck. However, his jade landscape was not so fortunate, as it was directly crushed beneath the fallen chandelier, shattering into countless pieces. Surveying the wreckage, he was aghast to find it had been reduced to mere dust, with not even a fragment the size of a fingernail remaining. Yi Fei stood gaping, incredulous at the sight of the shattered jade. To make matters worse, the guanyin pendant around his neck had also shattered. While he could bear the loss of the ornament, this pendant was a different matter altogether. It was of immense value. It had been procured by the young master himself, crafted by the finest sculptor into an exquisite guanyin figure. Even offers exceeding 10 million had been made, yet the young master had never parted with it, gifting it to Yi Fei instead. The destruction of this jade pendant wasn't merely a loss, it was tantamount to financial ruin. With tears unshed, Yi Fei stood there, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mo Qian had stepped outside to find Little Black, missing the dramatic scene that had unfolded. However, her mocking commentary arrived, albeit belatedly. After retrieving her cat and re-entering the villa, she spotted Yi Fei's dismal state and gleefully bounded up the stairs, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Casting a glance at the pitiful remains of the jade, she sighed dramatically, "See, financial loss has indeed occurred." With her left hand clutching the hefty gold and her right hand holding the plump cat, she struggled to form a gesture of clasped fists. "Oh, benevolent one. May your financial misfortunes dissipate. At least you are still alive." With that, she cheerfully shook her head, sidestepping the chaos strewn across the floor, and dashed back down the stairs. Yi Fei, utterly exasperated. Is this individual a reincarnation of a plague spirit? Good fortune eludes her, while misfortune seems to gravitate towards her. Of course, she has never uttered a kind word. Who can discern whether her words hold any truth? The skies were clear for merely a day, and come nightfall, torrential rain descended, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Soon, villagers rushed to the Qiao household, warning of a potential mudslide and urging them to take precautions, ideally relocating to higher ground as swiftly as possible. The Qiao family, feeling the weight of anxiety, sought counsel from Qiao He on whether they should evacuate. Mo Qian, engrossed in her meal, mumbled with her mouth full, "It's nothing to worry about. I have someone in the heavens watching over me. The mudslide won't dare approach." The others regarded her with concern, thinking, this girl must be gravely unwell in her mind. For the sake of her beloved dinner, she dares to spout such nonsense regarding the heavens. Regardless of her abilities, can she truly avert natural disasters? Qiao He rubbed his temples. Human lives are at stake and cannot be trifled with. Who would trust Mo Qian's nonsensical utterances? Regardless of how mad Qiao He may be, he must be prepared. Yi Fei, assess the situation and evacuate at the first sign of danger. Yes, Yi Fei replied, promptly departing the villa with 2 bodyguards. Unfazed by their skepticism, Mo Qian continued to relish her meal, while Xiao He remained steadfastly perched on his chair, gnawing on the bun before him. Aside from the 2 of them, everyone else was on high alert. At that moment, A cacophony of voices erupted outside the villa as the door swung open, sounding akin to a ruckus of individuals seeking trouble. Someone forcefully kicked the door open, bellowing, "Dr. Chen. Dr. Li. Come downstairs quickly." The doctors already downstairs heard the commotion and hurriedly stood to greet the incoming individuals. 2 injured individuals were ushered inside, one with a head swathed in blood, a white cloth pressed against the wound, nearly obscured by crimson stains. The other limped in, supported by 2 companions, hopping on one leg, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The doctors swiftly moved to assist, prioritizing the treatment of Sixth Master. The bodyguards stepped aside, signaling to the doctors to attend to the severely injured young master behind them. Gu Bei's injuries were not severe. He had merely scraped his forehead, his face smeared with dirt and ash. Upon seeing the doctors approach, he circumvented the crowd, brusquely stating, "Don't mind me," and sulked into the room. Fortunately, the doctors were plentiful, for followed the severely injured bodyguards into the room, while one remained to tend to Gu Bei's forehead wound, swiftly bandaging it. Xiao He lounged in a recliner, idly swaying, casting a disinterested glance at Gu Bei. "What's the matter? Did you reap what you sow?" Gu Bei cursed under his breath, rolling his eyes at Xiao He. "Don't kick me while I'm down." Gu Bei and his companions had encountered a string of misfortunes today. Not only had they scoured the village without a trace of Fu Shui, but on their return, their vehicle had become stranded on the road. Reluctantly, they were forced to continue on foot, only for the mountain path beneath them to suddenly collapse, nearly sending Gu Bei and his 2 subordinates tumbling down the slope. Thankfully, the others reacted quickly, managing to save their lives. Gu Bei was irate. Not only had they failed to locate Fu Shui, but his own men had been injured. Truly, a case of misfortune compounding misfortune. In a fit of rage, he kicked over a side table next to the sofa, sending a porcelain vase crashing to the ground in a shattering explosion. This act of frustration did little to quell his anger. He sought to wreak further havoc. Seeing this, Yi Fei stepped forward, interjecting, "Sixth Master, this is the Qiao residence. Please conduct yourself with decorum." Gu Bei narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. "Get lost." Xiao He reclined against the chair's back, casually toying with a string of Bodhi beads, exuding an air of tranquility without a trace of displeasure. Yi Fei, step back. Sixth Master is understandably upset about not finding his wife. If he wishes to vent, let him. Sixth Master is not one to shirk his debts. He will ultimately repay us with interest. Xiao He's words were laced with a sense of irony, as he deftly deflected any potential animosity. Gu Bei glared at Xiao He, grinding his teeth, wishing nothing more than to kick him. This scoundrel had a mind full of schemes. Should he damage his possessions, he would surely add travel fees, hassle fees, and various other charges, ensuring that the costs multiplied tenfold. Xiao He appeared to be the least business-minded member of the Qiao family, yet he was brimming with cunning. Gu Bei swallowed hard, struggling with his rising frustration. Just as he thought the situation could not worsen, Mo Qian waddled over, having finished her meal, cradling Xiao He and a piece of gold. She approached Gu Bei, tilting her head to examine him from various angles before finally declaring, "Care for some painkillers?" 1 gram of gold. Gu Bei, his anger reignited, pointed an accusatory finger at her, words of insult swirling in his mind but ultimately swallowed back. This girl's face bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother's. It felt as if chastising her was akin to rebelling against authority. Gu Bei, his finger trembling in frustration, withdrew his hand. From within the room, anguished cries could be heard, clear even through the door. The harrowing memory of the landslide weighed heavily on Gu Bei's mind. They were fortunate to have returned safely. But Fu Shui was alone in the mountains. What if she? Gu Bei dared not dwell on the thought. He could not afford to delay any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Bei clenched his jaw, turning his gaze toward Mo Qian. This girl, though seemingly foolish, possessed a certain understanding of the unconventional. Chapter 14. The negotiation fails. Gu Bei rose, gesturing for Mo Qian to follow him with a lift of his chin. Without hesitation, he strode towards the staircase. Mo Qian, unhurried, still clutching her piece of gold, plodded along at a turtle's pace. Frustrated by her sluggishness, Gu Bei dashed forward, grasping the sleeve of her shirt and pulling her closer.
Speak.
How can we find Fu Shui? Gu Bei demanded, standing before Mo Qian, who was a head shorter than him, appearing every bit the child she was. Gu Bei was consumed by concern. Yet Mo Qian seemed unfazed, replying, "I told you. She's fine. She will be fine." At the reemergence of her enigmatic nonsense, Gu Bei nearly lost his temper and struck her. Had he not felt a pang of pity, he would never have tolerated her insolence. Suppressing his fury, he attempted to explain, the police are searching for Fu Shui. If they cannot locate her, she will be deemed a fugitive, and you will be putting her in danger. Let the police search. Mo Qian replied with an air of nonchalance. Gu Bei ground his teeth in frustration. He would rather face a tiger than engage in conversation with this foolish girl. His patience had been thoroughly exhausted by her antics. I will give you 3 million if you help find her, he offered, employing the most straightforward solution, money. A time-honored tradition among the Gu family.
Unfortunately, Montag Qian was unimpressed.
I only like gold, she insisted, affectionately pressing the piece of gold against her cheek. Gu Bei rolled his eyes in disdain. A modicum of intelligence would reveal that money could buy anything. Yet, it was clear this girl lacked such insight. He made another offer. If you find her, I will give you 100 gold bricks. This time, Mo Qian hesitated. She hesitated not, for she felt she owed it to the 100 gold bricks. Yet, she acquiesced to Fu Shui's request. Mo Qian tightened her grip on the gold, and after a prolonged silence, declared, I will help you reclaim your wife and prevent your divorce for 100 gold bricks. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei immediately flared with anger. Do you expect me to rely on you? His patience had evaporated, and each word dripped with ire. At her retort, Mo Qian swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. You swore, now apologize. Gu Bei scoffed coldly. Apologize? Did this little girl truly believe herself to be of such importance? He raised an eyebrow, irritation evident. Are you going to search for her or not? The threatening tone was unmistakable to Mo Qian. She turned her head away, clearly indicating her desire to disengage from him. Gu Bei, already nursing a head injury, felt his head throb with rage, and the fiery irritation at the insolent girl threatened to ignite his temper. He glanced at Mo Qian's defiant profile and snorted disdainfully before striding past her back to the living room. Negotiations had failed. He had no intention of begging this insufferable girl any further. Of course, unbeknownst to him, most would not regard this attitude as begging. Upon entering the living room, Gu Bei immediately summoned 2 individuals, instructing them to brave the torrential downpour and exit the Qiao residence. They plunged headlong into the perilous expanse of Didao village. Meanwhile, Mo Qian, clutching the gold, faced the wall for 5 minutes before leisurely returning to the living room. Approaching Qiao He, she bluntly inquired, what if the police arrest someone, but cannot locate them? Qiao He, tall and seated, merely needed to glance upward to meet her gaze. With a single sentence, he comprehended her intent. He patiently elucidated that if the police were unable to find Fu Shui, she would be classified as a major suspect. However, should the police ultimately fail to gather evidence, Fu Shui would be exonerated. Yet, by then, the matter would have circulated online, and the public would have already condemned her. Proving her innocence would be a Herculean task, jeopardizing Fu Shui's future career and reputation. Qiao He's voice was rich and resonant, a melodious timbre that captivated as he painstakingly explained the stakes to Mo Qian. Noticing her slightly wrinkled nose, he chuckled softly. If you can find her, it's best to bring her back. Once Fu Shui learns the police are searching for her, she will surely cooperate and flee.
Oh, Montag Qian understood.
She returned to her room, slung her small bag over her shoulder, crumpled the gold into it, and then requested an umbrella from Qiao He before departing. As she was about to leave, Qiao He called out to her, wait. Let Yi Fei accompany you for protection. Yi Fei? Young master, don't you consider my feelings? Yi Fei, still reeling from the sorrow of losing you, had no desire to accompany this harbinger of misfortune. He felt a simmering reluctance but dared not refuse. With a sullen expression, he fell silent. However, salvation soon arrived. Mo Qian shook her head, asserting, he will only slow me down, and I must protect him. Don't add to my troubles. With that, she waved at Qiao He and dashed out of the villa, not sparing Yi Fei a glance. Yi Fei? Did she really think she needed to protect him? This little girl, was she attempting to elevate her own status by using him as a backdrop? Once outside the villa, Mo Qian calculated the direction. Ah, foolish 6th brother, had he gone the wrong way again? Of course, even if they headed in the right direction, they would still struggle to find Fu Shui. Mo Qian held the umbrella steady, walking with a composed demeanor, unhurried.
Soon,
she arrived at a dilapidated row of small houses within the village. Approaching the door of the easternmost house, she knocked vigorously. The wooden door swayed in the storm, as if it might collapse with another push. Before long, a small boy opened the courtyard gate. He was about 4 or 5 years old, diminutive in stature, with a frail body supporting a disproportionately large head, resembling a matchstick. He tilted his head to gaze at the visitor. Upon catching sight of her, his dark, round eyes widened in alarm. "Ah, help!" he shouted, slamming the door shut, barring Mo Qian's entry. The boy covered his ears and yelled, "Grandma doesn't let me listen to you. You should leave quickly." Mo Qian pressed her eye against the wooden slats, observing the boy without anger. "What if I sing for you?" "Sing?" The boy hesitated. Grandma had said he couldn't listen to the words of that Mo Qian, but she hadn't mentioned anything about singing. Well, that should be acceptable. After a moment's contemplation, the boy reopened the door, allowing Mo Qian to step inside. Her words tumbled out rapidly. "Where is the beautiful sister who lives in your house?"
You said you'd sing.
The boy hastily covered his ears again. "This is called rapping." Mo Qian grabbed the boy's hand, placing her hands on her hips as she earnestly explained, speaking like a machine gun. "Rapping is what you call it when you talk quickly." This was a style she had learned from watching television with the villagers. The boy nodded, only partially comprehending. Regardless, he seemed to accept whatever she called it as long as she wasn't just talking. Chapter 15. Does the Gu family not have any abandoned children? Fu Shui, hearing footsteps outside, felt her heart leap into her throat. Gu Bei had already visited once, pushing open the door to the woodshed and meeting her gaze. Yet it seemed he had not seen her at all, as he merely glanced around and departed. Over the past 3 days, she had witnessed many such peculiar occurrences. When she spotted a pack of wolves on the mountain, fear had not even had time to set in before they panicked and fled, colliding with one another in disarray. The Monkey King on the path even brought fruits for her, piling them into a small mountain, fearful she might go hungry. A young man from the village attempted to snatch the jade pendant from her neck, only for a stone to tumble down from the mountain, landing squarely on his foot. Fu Shui began to suspect that some divine being was watching over her. Yet she quickly recalled the red safety talisman Mo Qian had given her, believing it to be the source of her protection. Grateful yet astonished, she could scarcely fathom such divine intervention existed. These days, she had been contemplating how she might find Mo Qian again to express her gratitude for saving her life. Little did she expect that she would arrive of her own accord. Peering through the crack of the window, Fu Shui's heart soared when she recognized Mo Qian. Rushing to the door, she swung it open to greet her. Fu Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she pointed at Mo Qian. Mo Qian appeared puzzled, but the little boy quickly translated, "Sister asks why you are here." "Oh, I came to take you back," Mo Qian replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Fu Shui froze in place, and after a moment's pause, retrieved paper and pen to scribble a few words. "Why? Did Gu Bei send you?" "No, it's the police." Mo Qian incoherently relayed the police's intentions to apprehend Fu Shui. Though she did not articulate it clearly, Fu Shui grasped the general idea. She was taken aback by the multitude of events that had transpired over the past few days. Mr. Chen had collaborated with her for many years, and there had never been a slip-up with antiquities worth over 100 million. How could he potentially betray her with a $30 million painting? Thus, the painting was most likely genuinely lost. Worry etched across Fu Shui's face. She had to return, but she feared whether the child would still be allowed to stay. She bit her lip tightly, her hand gently resting on her lower abdomen. The Gu family was an adversary she could not contend with. The worries of Fu Shui were completely lost on Mo Qian. In her obliviousness, she asked, "Are you going back? If you don't wish to return, you need not. They won't find you. That talisman, blessed by the masters, is quite formidable. It can ward off both natural disasters and calamities. However, how it shields you depends on which venerable ancestor is on duty." Fu Shui shook her head, gratefully grasping Mo Qian's hand. She wrote on a piece of paper, "I must return to investigate this matter thoroughly. The painting is not mine. I must prove my innocence." "Oh," Mo Qian replied, then stood up, saying, "Let us go." Upon hearing this, Fu Shui seized Mo Qian's sleeve, her lip caught between her teeth in a quandary, unsure how to plead with her. They were mere acquaintances, without any ties. Was it too much to ask her to accompany her back to the capital? Fu Shui's internal conflict had drawn blood from her lip. Mo Qian observed her, her eyes reflecting confusion. "Is there something else?" Fu Shui released her lip, exhaling deeply, then quickly wrote again. "Mo Qian, will you return to the capital with me and help me protect the child? I can offer you a substantial sum." Mo Qian read each word slowly, then inquired, "Why doesn't Gu Bei want the child?" At this question, Fu Shui let out a self-deprecating laugh. She picked up her pen once more, explaining, Because the Gu family is a prominent clan, they do not permit children born out of wedlock. To keep the child, I cannot divorce Gu Bei, otherwise, I must terminate the pregnancy. There is no other option. No children born out of wedlock? Mo Qian replied, bewildered. Then where did the 5 grandsons of the Gu family that I saw in my divination come from? Mo Qian scoffed dismissively, then confidently declared, do not worry. I have the final say regarding the Gu family. No one would dare take your child. Let us go. Fu Shui found this somewhat laughable. She could not comprehend the connection between Mo Qian and the Gu family that allowed her to make such outlandish claims. However, Mo Qian offered no opportunity for further writing. She simply tugged Fu Shui along, leading her out of the cottage. Fu Shui eventually made Mo Qian wait a moment longer. She bid farewell to the little boy and his grandmother, leaving them 2,000 yuan before finally following Mo Qian to the Qiao residence, surrendering everything to fate. When Gu Bei returned, it was already late at night, and the torrential rain had yet to cease. After searching the village extensively with no success, it was as if Fu Shui had vanished from the earth. The mountain roads of Didao village were treacherous and communication was poor. He could not summon assistance. Exhausted from days of searching, Gu Bei returned to the Qiao residence, nearing midnight, when the Qiao family would typically have extinguished their lights. Yet, ever since Mo Qian had moved in, the Qiao household had been in a constant state of uproar, devoid of any semblance of night and day. Gu Bei felt a throbbing headache as he irritably pushed open the villa door. He entered as usual, but upon seeing the people in the living room, it felt as though a mirage had appeared before him. He shut his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again, yet the vision remained unchanged. However, this time, Gu Bei sprang into action. He strode over briskly, slowly reaching out to touch the woman's face. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, a sharp slap landed on his hand. The sting jolted him, but he couldn't help but smile. It was Fu Shui, with her endearing, feisty demeanor. Who else could it be but his beloved Fu Shui? The weight on Gu Bei's heart finally lifted. He scrutinized his wife, examining her from head to toe, ensuring she was unharmed. Once satisfied, he reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. He signaled to his subordinates, who promptly brought over a chair and placed it beside Fu Shui. Gu Bei sat down, his eyes half-lidded. Have you had your fun? The room fell silent. Who would dare speak when Gu Liuye, after days of searching, finally found her? Only to confront her upon their first meeting? No wonder there were rumors that the last remaining couple of the Gu family was on the brink of divorce. It was truly a spectacle born of their own making. Fu Shui rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage him in conversation. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense, with no one daring to break the silence. After a while, Chief Chen, seated on the sofa, could no longer contain himself. He spoke up to dispel the awkwardness. Mr. Gu, our statement has yet to be completed. Please hold on a moment while we finish discussing matters with your wife. After speaking, Chief Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not mentioned the accounts. Otherwise, the one left to settle the score would likely have been himself. Chapter 16. You are not a good person. From now on, my sister-in-law will sleep with me. The 2 police officers completed their statements under Gu Bei's piercing gaze. Upon finishing the last word, they did not dare linger and promptly stood to leave. Fu Shui saw them off. Normally, the procedure would require her to be taken back to the police station, but yesterday, the Gu family's second young master, having heard about the police sending someone to apprehend Fu Shui, had directly transferred 30 million yuan to the police's finances as her guarantee. With real-time payment and immediate receipt, the Dongshan District Police Station in Shangjing was abuzz. This bail was equivalent to the amount Fu Shui was implicated in, so the police hastily agreed to her release, saving face for the Gu family while also providing an explanation to the Qin family. They could not deny the Gu family's second young master's generous expenditure. Everyone was pleased. Why not? The officers on duty in Didao village received orders from their superiors and would naturally not make things difficult for Fu Shui. Thus, they came by in the evening to conduct a routine statement, with the formal investigation to be continued tomorrow at the police station. The officers arranged to meet Fu Shui early the next morning to head to Shangjing City together. After stating this, they hurriedly departed, eager to escape the tense atmosphere in the living room. Returning to the now empty living room, Fu Shui glanced at Gu Bei without acknowledging him, intending to head to her room. However, Gu Bei, noticing her intent, quickly stepped forward, grasping her wrist and pulling her back. He glared down at her. Where do you think you're running off to? The entire family is looking for you, and you still haven't had enough trouble? His stern reprimand struck a chord, and Fu Shui felt the weight of the past day's grievances surge within her. For days, she had lived in hiding, terrified for her child's safety, fearing she lacked the ability to protect them. Now, to be wrongfully accused of theft, with the entire internet slandering her name, the thought of an uncontrollable future overwhelmed her. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. Gu Bei, witnessing her tears, felt a pang of panic. The previous bravado vanished in an instant. He rushed to the coffee table, grabbing handfuls of tissues and hurried back to her side, dabbing at her tears. There. No more crying. You ought to speak up when there's something wrong. Why resort to tears? And if you're going to run away, at least take a couple of bodyguards with you. How many wicked individuals lurk outside? You remain oblivious. Your sudden disappearance has sent your family into a frenzy of worry, particularly your younger sister, who wept through the night, lamenting that it was her fault for angering you. Gu Bei lamented over the absence of his wife for several days. However, it was better not to mention Gu Xiangwei. The moment her name was uttered, Fu Shui immediately pushed Gu Bei away, retreating a couple of steps to create distance. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion, clearly regarding him as an adversary. Gu Bei, feeling a headache coming on, extracted a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. How could life be easy with a mute wife? Whenever she was upset, she resorted to a cold war. How could they communicate? Frustrated, he shoved the cigarette into his mouth, but before he could take a puff, Fu Shui yanked it from his lips and tossed it into the garbage bin. Gu Bei's expression darkened. She even denied him the pleasure of smoking. This little woman was becoming increasingly audacious. He couldn't bear to let her get away with it. With determination, Gu Bei wrapped his arms around Fu Shui's waist, drawing her close. If you don't want a divorce, then we won't divorce. Fu Shui, perplexed, thought. Who would want a divorce? Did he think he could bully her because she couldn't speak? She wished to retort, but Gu Bei offered her no opportunity. Holding her tightly from behind, not allowing her to turn around. They appeared intimate, yet each harbored their own thoughts, completely out of sync. As fate would have it. At this moment, Mo Qian, who had chosen not to open the door earlier, finally swung it wide. She immediately spotted the entwined couple and approached them, her curiosity piqued. Are you two trying to have a baby? Upon hearing this, Fu Shui promptly pulled away from Gu Bei's grasp, her face flushed crimson. With Gu Bei's embrace gone, he glared at the meddlesome girl, wishing he could kick her out on the spot. However, considering that she had saved Fu Shui and brought her back, he decided to let her off this time. Gu Bei huffed in annoyance, ignoring Mo Qian as he seized Fu Shui's wrist and pulled her towards the staircase. Mo Qian, noticing his intent to take Fu Shui away, quickly grasped her other hand, refusing to let her go. Where are you going? Gu Bei frowned and released his grip. She is my wife. Mo Qian immediately countered. She is my sister-in-law. Gu Bei, taken aback, was incredulous. Fu Shui looked at Mo Qian in confusion, questioning if she was too fatigued and hearing things. Gu Bei attempted to reclaim Fu Shui, but as he reached out to push Mo Qian away, she produced a piece of yellow talisman paper, casually waving it. The moment their eyes met, she broke into a sweet, gentle smile that radiated innocence. Gu Bei, having learned from past experiences, recognized that this smile heralded mischief. He instinctively took 2 steps back, reluctantly releasing Fu Shui's hand. Don't cause trouble, he barked. But Mo Qian was not easily intimidated by his admonition. She lifted her chin, triumphantly shaking the talisman in front of Gu Bei. You are not a good person. From now on, my sister-in-law will sleep with me. With that, Mo Qian seized Fu Shui's hand and led her back into the room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. Gu Bei stood speechless before the door, questioning if he had been foolish enough to bring this ungrateful girl into his home. Inside the room, the first thing Fu Shui did was take out her phone and type a message for Mo Qian to see, asking, "Why do you call me your sister-in-law?" "Because I am the 7th child of the Gu family," Mo Qian replied with nonchalance, utterly unaware of how her words might terrify others. Fu Shui stared at her, astonished, struggling to believe it. Yet, as she gazed upon Mo Qian's face, the words of disbelief remained unspoken. From the moment she first laid eyes on Mo Qian, she had found her strikingly similar to her mother-in-law, Su Rulan, even sharing a beauty mark in the same spot. Comparatively, her difficult sister-in-law, Gu Xiangwei, bore no resemblance to their mother at all. Despite undergoing numerous procedures, she could not hope to match her mother-in-law's unparalleled beauty. The previous sisters-in-law often remarked that their mother-in-law had bestowed her beauty solely upon her sons, leaving none for her daughters. Yet, it was evident that their father was quite handsome as well. The family could not pinpoint whom Gu Xiangwei resembled. If she had been switched at birth, it would certainly explain everything. Fu Shui scrutinized Mo Qian's face. Once doubt took root, the more she observed, the more it seemed plausible. Mo Qian not only resembled her mother-in-law, but bore some resemblance to several of the Gu family's young masters as well. Fu Shui's delicate fingers flew across her phone screen. Typing, "How do you know you are the seventh child of the Gu family? Have you undergone a paternity test?" Mo Qian focused on the screen, sounding out each word until she reached test, at which point she faltered. Fu Shui stifled a smile, finding no fault in Mo Qian's innocence, instead finding her endearingly childlike. Fu Shui then explained the concept of a paternity test to Mo Qian. After listening, Mo Qian shook her head. "I just know." Fu Shui replied with another message. "If you undergo a paternity test and inform the Gu family that you are their biological child, they will believe you." Mo Qian read Fu Shui's words and responded with utmost seriousness. "If they don't believe me, I will become a pauper." Fu Shui let out a dry laugh, uncertain whether to classify Mo Qian's statement as innocent naivety. It was well known that the Gu family's wealth rivaled that of a nation. Not only was the Gu family affluent, but their sons were also exceptionally capable. The question of how one could render the Gu family destitute was one Fu Shui dared not even ponder. Nevertheless, she did not dismiss Mo Qian's assertion and nodded earnestly. Then she typed another line. "My mother-in-law will surely adore you." Chapter 17. The Gu family resembled a men's prison. Gu Bei spent the night on the couch, refraining from disturbing Fu Shui. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the door. He dozed off in a haze only when dawn broke. In the morning, as scheduled, 4 police officers arrived at the Qiao family residence, ready to return to the capital. However, the courtyard was already bustling with people. News of Qiao He's return had spread, prompting the village officials from Didao village to gather, from the village chief to the secretary, from committee members to group leaders. All present in full force. Qiao He was regarded as the village's benefactor. More than 2 years prior, he had constructed this grand residence in Didao village, and since then, he had visited every few months for a brief stay. Initially, the village officials approached him with cautious hope, seeking his sponsorship, only to be taken aback by his generosity. As he donated a staggering 100 million, the entire village wished to enshrine him as their deity. Unfortunately, despite his substantial contributions, the funds had all gone to waste. Didao village seemed cursed. The money allocated for road repairs had been squandered year after year, marred by landslides, earthquakes, and runaway contractors. A single stretch of cement road had taken a decade to complete. This time, the village officials had come to seek further assistance. The village chief introduced the village's hardships with a quivering voice. Yet this time, Qiao He had no intention of donating. The previous 100 million had barely lasted a year. Though he was wealthy, he was not foolish. Yi Fei stepped forward to block the village leaders. Qiao He simply got into the car. The village leaders were acutely aware that Qiao He had been more than generous. It was their own ineptitude that had squandered the resources. Yet, they felt a sense of injustice, for not a single coin had graced their own pockets. Every penny had been devoted to the betterment of Didao village, with the hope of elevating the lives of the villagers. Alas, fate had conspired against them, bringing misfortune at every turn. The village officials were reluctant to depart, and Qiao He showed no inclination to relent. Thus, the two factions found themselves at an impasse. At this juncture, Mo Qian, who had already boarded the vehicle, descended with her small black cat cradled in her arms, sauntering towards the crowd. Upon sighting Mo Qian, the village leaders instinctively covered their ears in fear. Unperturbed, she calmly addressed the assembly, stating, "More money will do you no good." Her voice was soft yet resonated clearly, penetrating the ears of those attempting to block it out. After a futile struggle, the officials exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared confusion, before they lowered their hands from their ears. The elderly village chief, aged 50 but already bearing the marks of time with his shock of white hair and deeply etched wrinkles, appeared at least 70. He rubbed his hands together and offered a gesture of respect to Mo Qian, exclaiming, "Master Mo Qian, what do you mean by that?"
Monta Qian scoffed,
gesturing towards Didao Mountain. "Have you even considered which district oversees Didao village? The deities of other places are too busy to offer you protection. Focus on repairing the road to the mountain. The temple is filled with wealth." Her words left the village officials momentarily speechless, each hesitating to voice their thoughts. Some sentiments lingered unspoken as they observed Imo Qian's attire, which suggested that even the wealth of the temple was not as bountiful as they had hoped. What good would their prayers achieve? The village leaders were torn between chastising her for her fanciful remarks or commending her for her imaginative insights. Imo Qian paid no heed to their bewildered expressions. Her sole responsibility was to articulate her thoughts. With that, she returned to the vehicle, clutching her black cat. This time, no one from the village dared to obstruct their path, for Yi Fei had positioned himself before them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yi Fei could easily handle 20 of them. The car soon sped away. Imo Qian gazed out the window, and for the first time in her memory, she was leaving Dideo village. Dideo Mountain, Dideo River, and the temple gradually receded from view. The journey spanned 8 hours, during which Imo Qian slept, her black cat nestled in her arms, both suffering from motion sickness. It was not until they arrived in Shoujing City that Fu Shui gently tapped her hand to rouse her from slumber. Fu Shui had to return to the police station to assist with the investigation and would be unable to care for Imo Qian for the next few days. She typed a message on her phone, presenting it to Imo Qian. Would you stay at my studio? Ever since Fu Shui had set a divorce date with Gu Bei, she had moved out of the Gu residence to live in her studio, which was spacious and pleasant. Once she completed her cooperation with the police, she could return to accompany Imo Qian. Unfortunately, Imo Qian had her own plans. After reading Fu Shui's message, she shook her head, declaring, I want to go home. Gu Bei, seated in the front with Imo Qian and Fu Shui, immediately turned to her, casting a sidelong glance. Where exactly is your home? Your home is my home. Imo Qian reiterated her stance. How naive of you to think so, Gu Bei scoffed. He reclined lazily against the seat, adding, I'll find you a 5-star hotel. The Gu family cannot simply host anyone. This girl had done a favor for Fu Shui, and since Fu Shui had brought her to Shoujing, Gu Bei felt compelled to look after her. However, that did not mean she could do as she pleased. Moreover, no matter how patient others were with her, it would never be enough to counter her mischief. Upon hearing Gu Bei's refusal to allow her to stay at the Gu residence, Imo Qian sympathetically patted his shoulder, saying, Your family can't even afford to take care of their own children. It's no wonder you abandoned me when I was little. With a gentle sigh, she stroked her black cat, lamenting, How pitiful. Even the temple is better off. Gu Bei, true to form, remained unyielding.
Fuxue.
Upon hearing Imo Qian's intention to go to the Gu residence, hesitated, biting her lip, torn over whether to reveal the truth. The Gu household was not a place for women to linger. Any young girl would not be welcomed by Gu Xiangwei, especially not one as stunningly beautiful as Imo Qian, whose extraordinary looks might incite Gu Xiangwei to fury. The 6th brother was unwelcoming, and the other brothers would be even less inclined to accept her. Among the Gu family, apart from the elderly servants, no females could be found, not even a female cat. Even Gu Bei's mother, Su Rulan, had grown weary of her unruly offspring and had moved out. The Gu residence had become akin to a men's prison. After much deliberation, Fu Shui resolved to share the truth with Imo Qian. She took out her phone and typed a lengthy message, holding it up for Imo Qian to see.
Montag Qian.
Feeling dizzy from the text, instinctively began to read aloud, Do not go to Gu Xiang. She did not finish her sentence. Gu Bei, having caught the mention of Gu Xiangwei, immediately sensed the trigger and snatched the phone from Imo Qian's hand. His expression darkened as he read the message. Do not go. Gu Xiangwei dislikes young girls appearing in the Gu household. If you go, you will not be comfortable, and she will find a way to expel you. Fu Shui frowned with concern upon witnessing Gu Bei's action. This information, if seen by the 6th brother, would surely infuriate him. The 6 brothers of the Gu family were fiercely protective, believing their sister could do no wrong. Any dissent could lead to dire consequences. Gu Bei, holding the phone, turned back, his eyes ablaze. However, upon meeting Fu Shui's gaze, he took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. After all, Fu Shui was as gentle as water, and any slight annoyance could bring her to tears. Gu Bei softened his tone, Swear, Gu Xiangwei is still just a child. Why bother arguing with her?
Fuxue remained silent.
With the phone in Gu Bei's possession, she could not type out a retort. Instead, a light laugh emanated from the front seat. A 20-year-old child. The man teased. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei kicked Qiao He's seat in frustration. Qiao Lauer, if you loathe my sister so much, hurry up and call off the engagement before you cause yourself more trouble. Qiao He leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, seemingly unfazed. Your wealthy sister from the Gu family is not someone I can easily let go of. especially when no treasure I've encountered has proven as profitable as her. Qiao He smiled lightly. That smile pierced Gu Bei's eardrums painfully. The insolence of that wretched girl was rife with points of contention, leaving him utterly bewildered as to where to commence his tirade against her. Were she to change her gender, her current predicament would find her languishing in a hospital bed for the foreseeable future. Gu Bei rolled his eyes and diverted his gaze to the window. In the end, not only did he refrain from laying a finger on her, he didn't even utter a single profanity. It was quite peculiar. How had he grown somewhat accustomed to her nonsensical babble? Upon arriving at the Gu residence, Gu Bei alighted from the vehicle, with Mo Qian following suit. He turned back to once again caution her, "You must promise not to employ your sorcery." Mo Qian dismissed him entirely, bypassing him as she approached the entrance of the Gu family courtyard. She surveyed her surroundings, peering here and there and calculating with her fingers. After a thorough examination, Mo Qian shook her head in disdain, declaring, "The yang is flourishing while the yin is declining. This is not a fitting place for ancestral tablets. My 17 generations of ancestors would not fare well here. It is inauspicious." Gu Bei nearly kicked her out upon hearing this. With a scowl, he grasped Mo Qian's head, compelling her to scrutinize the villa before them. This residence was selected by a master of feng shui, meticulously designed and arranged. Do you even know how to assess such matters? The Gu estate was astonishingly vast, dominated by a 3-story, cream-colored European-style building that evoked the charm of a fairy tale castle. Flanking the front and backyards were 2 smaller buildings, accommodations for the household servants and bodyguards. In a city like Beijing, where land was as precious as gold, such an estate could only belong to the extraordinarily affluent. Gu Bei had never before encountered anyone who deemed his family's home unlucky.
Releasing Montakian.
He regarded her with disdain. Besides, which family is suitable for enshrining tablets? Our feng shui is solely for nurturing people. Oh, Mo Qian replied nonchalantly, nodding in understanding. The feng shui is indeed excellent. It has only cultivated bachelors. Gu Bei silently cursed in frustration. Why had he brought this girl back? What folly had possessed him? While he grappled with his regret, Mo Qian meandered about, as if unperturbed. After scrutinizing the Gu estate, she wandered around the villa district, which was situated by the lake and contained a total of 6 houses. She strolled leisurely along the path in front of the villa, eventually returning to the parking area, where she pointed to the easternmost villa. That house has good feng shui. I want my ancestors to reside there. Gu Bei couldn't help but smirk, satisfaction blooming within him. Not for any other reason than the fact that it belonged to the Qiao family. How delightful it would be to foist this girl onto Qiao He. Just as he lamented the lack of opportunity to vex Qiao He, Mo Qian had delivered herself right to his doorstep. At that moment, Qiao He also exited his vehicle, the Qiao residence mere 2 houses away. With an amused glint in his eye, Gu Bei beckoned Qiao He over. "Qiao Heir, this girl saved your life. She wishes to stay at your home. It would be rather inappropriate for you to refuse." "I never intended to stay at his house," Mo Qian interjected, regarding Gu Bei as if he were a simpleton. "How can you not comprehend human speech?" Gu Bei furrowed his brow. "Isn't it you who wants to stay there?" "Certainly not," Mo Qian replied with disdain. "I wish to reside in my own home, but my ancestors' tablets need to be enshrined in his residence." Her words left everyone in stunned silence. That was the Qiao family, a family whose slightest whim could sway the global economy. What had this village girl just uttered? Enshrining tablets at the Qiao household? She was indeed as absurd as a chicken feather stuck atop a telephone pole. Everyone else felt a wave of anxiety for her. Yet Mo Qian remained unfazed, tilting her head to address Qiao He. "Can my ancestors reside in your home? They are quite obedient aside from the occasional brawl." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Would the tablets engage in combat on their own? Just envisioning a room full of tablets clanging about in the dead of night would terrify anyone. Yi Fei, standing aside, struggled to contain his laughter, but ultimately succumbed to the urge to intervene. He took a step forward, but was halted by Qiao He's raised brow, signaling him to retreat. Yi Fei clenched his fists, yet he swallowed his indignation and withdrew. Qiao He regarded Mo Qian thoughtfully for a moment before breaking into a smile, conceding to her utterly unreasonable request. "Very well. However, I have a condition. You must accompany me to identify someone. You are to tell me truthfully whether you know him, how you came to know him, and what transpired." "Agreed. It's a deal," Mo Qian replied without hesitation, her commitment unwavering. With that, she eagerly pulled her little cart and headed towards Qiao He's home. Gu Bei observed her retreating figure and called out, "Don't come back." Just stay at the Qiao residence. It's spacious. I want tea, Mo Qian retorted decisively, dragging her cart without a backward glance. Her voice clear as it reached Gu Bei's ears. My master said girls shouldn't casually spend the night outside. Gu Bei thought. You'll frighten others when you sleep outside. Chapter 19. 20 years later, Mo Qian returned home. Mo Qian halted at the entrance of the Qiao residence. The security staff did not recognize her and refused her entry. Before long, Qiao He, Yi Fei, and a host of doctors and bodyguards appeared together. Only then did the security personnel open the electronic gate, welcoming the young master home. Qiao He did not take a vehicle, but walked through the gate. The two security guards, witnessing his unassisted entrance, were nearly dumbfounded.
What?
The young master can walk. Equally astonished were the servants of the Qiao household. The butler, chef, maids, and cleaners rushed out to pay their respects upon hearing of the young master's return. When they saw him walking with such ease, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Qiao He paid no mind to their astonishment, directly leading Mo Qian to a guest room on the first floor. He opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Is this room acceptable? Mo Qian surveyed the space and nodded in satisfaction. Very well. She then opened the sack on her cart, methodically placing the ancestral tablets upon the writing desk in the room. Kneeling on the mat, she offered incense to her ancestors. 17th generation ancestors. I have found you a feng shui treasure here. For now, you shall be enshrined here, until I can afford to construct a temple for you. This is not my home. If you must quarrel, do so during the day and refrain from disturbing others' rest at night. Should you be expelled, you'll have to settle for the Gu family and endure the harsh winds. Mo Qian chattered with her ancestors for a while, noting that the incense was nearly burned out. Rising to her feet, she approached Qiao He. Let us go. It's time to identify the person.
Now?
Qiao He replied, slightly surprised that she was more eager than he. After a brief pause, he smiled lightly. The person is not here. If you have time tomorrow, I will take you then. I'm free every day, Mo Qian responded cheerfully. She patted her chest in assurance. You can call on me any time. I will prioritize accompanying you. Her earnestness was palpable, as if she were making a solemn vow. Qiao He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her earnestness. Unexpectedly, this little girl proved to be quite trustworthy. He nodded solemnly in response. Very well. You may arrange matters for the ancestors. Soon, Mo Qian departed from the Qiao family. This time, her small cart felt remarkably light. She moved swiftly, as if she might lift the cart off the ground. Upon arriving at the Gu family residence, she knocked emphatically on the door. The gatekeeper approached the entrance, peering through the iron bars at the visitor. Young lady, whom do you seek? This is my home. Mo Qian replied with unwavering confidence. The gatekeeper, bewildered, thought to himself, is this a fool? Maintaining his professional demeanor, he refrained from displaying contempt for someone of lesser intellect. Instead, he politely remarked, I'm sorry, young lady, but this family is surnamed Gu. You might have the wrong address. I have not made a mistake. It is indeed here, Mo Qian asserted once more with certainty. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper understood. Another relative of the Gu family had arrived. Relatives from all corners of the world seemed to come knocking, some known, some unknown, even those with no familial ties whatsoever, all eager to claim connections. They would begin by listing an elaborate chain of relationships, such as their aunt's fourth daughter, their third cousin's fifth aunt's sixth niece. The tangled connections could give one a headache. If all were admitted, even the vast Gu residence would be unable to accommodate them. Young lady, if you wish to find someone, you must first make a phone call. Mo Qian spoke the truth. Her antiquated mobile had long since been deactivated, and moreover, she did not possess old Lu's phone number. Yet the gatekeeper was not convinced, assuming she was fabricating tales. Observing that the girl was unwilling to leave, he clicked his tongue in frustration, contemplating how to dismiss her. Just then, Gu Bei emerged. Hearing the knocking, he surmised it must be Mo Qian. He waved his hand at the gatekeeper, signaling him to disregard the situation. Approaching the door, he reiterated his conditions. If you wish to enter my home, you must refrain from using any supernatural abilities and must not mention that you are the seventh child. If you can abide by these terms, you may enter. No need, Mo Qian replied, dismissing him outright. She produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from her sleeve, smiled lightly at Gu Bei, and stated, I can enter by myself. With that, she affixed the talisman to the iron bars and gracefully passed through the gate, along with her plump cat and her modest cart. Gu Bei stood there, while the gatekeeper gaped in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. What is happening?
Who am I?
Where am I? He felt as though he had transformed into a question mark. Gu Bei's expression darkened as he watched the little girl, now by the artificial bonsai in the courtyard, reaching into the water to catch fish. He let out a deep sigh. Since the founding of the nation, one is not permitted to become a spirit. If one truly does, one must pretend not to see. After playing in the yard for a while, Mo Qian finally relented and returned indoors with Gu Bei. She walked ahead of him, appearing more like the mistress of the house. Gu Bei clicked his tongue. Do you know the way? Lead the way, then. Mo Qian did not look back, continuing forward, claiming that she would familiarize herself with the surroundings. Do you think this is a market? Gu Bei scoffed. This is my home, Mo Qian retorted. Gu Bei stared at her lively figure, feeling utterly speechless for the first time in his life. He irritably lit a cigarette, contemplating how to explain to his family that he had brought a woman home. And not just any woman. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the items he had instructed his subordinates to prepare. He called one over, requesting that he fetch the box he had set aside in his room immediately. The subordinate hurried away. Gu Bei called out to Mo Qian, come here. What is it? Mo Qian turned to look at him, unwilling to approach. Gu Bei, now emboldened, promised, I have something for you that I guarantee you will like.
Come here.
Upon hearing this, Mo Qian turned around and stood before him. Soon, the subordinate returned, carrying a small leather suitcase, not particularly large but seemingly substantial. Gu Bei gestured for him to present the suitcase to Mo Qian. The subordinate placed the suitcase on her small cart. Curiosity piqued. Mo Qian crouched down and opened the lid. At the moment the suitcase opened, her eyes widened, sparkling with golden light. This golden glow was genuine, not a counterfeit. Inside the box lay neatly arranged gold bars, each radiating a brilliant golden hue that dazzled the eyes. On the way back, Gu Bei had already instructed his subordinate to prepare 150 gold bars. Mo Qian, though not the most virtuous individual, had saved Fu Shui and brought her back. This kindness was a debt Gu Bei felt compelled to repay. Of course, her request for gold was far more economical than asking for cash. This box of gold was truly to her liking, and Mo Qian, usually so aloof, could hardly suppress her smile, her dimples beaming with delight. Unbothered by the dirt, she sat cross-legged on the ground, inspecting each gold bar for authenticity. She even bit into each one, checking for bite marks. Gu Bei watched her with disdain. Didn't you claim you could tell the genuine from the fake? Why bother biting? Mo Qian, still gnawing on the gold, glanced up at him. Then why do you smoke? Can't you tell it's toxic? She remained resolute, leaving bite marks on each piece, as if without them, the gold would lose its value. Gu Bei, taken aback, felt drained. He looked down at the little girl sitting on the floor, letting out a resigned sigh. He could neither hit her nor scold her, nor could he force her to leave. It seemed he had invited a harbinger of misfortune into his home. Ultimately, Gu Bei resorted to his ultimate skill, the ability to dispense cash. Mo Qian, let us make a deal. Another 100 gold bars. Agreed, Mo Qian replied with remarkable enthusiasm. She lifted her dark eyes, gazing unblinkingly at Gu Bei. He found himself momentarily captivated by her gaze. Mo Qian's deep, clear eyes, untouched by the world's mundane troubles, were so pure they evoked a sense of tenderness. Gu Bei felt his heart soften under her gaze. He often felt an inexplicable sense of indulgence towards this little girl. Gu Bei crouched down to negotiate with her. You may stay in my home, but you must not use talismans, nor mention anything about being the 7th child. If you can comply, I will give you another box of gold bars when you leave. But if I don't leave, there will be no gold bars, right? Mo Qian quickly seized upon the loophole in his condition. She intended to matchmake her 6 unfortunate brothers. Was that something to be resolved in a day or two? Gu Bei, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, do you really consider this place your home? This time, Mo Qian remained silent, pursing her lips and glaring at him. Seeing her sulking expression, Gu Bei felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if he were bullying a child. It truly was absurd. This little girl always made him feel a sense of guilt. He swore he harbored no ill intentions towards her. So, where was this inexplicable guilt coming from? Gu Bei patiently lowered his voice to speak with her. Fine, you claim to be the 7th child. Once we finish with Fu Shui's matter, I will arrange for a paternity test. If you truly are the 7th child, you may stay as long as you wish. The response he received was still the silent, frigid air. Did he commit some transgression against the mute in his past life? Why is it that this group of people constantly subjects him to emotional coldness? Reluctantly, Gu Bei once again lowered his demands, allowing a mere month. Just 1 month. If you refrain from using charms and cease to refer to yourself as the seventh of the insane, I shall reward you with 100 gold bars. It's a deal. The mute's ailment was cured by gold. Mo Qian promptly gathered her gold, rose to her feet, and, pulling her now heavier cart, walked briskly into the living room, cheerfully chattering, "If you have any unreasonable requests, feel free to bring them up. I can accommodate them all." Gu Bei rubbed his temples. Had he brought this girl back only to turn her into the family's disgrace? In the living room, 2 individuals occupied the seats opposite the coffee table. One was a man in his 60s, his hair slightly graying, clad in a dark blue plaid loungewear, idly fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Across from him sat a young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a black suit, his legs crossed as he leaned back against the chair, maintaining an air of relaxed elegance. These two were none other than Gu Xinghua, the patriarch of the Gu family, and his second son, Gu Xiaoding. Between them on the coffee table lay a go board, filled with black and white stones. Gu Xiaoding idly held a black stone, waiting for his father to make a move. After a considerable time, Gu Xinghua had yet to place a white stone. Gu Xiaoding lightly tapped the table. "Father, concede already. Dragging this out won't save your game." Gu Xinghua shot him an annoyed glare. "Do not disturb me," and resumed his contemplation. As Mo Qian entered, her curiosity piqued at the sight of the game. She bounced over and stood behind Gu Xinghua, observing intently. Gu Xiaoding noticed her, his gaze lingering on her face for several moments, his brows furrowing slightly. The resemblance between this girl and his mother was so striking that even a paternity test would result in scornful remarks.
Gu Xiaoding,
A specially appointed expert at the police department specializing in criminal psychology, was also a professor at the nation's most prestigious university. Having spent years studying human faces, he possessed an acute sensitivity to facial details. One of the occupational hazards of criminal investigators is a heightened sense of suspicion. Gu Xiaoding narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Mo Qian's face. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. Mo Qian remained oblivious to Gu Xiaoding's gaze, her attention solely fixed on the go board. She observed the elderly gentleman seated there, who had yet to make a move, and, feeling benevolent, pointed out an empty spot. "Place it here." Gu Xiaoding frowned, displeased, narrowing his eyes. The girl's skills in Go were questionable, but her lack of the admirable quality of silence while observing was evident. Suddenly, Gu Xinghua had an epiphany. He clapped his hands together, as if enlightened, and quickly placed the well-worn white stone he had been fiddling with for half an hour into the position Mo Qian indicated. Satisfied, he gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent.
brilliant."
Turning to the one who had guided him, Gu Xinghua was nearly thrown off balance, nearly falling from the sofa. He steadied himself, quickly rising to fixate on Mo Qian. After a long moment of scrutiny, he sighed in relief, realizing he had mistaken her identity. He patted his chest and turned to Gu Xiaoding. "You scared me. I thought your mother had undergone cosmetic surgery with Xiangwei and suddenly appeared decades younger." The obsession with plastic surgery that Gu Xiangwei had was a source of distress for the Gu family. Initially, the entire family opposed her desire, yet eventually relented to her tearful pleas. However, this led to an addiction, and every couple of months a new unfamiliar daughter would appear. Gu Xinghua had truly grown fearful. "Oh, I must say, young lady, you bear a striking resemblance to his mother," he said, pointing at Gu Xiaoding. Mo Qian replied, "That's because I'm her biological child." Cough, cough. As Gu Bei entered the living room, he immediately heard Mo Qian's outrageous remark and quickly cleared his throat to interrupt her. This girl truly lacked awareness. If she dared to proclaim at home that she was the real daughter and that Gu Xiangwei was the impostor, her elder brothers would surely seize her by the head and toss her out. He refrained from allowing her to speak for her own good. Yet in helping her, he was still compelled to reward her. Gu Bei felt wronged, with no outlet for his grievances. After coughing, he seized the opportunity to speak, denying Mo Qian the chance to introduce herself, instead doing it for her. "Her name is Mo Qian. She saved Fu Shui in Didao village, and Fu Shui brought her back to stay with us for a few days." "Oh, I see," Gu Xinghua nodded in understanding. He found himself inexplicably fond of the little girl, feeling as if she were one of his own. Her features were even more reminiscent of their mother than his own 7 children. With a warm smile, Gu Xinghua addressed her. "Thank you for helping my daughter-in-law. Feel free to stay with us at the Gu family as if it were your own home."
"All right."
Mo Qian showed no signs of reservation. She found a small stool to sit on and slowly complimented, You are smarter than the sixth. Gu Xinghua, taken aback by the praise, took a moment to comprehend her meaning and chuckled. The sixth isn't foolish. He just has a bit of a temper. Gu Bei, meanwhile, was bewildered. Me? I'm her biological child? Unfortunately, no one cared about his expression. Gu Xinghua resumed his seat, preparing to continue the game with his second son. The two of them appeared as leisurely as elderly men in a village. Gu Bei, displeased by this, snatched away his father's white ghost stones, preventing him from making a move. Father, second brother, my wife is at the police station. How can you still be in the mood for a game? Isn't this excessive? Gu shouting shot Gu Bei a sidelong glance. What are you so anxious about? Fu Shui is about to divorce you. You might as well let her stay at the police station a few more days, giving you a few more days as a bachelor. Damn it. Are you even a brother? Gu Bei was so enraged he nearly overturned the table. Gu shouting rolled his eyes at him and then, with a stern expression, pointed at the table, placing the stone down. Gu Bei hesitated for 3 seconds, unwilling to push further. There exists a force known as bloodline suppression. Reluctantly, he placed the ghost stones down, sulking as he moved to the other side of the sofa. This child. Gu Xinghua muttered in reproach before disregarding Gu Bei's feelings and continuing the game. He nodded toward Gu shouting, second, it's your turn. By now, the situation on the board had drastically changed. The deadlock Gu Xinghua had faced earlier suddenly offered a path forward, thanks to the move suggested by Mo Qian. Gu shouting stared at that position, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This move indeed held some merit. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the black stone. Next was Gu Xinghua's turn. He hesitated as if in slow motion, lifting a white stone, yet refusing to place it down. His peripheral vision continually darted toward Mo Qian, making subtle gestures to her. Gu shouting, seeing through his father's ploys, clicked his tongue. Father, you're cheating again. Gu Xinghua immediately adopted the demeanor of a defensive parent. How is this cheating? Guests are to be treated with courtesy. Can we not allow them to observe? Shouldn't we involve our guest? Having said that, Gu Xinghua became even more unabashed in his plea, directly asking, little girl, where would be suitable to place this? Mo Qian's small stool was notably shorter than theirs. She sat by the coffee table, barely taller than it, her gray hat askew, giving her an endearing, diminutive appearance. Mo Qian glanced around before pointing to an empty spot here. Gu Xinghua hesitated as he stared at the position, perplexed by its purpose, feeling it was akin to giving away a piece for nothing. However, after pondering for a while, he finally discerned its brilliance. This single move alleviated his dire predicament, at least restoring parity between him and the second brother. Gu Xinghua let out a hearty laugh and gave Mo Qian a thumbs up, exclaiming, brilliant. Young lady, your chess skills are impressive. No one in my family has ever defeated this second brother, but today, I shall witness your prowess. With a sense of pride, he placed the white piece on the position indicated by Mo Qian. Even Gu shouting needed a moment to comprehend her intention. Adjusting his glasses, he sat up straight, his demeanor far more serious than before as he studied the board intently. The father and son engaged in a fierce back and forth for nearly half an hour, ultimately determining a victor. For the first time, Gu Lauer, who was typically the best at any intellectual game, found himself bested. Gu Xinghua, brimming with pride, taunted. Did you see that, Lauer? There are always people better than you, and look at this young lady's exceptional skill. Mo Qian stared at the board, bewildered. There were still numerous black and white pieces left, and she could not fathom how a winner had been declared. Confused, she asked, how is this considered a win? The 3 Gu men turned to her, their faces etched with bewilderment. Do you know how to play Go? Gu shouting inquired. Yes, she replied casually. I just don't understand how one wins. Gu shouting, taken aback, furrowed his brow, unsure whether the girl was feigning ignorance or genuinely clueless. He contemplated challenging her to another game. Mo Qian, eager to continue, repositioned her small stool to squeeze past Gu Xinghua and take his spot. Just as they were about to start a new round, Gu Bei, who had been waiting impatiently, erupted. Second brother, I've been waiting for you, for ages. Do you care about my wife's well-being or not? His kick caused the chessboard to shake. Gu shouting paused, his hand stilling among the pieces, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Bei. The tension between the brothers simmered as their eyes met. Noticing the brewing conflict, Gu Xinghua admonished, you two, enough. Clean up and prepare for dinner. The 7th has returned. 7th? Mo Qian echoed, glancing at Gu Bei, quickly distancing herself from any implication. I never said I was the 7th, so don't blame me. Gu Bei sighed exasperatedly, pinching the bridge of his nose. At that moment, he longed for the third brother more than ever, considering he was the one responsible for handling the mental illness. As dinner time approached, Gu Shouting did not mention the game again and called Gu Bei to the study for a discussion. He ascended the stairs first. Gu Bei, however, lingered, crouching beside Mo Qian and whispering sternly, "We agreed not to mention the seventh. You're talking nonsense. This time, I'll deduct a gold bar from your allowance. If you do it again, it'll be doubled." Mo Qian paused her game, her hand frozen over the pieces. Turning to glare at Gu Bei, her expression was fierce. "What are you looking at?" Gu Bei shot back. What kind of worker earns money with such arrogance? He adopted the demeanor of a CEO. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Mo Qian reaching into her bag. That motion was all too familiar to Gu Bei. He quickly stepped back, creating distance. "We agreed not to use talismans." Ignoring him, Mo Qian continued rummaging until she finally retrieved a small notebook. The cover was made of gray fabric, filled with yellow paper for drawing talismans, crudely bound with thick thread. Flipping to the desired page, she took out a pen and began to write. Gu Bei feigned indifference, but soon found himself staring in disbelief. The notebook bore a crooked line of text, Lao Lu, XXXXXX. Mo Qian then added another X after that line. Unsatisfied, she drew a large turtle atop Lao Lu. Fuming, Gu Bei stormed upstairs. This insufferable girl was impossible to converse with. Engaging with her was akin to reasoning with a fool. She would drag you down to her level and defeat you with her logic. Determined to treat her as if she were invisible, he climbed the stairs, while downstairs, the atmosphere grew dull. Mo Qian reopened the large box Gu Bei had given her, playing with the gold bricks inside. She arranged them into various formations, including a line and a person. All the while, she played right under Gu Xingguo's nose. Watching her with the hat askew, Gu Xingguo couldn't help but smile subtly. Despite her slightly clumsy demeanor, she evoked an undeniable fondness. He found it puzzling why she stirred such paternal affection within him, reminiscent of watching his own children in their youth. He called over Sister Zhang to bring Mo Qian a glass of freshly squeezed juice. "Little girl, have some water." "Thank you," Mo Qian replied politely before gulping it down with gusto, akin to toasting at a banquet. Gu Xingguo was taken aback, watching her finish with a decisive thud on the table, reminiscent of a warrior preparing to confront a tiger. "Now that's rather audacious," he thought, shaking his head, though he refrained from commenting further, as she was someone else's child and not his to reprimand. He simply instructed Sister Zhang to bring another glass. This time, Mo Qian did not drink, too engrossed in her play with the gold bricks. Gu Xingguo sat beside her, casually engaging in conversation. "Little girl, how old are you?"
20.
"You're already 20? Gu Xingguo was surprised. "I thought you were only 15 or 16. This girl had such an innocent gaze, and her demeanor resembled that of a child, making it hard to believe she was the same age as Xiang Wei. Observing the gray robe adorned with numerous patches, large and small, he felt a pang of sadness. It was only early autumn, and while the weather was still mild, the robe appeared heavy, as if meant for winter. Gu Xingguo couldn't help but reflect on the disparity in their fates. Both were 20, yet she lived in a realm of hardship, while Xiang Wei resided in comfort. A mix of emotions swirled within him as he sighed and fanned himself, asking with concern, "Little girl, how old were you when you were sent to the temple?" "Since birth," Mo Qian replied nonchalantly while playing. But Gu Xingguo's heart felt as if it had been turned upside down, filled with a medley of emotions. He gazed at her with sympathy, hesitating before asking, "What about your parents?" Upon hearing the words parents, Mo Qian looked up, blinking her eyes before slowly responding. "I can't say right now, I'll tell you next month."
Oh.
Gu Xingguo was taken aback, not expecting this young girl to have to keep her parents' identity a secret. However, he quickly deduced the reason. It must be that the little girl has been abandoned by her parents, which is why she is reluctant to mention them. Upon this realization, Gu Xingguo felt an inexplicable sensation in his eyes, as if a faulty valve were leaking, threatening to spill over. He discreetly wiped his eyes and asked, "Little girl, what do you usually do at the temple? Is it not exceedingly dull?" "Not at all," Mo Qian replied, her expression one of bewilderment, unable to comprehend his inquiry. She proceeded to recount the numerous tasks that occupied her days at the temple, rising early for morning exercises, preparing breakfast, offering incense to the ancestors, meditating for 3 hours in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, foraging for herbs on the mountain, playing with the tigers and lions, and in the evening, drawing talismans. Thus, the day would pass, filled with activity. There was not a trace of grievance upon Mo Qian's face. Yet, some individuals possess an extraordinary talent for self-pity. Gu Xingguo regarded her with profound sympathy, akin to how elderly parents gaze upon their departing children. He imagined the years of hardship the young girl must have endured on the mountain and sighed deeply, his emotions threatening to overflow into tears. At that moment, Gu Xingguo felt an overwhelming sense of pride in himself. It was thanks to him, as a good father, that Xiangwei could enjoy such a life of comfort. He looked upon the pitiful Mo Qian and mused that she must have been blind at birth to have ended up in such a wretched situation. The conversation reached a natural pause. One continued to play with gold, while the other was nearly moved to bestow upon himself the title of best father. Though the scene seemed incongruous, they coexisted harmoniously until the thunderous roar of a sports car echoed from outside, rumbling into the courtyard. Gu Xingguo slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, my precious daughter has returned." With that, he paid no further heed to Mo Qian, springing up and dashing out of the living room. The sheer joy emanating from the gap between his heels and slippers was palpable. As Gu Xiangwei returned, the entire household sprang into action. The servants, previously busy, hurried out to line up and welcome the seventh young lady home. Aunt Zhang had already rushed out to greet her, opening the car door to reveal a striking beauty exuding a modern charm. This was none other than Gu Xiangwei, the seventh daughter of the Gu family. Her features were exquisitely refined, her chestnut curls bouncing with her confident and proud demeanor. Clad in 7-centimeter high heels and with a frosty expression, Gu Xiangwei strode ahead. Aunt Zhang followed closely behind, lowering her voice to report, "Miss, the sixth young master has brought back a girl today, claiming she saved the sixth young mistress, and is here to stay for a few days." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangwei halted abruptly, inquiring, "How old is this girl? Where does she come from?" "I heard her tell the master that she is 20 years old and hails from Didao village," Aunt Zhang replied truthfully. "Humph, a country bumpkin," Gu Xiangwei scoffed, disdainfully tossing her hair. She then entered the villa. "Seventh miss," Aunt Zhang called out again. "What is it?" Gu Xiangwei replied, her face betraying her unwillingness to pause. Aunt Zhang hurried forward, whispering in her ear, "This girl bears a striking resemblance to the mistress."
What?
Gu Xiangwei's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 23. You hold 5 lives in your hands. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Gu Xiangwei's face clouded over. Another beautiful woman had appeared. Just as she had managed to rid herself of a throng of sisters-in-law, another had returned. Grinding her teeth, Gu Xiangwei made her way toward the house. At that moment, Gu Xingguo emerged to greet her, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Xiangwei is back. Your father has missed you. Studying is hard work. Come, let us go inside and eat. Uncle Chen has prepared all your favorite dishes." The previously sullen Gu Xiangwei's expression transformed instantly into a gentle smile as she replied, "Dad, you just saw me the day before yesterday." Although Gu Xiangwei was now in college, she only occasionally stayed on campus, spending most of her time at home. Though she had been absent recently, Gu Xingguo ushered Gu Xiangwei into the house. "But you didn't come back yesterday." The father-daughter duo entered the living room amid laughter and chatter. At this moment, Mo Qian was no longer present, as Gu Bei had sent her back to her room. Earlier, after Gu Bei concluded his business with Gu Shouting, he descended the stairs only to find Mo Qian playing with gold in the living room. This little girl seemed unaware of the old adage that warns against displaying wealth. Though in the Gu household no one would dare steal from her, she had never encountered anyone as brazen as herself, using gold as building blocks in plain sight. Gu Bei quickly instructed Mo Qian to tidy up and then found her a room on the 3rd floor to arrange her belongings. After settling Mo Qian, he returned downstairs just as Gu Xiangwei entered the living room. Without delay, Gu Bei rushed over and enveloped his precious sister in a bear hug. "Xiangwei, you got out of school late today. What were you up to? Surely not on a date." "Of course not," Gu Xiangwei playfully protested, stamping her foot. Gu Bei chuckled, affectionately teasing her by poking her nose. "I was just joking. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." "Humph." Gu Xiangwei feigned annoyance, wrinkling her nose before darting off to the restroom. She shut the door behind her, leaning against it and exhaling heavily. Her heart had raced to her throat just moments before, fearing that Gu Bei had discovered something. Dinner was served, the round table laden with an array of exquisite and artistic dishes that, merely by appearance, left one hesitant to pick up chopsticks. A servant was dispatched to call Mo Qian down for dinner, as the Gu family upheld a modicum of hospitality for their guest. Mo Qian descended the stairs. By this time, The Gu family had already taken their seats, though Gu Shouting was absent due to an urgent matter. Having rushed off to the police station after exchanging a brief greeting with Gu Xiangwei. As soon as Gu Xingwa spotted Mo Qian's figure, he beckoned her over. "Little girl, come quickly. We have been waiting for you." Gu Xiangwei followed her father's gaze, and upon seeing Mo Qian's face, she clenched her teeth tightly. Despite Aunt Zhang's prior warning that this girl resembled her mother, Gu Xiangwei had not anticipated her to be so extraordinarily beautiful. Su Rulan had once been an unparalleled beauty in Jing City for decades. Mo Qian, with her ethereal aura, seemed to possess an otherworldly charm that transcended the bounds of mere appearance, even in tattered clothing. Gu Xiangwei's eyes burned with hatred. She had worried about this matter for full 12 years. Was it truly about to come to pass? Had this person come to claim everything that was hers? Mo Qian sensed the piercing gaze directed at her and lifted her head, locking eyes with Gu Xiangwei. This was Mo Qian's first encounter with the so-called precious daughter of the Gu family, the false one. Mo Qian, being someone who assessed others primarily by their appearance, regarded Gu Xiangwei's face. It was a visage that seemed to possess layers, akin to peeling an onion, revealing different aspects with each layer removed, reminiscent of the face-changing technique in Sichuan opera. Yet, Mo Qian was unperturbed. She relied solely on her intuition, devoid of any technique. Mo Qian stared at her for a long while before finally speaking, her words as shocking as ever. "You're pregnant too." Her statement nearly sent the three seated at the table tumbling from their chairs in astonishment. Gu Bei slammed the table in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? Xiangwei isn't even married. What kind of absurdity is that? I never speak falsehoods." Mo Qian casually tossed out a remark. After speaking, she nestled into an empty seat, cradling the cat in her arms. Like nothing had happened, she picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat, yet the bomb she had dropped continued to reverberate. Gu Xingwa raised a finger, contemplating reproaching Mo Qian, but the words caught in his throat. Jealousy. This young girl must be consumed by jealousy. Never mind, never mind. Poor child, I shall not hold her accountable. With this thought, Gu Xingwa refrained from uttering any reprimands. Meanwhile, Gu Xiangwei's mind was in turmoil. How did this woman know? What else was she aware of? Had it not been for her familiar doctor being on a business trip, she would have terminated the pregnancy 2 days prior. Gu Xiangwei stole a glance at her father's and elder brother's expressions. Evidently, both were skeptical of that girl's words. She hastily composed herself, forcing out a few tears. Slamming her chopsticks onto the table, she erupted in indignation. "We invited you as a guest. How dare you make such a joke? Do you even understand proper etiquette?" With a chicken leg clenched in her mouth, oil smeared across her lips, Mo Qian remained unfazed, offering a warning. "You best not consider terminating the baby. You already have 1, 2, 3. Mo Qian raised her fingers to count. 4, 5 lives in your hands. If you were to end another, your sins would deepen. Even with a master to protect you, you cannot be saved." With her delicate, fair hand raised, she uttered the most chilling words. The restaurant fell into a profound silence, colder than before. Every individual, including the servants standing nearby, gaped in astonishment. It was not that they believed Mo Qian's words, but rather, they could hardly fathom that someone would dare to fabricate such slander against the young lady. Gu Xiangwei stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. This woman was a deceiver. She had never taken a life. How could an unborn child be counted as a life? Gu Xiangwei trembled uncontrollably. She could not let her stay. She had to think of a way to drive her away. Gu Bei, noticing Gu Xiangwei's fearful expression, abruptly stood up, causing his chair to crash backward. He approached Mo Qian from behind, grasping her collar. "Get up and go eat in your room. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will have you thrown out immediately." Mo Qian twisted her neck, attempting to shake off Gu Bei's grip. "You don't scold her and you blame me for speaking? If I don't say anything, does that mean she isn't pregnant? Don't you dare say another word." Gu Bei tightened his grip, and Mo Qian found herself unable to break free. Ultimately, she was forced to stand. Yet, even in such a predicament, Mo Qian did not forget to grab a large plate, eagerly piling food onto it. Gu Bei regarded her with disdain, though his hold on her lightened. It was only when her plate was overflowing that he once again tugged her away. Mo Qian leisurely dragged the plate towards a room. After 2 steps, she turned back. Noticing Little Black still engrossed in eating at the table, she called out, "Little Black, let's go. If anything happens to my baby, you'll bear the blame." With that, Mo Qian ascended the stairs, leaving the others below, exchanging glances. Gu Bei, Gu Xingwa, Gu Xiangwei, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chapter 24. Qiao He's Visit. Unexpected Gifts. Upon returning to her room, the Gu household resumed its peaceful ambience. However, no matter how they tried, the meal tasted bland. Gu Xingwa, though skeptical of Mo Qian's claims, could not help but worry for his daughter. As girls grew older, they always ignited a father-esque concern. After all, men were often unreliable. Sitting beside Gu Xiangwei, he served her dishes while muttering, "Xiangwei, you must not associate with dubious individuals. If you are to date, it must be a serious relationship. Your father and brothers will ensure that Qiao He withdraws the marriage before it's finalized. You are not just any ordinary girl. Those deceitful men may appear kind, but they are merely after our family's wealth. It is not that I am stingy with money, but I fear they might deceive both you and us. So, if you choose to date, please inform your father and brothers. We will safeguard you. A girl must protect herself. It is the woman who suffers when she becomes pregnant. Moreover, with the marriage to Qiao He still unresolved, should you bring him dishonor, our grandfather and the Qiao family patriarch would unleash their wrath upon us." Gu Xingwa was filled with anxiety, fearing that his precious daughter might be led astray by some foolish suitor. Gu Xiangwei nodded repeatedly, yet her mind was in disarray. How much did that woman know about her pregnancy? If she had come to recognize her, why did she not say so? Was she intent on tarnishing her reputation before revealing the truth to her family? Gu Xiangwei's mind was a battleground of doubts. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, stabbing them into a piece of meat. No, this woman could not remain. Not for a moment longer. That evening, Gu Xiangwei was downstairs unwrapping a package. It was a gift sent from her elder brother overseas, filled with high-end designer dresses and ready-to-wear clothing. A woman's joy is simple. Nothing can resolve her troubles better than new clothes, shoes, or handbags. Gu Xiangwei happily tried on each piece, momentarily forgetting about that annoying girl. Gu Xingwa and Gu Bei sat on the sofa, watching her try on clothes while showering her with compliments. They exhausted every word of praise learned throughout their lives, lavishing it upon Gu Xiangwei. The family shared a warm and joyous atmosphere. However, there were those who failed to respect the occasion, intruding upon this blissful ambience. Mo Qian descended the stairs, cradling Little Black in her arms. It was not that they intended to create trouble. Rather, both she and the cat had not eaten enough for dinner. Previously, at the temple, they were sustained by rice and steamed buns, but at the Gu household, they were served food that looked appealing yet lacked sustenance, leaving them hungry shortly after. As they stepped out of the room, they were met with several disdainful glares. However, Mo Qian remained oblivious, or perhaps she simply did not care. She called out to Gu Bei, "Old Six, I'm hungry. Is there any food left?" Gu Bei pressed his lips tightly together, his expression darkening as he stood up. "You can either call me sixth brother or sixth young master. Stop calling me Old Six every time." Mo Qian replied, "Oh, Old Six, where's the food?" Gu Bei, realizing he was wasting his breath, went directly to knock on Uncle Chen's door, requesting more food for Mo Qian. Before long, a delicious late-night snack was prepared. Uncle Chen whipped up a pot of gourmet fried rice, packed with a variety of ingredients. Mo Qian carried 2 plates, one porcelain plate for herself, and a large iron plate for Little Black. The two of them settled onto the living room sofa, eating while watching Gu Xiangwei change into her new clothes. The 2 spectators were completely unaware of their unpopularity. They enjoyed their meal and watched intently. Gu Xiangwei shot a sidelong glance at Mo Qian, rolling her eyes in disdain. Then, deliberately donning a shimmering golden haute couture dress and holding a diamond-studded evening bag, she paraded around the empty space before the sofa, as if she were walking the runway, exuding an extraordinary grace and undeniable arrogance. She strode with great vigor, anticipating to see a look of envy and jealousy on Mo Qian's face. However, to her surprise, all she found was a joyful visage smeared with rice grains. Uncle Chen had once been a chef at state banquets, and his culinary skills were truly exceptional. Mo Qian had never tasted such exquisite food. She and Xiaohei were both relishing every bite with sheer delight. Xiaohei even buried her entire face in the rice bowl. The two of them were practically eating like pigs. Gu Xiangwei averted her gaze in disgust, silently berating them as bumpkins. She had hoped to witness a glimmer of jealousy in Mo Qian's eyes, yet she was met with nothing, leaving Gu Xiangwei feeling a pent-up frustration within her. At that moment, Aunt Zhang rushed in, reporting, "Sir, the second young master of the Qiao family has come to visit." "Qiao He?" Gu Xingwa paused, taken aback. What brought him here? The second young master of the Qiao family only visited during the new year to pay his respects. What wind had blown him here today? Gu Xingwa did not hesitate long and instructed, "Please show him in." The elder of the Qiao family shared a deep bond with the elder of the Gu family. Thus, even if their younger generations harbored great animosity, they were compelled to endure it, at least to maintain a facade of harmony, an insipid plasticity of relations. Before long, Qiao He entered. Gu Xingwa was startled. He could hardly believe that Qiao He was walking in on his own. He pointed at Qiao He's legs, astonished, and asked, "Ah He, you can walk? And your complexion looks much better. Have you found a renowned physician to cure your ailment?" "Not yet." Qiao He simply denied Gu Xingwa's assumptions without elaboration. At that moment, Gu Xiangwei, standing not far from Qiao He, gazed at him in disbelief. She had never expected him to recover. In her childhood, Gu Xiangwei had harbored a fondness for Qiao He, partly because her family had always told her that she would one day marry him, and partly because she feared she might never find a man more exceptional than he. However, Qiao He had always treated her with indifference, offering her no more than a fleeting glance. When she had pleaded with him to attend her birthday party as her boyfriend, he had flatly refused, opting instead to send an extravagant gift without ever showing up, even if he had the time to go fishing. Though Qiao He could bestow upon her immense prestige, what she truly desired was a man who would cherish, love, and indulge her. Moreover, with Qiao He having become a frail invalid, she had long since resolved to move on, unwilling to waste her time on him. Yet now, he had seemingly regained his health, transforming back into the captivating second young Master Qiao. Gu Xiangwei felt a flicker of reluctance in her heart. Fortunately, she had just donned a new dress, appearing exquisitely beautiful instead of carelessly wearing sleepwear to greet guests. Gu Xiangwei gracefully approached Qiao He, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she greeted him. "Brother He, congratulations on your recovery. I knew you would surely pull through." Qiao He raised an eyebrow slightly and replied politely, "Thank you for your concern, though I wonder if it aligns with Miss Seven's wishes." His tone was somewhat aloof, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Xiangwei understood that he was likely upset over her desire to rescind their engagement. She quickly shifted the topic. "Brother He, what brings you to my home today?" "To deliver a gift."
Ah?
Gu Xiangwei was momentarily taken aback. It was not a festive season. So, what could Qiao He possibly be gifting? Could it be a wedding present? A sweet sensation suddenly washed over her. She gazed at Qiao He's handsome profile, a smile creeping onto her lips. "Brother He, you needn't be so formal." Chapter 25. Does Miss Seven mind undergoing a premarital checkup? Qiao He cast a glance at Gu Xiangwei, but chose not to engage with her. The Qiao family's bodyguards began to file into the living room, pushing in rows of display racks adorned with various women's garments. The clothing was strikingly unique, showcasing ethnic styles, exotic influences, ethereal ancient designs, and simple yet comfortable aesthetics. Each piece was a rarity not often seen on the market. After the 4 display racks, several large boxes were carried in by the bodyguards. Upon opening them, one could see matching shoes and bags accompanying the attire. These distinctive garments, crafted with exceptional artistry and high quality, must have been sourced from an extraordinary designer. Gu Xiangwei's smile broadened as she beheld them. She had not anticipated Qiao He to be so thoughtful. Was this his way of courting her? Though the clothing may not have been from a prestigious brand, their uniqueness and individuality ensured that she would never encounter anyone wearing the same pieces. Others could only gape in awe. It was no surprise that these selections were made by Qiao He. His discerning eye and distinctive taste were evident. While Qiao He held a nominal position as the vice president of the Qiao Corporation, his true profession could be described as a connoisseur of life's curiosities. He delighted in collecting rare treasures, be it Bodhi seeds, sandalwood, jade, antiques, or jewelry. His eclectic collection was vast and varied, and he was known for acquiring items of exceptional value, often profiting handsomely when reselling those he no longer desired. It was said that Qiao He's personal wealth likely surpassed that of the entire Qiao family combined. In terms of discernment, Gu Xiangwei had seen her fair share of exquisite items throughout her life, and few things could captivate her. Yet Qiao He was different. Regardless of what one had previously encountered, he could always present something even more remarkable. As Gu Xiangwei gazed at him, a smug smile emerged on her lips. The Qiao He standing before her now was a far cry from the frail figure confined to a wheelchair. Today, his mere presence exuded an air of confidence and charm that could make any woman swoon. Only a man of such caliber could be worthy of her. Gu Xiangwei found herself contemplating the prospect of agreeing to their marriage. Meanwhile, Gu Xingguo, observing from the sidelines, was elated, fanning himself as if he were a carefree monk. After all, if his daughter consented to marry, the Gu and Xiao families could avoid a public rift. The temperamental patriarchs of both families would not resort to tearing each other apart, nor would they harm their kin. Of course, the primary reason for his satisfaction was that he was indeed a remarkably outstanding individual. Gu Xingguo could hardly conceive of a better prospective son-in-law. His spirits lifted. But beside him, Gu Bei wore a frown, unable to share in the joy. He was well aware of the underlying truth. Seeing Gu Xiangwei so enamored, he could not help but rise and grasp her arm, pulling her away from Qiao He. Don't be fooled by him, he's all show. Looking good on the outside while being hollow inside.
He won't last long.
Sixth brother, how can you speak like that? Gu Xingguo reprimanded lightly, lacking any real force behind his words. He merely chuckled softly, unfazed by the comment. He gestured to Yi Fei, who promptly handed over a rectangular box wrapped in vibrant red silk. Though small in size, it exuded an undeniable weightiness. Upon receiving it, He unveiled the red cloth. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers were momentarily dazzled. Beneath the silk lay a transparent dust cover, revealing a meticulously crafted golden gourd, gleaming with a rich yellow hue. Mo Qian and Xiaohe had already finished their meal and were quietly observing from the side. They had been sitting still, but upon sighting the golden gourd, Mo Qian could no longer contain herself. She dashed towards He like a speeding train, barely leaving a shadow in her wake. Her gaze fixated on the gleaming gold within the transparent case. With just a glance, Mo Qian calculated its weight, 4,999 grams of pure, solid gold. Unable to restrain herself, her hand instinctively reached out to touch the exquisite golden gourd. However, before her fingers could graze the box, she was met with a sharp reprimand from Gu Xiangwei. Don't touch that. It's not yours. Who gave you permission to meddle? She cast a disdainful sideways glance at Mo Qian, her eyes filled with contempt. A country bumpkin, she thought, clearly unaccustomed to the finer things in life. At that moment, He unexpectedly spoke. His voice laced with amusement as he directed a gentle smile towards Mo Qian. It is yours. Feel free to touch it. Gu Xiangwei immediately lifted her gaze to He, her composure shattering as her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Clenching the hem of her gown, her nails dug into the delicate fabric until it threatened to tear. Mo Qian, startled by He's words directed at her, pointed incredulously at herself. Mine? Yes, yours. He affirmed with a nod, his gaze sweeping over the other items. All of this is yours. Mo Qian stood frozen, overwhelmed. No one had ever gifted her so much before. She looked at He in confusion. Why are you giving this to me? To express my gratitude for saving my life, he replied nonchalantly. In truth, there was no particular reason, simply an excess of wealth with no place to spend it. He found few people agreeable, yet Mo Qian stood out as one of them. After all, having encountered too many duplicitous individuals. The unassuming nature of this naive girl was particularly refreshing. Most importantly, it provided a delightful opportunity to vex the Gu family. He was not one to be trifled with. If the Gu family dared to brazenly force him into a marriage annulment, he would not allow them to enjoy a smooth ride in return. That was contrary to his philosophy of dragging everyone down together. As Mo Qian repeatedly confirmed that all these treasures were indeed for her, she happily accepted the gold from He's hands, bouncing with joy as she scampered off to flaunt her newfound riches to Xiaohe, resembling a child who had just acquired candy. He observed her, his handsome face radiating a relaxed, indulgent smile. Standing nearby, Gu Xiangwei seethed at the sight of his carefree grin, her chest rising and falling with fury. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Throughout her life, she had always possessed the finest of everything. What she owned was hers alone. And never had she experienced a situation where someone else possessed what she did not. This heir must have done this on purpose. He was seeking revenge for her attempt to annul their engagement. As Gu Xiangwei's fingers continued to fray the fabric of her gown, the gifts from her elder brother suddenly seemed far less appealing. Gu Bei noticed his sister being sidelined and stood up in a huff. Heir, what do you mean by this? My sister is your fiancée. Are you trying to provoke her by giving gifts to someone else? His fists were clenched, his gaze fixed on He's infuriating face. He cast a nonchalant glance at him, a hint of mockery in his voice. You know Mo Qian saved my life, don't you? How can I show my gratitude for not being killed by your family? His words left Gu Bei speechless, for he knew his family was indeed in the wrong. However, that did not excuse Qiao He's actions of humiliating Xiang Wei. He attempted to exert pressure utilizing the authority of his uncle, justifying that the circumstances had been unique. Regardless, there must be a code of conduct. He should not be kind to another woman. If not, he ought to promptly annul their engagement and cease all interactions. At that moment, Mo Qian, who had been observing the unfolding drama, suddenly interjected, "If the engagement is annulled, what will happen to the child?" She pressed her cheek against the golden gourd, glancing between Qiao He and Gu Xiangwei, isn't. After saying this, she continued to ponder aloud. Well, he didn't seem very capable before. Qiao He felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was this little girl genuinely attempting to assist him, or was she inadvertently undermining him? Qiao He took his time to turn towards Gu Xiangwei, arching an eyebrow. "Seventh miss, is there more to this?" Gu Xiangwei met his suggestive gaze, her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest. Her arm trembled violently as she stammered, pointing at Mo Qian. "She's spreading rumors. Don't listen to her nonsense." "Oh? Would the seventh miss care to undergo a premarital examination?" Qiao He proposed. "I refuse." Gu Xiangwei rejected without hesitation. Realizing her rejection was too abrupt, she hastily added, "Who would believe that girl's wild claims?" Chapter 26. Xiangwei is pregnant, and the Gu family finds out. Qiao He's blatant insinuations immediately incensed the protective father and brother of the Gu family. Gu Bei, furious, kicked over the box Qiao He had sent, spilling an array of shoes across the floor. Yi Fei promptly positioned himself in front of Qiao He, confronting Gu Bei, the tension between them palpable. Qiao He, unfazed, pulled out his phone and revealed a photograph to the Gu family duo. "I'm not entirely oblivious. I merely chose to turn a blind eye. However, don't you think your seventh miss is being a bit excessive?" The photograph in Qiao He's hand doused the furious Gu family in cold water. And it was none other than Gu Xiangwei, sitting atop another man, lost in a passionate kiss, completely unaware that she was being photographed. Qiao He had long known that Gu Xiangwei was involved with another man, a fact made evident as he shared the same surname, Qiao Junfeng, the eldest son of his third uncle. Although he was his cousin, he was 4 years older than Qiao He and thus held a different status. Qiao He's refusal to annul the engagement did not stem from any affection for Gu Xiangwei. Rather, he sought to leverage the Gu family's influence to pave the way for his elder sister's control over the Qiao family business. What he desired was not Gu Xiangwei herself, but the status of the Gu family's 7th Mississippi. Hence, he remained indifferent to whom she associated with, as long as he held the upper hand over the Gu family. This photograph effectively silenced the Gu family. The living room fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with awkwardness. Qiao He had successfully irked the Gu family. Having lost interest in witnessing their infighting, he clapped his hands together with satisfaction. "Uncle Gu, I shall take my leave now. Please ensure I receive an explanation regarding this matter later." With that, he departed with a light-hearted chuckle, leaving behind a chaotic scene. Once he left, the Gu family convened an emergency meeting. Mo Qian was not permitted to participate. However, she remained in the hall, refusing to leave. Reluctantly, Gu Xingwa, his expression dark, led his son and daughter to the study. Upon entering, Gu Xingwa slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "What on earth is happening?" The usually mild-mannered father's fury was somewhat intimidating. Gu Xiangwei bit her lip, unsure whether to confess her pregnancy. It was all that scoundrel Qiao Junfeng's fault. What was supposed to be a casual fling had turned into an unintended pregnancy when he deliberately punctured the condom. When she confronted him about it, he feigned innocence, claiming he couldn't bear to see her marry Qiao He, the ailing wretch. At that moment, Gu Xiangwei had indeed been reluctant to marry Qiao He, who would willingly embrace widowhood upon marriage. He can barely stand, his legs incapacitated. Who knows if the third limb functions adequately? But now, Qiao He has recovered, hasn't he? How could she possibly choose to marry the likes of Qiao Junfeng, a mere idler in his family, when she could wed the future heir of the Qiao family? That would be tantamount to a brainless act. Gu Xiangwei was both vexed and furious, her thoughts turning to the troublemaker Mo Qian downstairs, her teeth clenched in frustration. It is all her fault. Otherwise, this matter would never have come to light. Gu Xiangwei's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Just by observing her demeanor, Gu Xingwa had already surmised the truth. Clenching his fists, he pounded the table thrice in exasperation. "Xiangwei, this is absurd. Tell me, are you or are you not pregnant? When did you even meet Qiao Junfeng?" Gu Xiangwei bit her lip, leaving white imprints from her teeth on her crimson lips. After much hesitation, she reluctantly nodded in admission. She knew that if she did not confess now, her father and brothers would inevitably uncover the truth. Gu Xinghua, overwhelmed with anger, clutched his chest and sighed repeatedly. He pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Xiangwei's face, his disappointment palpable. "You foolish girl. If your grandfather finds out, none of us will escape unscathed. It matters not if we bear the brunt of his wrath, but he will not spare you. He could even shave your head and force you into a nunnery." The elder of the Qiao family had a notoriously volatile temperament. Gu Bei, when in his presence, appeared as a docile lamb. Having never faced such fierce admonishment from her father, Gu Xiangwei's eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks like rain, her false lashes drenched and dangling. "Why should I be the one to marry? Grandpa owes a debt of gratitude to the Qiao family. Why must I be the one to pay the price? Qiao He is gravely ill, and I have no feelings for him. Who wishes to marry just to become a widow?" Gu Xiangwei lamented, her tears flowing with indignation. The thought of Qiao He, who had set this trap for her, only fueled her resentment, and the tears streamed down like a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing her distress, both Gu Xinghua and Gu Bei's heart softened. Gu Xinghua even reproached himself for his earlier harshness. The father and son duo consoled their only precious daughter, forgetting the purpose for which they had initially summoned her. After much coaxing, they finally managed to pacify Gu Xiangwei. All blame was deftly shifted onto Qiao He. After all, it was he who refused to break off the engagement, who fell ill, and who failed to cherish their seventh daughter. It seemed that her father-in-law and sixth uncle were increasingly disenchanted with the prospective son-in-law. The following morning, Mo Qian descended the stairs for breakfast. Adorned in the beautiful attire gifted by Qiao He, a pair of diamond-patterned blue trousers, a deep crimson top adorned with ethnic motifs, a studded beret perched atop her head, and shoes with a bow-tied polka dot design. The ensemble was an eclectic mix. Though Qiao He's gifts were well-coordinated, Mo Qian opted for her own mismatched style. Despite the oddity of her outfit, her beauty shone through. Clad in vibrant colors, she appeared far more radiant than her usual drab attire. Her complexion was strikingly fair and luminous, radiating health, a stark contrast to the heavy makeup she typically wore. As Mo Qian strolled through the corridor, the passing servants gawked at her, marveling at her beauty, wondering if she had perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life. Oblivious to their stares, Mo Qian continued toward the staircase. The previous night, she had not cuddled with her beloved little black cat, instead relegating it to the edge of the bed. Having filled her entire sleeping space with gold, there was scarcely room left for her and the cat. Ultimately, she had squeezed herself into a space just large enough to cradle her golden treasure and sleep. Little did she know that upon her descent from the mountain, she had amassed such wealth, providing for the cultivation of her ancestors' spiritual bodies in the near future. With a buoyant spirit, Mo Qian's steps were light and lively as she bounded along. She shared the same floor as Gu Xiangwei. Upon reaching Gu Xiangwei's door, it suddenly swung open, startling little black cat, who jumped in surprise. Mo Qian halted in her tracks, only to be seized by Gu Xiangwei, who yanked her into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 27. Little Black, Annie, does not wish to take life. Mo Qian was pulled into Gu Xiangwei's room, which was suffused with a fragrant aroma, exquisitely luxurious, surpassing even the princess rooms seen in dramas. Mo Qian, cradling her cat, leisurely surveyed her surroundings. Observing Mo Qian's attire, Gu Xiangwei let out a disdainful huff and immediately interrogated, "Who are you?
Who sent you?
How did you know I was pregnant?" She bombarded Mo Qian with a series of unceremonious questions. Mo Qian redirected her gaze, calmly meeting Gu Xiangwei's eyes. "Shouldn't I be asking you who you are and what you are doing here?" Her voice was flat and devoid of inflection, yet Gu Xiangwei grasped her implication. She was insinuating that Mo Qian was the one who did not belong in that room. Gu Xiangwei became increasingly convinced that Mo Qian was indeed the true seventh daughter of the Gu family, the one who should have been showered with affection as the cherished Miss Gu. In truth, Gu Xiangwei had known for quite some time that she was not Gu family's biological daughter. At the age of 8, whispers began circulating that she bore little resemblance to her family, sparking a considerable uproar in the capital. Many speculated that the Gu family had adopted her due to their inability to bear daughters. This topic became a focal point of gossip among the townsfolk. Naturally, the Gu family did not wish for their beloved princess to be unjustly maligned. A simple paternity test would suffice to quell the rumors. Thus, they took Gu Xiangwei to undergo a DNA test. At that time, she was too young to comprehend, accompanied only by Aunt Zhang. While the adults busied themselves with discussions with the doctor in the sampling room, Aunt Zhang discreetly slipped a blood sample collection tube to a doctor when no one was watching. The doctor then entered the sampling room. Gu Xiangwei, being perceptive, chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. 3 days later, the results of the paternity test were released, and the doubts regarding her being an adopted child vanished. However, the gossip persisted, shifting its focus from the adopted daughter to discussions about the Gu family's inability to produce daughters, while their sons were strikingly handsome. Yet their daughter was deemed unattractive to the core. Gradually, as Gu Xiangwei matured, the incident took root in her heart. From that moment on, she understood that she was not the biological daughter of the Gu family. Henceforth, her fear of losing everything intensified. Yet, that day had inevitably arrived. As Gu Xiangwei gazed upon Emo Qian's face, hatred surged within her. However, now was not the time to confront her. Suppressing her fury, Gu Xiangwei forced a semblance of a smile. She approached her jewelry cabinet, retrieving an exquisite black velvet box. She advanced toward Emo Qian, shoving aside the cat in her arms, startling little black cat into a hurried escape. With Emo Qian's hands now free, Gu Xiangwei opened the box and thrust it into her arms. "This is for you." Inside lay an array of golden jewelry. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold brooches, gold earrings. An array of exquisite golden artifacts. Gu Xiangwei's jewelry is nothing short of rare treasures, devoid of any mundane items. The fact that she is willing to part with her entire collection of gold adornments truly signifies a substantial investment. "If you vacate my home immediately and vow never to return, I shall bestow upon you double the gold trinkets," Gu Xiangwei proposed enticingly. Emo Qian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold in her arms. However, after a moment's contemplation, she reluctantly returned it to the vanity. With her arms crossed, she mournfully bowed to the myriad golden beauties. "Do not fret, what is rightfully mine shall eventually return to me. You may endure a few more days in the clutches of a scoundrel, but rest assured, I will rescue you." Gu Xiangwei, in a fit of fury, slammed the box shut, her facade of kindness evaporating. If murder were not a crime, she would ensure Emo Qian's existence was extinguished from this world. Yet, even in the face of legal repercussions, she felt compelled. Gu Xiangwei's countenance darkened. "Refuse my offer, and you shall have nothing. Do not think for a moment that your mere words can deceive my family. In the end, you will find yourself leaving in disgrace." Emo Qian was not one to be intimidated. She shrugged nonchalantly, refusing to engage in a dispute. She even offered a free fortune-telling. "Do not act out of desperation. I have no intention of competing with you. You cannot hold on to this fortune. Just look at your narrow bone structure and prominent cheekbones. Your fate is one of poverty and solitude. Even if you forcibly seize this fortune, it will not last long. Moreover, your sins are profound, and calamity looms ahead by several decades." Emo Qian boasted, "I possess a kind heart. I grant you 1 month to cherish what you have." Her intentions were not born of sympathy for Gu Xiangwei, but rather her fixation on the 100 gold bars, which were ample enough to serve her ancestral master. No. It was actually 99, as Emo Qian fumed over the one that Gu Bei had confiscated. Gu Xiangwei's fury ignited at her words, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, exuding an aura as sharp as daggers. She could not bear to behold this woman any longer, wishing for her to vanish from the earth. In stark contrast to Gu Xiangwei's ferocious demeanor, Emo Qian appeared utterly unperturbed, oblivious to the tempest of rage directed at her. She crouched down, intent on locating her little black cat. Breakfast time was upon her, and she could not afford to delay. Spotting the cat nestled beneath the bed, she beckoned, "Little Black, the food is scarce. If you do not hurry, it will all be gone." Upon hearing this, Little Black hastily scrambled toward the exit. However, the bed was low, leaving but a narrow gap beneath it, and the cat was at a loss as to how it had entered. Now it was trapped. Little Black yowled in distress. Emo Qian chuckled softly, quickly extending her hand to assist. Grasping Little Black's fluffy paw, she pulled it toward her. Thankfully, it was manageable. Just as she was about to free the cat, a high-heeled foot suddenly came crashing down toward her arm. Emo Qian's reflexes kicked in, and she withdrew her hand just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. Gu Xiangwei, unable to release her pent-up fury on Emo Qian, found herself seething with rage. Her gaze fell upon the rotund cat emerging from beneath the bed, and without a moment's hesitation, she aimed her stiletto heel at Little Black's head. The cat screeched as it was sent flying, landing awkwardly beside the bed, curled up with its paws cradling its head. Mo Qian furrowed her brow as she picked up Little Black, gently massaging its injured head. After a pause, she slowly lifted her gaze to Gu Xiangwei, her expression rife with warning. Seeking death? Gu Xiangwei scoffed, rolling her eyes dismissively. It's merely a wretched cat, even if I were to skin it.
What could you do to me?
Her laughter was haughty and devoid of any hint of remorse. Mo Qian had never encountered anyone so recklessly suicidal. It seemed her experiences had been limited. She shifted her position, releasing Little Black onto the floor and affectionately stroking its head. Little Black, my dear, the master has decreed that we live in a society governed by law. Should you take a life, I would face punishment. Therefore, you must exercise restraint, seek revenge, but do not kill. According to their generational hierarchy, Mo Qian ought to refer to Little Black as Aunt. However, having called it simply Little Black since childhood, she did not dwell on the matter of lineage. After all, as long as Little Black was well fed, it mattered little whether she called it aunt or granddaughter. It would be content as long as it was fed. Gu Xiangwei, overhearing Mo Qian converse with the cat in a manner incomprehensible to others, derided, crazy. As she spoke, she approached the door, ready to expel them both. Before she could utter the words, "Get out," a shadow lunged at her from the air. Gu Xiangwei shrieked in terror, only to be tackled by a fluffy black ball that landed squarely on her face. In an instant, she lost her balance and fell backward with a thud, the sound alone signaling a painful blow to her head. Mo Qian observed Gu Xiangwei weeping on the floor and shook her head.
Serves her right.
She brought this upon herself. Chapter 28. There is not a single good person in my family. Mo Qian crouched at the side, relishing the spectacle. The wolves and leopards of the mountains would bow in respect upon encountering Little Black, who, after all, had bestowed such audacity upon this counterfeit Miss Seven. Did she truly believe she could withstand the ferocity of a tiger? Mo Qian, valuing her life, covered her ears and retreated, fearing her hearing would be shattered by Gu Xiangwei's anguished cries. The wailing was indeed harrowing, but it was all she could do. Little Black sat atop Gu Xiangwei's head, swatting at her technologically adorned face with its paws. Had it been a panda paw, one swipe could have decimated half of Gu Xiangwei's head. Gu Xiangwei's cries echoed through the corridor, soon followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and anxious inquiries. "Xiangwei, what happened?" Upon hearing the commotion, Little Black recognized it was time to retreat. It paused its pawing and chose to relieve itself atop Gu Xiangwei's head. However, at that moment, it was caught in the act. "Stupid cat, get away." Gu Xingwa burst into the room, seizing a vase from the table and hurling it at the black cat. Fortunately, Little Black was quick on its feet, darting away in a flash. It escaped, leaving Mo Qian to clean up the mess it had left behind. Indeed, Gu Xingwa, frustrated at having failed to catch the cat, pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Qian. "Young lady, why can't you keep your cat in check?"
Montauk Qian retorted internally.
"What does that have to do with me? Wasn't he at Little Black who was fighting with the fake Miss Seven?" Gu Xingwa, infuriated by Mo Qian's indifferent demeanor, slammed his fist on the table. However, at that moment, he had no time to deal with her. The servants rushed in, scrambling to assist Gu Xiangwei, cleaning the urine off her face with tissues. Gu Xingwa gazed at his daughter, Xiangwei, with concern. "Oh, dear, your face is all scratched up. How could that cat do such a thing? Truly despicable." He lamented it was her who kicked the cat first, and the cat merely retaliated, interjected Mo Qian, defending the feline from the sidelines. However, Gu Xingwa shot her a fierce glare. "That cat belongs to you. You should never have brought it out to harm others." Today, Gu Xingwa was an entirely different man from yesterday. He had transformed from a warm elder into a fault-finding tyrant. Fortunately, Mo Qian remained somewhat oblivious, completely unaware of the irritation she caused in others. She shrugged nonchalantly, distancing herself from the situation, as if to say, "It's none of my business. I'm just here for the spectacle." "You." Gu Xingwa's finger hovered in the air, his anger palpable as he pointed at Mo Qian. "You are utterly thoughtless." This girl simply refused to learn from her mistakes. She didn't even grasp the gravity of her actions. Frustrated, Gu Xingwa felt a sharp pain in his chest, exhaling a series of heavy sighs as he berated himself for misjudging her character yesterday. He had assumed she was merely an innocent girl, yet her jealousy was clearly far more potent than he had imagined. At that moment, Gu Xiangwei finally regained her composure. Having never experienced such humiliation before, she trembled with rage, ready to summon her bodyguard to deal with that insufferable girl. However, as she opened her mouth, Aunt Zhang appeared with a towel to wipe her face, inadvertently covering her mouth and preventing the curse from escaping. Aunt Zhang shook her head at Gu Xiangwei, subtly signaling toward Mo Qian. Being well-educated, Gu Xiangwei quickly grasped Aunt Zhang's intent. She stifled her anger, snatched the towel from Aunt Zhang, and buried her face in it, sobbing pitifully. I only wanted to thank her for saving Sixth Aunt and offer her a gift. But the moment she entered, she sent the cat to scratch me. I don't even know what I did to provoke her wrath. Gu Xiangwei feigned fragility, her performance worthy of an award-winning actress. Though her expression appeared somewhat rigid, her tears flowed freely, and her voice was laced with a delicate timbre. Anyone who heard her would perceive the seventh young lady as a victim of the wretched girl's cruelty. This deeply pained Gu Xingua, who turned to comfort his younger daughter, promising her golden mountains and silver seas, even offering the entire Gu family fortune, just to see her smile again. Mo Qian, watching from the sidelines, felt an indescribable discomfort. She had no desire to witness any further and, in a fit of anger, declared, "You are all utterly unkind." With that, she stormed out of the room, leaving Gu Xingwa speechless as he watched her retreating figure. The cat had scratched someone, yet it was unrepentant, and she had the audacity to be indignant. What a disgrace. Mo Qian found Xiaohong on the first floor, having skipped breakfast. The two departed from the Gu residence and made their way to the Qiao family, just 2 houses away, to pay homage to the ancestors. In the living room, he was engrossed in his new white jade pillow when he heard the servants calling out for Miss Mo Qian. He turned to see a rather irate figure resembling a human Christmas tree approaching the door, nearly dropping the precious item from his hands. Carefully, he set down the jade pillow and scrutinized Mo Qian, feeling a bead of sweat form over her unconventional aesthetic choices. The color clashes, the mismatched styles, and her unique flair left him questioning whether Mo Qian might be colorblind or nearsighted. Mo Qian ignored him, resolutely marching toward the room where the ancestors were worshipped. He followed, standing at the door and observing as she lit incense for the ancestors. The flames burned brightly and swiftly. Kneeling on the prayer mat, Mo Qian clasped her hands together and bowed to the 17 tablets. Masters, there isn't a single good person in my family. Why should I save them? Perhaps it would be better to ignore them and save myself instead. As soon as she uttered those words, an astonishing sight unfolded. The tablets on the table began to topple like a row of dominoes, crashing down one by one until none were left standing. Even the most disciplined of enemies could not surrender so uniformly. Even Xiao He, a seasoned player, had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. Yet Mo Qian appeared unfazed, her hands on her hips as she declared, "You've been poor for 17 generations. Can't you spare my generation?" To everyone's astonishment, the tablets all stood upright again, only to promptly collapse and surrender once more, their message clear. They were indeed counting on her generation. The 17 ancestors, lacking a voice, would have certainly adorned Mo Qian with a high hat by now, compelling her to willingly establish a temple and erect their statues. After all, the ancestors were astute. They understood that the lineage of 17 generations was marked by poverty, devoid of any meaningful struggle. Only this 18th generation, Mo Qian well. Her destiny could make even the ancestors laugh in their dreams. Who else could they rely on if not her? Bearing the weight of this expectation, Mo Qian sighed heavily. All right, you can all get up now." A moment of silence ensued, yet the tablets remained motionless, continuing their dramatic collapse. Mo Qian, she stood up and knocked on the table. "If you don't rise, I want to offer incense tomorrow." Suddenly, one by one, the tablets stood back up. After all, the temple was pathetically impoverished. The 17 ancestors depended on Mo Qian's meager offerings to survive. It was no easy task to be a deity in this world. Without money, even the divine found it difficult to thrive. Chapter 29. Qiao He and Mo Qian confront each other. Mo Qian finally concluded her battle with the ancestors. Rising from the prayer mat, she sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought. After a while, she turned to the door, where Qiao He stood, puffing out her cheeks as she asked, "Is there food at your house?" Her question hung in the air like an unpicked plum by the roadside, causing Qiao He's heart to ache suddenly. Mo Qian was petite, barely reaching 5 feet tall, and weighing hardly 80 pounds. The large cat at her feet was rounder than she was. Qiao He was uncertain of the dynamics between her and the Gu family, but he could tell she had been wrong today, otherwise she wouldn't have missed breakfast. However, Qiao He was not surprised. In the Gu family, such occurrences were commonplace. If there were even a few normal individuals in the Gu household, it would not have devolved into such a bachelor haven. He instructed the family chef to prepare breakfast according to Mo Qian's preferences. Soon, a lavish spread was laid out before them. The moment Mo Qian and Xiaohong laid eyes on the food, their spirits soared. Mo Qian retrieved Xiaohong's large iron bowl from her bag and filled it before she began to eat herself. They both savored the meal happily. Qiao He, seated across from them, watched their eating spree, a smile lingering on his lips. After their appetites were satiated, Mo Qian transformed back into her cheerful self. She cradled the plump Xiaohong and approached Qiao He, eagerly exclaiming, "Let us go meet people." Her enthusiasm was contagious. Qiao He chuckled lightly, took a napkin, and gently dabbed at Mo Qian's face, asking, "Do you have grains of rice on your face?"
Oh.
Mo Qian responded quickly, wiping her face clean. After checking herself in a glass to ensure she was tidy, she rushed back, declaring, "Now it's all good." Qiao He nodded with a smile, called for Yi Fei, and the group set off toward their destination. 40 minutes later, they arrived at a place that resembled a paradise untouched by the world, picturesque and serene. This is a renowned sanatorium in Shangjing City, with an impeccable environment that comes at a steep price, monthly fees exceeding $1 million. For an ordinary family, such a notion is utterly inconceivable. The car halted in front of a 5-story building nestled deep within the sanatorium grounds, a structure evidently more exquisite and less populated. Qiao He led Mo Qian directly to the 5th floor. This entire level housed only one patient room, while the other chambers were allocated for caregivers, nutritionists, therapists, and chefs. Qiao He strode straight to the innermost room of the corridor, pushed open the door, and ushered Mo Qian inside. In the center of the room lay a hospital bed, upon which rested a gaunt man, likely in his 50s or 60s. Despite his emaciated appearance, he was tidily groomed, still exuding an air of the refined gentleman he once was. Mo Qian approached him, instinctively examining his features. After a prolonged gaze lasting about 10 minutes, she finally spoke. "Is he your father? You share a striking resemblance." Qiao He had no intention of deceiving Mo Qian. He nodded in affirmation. He then inquired, "Do you know him?" "I don't," Mo Qian replied impulsively, as if without thought. She circled the bed twice before exclaiming, "Tell me his birth date and time." Qiao He was somewhat puzzled, but, after a brief hesitation, complied. Once Mo Qian obtained the man's birth information, she retrieved a small notebook from her bag and casually jotted down a few notes. Qiao He's gaze remained fixed on the notebook, yet he comprehended nothing. The scrawled symbols were beyond his understanding. Mo Qian placed the notebook before her and then produced a box of wooden divination sticks, 5 in total, and reverently bowed. "Heavenly spirits, may my words hold truth," she declared. Like a gambler, she shook the divination sticks, and after a moment, forcefully tossed them to reveal a stick along with 2 characters. "Excellent fortune." The writing was crooked, missing a dip beneath one of the characters. As Qiao He observed the misspelled word, a chill washed over him, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. He wondered about the capabilities of this young girl. However, Mo Qian was brimming with confidence. She nodded knowingly upon grasping the stick. Suddenly she blurted, "Your father was harmed by someone." "By whom?" Qiao He's heart, which had been dampened, surged with renewed vigor. He had long suspected that his father had met with foul play. That year, when Qiao He fell gravely ill, his parents scoured for medical assistance. But after learning the hospital could do nothing, his father turned to metaphysics in desperation. He sought out numerous esteemed masters in search of a remedy, yet unexpectedly. Before finding any cure, he suffered an accident. The incident occurred in Dadao village. No one knew why he had ventured there, nor who he sought. His 4 subordinates met their demise, plummeting from a cliff, while only his father survived. The police concluded it was a landslide that caused the 5 to fall. Dadao village lacked surveillance, and the treacherous mountain terrain made it difficult to ascertain the truth. Many had perished in that perilous location. The scene bore no signs of struggle, and the victims displayed only injuries consistent with falling, not fighting. Ultimately, everything was attributed to misfortune. Yet Qiao He remained unconvinced, sensing something amiss. Hearing Mo Qian's words today felt like discovering a kindred spirit. He gazed at her with anticipation, asking, "Who harmed him?" Mo Qian could not answer, shaking her head. "I don't know who harmed him, but this accident should not have been in his fate." Qiao He's gaze fell to the string of sandalwood beads in Mo Qian's hand. Time was running short for him. After 3 years of investigation, yielding no results, If his life truly hung by a thread, how could he allow the true perpetrator to roam free, leaving with unfulfilled regrets? He lifted his head to meet Mo Qian's eyes, the scales of his heart wavering. At last, Qiao He made his decision. He chose to trust her, this peculiar little girl. Stepping closer, he stood just half an arm's length from Mo Qian, close enough to discern the pores on her face. He seized her wrist, raising her hand to his view, his expression cold and serious. This string of sandalwood beads originally belonged to my father. He produced a similar bead from his pocket, showing it to her. Your string initially had 18 beads, now it has only 17. One was found clutched in my father's hand at the cliff. Mo Qian scrutinized the bead in his hand, then glanced at her own string, confirming they were identical. After a moment of hesitation, she abruptly withdrew her hand, cradling the beads protectively against her chest, her gaze tinged with caution.
You want to take it?
That's out of the question. It was given to me by my master. Qiao He sighed, feeling as though he was playing a futile game. After all he had said, she believed he sought to reclaim the beads. He took a deep breath, adopting a tone suited for communicating with a 3-year-old, and explained, I do not wish to take back the beads. I only wish to uncover the identity of the person who harmed my father. This bead is the only unique item from the scene. I believe it holds significance my father intended to convey. He fixed his gaze on Mo Qian, asking, Can you help me identify the culprit? Mo Qian grasped his meaning, relaxing her guard and lowering her protective hands. However, she shook her head resolutely, flatly refusing, I cannot. She shrugged dismissively, that does not fall within my scope of expertise. However, Chapter 30, 10,000 grams of gold, deal. Qiao He held little hope. Mo Qian's thought process seemed miles apart from that of a typical person. Her notion of a small favor might only involve offering incense to her ancestors, praying for his success in finding the murderer. He felt somewhat disheartened but refrained from dampening her spirits, casually asking, What small favor? Mo Qian proudly shook her head, guess. Qiao He thought, communicating with a 3-year-old child couldn't be this complicated. He rubbed his temples but still played along. Will you tell me the direction of the murder? Incorrect. Seeing Qiao He's failure to guess, Mo Qian beamed with delight before revealing the answer. I will awaken your father, allowing him to tell you who harmed him. Qiao He pressed a hand to his ear, doubting he had misheard. You mean to wake my father? He confirmed once more. Mo Qian regarded him with the same incredulity one might reserve for a fool. Can't you understand human speech? Qiao He, suppressing his frustration, recognized that if she claimed she could awaken his father from a 3-year slumber, he had no choice but to endure her jibes. Mo Qian, oblivious to his expression, was already calculating her fee. How much should she charge him? Although he had gifted her generously the day before, that was one matter. And today's charges were another entirely. Mo Qian pondered for a long while, then raised a finger towards Qiao He, demanding gold from me. 10,000 grams?
Deal.
Qiao He interrupted Mo Qian's words. What price could she possibly offer? At most, it could amount to 100 grams. Even the quacks his family employed charged more than that.
Who was Qiao He?
He was the kind of person for whom no amount of money could suffice once a life was lost. If it meant saving his father's life, money was no longer a concern. Thus, it would be better for him to propose a price. However, Mo Qian remained oblivious. She gazed at the fool before her in confusion. 3 years ago, my father Qiao He directly recounted the story from that year.
Monta Qian listened intently.
Her previously raised finger awkwardly still suspended in the air. Had she not expressed herself clearly? Wasn't one simply 1 gram of gold? How could city dwellers not even recognize the numeral 1? Qiao He and Mo Qian conversed in the hospital room for quite some time. The matter was not inherently complex. Rather, Qiao He aimed to explain in a manner that Mo Qian could comprehend. Thus, their discussion extended throughout the morning. Mo Qian sat obediently on a small stool, listening to Qiao He until he finished speaking. Afterward, she pursed her lips and rummaged through her handbag. As she searched, she mumbled, Your family's feng shui is so good. Yet both you and your father have encountered misfortune. Have you committed some heinous act? Qiao He, one must endure the calm before the storm. However, I can only save your father. Your fate, alas, remains unchanged. Qiao He, taking a step back, the sea opens up before us. In light of your offering of gold and beautiful garments, I could assist you in selecting an auspicious burial site. Qiao He, the villain perishes from excessive chatter. The good learns to remain silent. Finally, Mo Qian produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from her large handbag, leaving no room for further complaints. She unfolded the talisman, revealing peculiar images inscribed upon the yellow paper. Mo Qian took out a brush, moistened it, dipped it in cinnabar, and then boldly swept it across the corners of the talisman, drawing even stranger images that resembled the heads of 4 children, but with only eyes. Mo Qian clasped her hands together, enclosing the talisman in her palms, murmuring a few Taoist incantations. Then, the talisman emitted a faint glow, flickering twice before vanishing from sight. Having completed her task, Mo Qian folded the talisman several times into a miniature square and handed it to Qiao He, saying, "Here, it has been consecrated." Qiao He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the consecration Mo Qian spoke of was genuinely effective. He examined the item back and forth several times. It seemed that even if it could not save a life, it should not bring any harm. How is this to be worn? It can be worn in any manner. Mo Qian did not lift her head, devoid of the solemnity that saving a life should entail. She leisurely gathered her belongings while casually instructing Qiao He. "Just keep it by your side, and ensure it is not removed." Qiao He continued to scrutinize the yellow square in his hand with a look of confusion. Unable to restrain himself from asking, "Will this awaken my father?" "It cannot." Mo Qian shook her head. "This merely ensures safety. To awaken him, I will need to devise another plan. His life is not meant to end, thus I can save him. As for you, my fate is short."
Qiao He,
exhibiting a rare self-awareness, continued the conversation. Upon hearing this, Mo Qian chuckled, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "If you beg me to save you, it is not impossible."
"Oh?"
Qiao He raised an eyebrow playfully, not taking her words too seriously. However, he still complimented her earnestly. "Then I beseech Master Mo Qian to take it to heart." The term master was music to Mo Qian's ears. She stood up, patting Qiao He on the head like an elder. "Good child." Gu Bei had just arrived at the police station that morning when his father summoned him home. Upon learning that Gu Xiangwei had been scratched by a cat, Gu Bei could no longer remain at the station. He promptly left and rushed home. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a barrage of scolding from Gu Xinghua. Regardless of who was at fault, Gu Bei was bound to take the blame. Moreover, since Mo Qian was brought in by him, he was at least considered an accomplice. Thus, his reprimand was not unwarranted. Gu Xiangwei had been crying all morning. Personnel from the Disease Control Center had made a special visit to administer the rabies vaccine. The owner of the beauty salon personally came to inspect the 2 needle-sized wounds. They had summoned everyone capable of addressing the situation. The only thing missing was a psychologist to assess whether Miss Gu Qi had suffered any psychological trauma. After enduring his father's scolding, Gu Bei then went to comfort the 7th sister. The Gu household was in utter chaos throughout the morning. Meanwhile, the true culprit had vanished without a trace, leaving the Gu family with no outlet for their frustration. Finally, having managed to console Gu Xiangwei, Gu Bei could leave. As he drove out of the courtyard, fatefully, he encountered Mo Qian right at the entrance. There she stood, with a large black cat squatting at her feet, having made quite the mess. That annoying Qiao He had actually come along as well. Gu Bei slammed on the brakes, angrily exiting the car. "You girl! Is it difficult for you to refrain from causing trouble for a day? How dare you come to my house to stir up trouble? Do you have a death wish?" Upon hearing the voice, Mo Qian leisurely turned around. "I could live to be 100 years old." "Humph. Keep acting up, and you will lose your life." Gu Bei shot her a sarcastic look. This girl had evidently not experienced the harshness of society. She had no idea how to behave with humility. If it were his elder brother at home, Mo Qian's lofty demeanor would surely have been shattered to pieces. Gu Bei extended a hand towards Mo Qian, commanding, "Give me the cat." Just as he finished speaking, Mo Qian had yet to react when the small black cat, previously heaving at her feet, rolled over and hid behind her. Gu Bei rolled his eyes in disdain. He pointed a warning finger at Mo Qian. "Hand over the cat now, or you'll be the one to suffer." Chapter 31. The Gu family truly leaves no room for the little girl to breathe. Gu Bei did not wish to assist this foolish girl. Yet this little girl had saved Fu Shui. Moreover, her life story was already quite tragic. An orphan, her master deceased. Utterly alone and foolish, with an empty wallet and an insatiable appetite. Even the beggars on the street lived better than she did. Gu Bei, uncharacteristically displaying kindness, decided to shift the blame onto the cat. However, his good intentions went unappreciated. Mo Qian's dark eyes glanced at Gu Bei, without sparing him a proper look. "You're either a Gu or a fool. Gu Bei, a good man does not quarrel with a woman, and a good person does not argue with a fool. He maintained a cold demeanor, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and impatiently exhaling a smoke ring. Hand over the cat, and I will spare its life. If you wait for others to deal with it, you'll only be left to collect its remains. Mo Qian regarded Gu Bei with pity. In terms of reckless behavior, he was undoubtedly akin to the one inside the house, a sibling by blood, albeit of different parents. Mo Qian could not be bothered to entertain him. If he dared to harm the little black cat, her aunt would teach him a lesson. Gu Bei waited for quite some time, yet the little girl remained silent. Just as he was about to reprimand her further, Xiao He approached. Old Six, is your Gu family truly so oppressive? Xiao, he casually remarked, discreetly kicking the small black cat beneath him. This morning, the little girl came to my house, clutching the cat and weeping. That fat cat was practically being kicked by your sister.
Montaqian, who are you talking about?
Xiao He ignored her and continued to lament. This little girl can't even find someone to help her, and has to come begging me. I took them to the pet hospital, and upon examination, it was revealed that the cat suffered from severe concussion. What a heartless act! Xiao He exclaimed. The doctor managed to save the cat. Yet the Gu family still wanted to vent their anger on it. Why is it that the life of your sister is worth something, but the cat's life is not? As Xiao He spoke, the little black cat on the ground let out a series of pitiful yowls in perfect synchronization. It immediately began to vomit again, the retching sounds mimicking that of a human. At that moment, the little black cat was undoubtedly rivaling any leading actress in its performance. It portrayed its plight with such vividness that one could hardly tell it was the same naive cat that had gorged itself at lunch and suffered from motion sickness. Nevertheless, genuine emotion in performance always captivates an audience. For instance, at this moment, Gu Baiye's complexion was quite entertaining to observe. It fluctuated between shades of green and white as he stared at the cat on the floor. However, compared to the engrossed Gu Baiyi, Mo Qian was merely a disruptive element. She looked at Xiao He with a face full of questions, her features embodying a sense of justice, as if accusing him of speaking falsehoods. Upon noticing Mo Qian's confusion, Xiao He dashed over to her, patting her head with feigned sympathy while blocking her face from Gu Baiye's view. Xiao He, feeling that this was insufficient, sighed dramatically and continued pouring oil on Gu Baiye's troubled heart. Mo Qian has only this little companion. If the little black cat were to be gone as well, she would truly become a lonely soul. Your sister has already taken half of its life, and now you wish to take its entire life? The Gu family is truly leaving this little girl with no avenue for survival. Xiao He grumbled while observing the drama unfold. Gu Baiye's cigarette had burned down to his fingers, causing him to wince in pain as he angrily flicked it away. He shot a glance at Mo Qian, noticing that Xiao He still had his hand resting on her head. With her head lowered, Mo Qian's expression was obscured, but likely not pleasant. Gu Baiyi gritted his teeth in frustration before stepping forward to swat Xiao He's hand away, with nowhere else to vent his anger. Targeting this Xiao Lao heir was certainly a safe bet. You sickly fool, stop bothering people and wasting the time of young ladies. After scolding Xiao he turned to glare at Mo Qian, his face ablaze with fury yet powerless against her. Gu Baiyi warned as he pointed at Mo Qian's head. This time, I'll let your wretched cat go, but next time, if it dares to misbehave, don't expect it to survive. With that, he tossed his hand dismissively and returned to the car. Mo Qian looked between Gu Baiyi and Xiao He. Why are you helping him? Helping him? Xiao He echoed, perplexed. Mo Qian nodded earnestly. He angered anti-black cat. It's the end for him. Xiao He thought to himself that being kind had become a thankless endeavor, and now he was being wrongfully accused of aiding Gu Lao Lu. Drenched in this overwhelming negativity, Xiao He felt sullied. Mo Qian picked up the little black cat and headed home. Gu Baiyi, who had initially intended to leave by car, shuddered at the sight of the girl and her cat. He knew that upon returning, they would stir up yet another commotion. Gu Baiyi was certain something would arise, but he was unsure who would bear the brunt of it this time. He quickly exited the car and rushed back to the courtyard, grabbing Mo Qian by the collar and redirecting her away from the house. It's best you don't go home and cause more trouble. Gu Baiyi shoved her into the car and climbed in himself, pressing the accelerator as they headed towards the residence of Mr. Chun from the affluent group to investigate the whereabouts of the missing painting. As Gu Baiyi drove, he cast a glance at Mo Qian in the rearview mirror, warning. Don't hinder my work. Stay close and don't speak or wander off, do you understand? Her silence was deafening. Gu Baiyi thought bitterly that he must have wronged a mute in his past life. Arriving at the Chun residence, Gu Xiaoting was already waiting at the entrance. They had arranged to meet Mr. Chen today to look into the case of the missing painting. Mo Qian exited the car, and Gu Xiaoting frowned at Gu Baiyi. Why did you bring her along? Gu Baiyi sighed. It's a long story. No one at home wants to see her. Don't let her return and stir up trouble. Gu Xiaoting chose not to press further. The group entered the Chen residence, with Mo Qian trailing behind like a curious tourist, stopping frequently to gaze around. The little black cat, no longer dizzy, rolled along behind her like a ball. Mo Qian thoroughly explored the Chen house before making her way to the villa in search of the Gu brothers. At that moment, they were in the safe room on the 3rd floor, accompanied by Mr. Chen, examining the scene. In truth, Mr. Chen had a friendship with Fu Shui. When he discovered the painting was missing, he immediately attempted to reach her by phone to discuss the matter directly. However, after numerous failed attempts, he had no choice but to report it to the police. As a result, for reasons unknown, the incident suddenly spread across the internet. It seemed as though someone was orchestrating the narrative, and soon all fingers pointed towards Fu Shui. Some netizens even formed investigative groups to uncover the truth. The missing painting quickly became the focus of public scrutiny, placing Fu Shui in a precarious position. Should the artwork remain unfound, the suspicion of theft would forever linger over her, irreparable. Mo Qian squatted at the door, playing with the little black cat, half listening to their conversation inside. Upon hearing that Fu Shui was to take the blame, she suddenly spoke up. What painting? Show me. Chapter 32. The culprit presented before her could not be ignored. The three looked at her in unison, each face betraying a struggle to find the right words. After a pause, Gu Baiyi disdainfully replied, the painting is lost. What do you want to see? This little girl had a knack for bringing up the most annoying topics at the worst times. Sure enough, she continued, you silly. Of course I want to see a photo. Mo Qian's tone was filled with disdain. Gu Baiyi, fuming, resisted the urge to strike her on the head. With a mouth like that, you deserve a beating. She truly ought to learn from Fu Shui how to keep her mouth shut. Gu Baiyi was seething with anger, while Mo Qian remained utterly oblivious. She paid no heed to Gu Baiyi's expression and happily bounced over to the vacant sofa beside the three, enthusiastically offering, I'll help you find it. The three faces across from her exchanged glances. After a moment, Gu Xiaoting promptly rejected her offer. No need. Your help is already too much. Mo Qian retorted confidently, since you won't find it anyway, why not just ask me? Now, understanding why Gu Baiyi didn't just leave this girl at home, realized that there was no one normal in the family who could match wits with this foolish girl. The three, who had been engrossed in conversation, found their train of thought disrupted by Mo Qian's interruption. The discussion could not continue. The unfortunate Gu Baiyi, having brought her along, now felt a sense of responsibility to manage the situation. He deeply felt like an unfortunate father. The rabbit that they kept at home was a nuisance that could not be discarded, and with it came the burden of cleaning up the mess it created. What kind of sin had he committed? Gu Bei silently cursed under his breath, but knew he had to take responsibility. He walked over, pressing down on Mo Qian's head, and twisted her towards the door. No talking, no moving, just play with the cat obediently, and I shall treat you to a grand dinner tonight.
Meow.
The response did not come from Mo Qian, but rather from the little black cat that lay sprawled on the ground, feigning death. It lay on its back, belly exposed, limbs stiffly pressed against its sides, motionless, with its turquoise eyes fixed intently on Gu Bei, as if afraid he might change his mind. Gu Bei met the foolish gaze of the cat and could only manage a silent grimace. This cat truly could not perish, otherwise. Where would he find another dim-witted creature so perfectly matched with Mo Qian's temperament? Mo Qian found herself unable to re-enter the house. Little Black, much like Ziwei clinging to her Kong in a drama, clung to Mo Qian, refusing to let go no matter what. Mo Qian couldn't help but admire Little Black's adaptability, willing to endure anything just to secure a good meal. She believed that if Gu Xiangwei were to bring Little Black a plate of braised pork at that moment, it would immediately leap onto her face, licking her wounds. Mo Qian squatted down, grasped Little Black by the neck, and lifted it back into her embrace. I'll take you downstairs to play, so you won't bother Gulalu.
Meow.
Little Black let out a delicate and petulant cry, promptly curling into Mo Qian's arms, obediently following her down the stairs. Mo Qian did not see the painting on the 3rd floor, so she changed her approach and casually inquired with a maid from the Qin family. Soon, the aunt pulled up a photo on her phone to show Mo Qian. In truth, this incident had already exploded across the internet. Anyone could see what the painting looked like online. Only Mo Qian, being somewhat of an internet novice, was oblivious to it all. After examining the painting, Mo Qian sat cross-legged in the Qin family's living room, recalling the images in her mind. However, before she could formulate any conclusions, a cacophony erupted outside the villa. Shortly after, the villa door was kicked open with a bang, and in stumbled a drunken man. He appeared quite presentable, yet reeked of alcohol, clutching a bottle of whiskey as he swayed into the room. At that precise moment, Chen Zong and the two brothers from the Gu family, having just concluded their conversation upstairs, collided directly with the drunken man. The inebriated man was none other than Chen Zong's fourth son, Chen Junling. Upon seeing his son in such a sorry state, Chen Jianya, filled with rage, approached and delivered a slap to the back of his head. "Why have you run out to drink again? It's barely noon, and you've turned into a puddle of mud." Chen Zong's tone dripped with disappointment. This fourth son was the source of constant concern, indulging in all vices, eating, drinking, gambling, and more. Chen Junling, with a grin, leaned against his father, elbowing him playfully on the shoulder. "Old Chen, why do you meddle so much?" He spoke in a brotherly manner, uttering nonsense that only fueled Chen Jianya's ire. At that moment, Mo Qian quietly observed Chen Junling. As she watched, a smirk began to form at the corners of her lips. How foolish was the culprit to stumble in through the door unannounced. Mo Qian had told Xiao He that she would not pursue the culprit, for that required intellect, and she despised engaging her mind. However, with the culprit presented before her, she could not feign ignorance. With agile movements, Mo Qian stood and walked directly to Chen Junling, pointing at him without any preamble. "You stole the painting." Her words hit like a pause button, as every eye in the room turned towards Mo Qian, their expressions a mix of incredulity, none of which bore any goodwill. Especially Chen Junling, whose eyes bulged in shock, his face a canvas of horror. Yet before he could respond, his father erupted with anger. "What nonsense is this, little girl? My son has not been home these past few days. How could he possibly steal a painting? Are you sure?"
Montag Qian retorted.
Tilting her head and calmly uttering even more shocking words, "You needn't protect him. He is not your biological son." The audacity of her statements was astonishing. Each word like a bombshell dropped into the Chen household, heedless of the surrounding chaos. Gu Bei could no longer tolerate the situation. This girl had the audacity to cast such a grave accusation upon the head of the CEO of a top 100 enterprise right upon her arrival. Who would be pleased to hear such slander? To refrain from silencing her would be a testament to his upbringing. Without hesitation, Gu Bei moved behind Mo Qian, covering her mouth with his large hand, his teeth gritting as he hissed, "Be quiet." The moment he spoke, he felt Mo Qian's gentle tap on his wrist, followed by a sudden numbness that forced him to release her. Mo Qian, displeased, wiped her mouth and muttered, "You wealthy folks. Do you all enjoy raising other people as children?" Her words incited a furious flush upon Chen Jianya's face as he glared at Mo Qian and bellowed, "Leave my house immediately. If you do not depart, I will call the police." Chen Zong still afforded the Gu brothers a modicum of dignity, refraining from directly expelling Mo Qian. Once Mo Qian heard this, she held her head high, projecting an air of righteousness. "You, the false son, have committed too many sins. Stealing a painting is the least of your wrongs. You bully the weak and assault young maidens. You carry too much karma, and trouble will surely find you soon. Be cautious lest it ensnare your entire family." Mo Qian's words grew increasingly outrageous. While it was true that the fourth son of the Qin family was somewhat playful, he had never committed any heinous acts. Mo Qian was practically framing him with accusations. At that moment, not only Chen Jianya, but even the servants of the Qin family could no longer bear it, all casting furious glares at Mo Qian. Only Chen Junling remained hidden behind others, his face pale as he sobered up, his body no longer swaying. He clenched his fists, staring intently at Mo Qian. Who was this insufferable girl daring to gossip in his territory? Chapter 33. This young girl is a patient of my third brother. The atmosphere in the Chen household was on the verge of erupting. Gu Xiaoding and Gu Bei had only gained entry to the Chen residence due to their connections. Ordinary families would never permit non-police personnel to rummage through their belongings, let alone a prestigious family like the Chens. Chen Zong had allowed them entry out of respect for the Gu family and Fu Shui, but it had turned into a nuisance for the Gu brothers. The two brothers exchanged glances. Gu Bei signaled with his eyes, "Brother, go." Gu Xiaoding rolled his eyes in response, but still stepped forward. He nodded apologetically towards Chen Jianya. "Chen Zong, this young girl is here to see my third brother for treatment. Her mind is not quite right, so I hope for your understanding." I will take her away immediately. Gu shouting deftly deflected the blame. Who was Gu family's third brother, the director of the Brain Science Research Institute, and the head of the largest mental hospital in the capital. Even if you were a local tyrant, you would not dare to provoke a patient under the care of Dr. Gu. They were truly beyond the law. Upon hearing that the girl was insane, Chen Jianya thought it pointless to argue. One could not retaliate against a dog merely for being bitten. With a resigned sigh and a darkened expression, he waved his hand at the Gu brothers, signaling them to take the madwoman away quickly. Just as Gu shouting prepared to grab Mo Qian and leave, he looked down to find she had vanished. He scanned the surroundings. Upon discovering Mo Qian's presence, one could hardly fathom how she had managed to stealthily position herself behind Chen Junlang. She stood on her tiptoes, craning her neck to catch a glimpse of his face, while he evasively turned away, reluctant to reveal himself to her. However, after several playful attempts to sway him, Mo Qian succeeded in her endeavor. With a triumphant clap of her hands, she bounced back to face Mr. Chen, exclaiming mischievously that her foster son was in for a night of dire consequences. Her tone was lighthearted, as if remarking on the simple act of slaughtering a chicken. Chen Jianya's eyes blazed with fury, and all notions of decorum and dignity evaporated in an instant. He summoned his subordinates with an irate command, "Get this wretched girl out of my sight." In the end, the Gu brothers found themselves entangled in Mo Qian's mischief, and together they were escorted out of the Chen residence. Gu shouting, indifferent to the two companions, drove away in his own vehicle. Gu Bei also wished to leave, but he was encumbered by two burdens he could not abandon. Feeling the weight of his companions, he reluctantly squeezed both a person and a cat into his car. Throughout the journey, Gu Bei wore a scowl, chiding Mo Qian on the importance of propriety. He admonished her that words should not be spoken carelessly, especially regarding the legitimacy of others' children. One must have evidence. He insisted on a rational approach, warning her that her incessant ramblings could lead her to a psychiatric institution. As Gu Bei drove, he glanced in the rearview mirror to see Mo Qian sitting quietly, her gaze lowered, appearing to listen intently. Gradually, his irritation subsided. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to issue a final warning. Upon returning to the Gu household, both she and the cat were to remain indoors. With that, the back seat fell into silence, devoid of any response.
Montag Qian?
Gu Bei called out. Do you not realize how verbose you are? Did Fu Shui not teach you to speak less? Mo Qian finally responded, albeit with a tone of disdain. She affectionately ruffled the head of Little Black, inquiring when they would indulge in a grand feast. Gu Bei ground his teeth in frustration. What an insufferable attitude. No matter how often he lectured her, she remained stubborn and unyielding. He snapped, "You wish for a lavish meal? You might as well be drinking the wind from the northwest." He added, "You're foolish, cat, isn't even fit to eat. It would just regurgitate." Upon hearing this, Little Black let out a sharp yowl of protest. Realizing there would be no sumptuous dinner, having already vomited the meager lunch it had consumed, it was now famished and had eagerly anticipated this grand meal. Now, it seemed, even dinner was out of the question. Indignant and irate, Little Black began to dry heave, nearly soiling Gu Bei's car in the process. Mo Qian, acting as the cat's spokesperson, lamented that if they weren't going out to eat, it would soon be ill. The sound of retching from the back seat nearly made Gu Bei himself sick. He swerved the steering wheel in exasperation, cursing, "Are you two sent by the heavens to torment me?" He promptly drove to the nearest hotel, fuming as he led Mo Qian and the foolish cat into the establishment's buffet restaurant. The duo dined until 10 o'clock at night. To ensure that the simple-minded cat had enough to eat, Gu Bei reserved the entire buffet. After all, some people found it unpalatable, such as himself. He didn't take a single bite, instead watching as the two indulged until the restaurant closed. Ever since Mo Qian had taken up residence at the Gu household, Gu Bei felt his spirit had been cleansed by love. He had even lost the will to be angry. Finally, after the two little tyrants finished their meal, they descended to the parking lot. Just as Gu Bei entered his car, he received a call from his second brother. "Old Six, have you seen the news? Chen Junlang has been kidnapped for a ransom of 30 million. Who? Gu Bei thought he must have misheard. He had just seen the fourth young master of the Chen family that afternoon. He had seemed perfectly fine. How could he have been abducted by nightfall? Gu shouting reiterated on the other end, "You heard correctly, it is indeed Chen Junlang." He explained that the young man had arranged to meet friends for drinks, but when the time came, he had not shown up at the bar, leading to a ransom call received by Chen Jianya. The Chen patriarch had reported the incident to the police, and by now, News of his son's abduction had spread like wildfire online. Gu Bei massaged his temples, questioning whether he had also imbibed too much alcohol. Everything felt hazy. He pulled out his phone to check the news and found the headline proclaiming the abduction of Chen Junlang had surged to the top of trending topics. He clicked to read various media reports, confirming that, as his brother had said, it was indeed the fourth young master of the Chen family. Annoyed, he slammed his fist against the steering wheel, causing the horn to blare and disrupt the street. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another arose. Gu Bei was indifferent to Chen Jianya's son, yet the implications were clear. If something had happened to his son, the Chen patriarch would undoubtedly be too preoccupied to attend to Fu Shui's matters. Amidst Gu Bei's tumultuous thoughts, Mo Qian in the backseat seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, her tail figuratively raised in delight. Leaning forward, she peered at Gu Bei's phone, chirping with glee. I told you he was in for trouble. See, it's true. Her tone was light and carefree, as if she held no regard for the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Gu Bei found himself at a loss for words. His brow furrowed deeply as he turned to regard Mo Qian. This little girl, with her charmingly innocent appearance, seemed harmless enough, effortlessly embodying the role of a fairy without the need for makeup. Yet, how was it that she had developed such a knack for speaking calamity into existence? Once or twice might be a coincidence, but each time she had predicted misfortune. It began to feel rather uncanny. Gu Bei pursed his lips, delivering a sardonic remark. Your joy is built upon the suffering of others. He then turned back to the road, flooring the gas pedal as he drove home. As Gu Bei approached his residence, he noticed a car parked at the entrance of the Gu household. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chen Jianya's vehicle, and curiously, the patriarch was not seated inside. Instead, he paced back and forth outside, as if he were about to till the earth at the Gu family door. Gu Bei was perplexed. How could Chen Jianya, whose son had been kidnapped, afford the luxury of time to loiter here? He parked the car and stepped out to greet him. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Why couldn't I reach you on your phone? Chen Jianya approached, annoyance evident in his voice. Gu Bei glanced down at his phone, realizing it had run out of battery. He looked up, ready to explain, but Chen Jianya had already bypassed him, striding toward the car parked behind him. With purposeful strides, Chen Jianya approached the back seat of the vehicle, his knuckles rapping gently on the window. Moments later, Mo Qian emerged, cradling Little Black in her arms. She gazed at Chen Jianya with a calm intensity and slowly uttered 3 words, cannot be saved. Chapter 34. Words of Truth Confirmed. Chen Jianya was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he realized that this little girl had foreseen his purpose for visiting. She must possess some remarkable abilities. A true man can bend and endure. At this juncture, all that mattered was rescuing his son. He would humble himself and plead with her if necessary. Master, you must have a way to save my son. The change in Chen Jianya's demeanor was stark compared to their earlier interaction that afternoon. All traces of disrespect had vanished. This was primarily due to the fact that Chen Junlang had been missing for 3 hours. According to a video sent by the kidnappers, the police surmised that Chen Junlang had likely sustained serious injuries. Chen Jianya could not afford to delay any longer, but he felt utterly powerless. After all, merchants tend to place their faith in deities. Though he had sought the assistance of his most trusted master to protect his son, an inexplicable intuition led him to believe that this young girl possessed remarkable abilities. With utmost reverence, Chen Jianya bowed before Mo Qian, imploring, Master, I beseech you to save my son. I am willing to offer incense to the temple annually. Chen Jianya's intentions were unmistakably clear. Master, name your price. Whatever amount you require for my son's salvation, I shall provide. Such an unwavering proposition stirred Mo Qian's interest. She envisioned the golden statue of her 17 generations of ancestors, her eyes narrowing with a smile. However, the words that escaped her lips were devoid of compassion. I can only predict fate, not alter it. His sins are too profound. The consequences he faces today are the results of his past actions. Now that heaven has come to reckon with him, my intervention would invite divine retribution. Chen's countenance shifted between hues of green and red, yet he suppressed his ire to explain, Master, though my son may be unruly, he possesses a kind heart and has never harmed another. Surely, you must have overlooked something. Chen Jianya dared not directly accuse Mo Qian, for he was in desperate need of her aid and could not afford to offend the master. But Mo Qian was no one to mince words. With a serious demeanor, she retorted, I do not make mistakes in my judgments. However, you are quite blind. Your adopted son is a beast, and how could you remain oblivious to that? Her words were brutally frank. It was astonishing that a major shareholder of a listed company like Chen Jianya could be so openly rebuked by a mere girl. Not only did she refuse to aid him, but she also hurled scorn upon the Chen family. There was a limit to what one could endure. Chen Jianya clenched his fists, angered beyond measure. I refer to you as master out of respect. It is utterly outrageous for you to cast baseless aspersions upon my son. If your abilities are insufficient to assist him, then have the decency to admit it instead of spouting nonsense about karmic retribution. He scolded her fiercely. Yet Mo Qian remained unperturbed. Calmly, she replied, he is not your son. You are destined only to have daughters in this lifetime. You. Chen Jianya was so incensed by Mo Qian's words that he nearly choked. He hastily retrieved some heart-saving pills from his pocket, pouring them into his mouth in haste. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. Gu Bei, witnessing the scene, felt it was imperative to intervene before it escalated further. However, Chen Jianya, with a swift arm, signaled his intent, stating, I have no energy to deal with the matter of Fu Shui. From now on, the Gu family should refrain from seeking me out. With that, he shot an angry glare at Mo Qian before storming out of the Gu residence. Gu Bei was left speechless. The Gu family was merely taking the fall for this young girl. He cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qian, letting out a cold snort. He had grown accustomed to her penchant for stirring up trouble and felt no surprise at her antics. As he entered his car, he paid no mind to Mo Qian, driving straight into the courtyard. The distance from the courtyard to the villa was quite considerable. Mo Qian, unfazed, cradled her small black pet and sauntered into the courtyard, humming a tuneless song as she ambled towards the villa. The following morning, news of the rescue of the Qin family's fourth son made headlines. After a night of anxious anticipation, the online spectators could finally rest easy. Gu Xiaoding, who had spent the night awake, returned to the Gu family. Gu Bei, in the midst of breakfast, looked up and asked, Second brother, have you had breakfast yet? Gu Xiaoding glanced at him, gesturing for him to follow him upstairs. Without waiting for a response, he ascended the staircase. Gu Bei, bemused, stared at the half-eaten bun in his hand before placing it back in the bowl. His brother must surely be the lowest of the low in the Gu family hierarchy. After washing his hands, he followed Gu Xiaoding upstairs. Gu Xiaoding awaited him in the study. As soon as Gu Bei entered, Gu Xiaoding asked pointedly, How did you come across that girl? Which girl? Gu Bei was taken aback. Mo Qian? He was puzzled as to why his brother would suddenly inquire about her. He settled into the swivel chair by the desk, relaxing against the backrest, his feet lazily resting on the table. He then sighed deeply, filled with regret. This all began when I searched for Fu Shui and ended up tracing back to Didao village. Gu Bei conveniently omitted the part where Mo Qian claimed to be the seventh child of the Gu family. The Gu family was affluent. During his mother's childbirth, she occupied an entire floor in a VIP ward, making it impossible to mistakenly switch babies. Such absurdities would only lead the Gu family to suspect Mo Qian of coveting wealth. Gu Bei could not bear to see that foolish girl make a blunder, offending the entire Gu family upon her arrival in the capital. He recounted the rest of his experiences in Didao village to his brother. Upon hearing his tale, Gu Xiaoding's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. The reason he had summoned Gu Bei for questioning was to discern whether this girl had any formidable backing or access to insider information. If she lacked a substantial organization, then her knowledge was indeed alarming. Gu Xiaoding had spent the night working at the Qin family estate. The police department had dispatched all their elite experts to the Qin residence. Prominent figures from various industries conducted analyses and investigations, and by 3 a.m, they had tracked down the direction of the kidnappers through the sound of ambulance sirens on the kidnapper's phone. The hostage was bound within a residence. By the time the police arrived, Qin Junlang had already fallen into a state of shock. Had they arrived even a moment later, he might not have been saved. The ambulance rushed him to the hospital. The police apprehended 3 kidnappers and interrogated them overnight, ultimately uncovering the truth. Astonishingly, the truth aligned perfectly with what Mo Qian had foretold. During the interrogation, Gu Xiaoding's astonishment grew as he listened to the criminals confess the facts. The painting in question was indeed stolen by Qin Junlang. He had slept with the former second-in-command of the underworld's woman, thus earning himself a well-deserved humiliation. The second-in-command, furious, nearly took his life, but after Qin Junlang tearfully promised to pay compensation, he begrudgingly spared him. Qin Junlang, indulging in a life of excess, had little money left. He dared not ask his family for financial assistance and resorted to stealing a $30 million masterpiece from his home. However, the theft spiraled into a public scandal, making it widely known. The second-in-command, unwilling to part with the painting for financial gain, in a fit of rage, captured the fourth young master of the Qin family. The circumstances surrounding the painting's disappearance were indeed peculiar. Chen Junlang even had an alibi. How he managed to steal the painting remained a mystery. And why did Emo Qian seem to know everything? Gu Shaoding found himself engulfed in a fog of confusion, jotting down Emo Qian on his notepad, followed by a heavy question mark. Chapter 35. Seeking the Master to Save My Daughter. The two brothers conversed throughout the morning. The morning after, Chen Junlang awoke in the hospital, and the police on duty promptly took a statement. To their astonishment, he adamantly denied stealing the painting, instead shifting the blame onto Fu Shui, claiming she had stolen it for him. Fu Shui, who could have easily cleared her name, found herself ensnared in a quagmire of accusations. Gu Bei, infuriated, kicked over a stool, only to receive a sharp reprimand from Gu Shaoding, leaving a large bump on his head. After delivering the blow, Gu Shaoding had no further questions and stood up to head downstairs for a meal. Gu Bei, considering his brother's stature as an esteemed figure in several major auction houses, felt the weight of the situation. Yet, upon returning home, he was merely a subordinate, summoned at will. Was there still a place for reason in this world? Gu Bei sighed, feeling a sense of unspoken grievances, and followed Gu Shaoding downstairs. Upon their arrival on the ground floor, they were greeted by the security guard's announcement. Young Master, Mr. Qin from the Giant Wealth Group is here to pay a visit. Mr. Qin? Gu Bei's expression turned to one of astonishment. Why was he here? Just yesterday, he had nearly suffered a heart attack due to Emo Qian's ire. Gu Shaoding exchanged a knowing glance with the security guard, signaling him to allow Mr. Qin entry. While waiting, he playfully kicked Gu Bei's calf, his tone laced with warning. The calamity you brought back, you shall be responsible for sending away. Gu Bei replied, Do you think I wanted this? He rubbed his forehead in despair. Our walls, our door, our locks, what could possibly deter that girl? If her antics were to be exposed, third brother would return like a rocket, dragging Emo Qian back to the research institute for a thorough study of her peculiar mind. As the brothers conversed, Mr. Chen Jianya stumbled into the Gu residence. Once impeccably groomed and youthful, his hair had turned gray overnight, aging him a decade in an instant. Gu Shaoding and Gu Bei stood to greet him, acknowledging the distress of a father whose only son had been injured. Their conversation became markedly more courteous. However, to their surprise, Mr. Chen cast a glance at them, disregarding pleasantries, his eyes wandering frantically. Where is Master Emo Qian? I must see Master Emo Qian. Another episode, Gu Bei thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Just yesterday, Mr. Chen had been driven to the brink by Emo Qian's antics, and today he was back, seemingly addicted to his own torment. Mr. Chen paid no mind to the brothers' expressions, his search for Emo Qian relentless. Finding her on the first floor fruitless, he bolted toward the staircase. If Gu Bei hadn't intervened, he surely would have rushed upstairs in pursuit. Hey, Mr. Chen, Emo Qian is not home. She has gone next door to pay respects to our ancestors. Do you have urgent business with her? Where is she? I will find her, Mr. Chen retorted, turning sharply toward the exit, his urgency akin to that of a man seeking vengeance for a grievous wrong. As he approached the door, Gu Bei called out, She will return shortly. As if summoned, the door swung open, revealing Emo Qian, leisurely cradling a small black cat. Upon spotting her, Mr. Chen's face lit up with the joy of a devotee encountering a deity. He bowed deeply, gratitude pouring forth. Master, please save my daughter. Gu Bei and Gu Shaoding exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't it been a son just yesterday? And now it was a daughter? Gu Shaoding, recalling the injuries sustained by Chen Si, cleared his throat awkwardly. After all, Chen Junlang had indeed slept with someone else's wife. Previously, for the sake of money, the second master had let him off lightly, but in the end, he had neither the money nor the satisfaction he sought. This pent-up frustration had led to a violent confrontation, leaving Chen Junlang nearly lifeless from the assault. Gu Shaoding had not visited the hospital, thus remained unaware of the full extent of Chen Si's injuries. To his surprise, Mr. Chen's humor shone through even in such dire times, as he made light of his son's predicament. Yet the truth soon emerged. He was not jesting, he was genuinely referring to his daughter. Chen Jianya, a businessman of considerable renown, typically portrayed as shrewd and capable, now stood before them, tears streaming down his face, sobbing audibly. As he wept, he recounted the revelations that had unfolded since he had discovered Chen Junlang the previous night. From the police investigation, he learned of the myriad misdeeds his son had committed, bullying classmates, assaulting young women, issuing threats, instigating brawls, each offense more heinous than the last. Such a wretch could easily face decades in prison. The words of Master Mo Qian rang true. Everything she had foretold came to pass, down to the sins committed. The reality was undeniable, and the notion that this was not his biological son became an unremovable thorn in Chen Jianya's heart. He hastily arranged for a paternity test. What typically took 7 to 10 days to process yielded results within 4 hours after he paid a premium. Indeed, Master Mo Qian was accurate. The boy was not his son. Years ago, the Qin family had fervently wished for a son, but after 3 daughters, they had been unable to conceive a male heir. It was then that a mistress approached, claiming she was pregnant with a son. In hopes of securing this child, Chen Jianya had even contemplated divorce, marrying the mistress. Little did he know that the son he had raised for 20 years was not his biological child. The mistress had actually given birth to a daughter and, through underhanded means, had swapped the child at birth. This grievous error had persisted for 2 decades. Eventually, Chen's wife could no longer conceal the truth and, in a moment of desperation, confessed everything. When Chen Jianyi inquired about his biological daughter, the mistress was at a loss, unaware of the child's fate after the swap. Overwhelmed with regret, he lamented his preference for sons over daughters, losing his wife and destroying his family, all while unknowingly wearing the metaphorical green hat for 2 decades.
Now,
all he desired was to locate his long-lost daughter and make amends for the fatherly love that had vanished for 20 years. Tears streamed down his face as he wept in front of Mo Qian, resembling a child in despair. Gu Shouting and Gu Bei exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Only Mo Qian, observing Chen Jianyi, appeared somewhat moved. She set down the small black cat she had been holding and approached him, mimicking her mentor's gesture from years past, gently patting Chen Jianyi on the head. "You have done much good. There is hope for you." Without a doubt, Chen Jianyi had been generous in his charitable endeavors, donating millions each year. He had not anticipated that such benevolence would bear fruit in this moment. Stripped of his aristocratic demeanor, he stood before Mo Qian in humble reverence, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Master, I beseech you for guidance." 1 gram of gold, Mo Qian replied, spreading her hands. "The divination may be flexible, but the payment must be settled." Her pricing structure was fair and transparent, treating all clients equally. Whether it was fortune-telling, disaster avoidance, or ghost banishment, all services were charged the same rate, while more labor-intensive tasks would incur additional fees. Chen Jianya was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected someone to demand gold instead of money in this day and age. Nevertheless, being a master, he acquiesced to her demands. He surveyed his entourage and approached a bodyguard adorned with a gold chain and ring, both glaringly new. Without hesitation, Chen Jianya took the initiative, stripping the guard of his adornments. The bodyguard retreated several steps, attempting to reclaim his possessions, but Chen Jianya offered him no opportunity, leaving him bereft. Holding the necklace and ring, Chen Jianya presented them to Mo Qian. "Master, a humble offering for your kindness." Mo Qian's eyes sparkled. "This is no mere gram. This must weigh over 52,000 grams. She accepted it joyfully, savoring the precious metal. Suddenly, she pivoted to face the Gu brothers.
"You see?
This is how one should seek a lost child after 20 years. Gu Bei and Gu Shouting, though silent, both found their thoughts drifting to one person, the 3rd brother. Chapter 36. Her family has a throne to inherit. Mo Qian requested the birth date and time of Chen Jianya's 4th daughter. She set up her divination array with a small notebook, a wooden divination stick container, and 5 sticks inscribed with erroneous characters. These 5 sticks bore the labels: Supreme Good Fortune, Medium Fortune, Bad Fortune, and Supreme Bad Fortune. This was entirely distinct from the divination sticks used by other Taoists, as it was an original creation of Mo Qian. In truth, the Taoist master had entrusted her with an intricate set of divination sticks, but the complexity of the characters dissuaded her from engaging her intellect. Consequently, she devised a simplified version, which now resembled a set of divination sticks fit for playful kindergarten children. Chen Jianya gazed at the nonsensical inscriptions, yet he dared not voice his skepticism. A master is always right. The error lies solely with us mere mortals. Mo Qian sat directly upon the floor, shaking the divination sticks in her hands. She recited the familiar incantation: Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, May my words be potent. Open the divination. Just as her voice faded, one divination stick fell face down on the floor. Mo Qian picked it up, glanced at it, and sighed, shaking her head slowly. Perhaps you ought not to search any further. Chen Jianya felt a chill in his heart. He squatted before Mo Qian, resembling a roadside vendor seeking odd jobs. Utterly devoid of the commanding presence of a CEO. Sniffling, he wiped away tears. Master, please speak. I can bear it. Regardless of my daughter's condition, I will accept it. I shall ensure she leads a prosperous life. Seeing his demeanor, Mo Qian presented the divination stick before him, revealing the crooked inscription, Supreme Good Fortune. Chen Jianya was taken aback, looking at Mo Qian in confusion. Master, what does this mean? It signifies that she is living very well and may not wish to see you, Mo Qian replied. Chen Jianya, astonished, thought to himself, how cryptic the master can be. Yet, he dared not question her further. He reverently stated, Master, I can provide my daughter with ample wealth, ensuring she wants for nothing. How could I be a disturbance to her? Mo Qian tilted her head, her tone light as she interjected, however, she has a throne to inherit.
What?
Mo Qian offered no further elaboration. To delve deeper would require more cognitive effort. She directed Chen Jianya to seek a path far to the southwest. Chen Jianya, wary of asking more questions, after all, it is said that divination consumes one's lifespan, expressed his gratitude profusely and prepared to depart. Yet, he suddenly recalled the 30 million yuan painting in his possession. Glancing at the bodyguard who had been thoroughly stripped of his dignity, he reached out, lowering his voice. Is there nothing left? None. The bodyguard replied, pouting in grievance. However, Chen Jianya remained resolute, standing firm and demanding, you must produce something. Were it not for his current state of humiliation, that fellow would have been wailing inconsolably, rather than wearing a sullen expression. The two remained locked in a stalemate until the bodyguard reluctantly produced a gold amulet from his wallet. Boss, this is my lifeline. If you take it, what will I do? The bodyguard anxiously clutched the small amulet, unwilling to relinquish it. Chen Jianya seized the other end of the amulet, tugging at it until he suddenly kicked the bodyguard, finally snatching the gold piece from him. He wiped the amulet clean, casting a disdainful glance at the quietly sobbing bodyguard, and remarked, Tomorrow, I shall grant you a bonus of 500,000. What is there to lament over a few pieces of gold? Upon hearing this, the bodyguard's face transformed in surprise. He politely gestured toward Chen Jianya, saying, Boss, please take it. It is only right that I part with my gold amulet to help find the young lady. Chen Jianya thought, this fellow changes his demeanor faster than anyone. Returning with the amulet, he respectfully presented it to Mo Qian. Master, I wish to recover my lost painting. I wonder if this gold amulet will suffice? Indeed. Mo Qian replied without hesitation, accepting it. She toyed with the amulet in her hand, adding, I had intended to search myself, but now with this gold, it feels like a fortune gained. Master, could you perhaps refrain from such comments until I have departed? Chen Jianya suggested. As he left, Mo Qian prepared to follow. She stood before Gu Bei, declaring, Drive me away. Gu Bei, feeling discontented at being treated like a subordinate, clicked his tongue. Am I your hired driver? Mo Qian lifted her gaze to meet his, replying earnestly, I have no money. You must do it for free. Gu Bei retorted. This girl can be radiant with a bit of sunlight, yet flood with a mere downpour. Hand her a broken basket, and she will lay eggs within. He chose not to engage further, outright rejecting her. I'm busy today. I must pick up feng shui. Then how shall I search for the painting?
Montag Qian countered.
Just as her words left her lips, Gu Shouting, seated on the sofa sipping tea, coldly interjected, finding the painting is the police's responsibility. It is not for you to meddle. But you cannot find it. Mo Qian replied innocently, delivering a piercing truth. Gu Shouting, at a loss for words, pushed up his glasses. The police indeed had yet to locate the painting. The second-in-command had only mentioned selling it through an intermediary but refused to disclose who that was. Gu Shouting had attempted to extract information several times, ultimately yielding only scant details. However, they could not pinpoint the painting's whereabouts. With a grim expression, Gu Shouting rose and blocked Mo Qian's path. We'll find it eventually, but you cannot go. Despite the girl's capabilities, she was still but a mortal. Those who could negotiate with the second-in-command were not to be trifled with. Gu Shouting's sense of duty as a half-police officer compelled him to intervene. Yet, Mo Qian was not one to be easily deterred. She maneuvered around Gu Shouting, asserting, I am being compensated for my efforts. I cannot afford to waste time. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Do not hinder my work. As she muttered to herself, she continued to move toward the exit. Gu shouting, listening to her ramblings, wore a dark expression. Gu Bei, witnessing his elder brother's predicament, could not contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Truly, one object can subdue another. The second in command, usually the sharpest in the family, found himself rendered speechless by this little girl. Gu Bei wished to afford his elder brother some dignity, but he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, almost causing him internal injury. Gu shouting shot him a cold glare, thinking, "Laugh if you wish. If you choke, the blame will fall upon me."
Ha ha ha.
Gu Bei exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to laugh uproariously. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Mo Qian observed him and remarked, "If you laugh any longer, your jaw may dislocate." Suddenly, Gu Bei snapped his mouth shut, realizing he must maintain some semblance of decorum. Yet, the girl's words were undeniably true. Glancing at Mo Qian and then back at his elder brother, an idea struck him. He clapped his hands together with enthusiasm. "Elder brother, this child shall be your responsibility today. Wherever you go, take her with you. I must go pick up Fu Shui. I have no time to manage her." With that, Gu Bei waved his hand toward his elder brother and fled the Gu residence as if his feet were greased, disappearing faster than Mo Qian. Chapter 37. Younger brother, do not cause trouble. Mo Qian and Gu shouting exchanged glances, the tension palpable. Gu shouting's expression conveyed 4 words, "I am not familiar with you." However, it mattered little, for Mo Qian could not comprehend his meaning. She lifted her gaze, fixated intently on Gu shouting. "You lead me to find the painting. I earn the money, and you take the credit." Gu shouting cast her a fleeting glance, showing no inclination to assist. "The police have no leads. Where do you intend to search?" "I have my methods," Mo Qian asserted, patting her small crossbody bag. "I operate outside the police department's jurisdiction." Gu shouting pondered, bemused by the girl's understanding of systems. He wondered where she had learned such cunning tricks. "The methods you employ are rather dubious. It's best to refrain from using them," he replied, his face cold as he pushed Mo Qian's head towards the room. "Stay in your room and refrain from wandering about."
No, Mo Qian countered,
sidestepping him and maintaining a safe distance. "If I don't go now, the painting will be ruined. If it gets damaged, my reputation will suffer." "You have a rather modest reputation," Gu shouting silently scoffed. His gaze scrutinized Mo Qian's face, noting that they shared a common occupational hazard, assessing others by their appearance. Yet, Gu shouting deeply believed that Mo Qian represented a significant challenge in his career. Her face radiated sincerity, making it difficult to discern any falsehood in her words. However, every utterance felt disingenuous. Yet, recalling President Chen's prior experiences, Gu shouting refrained from outright dismissing her. "Give me the location. I'll arrange for someone to search." "I still don't know." Gu shouting furrowed his brow. Mo Qian nudged him towards the exit, remembering to offer an explanation. "I need to calculate as I walk." Gu shouting drove, with Mo Qian seated in the passenger seat, her window down as she surveyed the streets outside. She directed him with instructions. "Hey, hey, hey, turn left." Just as Gu shouting was about to enter the straight lane, Mo Qian suddenly exclaimed. Reacting swiftly, Gu shouting jerked the steering wheel, veering onto the left lane. Vehicles behind him screeched to a halt, horns blaring in protest. Gu shouting shot a cold glance at Mo Qian, tersely stating, "You need to announce the turns in advance." "Oh," Mo Qian replied, fiddling with her fingers, adding sheepishly, "Actually, going straight could have worked too." Gu shouting remained silent, his silence thunderous. They had been aimlessly driving since morning, and by noon, Mo Qian declared that she and her cat were hungry. The two of them, one person and one cat, occupied a private dining room for a full 2 hours, eating and chatting, occasionally pausing to digest. Growing impatient, Gu shouting prompted, "Didn't you say the painting would be ruined?" "I can still hold off a little longer," she replied. Gu shouting understood why Gu Bei's notorious temper had recently mellowed. This girl, with no family to speak of, no shame, and devoid of employment, epitomized the adage that those without shoes fear not the shoed. She had nothing to lose and carried herself with a boldness that rendered her unafraid of anything. Who could compete with her? If there were anyone in her family capable of matching her audacity, it would be the third sibling, who had spent years dealing with the mentally unstable. Gu shouting glanced at his watch. There was still a quarter until 2. He suspected this was merely the first step in a long quest for the painting. Finally, at 2:10, the duo and the cat finished their meal. They piled into the car and resumed their wandering. Fortunately, this time Mo Qian was swift. By 3 in the afternoon, they reached the location she sought. It was a burgeoning industrial park in Shangjing City, still under construction, with numerous vacant factories that exuded an eerie emptiness. Thankfully, it was daytime. At night, the place would resemble a haunted house. Mo Qian instructed Gu Shouting to park at the entrance, and not to drive inside. She cradled the sleeping cat, Xiao He, as she exited the vehicle. Gu Shouting quickly followed, blocking her path. I'll call for backup. Don't act recklessly. No, Mo Qian interrupted, her gaze laced with disdain. They will only hinder my progress. With that, she proceeded into the depths of the park. After taking a step, she recalled something else. And you, don't come meddling. Gu Shouting furrowed his brow in exasperation, too weary to engage in further dialogue with the girl. He swiftly stepped forward, reaching for Mo Qian, intending to toss her back into the car. However, as he extended his hand, a yellow talisman flew toward him, sticking to his palm. Gu Shouting attempted to dodge, but his body betrayed him, rendered immobile before he could react. Mo Qian turned back, glancing at Gu Shouting, who was frozen mid-reach, and hurried back to adjust his stance. You'll be fine soon. This talisman will wear off in half an hour. Just wait patiently. Mo Qian held a friendly demeanor toward the police, as her mentor had taught her that they were the good guys, urging her to trust them and refrain from confrontation. She remembered this lesson well. Unbeknownst to her, her mentor had advised this to prevent her from assaulting an officer and landing herself in custody. Gu Shouting struggled to regain control of his body, but apart from his eyes, not a single part obeyed him. Even his mouth was mute. He could only watch as Mo Qian turned away, clutching the black cat. Sauntering deeper into the industrial park, Mo Qian calculated her steps, ambling toward a factory. She hadn't anticipated the park's vastness and found herself walking for nearly half an hour. She could have found the painting in that time. Resolute, she marched forward and pushed the door open with a loud bang. The sudden noise caused everyone inside to halt their work, turning their gazes toward her. This factory specialized in the production and framing of craft paintings. It was spacious with a high ceiling, yet sparsely equipped, with only a handful of workers scattered about. Mo Qian clasped her hands and bowed slightly. I'm looking for your boss. Upon hearing her, a foreman stepped forward, sizing up the girl. Though her attire seemed mismatched, it bore the hallmarks of wealth. As long as she was willing to pay, they could negotiate. The foreman didn't dismiss her. He swaggered over, tilting his chin toward her. What business do you have with our boss? Looking to strike a deal? No, I'm here to retrieve something.
What do you want?
I'm here for the painting your boss stole.
Monta Qian spoke plainly.
However, her words did not sit well with some. Upon hearing her accusation, the foreman was taken aback. This girl was not only unprepared to offer money, but was also accusing their boss of theft. You're asking for trouble, he retorted, kicking over a wooden stool in a display of aggression. Look around. Does my boss need to steal paintings? If you want to pay, fine, but if not, get lost. This isn't a place for you to cause a scene. You're quite foolish, Mo Qian shot back, disdain evident in her tone. Her words ignited the foreman's fury. He cracked his knuckles menacingly, stepping closer to her with a sardonic smile. If you insist on barging in here, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 38. The policeman will gift you a bullet. As he spoke, he swung his fist toward Mo Qian. Yet before his punch could make contact, a sharp whoosh echoed through the air. A large stone struck his hand squarely, causing him to yelp in pain and collapse to the ground, cradling his injured appendage. As Mo Qian turned to look back, she spotted a silhouette standing at the factory entrance, backlit, obscuring the face. Yet the figure bore a striking resemblance to actors on television, tall, slender, broad-shouldered with a narrow waist and long limbs. He appeared like the male lead from a drama, arriving to rescue the female protagonist. However, upon reaching Mo Qian, she impatiently wrinkled her nose. Are you scared out there and seeking my protection? Gu Shouting. Has your brain been kicked by a mule? Yet, there was no time for mutual disdain. A group of over a dozen factory workers slowly gathered, forming a circle that enclosed Gu Shouting and Mo Qian. Those who dared to stir trouble here were certainly courting death. Gu Shouting maintained his composure. Retrieving his police badge from his jacket pocket, Officer, executing duties, I kindly ask for your cooperation. This badge was typically quite formidable. Alas, the people in this factory were not of sound mind. The small leader, sprawled on the ground, was helped to his feet by his companions. His wrist contorted at an unnatural angle. He spat disdainfully, moving through the encirclement to stand before Gu Shouting, scrutinizing both the badge and the man. Gu Shouting. adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of corporate elite, utterly incongruous with the persona of a police officer. The small leader sneered. "What is this? I have a whole pile of these." He pulled out a stack of documents from his pants pocket, flipping open a small blue book with a grin. "I can have as many official titles as I want." Gu Xiaoding cast a cold glance at his badge. The audacity was remarkable, even surpassing his own rank. It would not be unjust to deal with him. Forging police credentials violates Article 280 of the criminal law, punishable by imprisonment of 3 to 10 years, along with fines. Gu Xiaoding, well-versed in legal statutes, could recite them effortlessly. Yet it was evident that someone had overstepped their bounds. The small leader tossed the documents at Gu Xiaoding, declaring, "I am the law here." He waved his hand to his subordinates. "Arrest these two." Gu Xiaoding sidestepped the barrage of flimsy papers and kicked away an assailant rushing towards him, positioning Mo Qian safely behind him. A dozen workers charged forward, brandishing makeshift weapons, shouting threats. Yet the Gu family was not to be trifled with. There was a distinction between those who could fight and those who could fight even better. As Gu Xiaoding fended off the onslaught while shielding Mo Qian, she was pulled this way and that, disoriented by the commotion. Fortunately, the group lacked finesse, relying solely on brute strength, and soon fell one by one to Gu Xiaoding's prowess, sprawled on the ground, cursing in defiance. Meanwhile, Mo Qian had crouched down. Gu Xiaoding caught a glimpse and quickly joined her, asking, "Are you hurt?" Mo Qian remained silent, her head bowed alongside her little black cat, staring at the dusty concrete ground beneath them. After a moment, they both lifted their heads, puffing out their cheeks, gazing at him with discontent. Mo Qian was on the verge of retching. The little black cat let out a plaintive yowl. It turned out that Gu Xiaoding's earlier dragging had left both her and the cat dizzy, nearly causing an upheaval of their lunch. Gu Xiaoding rubbed his forehead in exasperation, unexpectedly nostalgic for his younger brother. For the first time, he found him rather endearing. At least he could handle children. Aware that the two were unscathed, he dismissed them from his mind. He seized the small leader's sparse hair, demanding, "Where are the paintings? Isn't this all paintings?" The small leader retorted, pointing around the factory with a sense of grievance. "This is a factory for crafting and framing artworks. Aren't all these paintings?" The two had apparently forgotten that it was he who had instigated the confrontation. Gu Xiaoding yanked his hair again. "Where are the 30 million worth of paintings?" "I don't have what you're looking for," the small leader protested. This time, the response did not come from him, but from a corner of the factory. Gu Xiaoding instantly turned his gaze toward the voice, spotting a small door on the west side of the factory swinging open. A man emerged, draped in a black trench coat, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. And his countenance suggested he was no ordinary individual. This man was likely the factory owner, yet his demeanor resembled that of a mob boss rather than a businessman. The small door, barely wide enough for one person, somehow accommodated a throng of individuals. The boss strode confidently, flanked by his underlings wielding weapons, resembling a modern-day portrayal of a gang. Gu Xiaoding's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated such a formidable presence. The second-in-command had likely concealed the identity of this man, who seemed to be the mastermind behind it all. Gu Xiaoding scrutinized the leader's face, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. He had never seen this man before, yet his stature and mannerisms evoked memories of someone who should have perished a decade ago. A glance at Mo Qian revealed her remarkable investigative skills. She had indeed discovered the lair of that group. Yet, her abilities were still amateurish. She had pinpointed the location without estimating the number of adversaries. He hoped they wouldn't end up in a situation where they caught the thief, but lost their lives in the process. Gu Xiaoding mentally calculated the time. Fortunately, he had arranged for reinforcements before entering. Otherwise, they would be left here, with no one to claim their bodies. With so many opponents, he could not afford a direct confrontation, no matter how skilled he was. He was outnumbered. For now, he needed to stall for time, awaiting backup. However, he had yet to negotiate with the boss when a light-hearted voice interrupted. "Boss, I want the painting you stole." Gu Xiaoding's heart sank. He maintained a stern expression, pulling her back behind him, hissing, "Be quiet." Mo Qian, unfazed, patted his hand reassuringly, nodding to signal him to relax. Then she hurled another verbal bomb. "Boss, you're destined for poverty. You'll never prosper in this life. Hand over the painting." The atmosphere instantly shifted, becoming oppressive. A cold air swept through, carrying an ominous chill. The small leader, sensing support had arrived, rushed to the boss's side, recounting the earlier events. "Boss, this girl says you stole her painting." That man pretended to be a cop and beat us up. You must avenge us. He had finally found someone to rely on, whining about his grievances. The boss, after listening, kicked the small leader in the rear, scolding, useless. He then approached Mo Qian. Spitting out the toothpick, he said, "Little girl, I haven't stolen your painting." "You did steal it. Hand it over," Mo Qian retorted without reservation, extending her hands for the painting. The boss, his patience wearing thin, darkened his expression. "You little brat. You're asking for trouble." Earlier, he had entertained her because they appeared wealthy, wanting to fatten this little lamb before slaughtering it. But since they had brought this upon themselves, he would not indulge them further. Mo Qian shook her head indifferently. "I'll live a long life." She adopted a rare tone of negotiation with the boss. "If you cooperate, I'll arrange for the police to deliver a grand gift to you." The boss erupted with laughter. "What could the police possibly deliver to me? The worst they can do is treat me to a meal in jail. A decade hence, I shall once again be a valiant man." Mo Qian blinked her eyes and earnestly conveyed the answer to him. "The police officer will gift you a bullet." Chapter 39. I shall take the painting, regardless of the police apprehending anyone. The laughter abruptly ceased. The leader's ominous gaze fell upon her. "Little girl, it seems you wish for me to send you to the afterlife." This girl appeared to possess some foreknowledge. Ever since he had reinvented himself, no one was aware of his previous misdeeds. Although he danced on the fringes of legality, he was far removed from the death penalty. Those who know too much seldom live long. The leader smirked with a chilling, sinister grin. Gu Shaoting cast another glance at his watch. It read 3:55. At least another 10 minutes were required for his subordinates to arrive. This industrial park was situated in a remote location, and he feared that by the time they arrived, the corpse would be cold. He turned back, casting a disdainful look at Mo Qian. If it were just him, he might have been able to escape. The dilemma lay in the fact that he had to carry this burden, slow as a tortoise. The prospect of fleeing with her was utterly hopeless. Gu Shaoting furrowed his brow, his peripheral vision scanning the terrain, seeking a means of survival. The leader across from him wore an already darkened expression, his forehead seemingly smoking with rage. Yet, Mo Qian remained undeterred, stoking the flames further. She scrutinized the leader's face, and then glanced at the men trailing behind him, shaking her head helplessly. "Not one of you is worth a dime. Especially you, steeped in sin. A single bullet would be too lenient. You little wretch. Are you tired of living?" The leader, thoroughly incensed, no longer afforded Mo Qian the opportunity to speak. With a wave of his hand, akin to a general commanding his troops, a wall of men surged toward Gu Shaoting and Mo Qian. Gu Shaoting had no time to contemplate the optimal escape route. He could only proceed one step at a time. He turned, seizing Mo Qian's wrist, and pulled her to flee. Yet after merely 2 steps, he abruptly halted, as if pressed by an unseen force, rendered motionless. Mo Qian withdrew her hand from Gu Shaoting's grip and stepped before him, admonishing him as a teacher would a young pupil. "You are a police officer. You cannot obstruct others in their work. As a grown man, you must learn not to create trouble for others." Gu Shaoting, exasperated and astonished, thought, "Please let me speak my mind." He stood there, his back to the approaching crowd, unable to see what lay behind him. He felt like a sacrificial lamb, poised for slaughter. The cacophony of footsteps grew ever closer, and the sensation of being shot in the back sent shivers down his spine, a cold sweat forming. Mo Qian circled around him, confronting the throng of ruffians. Upon seeing her fierce demeanor, the thuggish youths halted abruptly, bewildered as to why the man had suddenly stopped, allowing this little girl to step forward. Doubt clouded their judgment, and they hesitated to advance. Seeing their stasis, Mo Qian approached confidently. She patiently extended her hand toward the leader. "I shall take the painting, irrespective of the police's actions. You would do well to hand it over before the police arrive. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits." She even mimicked the gesture of a gun to the head.
Curse it.
The factory resonated with a chorus of curses. The leader's lackeys, eyeing the diminutive girl before them, wore expressions of disdain. "You little brat. What audacity. Do you think the police station is your family's? You can't just shoot whoever you please. My boss is a law-abiding businessman. If you continue this nonsense, we'll sue you for defamation. You can't just barge into our factory and cause a ruckus. Throwing you out is not against the law." The sycophants echoed each other in agreement. Mo Qian shook her head in resignation. "Your boss will inevitably meet his demise. Whether today or in a few days, it would be a bargain for him." Her words were far too provocative. The young thugs brandished their clubs, poised for action. awaiting the leader's command to cast this girl aside. Yet, the leader remained silent. A strategist stood beside him, whispering into his ear.
Boss.
That girl's bracelet appears valuable. It's likely worth a pretty penny. He gestured with his fingers to indicate a figure. Upon hearing this, the leader grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He gestured to his subordinates, instructing them to seize the girl's bracelet. She came here to cause trouble and damage our equipment. As law-abiding citizens, we cannot resort to violence. Let her compensate us with her bracelet. First, they would rob her, and afterwards, they could discreetly deal with her. After all, such unlawful activities ought not to be conducted in front of so many witnesses. Two lackeys, eager to comply, approached with lewd grins, reaching for Mo Qian's delicate wrist. However, before their hands could touch her, each received a talisman slapped onto their foreheads. In an instant, they stood frozen in place, before the surrounding crowd could react. Mo Qian swiftly pinched another glowing yellow talisman between her fingers and hurled it at the leader's head. In the blink of an eye, the entire sheet of yellow paper smacked against the leader's face. Darkness enveloped his vision, and rage surged within him as he reached out to grasp it. Yet his hand met only air, the talisman flickering and vanishing with each attempt. You too. Tear this off for me, the leader bellowed in a frenzy. His subordinates moved swiftly, scrambling to comply. Yet, despite everyone taking a turn, they could not grasp the elusive talisman. Within minutes, the talisman had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. While the leader's eyes turned a furious crimson, brimming with murderous intent. He glanced around and suddenly charged at his second and third in command, delivering several harsh slaps to their faces. What use are you, worthless fools? He roared, striking without mercy, leaving them bruised and bewildered. After a moment of stunned silence, the two men, now enraged, retaliated against their subordinates. This cycle of violence rapidly escalated as the entire factory descended into chaos. Superiors struck inferiors, inferiors retaliated against their superiors, and when the lowest lackeys found themselves outnumbered, they turned to lash out at those above them. In the midst of this tumult, the two lackeys who had intended to seize Mo Qian's bracelet stood idly by, oblivious to the surrounding fray. Mo Qian, cradling the little black cat, watched the scene unfold, occasionally cheering on the chaos. The most vexed of all was Gu shouting. Positioned at a distance from the melee, he could scarcely catch a glimpse of the action. The sounds of conflict surged around him, yet Mo Qian appeared unfazed by the pandemonium. This experience of hearing the tumult without seeing the spectacle was maddening. Were he able to speak, he would offer 100 gold bars to Mo Qian, pleading with her to release him. At the very least to turn him in the direction of the unfolding drama. Gu's shouting was nearly bursting with frustration. The clamor of the fight continued to intensify. Where there were men, there were always conflicts. The group of individuals, reminiscent of the candid confessions one makes under the influence of alcohol, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows and insults, airing all their past grievances with fervor. The crescendo of their brawl persisted for a considerable duration. Gradually, the cacophony of shouts and curses subsided, replaced by the sounds of weeping and wailing. Moments later, even the cries faded away, leaving only the faint groans of pain. The factory premises gradually returned to a state of tranquility. At that moment, the factory's main door was violently kicked open. A booming voice from outside announced through a loudspeaker, "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or face the consequences." Chapter 40. Mo Qian uncovered the criminal gang's lair. Gu's shouting found himself at a loss for words for the first time. It was no wonder that television often portrayed police officers arriving to clean up the mess only after the chaos had subsided. He was witnessing it unfold right before his eyes. Upon seeing the police arrive, Mo Qian recalled that there was still the immobilized second brother. She pinched her fingers together and gently waved in Gu Shouting's direction, dispelling the spell. She gave little thought to the potential consequences of his sudden release from paralysis. With a swift motion, Gu Shouting stumbled forward due to inertia. Fortunately, an officer caught him in time, preserving the dignified image of the astute Professor Gu and preventing him from falling in a most undignified manner. Once Gu Shouting regained his freedom, his first instinct was not to reproach Mo Qian, but rather to survey the battlefield. The sight left him utterly speechless. A cursory glance revealed that 75 individuals lay sprawled on the ground. The little girl had faced off against 75 opponents and emerged unscathed. Was it that the fallen were utterly incompetent, or was the standing girl simply too formidable? The incoming police officers were equally astonished. Moments prior, They had assumed Professor Gu had single-handedly taken on the gang, only to discover that it was the gang members themselves who had turned on one another. Without waiting for the thugs to speak, Gu shouting deftly shifted the blame onto them, asserting that they had attempted to snatch the young girl's bracelet, resulting in their internal conflict. He needed to provide Mo Qian with a plausible explanation for her impressive feat of 1 against 75. Who would believe that? Upon hearing Gu Xiaoting's words, the fallen men immediately erupted into a chorus of lamentation, protesting their innocence and vehemently accusing Mo Qian of their plight. This woman practiced sorcery. She did this to us. It was she who provoked us in our factory and assaulted us. Oh, officer, please protect us. We did not lay a finger on her. The group of burly men, adorned with scars and bruises, wept inconsolably, their expressions rife with grievance. However, the officers' gazes shifted to the slender Mo Qian, resembling a delicate enoki mushroom, and then back to the robust men on the ground. They dared not believe a single word of their claims. The 6 police officers displayed a synchronized expression of disdain. Do you truly have the audacity to claim that this little girl could possibly best you, a multitude of grown men? Are you not ashamed? One officer gently encouraged Mo Qian, please tell us what they did to you. We will ensure justice is served. And you shall have your due protection. They will not have the opportunity to retaliate against you. The officers could hardly contain their disbelief. Thankfully, the young girl appeared unharmed, showing no signs of having suffered. This pack of ruffians had the audacity to shift blame onto a girl. One female officer kindly wiped the dirt from Mo Qian's face, which had become soiled in the filthy environment of the factory. Little girl, what brought you to accompany Professor Gu to such a dangerous place? Mo Qian, having been so engrossed in the spectacle, had momentarily forgotten her purpose for being there. Upon the officer's reminder, she recalled, Officer, I came to find a painting, the one that went missing. The officer comfortingly patted Mo Qian's hand. You needn't worry about that, dear. Please go home and rest. We'll take care of locating the painting. No, you won't be able to find it, Mo Qian replied earnestly. The officer hesitated, slightly embarrassed. Well, do you think you can find it? After a brief pause, the officer sighed. Little girl, where are your parents? I suggest you have them come to take you home. They left me without a second thought, Mo Qian replied matter-of-factly, before resuming her arcane gestures with her fingers. The officer looked to Gu shouting for assistance. Gu shouting, catching her gaze, rubbed his temples. It seemed likely that Mo Qian's parents had abandoned her due to their concerns over her mental state. His patience was wearing thin. He had no desire to linger any longer with this peculiar child. He pulled out his phone and called Gu Bei. He needed to return this troublesome burden to him post-haste. The call connected quickly. Second brother, what is it? 6th brother, I will send you the address. Come and take the girl away. Gu shouting wished he could airlift Mo Qian to Gu Bei immediately. No way, Gu Bei retorted, his tone sharp. I'm on my way to get a divorce. Upon hearing this, Gu shouting frowned. You're going to divorce her right after Fu Shui just got out of the police station? Have you done something to betray her trust? The painting remained unfound, and Chen Junlang had implicated Fu Shui as his accomplice, leaving her suspicion unresolved. They had merely secured a temporary release. Was this really the right time to be preoccupied with divorce? Meanwhile, Gu Bei was driving, the phone on speaker, and Fu Shui could hear the conversation clearly. His anger flared as he slammed the steering wheel. Nonsense. I have always taken marriage seriously. It's some people who treat it as a joke. His words were pointed, clearly directed at Fu Shui. He had come to the police station that morning, eagerly awaiting Fu Shui, only to be met with the first thing she did was shove her phone screen in his face, declaring, Gu Bei, we agreed to divorce on Monday. It seemed even their brief stay in the police station had not deterred her from counting down the days to their divorce. Gu Bei found himself seething with frustration. And when his second brother called, his temper was difficult to contain. Gu shouting refrained from chastising him this time, for the phone had been seized by Mo Qian. To his surprise, a hint of urgency crept into her voice as she exclaimed, 6th brother, no divorce. I will suffer financial loss. Both parties on either end of the call fell silent, having never heard of anyone's divorce causing financial ruin to an unrelated party. Moreover, this girl hardly seemed to possess any wealth to lose. Mo Qian was too preoccupied to notice their expressions. At that moment, she remembered that today marked the 7th day since she had descended the mountain. She had not anticipated her master's prediction to be so accurate. He had said she would be married off in 7 days, and indeed, it was happening without any warning. Mo Qian could not allow this divorce to proceed. Otherwise, the ancestors would weep for the Qiao family. She thrust the phone back into Gu Xiaoting's hand and urged him, "Quickly, we must hurry. I refuse to become a pauper." Reluctantly, Gu Xiaoting was compelled to follow her, adjusting his glasses as he hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask her just how much poorer she could possibly get. As Gu Xiaoting and Mo Qian departed, a handful of police officers remained to tidy up the aftermath. The factory owner, Zhao Sitian, was left entirely alone. Having lost his entire family, he had resorted to recruiting a band of miscreants under the guise of employment, gathering a group of wayward souls scattered by the winds of righteousness. The factory, in name only, serves as a front for extortion and the collection of protection fees, never having engaged in any legitimate business. While not committing grand crimes, it is riddled with minor infractions. The petty cash amassed by the underlings is handed over to the boss, who then dispenses it as wages. Typically, the police apprehend low-level offenders, detaining them for a few days before releasing them, causing little upheaval. However, no one anticipated that Mo Qian would unravel an entire criminal syndicate, setting aside other charges. The accusation of brawling was undeniably substantiated. Outside the factory, 3 large buses were parked, accompanied by 30 police officers bearing 100 pairs of handcuffs. The scene was nothing short of monumental. The more than 70 suspects, even as they were led away, wept and lamented their plight. As if they had spun their own fabrications to the point of believing them, these individuals were swiftly sent to the hospital, while the remaining officers began a thorough search for the missing artwork. The interrogation of Zhao Sitian yielded only his adamant denial of ever encountering a $30 million painting. Thus, the police commenced a meticulous search of the premises. As this was originally an art factory, the abundance of paintings significantly complicated the task. Colleagues at the hospital, accompanying the small-time hoodlums to take statements, occasionally relayed bits of information. 8 officers searched from afternoon until night. The storage rooms, offices, and even the ventilation ducts were thoroughly inspected, yet the famed painting remained elusive. The officers exchanged glances, at a loss for how to report back. The factory was not expansive, yet where was the painting? Chapter 41, Departure. I must divorce. Gu Baiyi hung up the phone, his face darkened. He cast a glance at the young woman seated in the back. Now, she wouldn't even sit in the front seat, treating him like a mere chauffeur. At this moment, Gu Baiyi found everything irksome, nothing pleasing to his eye. With just 2 intersections to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he impatiently thumped the steering wheel as they awaited the traffic light. Coldly, he remarked, "The painting issue remains unresolved, yet you still have the audacity to ponder divorce." Silence ensued. Fu Shui did not even muster a response. In truth, the past 2 days at the police station had left Fu Shui in a state of trepidation. She had come to appreciate the adage from television dramas, "There are always troublesome people wishing to harm me." Even consuming a morsel of food filled her with dread of being poisoned. Her thoughts had solely revolved around how to escape to the capital, seeking a place to hide. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the marriage must be terminated to prevent further complications. After enduring the waiting period, if Gu Baiyi were to discover her pregnancy now, the chance for divorce would vanish entirely. Hence, when Gu Baiyi came to collect her today, Fu Shui's first order of business was to file for divorce. This was a prearranged plan, yet evidently, her bringing it up today displeased Gu Baiyi immensely. The atmosphere was frigid, more so than a refrigerator. Even a glimpse of the back of his head radiated his fury. However, Fu Shui had no intention of pacifying him. A divorce was warranted. Every heir of the Gu family deserved it. Each brother had their own flaws. In comparison, Gu Lao Lu appeared almost virtuous. Yet Fu Shui did not seek to elevate her standards by selecting a better man from a pool of miscreants. The two remained silent as the car swiftly approached the Civil Affairs Bureau. The autumn air was crisp, the breeze gentle, and the bureau was bustling with activity. As closing time approached, a queue remained, all seeking divorce. One could only wonder if today was an auspicious day for restarting lives. Fu Shui exited the vehicle, positioning herself at the end of the line. Gu Baiyi glanced ahead, noting 5 couples still to be processed. He remarked nonchalantly, "It's almost closing time. If we don't finish, we'll have to wait until tomorrow." Fu Shui retrieved her phone and replied with 3 simple words, "We have time." Gu Baiyi seethed silently, his teeth grinding. She was resolute in her intent to divorce. She had never shown such eagerness even when they wed. Gu Baiyi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, huffing disdainfully as he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Strangely enough, the divorce proceedings were progressing unusually smoothly. The 5 couples ahead had all reached amicable resolutions. Some left hand in hand, others awkwardly smiling after reconciling. And a few wept as they embraced. Not a single couple failed to finalize their separation. After the fifth couple bowed and shook hands with the mediator, it was finally Gu Baiyi and Fu Shui's turn. Under normal circumstances, Gu Baiyi would have refused to step into this room, yet today, he surprisingly showed a willingness to grant the mediator some dignity, actively pulling Fu Shui into the mediation room. The mediator, a woman in her 40s clad in a standard uniform, wore a warm, welcoming smile.
Please sit down.
You two are quite young and have only been married for 2 years. Your relationship should be at a sweet spot. If you have any disagreements, let us discuss and resolve them. Think back to your happier times, wound tea that help in resolving your conflicts. Upon hearing this, Gu Baiyi shot a cold glance at Fu Shui, who maintained a tranquil demeanor, revealing no hint of her emotions. She merely took her phone, typed a word on the screen, and held it up for the mediator to see. The mediator's smile faltered slightly at the sight. On the screen, in elegant script, was the word divorce. The lettering was neat and beautiful, yet it was clear that the woman was resolute in her decision. This man, finely dressed and strikingly handsome, appeared to harbor feelings for her, yet had committed some irredeemable fault, leading her to refuse even the slightest chance for reconciliation. The mediator, maintaining her professional composure, continued her efforts. You two are a handsome couple, and you seem to complement each other perfectly. It's rather enviable.
Fu Shui simply reiterated, divorce.
Marriage is about the daily grind. Every household faces challenges, and it's essential to learn to adapt to one another. Divorce. It is now closing time. Perhaps you should consider this for another day. Divorce. Regardless of what the mediator said, Fu Shui's phone remained steadfastly fixed on that single word. The sight of it nearly caused the mediator to squint. Though Fu Shui remained silent, her resolve chilled Gu Baiyi to the core. Abruptly, he stood, kicking a chair in the Civil Affairs Bureau, shattering it. He then yanked the door open and stormed out of the mediation room. Divorce. Get the paperwork done immediately. If we don't finalize it today, no one is leaving until it is done. I'll pay double for overtime, tomorrow. I'll replace all the chairs in your bureau. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such an imposing figure. Just moments ago, someone had contemplated discussing compensation for the broken chair. Now, all they could do was rush to procure additional furniture, smilingly inquiring, "Sir, would you like to break anything else?" The industrial park was quite distant from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The roads were clear, and even at high speed, it would take 50 minutes to arrive. Throughout the journey, Mo Qian fervently encouraged Gu Xiaoting. "Speed up. We cannot allow Lao Lu to divorce." Gu Xiaoting, exasperated, averted his gaze, unwilling to even glance at the girl in the passenger seat. She uttered not a single sensible word, yet he could not entirely disregard her. As Gu Xiaoting accelerated, he thankfully maneuvered around the outer ring of the capital, where the roads were somewhat more navigable. Mo Qian's incessant chatter weighed heavily on his mind. Mind your own business and take care of yourself first. Once you have money, then you may worry about losing it. Upon hearing this, Mo Qian let out a long sigh. "I don't wish to fret, but it's all because of you brothers who are so troublesome." Gu Xiaoting retorted silently. "What does our little group have to do with you?" However, he refrained from voicing this thought. The incessant chatter of the loquacious one beside him was already wearing on his ears, and he decided not to engage further with this incessantly prattling girl, focusing instead on driving his car. Unfortunately, Mo Qian's mouth showed no signs of stopping as she continued to babble throughout the journey. As they approached the Civil Affairs Bureau, only 2 intersections away, she suddenly posed a nonsensical question. "Second brother, how can we stop the 6th brother from getting a divorce? Do you have a solution?" Gu Xiaoting nearly slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The only ones who called them by such titles were the elders of the Gu family. This girl had truly lost her senses. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and sarcastically replied, "If they want a divorce, what can you do? Are you going to blow up the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Yet, the speaker's words were careless, while the listener took them to heart. Mo Qian's mind began racing, contemplating the feasibility of this matter. After a moment, she spoke again. "Second brother, give me 3 cigarettes." Chapter 42. Heaven won't allow your divorce. Gu Xiaoting had no desire to engage with her. Yet, his mouth had a mind of its own, and he replied without thinking, "No, I don't smoke." His refusal was quite firm. However, Mo Qian was not the type to back down easily. She persisted, extending her hand. "I want 3 cigarettes. Do you not understand human language?" He sighed in exasperation. If he didn't procure the cigarettes for her, she would repeat that phrase like a broken record. Gu Xiaoding glanced around, but the area was desolate. There were no convenience stores in sight. He continued driving straight. Just as they reached an intersection, the red light illuminated. Gu Xiaoding stopped at the front of the middle lane, rolled down the window, and called out to the car in the adjacent lane, "Brother, do you have any cigarettes?" The person in the next car rolled down the window and, recognizing Gu Xiaoding, replied, "Gu Er Xiao, do you still smoke?" Seeing a familiar face, Gu Xiaoding did not stand on ceremony.
Give me 3 cigarettes.
After he finished speaking, the other person tossed over an unopened pack of cigarettes. "Thanks," Gu Xiaoding acknowledged, rolling up the window and accelerating away. He tossed the cigarettes to Mo Qian. "Is this enough?" She nodded and then extended her hand again lighter. Gu Xiaoding pulled the car over to the side of the road, waited for the adjacent car to approach, and asked for a lighter. Once he had gathered everything, Mo Qian finally quieted down. Gu Xiaoding wasted no time and drove towards their destination. They arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau just before it closed. Mo Qian flung open the car door and leapt out. She stood in front of the bureau, calculated something with her fingers, and declared, "Not divorced yet." Instead of going inside, she squatted down on the steps in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Xiaoding parked the car and followed her, curious to see what the girl was up to. As he approached, Mo Qian stretched out 3 cigarettes towards him, demanding, "Light them." Gu Xiaoding felt an overwhelming desire to simply walk away. Yet, Mo Qian's expression seemed to accuse him of bullying a child. With a resigned sigh, a gentleman who had never touched a cigarette in his life, was forced to put one in his mouth, lighting it one by one, all the while being criticized by Mo Qian for being too slow. After lighting all 3 cigarettes, he handed them to Mo Qian. Sitting cross-legged on the concrete ground, she set the 3 upright on the steps, clasped her hands in prayer, and murmured some incantation. Next, she brought her right hand, fingers of the index and middle together, to draw elaborate symbols in the air, finally raising her hands above her head, fingertips touching. The cigarettes stood upright on the ground, burning rapidly, and soon only ashes remained. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. Gu Xiaoding started in shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He looked up to see that the previously clear sky was now filled with dark clouds, looming ominously overhead. And the darkness seemed confined solely to the area above the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking into the distance, the sky remained blue and clear, unclouded. Meanwhile, the staff member received the divorce paperwork from Fu Shui and began typing it into the computer. Just as she typed the first letter, a thunderclap echoed outside, startling the female employee. She patted her chest and complained to her colleague, "It wasn't supposed to rain today. It looks so sunny outside. Why is there thunder?" She pressed on, typing the second letter. Another thunderous crack sounded, even louder than the first, nearly causing her to fall to the floor. "My goodness!" she shrieked, turning to her male colleague. "What's going on today? This is terrifying. Why don't you take over?" "It's just thunder. What's the big deal?" he replied dismissively, waving her off. The female employee stepped aside, still trembling, and muttered to herself by the window, "What kind of weather is this? Why is it still sunny over there? But it's dark here?" The male colleague stopped fiddling with the computer, checked the documents instead, and then handed them over, indicating where they should sign. As he spoke, another thunderous clap resonated outside, startling the entire staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It felt as if lightning struck the building, leaving their ears ringing. The male and female employees exchanged nervous glances, both shivering at the sensation that they were facing divine retribution. They swallowed hard. The male colleague cautiously picked up a pen from the desk, attempting to try again. He slowly extended it, but once more, thunder erupted, rumbling louder and more ferociously. He dropped the pen, jumping back in fright, trembling. "We can't do this. You two cannot finalize your divorce."
Upon seeing this,
the female employee waved at Gu Bei and Fu Shui from afar. "It's nearly closing time. Our system is shutting down. You two need to leave quickly. Heaven itself does not allow your divorce. What are you trying to do? This is a sign of divine punishment." The staff members were astonished. The Civil Affairs Bureau had been operating for 20 years, and they had never witnessed an instance where the heavens prohibited a divorce. They all stepped forward, trying to mediate. "Look at the sky, you two. Only above our Civil Affairs Bureau is it overcast. Everywhere else is clear. This is truly bizarre. You are both so young. Do not squander the bond that heaven has granted you. Just give it some time. Fate will surely bring you wealth and happiness in the days to come." Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff collectively played the role of mediators. Fu Shui appeared anxious, holding up her phone displaying typed messages for them to see. Yet no one paid attention. The scene made it clear that not a single person was willing to proceed with the divorce paperwork. Gu Bei maintained a stern expression, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his mood. He bit his lip, suppressing his emotions, and coldly stated, "Let us go, they won't proceed with it." Fu Shui clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip as she refused to leave. Gu Bei let out a soft chuckle, firmly grasping her wrist and pulling her to her feet. "You are of no use here. If the heavens do not approve, who can intervene?" With that, he strode out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, dragging Fu Shui along. Marriage? There will be no divorce today. Gu Xiaoding had once been an avowed atheist. Yet, was everything before him truly real? He cast a glance at a solitary cloud in the otherwise clear sky, then at the girl seated on the ground, plunging into a profound self-doubt. At that moment, Mo Qian, as if divining something, suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. As she rose, the dark clouds above began to disperse little by little. Mo Qian dusted off her clothes, signaling completion. Gu Xiaoding understood her intent. His gaze turned toward the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As anticipated, Fu Shui emerged with a stern expression, hurriedly followed by Gu Bei, who casually held a cigarette between his lips. Gu Xiaoding could clearly see two words emblazoned on his younger brother's face: smugness. It seemed the divorce had not materialized. The girl's nonsensical words had proven true: if you divorce, you shall live a life of solitude. As Gu Bei and Fu Shui exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were momentarily taken aback by the figures standing at the foot of the steps. To their surprise, someone had come to celebrate the divorce. Gu Bei approached, "Elder brother, why did you bring her along?" His tone was laced with unmistakable disdain. "I came to help you win back your wife." Without needing Gu Bei to speak for him, the principal party voiced her thoughts. Mo Qian expressionlessly tossed 3 cigarette butts at Gu Bei, saying, "Collect these and return to prostrate yourself in gratitude to the ancestors for their assistance." Gu Bei retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" He picked up the cigarette butts she had thrown, preparing to discard them, only to be stopped by Gu Xiaoding, who advised, "Keep them. You might need them for your next divorce." Gu Bei, exasperated, thought it absurd that within a single day, even his elder brother had lost his sanity. After all, his elder brother was the most astute among the Gu family. If he were led astray by this girl, the Gu family would soon resemble an asylum. Clutching the cigarette butts, Gu Bei felt an overwhelming urge to hurl them at Mo Qian's face. Just then, Fu Shui descended the stairs. The previously gloomy expression on her face transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing Mo Qian, a stark contrast to her demeanor with Gu Bei. She pulled out her phone and typed a lengthy message. "Mo Qian, come stay with me tonight. My place is peaceful, and the environment is lovely. I cook delicious meals. I'll prepare a feast for you and Xiaohei." After sending the message, she showed it to Mo Qian, who read it and shook her head. "I can't leave. I must keep an eye on the unreliable son of the Gu family." Gu Bei and Gu Xiaoding, both chastised, had grown weary of retaliating. Engaging in further conversation with this girl seemed to shorten their lifespans. Yet, curiously, the overcast sky had cleared in the brief exchange. The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau, having packed their belongings, emerged from the office. Upon witnessing the clear sky, they looked up in astonishment. Is this sky a child? It changes face so swiftly. In my 20 years at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I've never felt our building might collapse under a lightning strike. Indeed, it's terrifying. These two are getting divorced. And even the heavens seem opposed. If they return, who will assist them? The query was posed to the 4 individuals making their way to the parking lot. They halted, exchanging glances, and in unison raised their hands, emphatically declining the task. "No way. We won't risk our lives for this." As they descended the steps, they noticed Gu Bei and Fu Shui, who had yet to leave. The 4 shared glances and sent forth their eldest representative, the formidable mediator from earlier. With a forced smile, she approached the couple. "It appears we may not be able to process your divorce paperwork. Perhaps you should reconsider?" After her suggestion, all 4 colleagues bowed deeply, their gestures sincere. Fu Shui felt embarrassed, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, she could not fathom how her divorce could cause such a stir. At that moment, a red Jeep Wrangler roared into view, stopping at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a flashy spectacle. The door swung open, and a tall, poised woman leaped out. Clad in a police uniform, her bright smile radiant, her ponytail swinging with vitality. With a playful wink at Fu Shui, she exclaimed, "Shui, have you finished? Let us go celebrate." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fu Shui hurriedly introduced her to Mo Qian. The woman's name was Tang Yingzi, the captain of the criminal investigation team in Dongshan district, renowned for her achievements, her walls adorned with medals. Fu Shui raised her phone to show them. But her peripheral vision caught Gu Xiaoding's icy demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Yingzi, silent, yet brimming with unspoken words. When Fu Shui married Gu Bei, her brother and sister-in-law had already divorced, leaving her unaware of the intricacies behind their separation. Her introduction of Tang Yingzi to Mo Qian did not mention the nature of their connection. Yet, fate had a way of revealing itself. Gu Bei attempted to signal his elder brother discreetly, but when Gu Xiaoding remained unresponsive, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. "Elder brother, Tang Yingzi, you're back from your business trip," he greeted, only to be met with an eye roll from Tang Yingzi. "Who is your elder sister-in-law? Keep cursing me, and I'll knock you out." Gu Bei sighed. Still that fiery temper. One comment had effectively extinguished any conversation. Tang Yingzi had little desire to engage with the Gu family. She opened the back door of the Wrangler, gesturing for Fu Shui. "Let us go have dinner. We'll chat while celebrating your escape from the Gu family." "You cannot, I don't approve," Mo Qian suddenly interjected from behind. Tang Yingzi regarded Mo Qian with a perplexed expression. Fu Shui, caught between amusement and frustration, waved her hand at Tang Yingzi, signaling her not to take Mo Qian seriously. Tang Yingzi shrugged nonchalantly before ushering both Mo Qian and Fu Shui into the vehicle. "Whether you've divorced or not, dinner is a must. Let us go." With that, she took her seat in the driver's position and sped away in the eye-catching red Jeep, not once casting a glance back at Gu Xiaoding. Not even the most unfamiliar of strangers possessed such a privilege of ignoring him. Gu Xiaoding's expression darkened with each passing moment. Bystanders instinctively stepped back several paces, wary of being caught in the storm. Only Gu Bei retained the inclination for jest, leaning on Gu Xiaoding's shoulder and watching the departing vehicle. "Elder brother, your sister-in-law is ignoring you." Gu Xiaoding shot him a frosty glare. "If you dare call her sister-in-law again, I'll hit you." With that, he shrugged off Gu Bei's arm and made his way to his car. Gu Bei stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He stared at his brother's retreating figure, bewildered. What had he done to deserve such ire? The two brothers settled back into their car, preparing to depart when unexpectedly, Tang Yingzi's vehicle reversed towards them. Subsequently, Mo Qian alighted from her car, approached Gu Xiaoding's window, and began to knock insistently. Gu Xiaoding, feeling a tinge of annoyance, pressed the button to lower the window. Mo Qian extended her small hands, exclaiming, "My cat!" in her haste to intervene in the divorce between Lu Gu and Lu Sa. She had inadvertently left her beloved Xiaohei behind in the car. Gu Xiaoding cast a glance at the back seat, where the cat lay in a deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. He gestured for Mo Qian to retrieve it herself, but she remained motionless, waiting for him to hand it over. Gu Xiaoding, unfazed, sat steadily. Both of them locked in a silent standoff. Mo Qian then reached out, pinching Gu Xiaoding's chin to turn his face towards her. The posture resembled that of a mischievous girl teasing a respectable man. Gu Xiaoding swatted her hand away, questioning her intentions. "Just looking at you," Mo Qian replied earnestly, devoid of any ulterior motive. Yet, as Gu Xiaoding scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, a shadow of suspicion flickered within his gaze. After all, investigators possess an inherent tendency towards doubt. Once their curiosity is piqued, they refuse to relent until they uncover the truth. Mo Qian remained oblivious to his skepticism as she focused on his face, observing what she wished to see, before letting out a long sigh. "Once you divorce, you shall face a lifetime of solitude." Gu Xiaoding shot her a cold, sidelong glance. "What concern is my solitude to you?" Earlier, when Gu Bei had brought Mo Qian along, he had harbored suspicions that this girl sought to take advantage of Lu Ji's impending divorce. Although her assistance to Fu Shui had somewhat improved his impression of her, her sudden provocative gesture made it difficult to dismiss her motives. Gu Xiaoding regarded Mo Qian with a scrutinizing gaze, but she met his stare calmly and casually remarked, "Our relationship is quite significant." With that, she opened her fair hand towards Gu Xiaoding, saying, "1 gram of gold, and I shall have your wife speak to you. She hasn't paid you any attention for quite some time, has she? How pitiful. I can help." Her words struck at the very core of Gu Xiaoding's heart. Even the normally composed Gu Xiaoding felt a surge of irritation. He reached into the back seat, seized Xiaohei by the scruff, and tossed it towards Mo Qian. "Take it, and you both can scram." With that, he rolled up the window and drove away. Reflecting on Mo Qian's earlier comment about his wife ignoring him, Gu shouting pressed the accelerator to the floor. Meanwhile, Tang Mingzi returned home with Fu Shui and Mo Qian. They had initially planned to dine out. But the ongoing investigation into the art theft case had made it imprudent for Tang Mingzi, a police officer, to be seen mingling in public with them. After some deliberation, they decided to take their meals home. Tang Mingzi's residence was modest, spanning just 50 square meters. Although she was not financially constrained, having once been part of a wealthy family, she preferred the simplicity of a smaller apartment near the police station for ease of maintenance. Upon entering, the three women found the space impeccably tidy, everything arranged with military precision. Tang Mingzi set the takeout dishes on the table and called them over for dinner, pouring each a glass of beer. When she offered a glass to Fu Shui stopped her, typing rapidly on her phone, "Sister Tang, I'm pregnant."
What?
Tang Mingzi gasped in shock. She set her glass down and sat in front of Fu Shui, grabbing her hand in astonishment. "Are you planning to raise the child alone? Does the Gu family know? What about Gu Bei?" "Gu Bei is unaware, but someone must know, for someone tampered with my vitamins," Fu Shui quickly typed. Tang Mingzi slammed her hand on the table in fury, causing the soup from a nearby dish to splatter across the surface, a testament to her indignation. At that moment, Mo Qian unexpectedly spoke up, "Your two babies will return. Do not be disheartened." Her proclamation was akin to a thunderclap, prompting both women to turn and stare at her in disbelief. Fu Shui had only heard vague mentions of this from Wu Sa, and was not familiar with the details. While Tang Mingzi's astonishment was palpable as she directly questioned Mo Qian, "How do you know that?" "I can see it," Mo Qian replied simply. Tang Mingzi furrowed her brow, looking at her with confusion. Fu Shui, however, believed in Mo Qian's insight and typed a message for Tang Mingzi. Mo Qian is quite skilled at fortune-telling. She is remarkably insightful. After reading Fu Shui's message, Tang Mingzi momentarily froze in thought. Years ago, she and Gu Shouting were indeed meant to have 2 children, yet tragically, after 4 months of pregnancy, the fetus inexplicably perished. This pain remained an eternal wound for Tang Mingzi, as everyone blamed her for losing the child due to her reckless pursuit of duty while pregnant. Only she knew the truth. It was the Gu family who had given her contaminated food. She vividly recalled the day she had dined with the Gu family, the abdominal pain that followed, and her subsequent visits to the hospital, where no answers were provided. 3 days later, she lost the child, and the memory of that heart-wrenching moment was etched in her mind. Yet, during that time, she did not blame Gu Shouting. She merely viewed it as her own carelessness. It was only later that more events transpired, shifting her perspective. Tang Mingzi squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth as she forced back the tears that threatened to spill, unwilling to relive the memories of that harrowing time. Fu Shui sensed Tang Mingzi's anguish and reached out, covering her hand with her own, holding it tightly in a gesture of warmth. Tang Mingzi, however, did not dwell on the past for long. She quickly regained her composure, transforming back into the unrestrained, confident woman she was. She raised an eyebrow at Fu Shui and declared, "From now on, you shall stay with me. I will protect you and your child. Let us see who in the Gu family dares to lay a hand on you. I shall not hesitate to deal with them."
Fu Shui nodded,
her eyes lighting up with a smile. Tang Mingzi, wishing to change the subject from the past, picked up the beer from the table and offered it to Mo Qian, saying, "Shuer doesn't he drink, but Qian does." Mo Qian, having never tasted alcohol before, looked at the cup with curiosity. "What kind of drink is this?"
"Beer."
"Don't worry, it's not intoxicating," Tang Mingzi assured, raising her glass in a toast. Mo Qian mimicked her and took a sip, finding the taste quite agreeable, and soon began to drink heartily. Xiao He, noticing her, looked up expectantly. Mo Qian, seizing the moment, poured half a cup into Xiao He's bowl, and the cat began to lap it up contentedly. There are those who claim that cats should not consume human food, yet Mo Qian failed to grasp this reasoning. After all, Auntie Xiao He was older than many of them and had lived long enough to enjoy whatever humans deemed edible. Fortunately, today, neither of her sisters-in-law criticized them. One remained silent while the other engaged in light banter, allowing them to indulge freely, with one holding a wine glass and the other leaning over the bowl. The two enjoyed their drinks amidst laughter and conversation. The room was filled with the warmth of camaraderie, with only Tang Mingzi speaking, yet the atmosphere remained cozy. 3 beautiful women reveling under the moonlight in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, Gu Shouting called Gu Bei to join him for dinner. He needed to find out exactly who that girl Mo Qian really was. But first, he took a detour and went back to the police station. The Zhao Citian they had arrested that afternoon. The more Gu Shouting looked at his build, the more it resembled someone. A beast who had once dominated the underworld 10 years ago. The officers had just returned from the industrial park as well. The moment they saw Gu shouting, their faces fell, as if a funeral had just passed through. Professor Gu, could you at least point us in a direction before you leave? We searched every nook and cranny, but we still didn't find that painting. Gu shouting frowned in confusion. He took the on-site photos handed to him and studied them carefully. After a long while, he told Gu Bei to wait aside, then headed for the interrogation room. Zhao Sitian, the gang leader, was inside. His injuries weren't serious. After a brief bandaging at the hospital, he had been brought straight back to the station. Gu shouting pushed the door open and walked toward the interrogation table. From the moment he entered until he sat down, his eyes never left Zhao Sitian. Finally, he let out a cold laugh. Zhao Sitian shuddered for no apparent reason. Gu shouting flipped through the documents his subordinates had just printed out. Instead of asking about the painting, he casually asked about Zhao Sitian's family. Your parents, wife, and children all died of carbon monoxide poisoning at home. Is that right? His tone was offhand, but across from him, Zhao Sitian clasped his fingers together, rubbing them hard twice before answering.
Yes. Where were you at the time?
Gu shouting pressed, without hesitation. Zhao Sitian froze, his eyes darting left and right. He coughed lightly. I was working out of town.
Ha.
Working? Gu shouting sneered. He pulled a few pages from the folder and flicked his fingers. The paper slid across the table to Zhao Sitian. Take a look.
Familiar?
He tilted his chin. Zhao Sitian's handcuffs clinked loudly as he straightened the papers. The moment he saw the first page, his whole body jolted. He pointed at it, stammering. What is this? Chapter 45. What exactly did Mo Qian come to our house for? The file contained 4 photographs. All of them were of dead people. Different deaths, some drowned, some stabbed, some beaten to death, some locked in cages and starved alive. The scenes were brutal. Even printed on low-resolution paper, pixelated like they had been censored. They still made one's skin crawl. Gu shouting gently pushed up his glasses. A faint smile touched his lips, but never reached his eyes. These people, do you recognize them? Zhao Sitian's face darkened instantly. He turned his head away, not daring to look at the photos again. You're coercing a confession. I want a lawyer. Gu shouting let out a cold chuckle. You know your stuff. He stood and walked over to Zhao Sitian. Holding the file up in front of him again, he flipped through it page by page. Zhao Sitian shut his eyes. Gu shouting waited. When he opened them again, Gu shouting continued flipping. Only after Zhao Sitian had seen everything did Gu shouting gently tuck the file into his clothes. You've lived 10 extra years. Those who died unjustly still can't rest. This case had been a nationwide anti-crime operation back then, and it was the first major case Gu shouting had participated in. When the crime boss Li Hongda's past was exposed, his monstrous crimes poured out like a breached dam. The entire gang had been wiped out, but during the manhunt,
Li Hongda was shot.
Even so, he managed to escape by jumping into a river. Back then, information systems were incomplete. After a long investigation, the police finally found Li Hongda's ashes. Villagers said he had fled there and died a few days later from the gunshot wound. Before dying, he gave them a large sum of money and asked to be cremated and buried. In the end, the police recovered only a box of bones. There was no way to verify if they truly belonged to him. Still, according to the villagers' descriptions, the body's shape matched Li Hongda exactly. The case was closed. But even closed, it remained a knot in the hearts of everyone involved. The first moment Gu shouting saw Zhao Sitian, the radar in his mind went off. That build, that gait, uneven shoulders, the way he spoke out of the corner of his mouth. Even with a completely different face, Gu shouting would never mistake him. This was Li Hongda, that beast. The DNA report from the forensic team came out after working through the night. It matched. Zhao Sitian was Li Hongda, who had faked his death 10 years ago. To catch this animal again after a decade, it was immensely satisfying. The police station exploded with excitement. No one expected that after dismantling a criminal gang, they would unearth an old ghost from the past. For the first time, overtime at the station felt like a celebration. Professor Gu had always been a legend there. Major cases almost always invited him in from the start. Logically, a missing painting wouldn't warrant troubling him. But since the person involved was his sister-in-law, he asked a few extra questions. No one expected this small case to be dragged into a major one by Professor Gu himself. Professor Gu truly lived up to his name. Leading that clueless little girl, He single-handedly wiped out the criminals and dragged out a vicious monster. Which window did heaven close for Professor Gu? Probably the one labeled the possibility of falling in love with me. The officer stared at Gu shouting with starry eyes, practically shooting laser beams. One look and Gu shouting knew exactly what they were thinking. This credit he couldn't take. Mo Qian found the location. I just drove.
Oh.
The people sitting below responded in unison, eyes shining. Utterly perfunctory. Clearly they didn't believe a word. I didn't catch them. They beat each other. Oh wow. Professor Gu is amazing. You even incited internal conflict. And Li Hongda's case back then, I handled that one.
See?
We told you Professor Gu is basically a god. No matter what he explained, all he got were half-hearted affirmations. You talk your talk. We believe what we want. When Gu shouting tried again, Gu Bei, who had been guarding the office door, came in and slung an arm around his second brother's neck. Why explain? If someone said all that to you, would you believe it? Gu shouting thought for a moment. Not a chance. He glanced at the jubilant scene in the office and shook his head helplessly. At this point, no one was going to believe him anyway. The brothers left the station and got into the car. Gu Bei rolled down the window and leaned out. Second brother. Does your police station have anything good to eat? Without a word, Gu shouting took a loaf of bread from the center console and tossed it to him. Make do. We still need to find the painting. He hadn't expected that so many officers would fail to find it. This shouldn't have been his responsibility. But it involved Fu Shui. If it wasn't resolved, the sixth brother would nag him every day. Besides, Mo Qian said the painting had to be destroyed. For reasons he couldn't explain, Gu shouting believed her. So it was better to find it quickly and avoid future trouble. Gu Bei looked down at the bread in his arms. Police cafeteria special. A square slab of plain bread.
No feeling whatsoever.
He tossed it back into the console in disgust. Second brother, health is the foundation of revolution. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll wreck your body sooner or later. Gu shouting had always been a workaholic. And after divorcing his second sister-in-law 3 years ago, work was all he had left. Gu Bei was acutely aware that his second brother missed his sister-in-law. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, as he was barely able to hold onto his own wife. With a sigh, Gu Bei remarked, I'll hire a chef for you tomorrow, someone who can accompany you daily, at the very least ensuring that your meals are not neglected. Gu shouting, focused on driving, casually retorted, You've already said all there is to say about your wife, clearly ungrateful for the sentiment. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei sensed an underlying meaning in his brother's words. He turned slightly, clicking his tongue. How can you be so bold as to criticize my incessant chatter when you lecture us more than I do? Is there truly no kind-hearted brother in this household? As the car progressed halfway, Gu shouting cast a glance at Gu Bei, who was dozing beside him. With little emotion, he called out Old Six. Gu Bei groggily opened his eyes and stretched his shoulders, asking, Are we there yet? Not yet. I have something to ask you, Gu shouting replied coolly. Lowering the volume of the car's music, he questioned with an air reminiscent of an interrogation. Now, tell me, what is the nature of your relationship with Mo Qian? Upon hearing that name, Gu Bei instantly perked up. What could possibly be going on between us? I'm just unfortunate enough to have been stuck with a toad I can't shake off. So, there's nothing inappropriate between you two? Gu Bei vehemently protested. Nonsense.
How could there be anything?
Second brother, what kind of question is that? I have never wronged Fu Shui. I am a model man of the Gu family. You dare call yourself a model? Gu shouting scoffed. I'll give you one more chance. What exactly is Mo Qian doing at her home?
Don't attempt to deceive me.
Chapter 46. Have her undergo a paternity test. Gu Bei was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intent behind his brother's inquiries. She merely came to stay for a few days. What else could there be? Do you think I can't see through your facade? Gu shouting shot him a cold glare. Xiangwei is hurt, and you still defend that girl, which clearly indicates your susceptibility to her charms. What? Gu Bei exclaimed, sitting up straight in disbelief. He cautiously reached to touch his brother's head. Second brother, are you alright? Have you been watching too many melodramas? Shivering at the thought, Gu Bei continued. You really dare to think that way? That little girl only inspires thoughts of wanting to strangle her. Who could possibly think otherwise? So, you casually bring a woman home? Gu Bei stammered, I am unjustly accused. Seeing his brother's demeanor, he realized there would be no peace until he clarified the matter. Gu Bei had no intention of concealing the truth. He only wished to prevent Mo Qian from being branded as insane. With Gu shouting nearing madness, there was no longer any reason to hide the truth. He recounted the nonsensical things Mo Qian had said in the Dao village. Once he finished, he felt aggrieved. I must ask, second brother, do you truly view me as so indiscriminate? Do you think I am like old five, falling for every woman I meet? I will send this statement to your fifth brother, Gu Bei muttered. Why should old six be regarded as the lowest in the family? There's clearly an old seven. Yet upon switching genders, old seven ascends to the highest tier. Gu Shaoting remained fixated on the road ahead, his thoughts racing. The girl actually believed she was the seventh of the Gu family. When Gu Xiongwei was born, the entire family was at the hospital. There was only one mother on the floor. How could there have been a mix-up? This girl knew nothing, yet dared to claim kinship. Gu Shaoting pondered her motives. And during a red light, he turned to Gu Bei. Let us have her undergo a paternity test. Do you really believe what she claims? Gu Bei asked, puzzled. Is her face not worthy of suspicion? Gu Shaoting raised an eyebrow slightly. That girl's visage resembles the Gu family more than Xiangwei. Even more so than the six of us brothers. Especially when compared to our mother, if one were to present a photograph of her youth. The resemblance would be so striking that one might question whether they were indeed the same person. Should the public judge? The likeness is so profound that one would need to produce a falsified paternity test report to convince anyone otherwise. Gu Bei pinched a cigarette, holding it without lighting it. He absently twisted the cigarette between his fingers, his expression grave as he voiced his suspicions. Could Mo Qian be our mother's illegitimate daughter? The moment he finished speaking, a sharp smack echoed as Gu Shaoting struck him on the head. Rubbing his head, Gu Bei protested. Aren't reasonable deductions permissible by the police? You seem to be courting death. Gu Shaoting glared at him. He then pressed the accelerator and sped off. As the car arrived at the industrial park, the night enveloped the area in darkness. Factories that had workers were now deserted, and those that remained silent appeared eerily lifeless, casting a haunting atmosphere over the park. Gu Shaoting drove directly into the complex, heading straight for the painting factory. Upon arrival, he discovered 4 officers still working late, not yet having returned home. This was already the third shift of officers, none of whom had uncovered any traces of the painting. The police had determined that the painting was indeed there, as they had a photo of Zhao Xitian and his accomplices, which they used to coerce the second-in-command into revealing that Zhao had divulged everything about his dealings with the painting. Seeing that the painting was irretrievable, the second-in-command believed that by disclosing more information, he might receive a lighter sentence. Thus, he reluctantly confessed, confirming that the painting had indeed been handed over to Zhao Xitian. With this assurance, the factory became a focal point for the search. By the time Gu Shaoting arrived, the officers had already scoured the area thoroughly, even digging through the most obscure corners, yet the painting remained elusive. Gu Shaoting led the team to an eastern hot lamination processing room, determined to search within. The officers were unsure why this location was chosen, yet they believed in Gu Shaoting's instincts and proceeded without question. In truth, this location had been deduced by Gu Shaoting through trickery. He had shown Zhao Xitian photographs of the factory, selecting images that made Zhao visibly anxious, and subsequently used them to extract further information. Through this method, he was able to narrow down the possibilities based on micro-expressions. The 4 officers divided the area into quadrants and commenced a thorough search. Approximately half an hour later, a female officer exclaimed in delight. It turned out she had discovered a section of the drainage pipe that appeared exceptionally clean, while there was some ancient rust. It bore no new dust, suggesting it had been recently disturbed. The other officers quickly gathered around. One officer tapped the pipe, noting the clear sound, devoid of any water noise, indicating that this pipe had likely been in use for quite some time. Energized by this discovery, they unscrewed the bolts and opened the section of the pipe. However, as they reached inside to search, they found nothing. Reluctantly, they began to dismantle the entire drainage net, pulling out pipe after pipe, yet the entire lamination room yielded no results. Several officers began to feel disheartened. Gu Shaoting furrowed his brow, examining the dust within the pipe with gloved hands. At that moment, loud voices of women arguing echoed from outside the factory. Gu Shaoting and Gu Bei exchanged glances, immediately turning to investigate. The other officers followed suit, their interest piqued. What they saw was astonishing. To their surprise, a woman was digging a hole in the cement floor, while 2 others attempted to dissuade her. Among those trying to intervene was none other than their captain from the East District Criminal Investigation Team, Tong Yingzi. Captain Tong. The officers greeted in unison. Today, Tong Yingzi was off duty and had indulged in a bit of wine. Upon encountering her subordinates, she awkwardly waved her hand. When her gaze met that of the man, her eyes swiftly darted past him. Gu Xiaoding stared intently at Tang Mingzi, her complexion slightly flushed. Dressed in a white hoodie and red wide-legged trousers, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. Gu Xiaoding's expression was cool and detached. Yet his fidgeting fingers betrayed his inner turmoil as he unconsciously fiddled with his shirt cufflinks, repeatedly unfastening them. The two stood there in an uncomfortable silence, neither uttering a word. Meanwhile, Gu Bei had already approached Fu Shui, inquiring, "Shui, why are you out so late?" Ignored. Gu Bei found himself deeply suspicious of enduring familial coldness, yet felt powerless to voice his grievances. With no one to tend to Mo Qian, she dug with even greater fervor. Fu Shui attempted to intervene, but Gu Bei restrained her. He approached Mo Qian, squatted down, and disdainfully surveyed the cement ground that she was excavating. "Well, at least you haven't sustained any superficial injuries. With that stick in hand, digging here must be more challenging than grinding an iron pestle into a needle," he mused. Upon noticing Gu Bei, Mo Qian instantly stood up, swaying slightly as she did so. She playfully slapped her hand against Gu Bei's head, exclaiming, "Stop swaying around." Caught off guard as he stood up, Gu Bei was unexpectedly struck, causing his anger to flare. His hand rose in the air, teeth clenched, glaring at Mo Qian, the grinding of his molars audible. After holding his fist aloft for a long moment, he ultimately withdrew, pointing at her head, "You shouldn't be drinking. What are you learning from drinking? You little brat. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, don't blame me for making you cry." Mo Qian, unable to discern Gu Bei's words, noticed him still swaying and attempted to steady him once more. This time, however, she was forcefully seized by Gu Bei, who turned her around as if apprehending a criminal. "What do you think you're doing?" Mo Qian wriggled her hand, unable to break free, ultimately resigning herself to looking down. With her free hand, she pointed at the spot she had just dug. "I can't dig here, it's stuck." Chapter 47. Good sir, you are my mother. The reason Tang Mingzi and the others found themselves here can be traced back to a video call during dinner. While the three women were dining, Fu Shui's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was her mother-in-law, Su Rulan, calling. Fu Shui answered the video call, pulling Tang Mingzi and Mo Qian into the frame to show Su Rulan. Initially, Su Rulan greeted them with a smile, but as she observed, her expression suddenly shifted to one of grave concern, her face nearly pressing against the phone screen. Fu Shui and Tang Mingzi understood their mother-in-law's feelings, as they too had been taken aback upon first seeing Mo Qian, astonished by the uncanny resemblance between the two seemingly unrelated individuals, particularly when compared to Gu Xiangwei's features. Mo Qian appeared as if she were the long-lost daughter from 20 years past. Just as Tang Mingzi was about to explain to her mother-in-law, Mo Qian leapt into action. She crossed her arms and bowed to Su Rulan on the screen, uttering a line that nearly shattered the phone screen. "Good sir, you are my mother." In that instant, silence enveloped both ends of the call. As Fu Shui found it inconvenient to communicate verbally, she resorted to typing her thoughts for Tang Mingzi to relay to Su Rulan. However, Su Rulan could not wait, insisting they drive to her home immediately, instructing them to bring the young girl along. She repeated several times, "Right away, at once, not a minute to waste." Thus, Fu Shui drove them to Su Rulan's residence. As for why they ended up in the industrial park, it was due to the whims of a drunken madman on the way. Mo Qian, drowsily seated in the car, suddenly insisted on going to the industrial park to find a painting, claiming, "If we don't hurry, it will disappear." Fu Shui knew that Mo Qian's words, while sometimes nonsensical, often held an uncanny truth. Thus, they arrived at this location. However, having consumed alcohol, Mo Qian was even more befuddled, picking up a tree branch from the roadside to dig at the cement ground. This level of damage was such that the cement seemed to protest. "I can withstand a hammering, but not this scratching." As Tang Mingzi and Fu Shui attempted to dissuade her in vain, the bothersome pair from the Gu family arrived. Gu Bei, holding Mo Qian's arm, observed her foolishly bending over in circles on the ground and sighed in exasperation. He gave her a light smack on the head. "This is cement, you know." Mo Qian unsteadily stood up, stamping her foot on the ground with urgency. "Here, hurry, we're running out of time." Rare was the sight of Mo Qian in such a state of distress. Gu Bei sarcastically remarked, "Aren't you able to walk through doors? Would I say little cement to you?" Mo Qian retorted, "I'll get it myself. It's too dirty." Gu Bei shot back, "So if I do it, it won't be dirty?" They exchanged glances, neither making a move. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoding had a realization and called for assistance to dig.
Ah?
The summoned officer looked puzzled. Professor Gu, do you really believe what this girl is saying? The factory is far from here, and there are no signs of recent activity at this location. How could anything be hidden here? Just dig, and we'll worry about it once we reach the drainage pipe. Gu shouting commanded without explanation. He was not necessarily convinced by Mo Qian, but had pondered the reason the painting might be here. Originally, the painting must have been rolled up and hidden within the abandoned pipes in the framing room, as the dust patterns indicated. The pipes in the framing room should have been sealed, creating a confined storage space. Zhao Xitian had hidden his belongings there. However, for reasons unknown, the valve of the pipe either broke or was damaged, causing everything inside to be swept away by the water, flowing into the external drainage system. This likely explained why Mo Qian insisted the painting needed to be found quickly before it was ruined. Though the officer was somewhat skeptical, he complied with Professor Gu's instructions and began to dig. Gu shouting retrieved a crowbar from the car and joined in the excavation. The drainage pipe was buried deep, and it took a full 5 meters of digging before they finally spotted it. With the recent clear weather, the water in the drainage pipe had completely drained. As they tapped on it, they surprisingly heard a resonant echo of foreign objects within. The officer swiftly dismantled the pipe, and sure enough, they discovered a package wrapped in layers of plastic inside. However, by this time, the liquid had seeped into the plastic wrapping. Besides the painting, there were various small boxes inside, some containing jewelry, others holding cash, and some reduced to mere small accessories. Initially perplexed by Professor Gu's insistence on digging in this spot, the officers now looked at Mo Qian with wide eyes, astonished. Was this girl truly some kind of deity? This particular section of the pipe was a bend, filled with rust and grime. If water were to rush in again, it could wash away the rust. All the contents would likely end up in the sewage treatment center, making recovery impossible. With the painting retrieved, everyone was elated, busily wrapping up the search for stolen goods. Tang Mingzi gazed at the pit in the ground and then at Mo Qian, shaking her head. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol that led to such an absurd situation. At that moment, Gu shouting approached her, his expression unreadable. Drinking again? You never learn. Tang Mingzi cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. The two stood awkwardly facing each other, the night breeze adding an air of discomfort. At that moment, Mo Qian sauntered over, linking her arm with Tang Mingzi's. We found the painting, let us go. Tang Mingzi nodded in agreement, then took Mo Qian by the hand and ushered her into the car. Fu Shui was already seated in the driver's seat, preparing to depart. Just then, Mo Qian rolled down the window beside her and waved at Gu Bei and Gu shouting. My mom seems significantly smarter than you two. Is it true that intelligence is inherited through daughters and not sons? After speaking, Mo Qian stuck out her tongue and made a face before leaning back into her seat and rolling up the window. Gu shouting and Gu Bei exchanged knowing glances. Her mom?
Who's that?
They quickly deduced the identity of the person Mo Qian referred to. This lunatic, is she really planning to visit their mom at this hour? Fu Shui drove away. Throughout the journey, she and Tang Mingzi completely ignored the two Gu brothers. Gu shouting and Gu Bei watched them leave, understanding each other's thoughts. Without delay, they hopped into their car and sped after the one ahead. At a red light, Gu Bei extended a fist toward Gu shouting. Gu shouting reciprocated with a fist bump. Rock, paper, scissors, Gu Bei declared. In the next moment, Gu shouting as scissors cut through Gu Bei's paper. This was a family tradition. When visiting their mother, the brothers had to play a game of chance, with the loser bearing the brunt of their mother's wrath. More often than not, Gu Bei found himself in the role of the scapegoat. He sighed, lamenting, why is it always me who gets hurt? Chapter 48. You are my mother, and my father is your husband. Fu Shui parked the car in front of a quaint villa on the outskirts. The yard was fragrant with blooming orange osmanthus, enveloping the air in a delightful aroma. At that moment, Su Rolan was already waiting at the gate. The concrete ground beneath her feet was noticeably lighter in hue from being trodden upon. Upon spotting Tang Mingzi's car, she rushed over, swiftly opening the back door.
Monta Qian.
Cradling a cat, appeared drowsy, nodding her head sleepily. Su Rolan gazed intently at her face, unable to tear her eyes away. She resembles you so much. Just like that little girl from my dreams. Mo Qian, still in a daze, was roused by a sudden chill. As she blinked awake and saw the woman standing outside, she stared blankly. The woman appeared frail, her complexion unusually pale, even more so than in the videos. Mo Qian instinctively reached out to touch the woman's brow, murmuring, someone is trying to harm you. Su Rolan chuckled softly, her expression warm. You must be a bit tipsy. Come on, let us go inside and talk.
Moon Tak-hyun nodded.
Slowly descending from the car, while following the unfamiliar woman she referred to as Mom, Sue Rulon then called for her two daughters-in-law to join them. Just as they were about to enter, a rugged SUV suddenly screeched to a halt in front of the villa. Two handsome young men stepped out.
Ipanspating Surulan.
They greeted her warmly, Mom. Sue Rulon's mood, which had been quite cheerful, darkened instantly upon seeing her sons. What are you two doing here? The brothers exchanged speechless glances with their mother, noting the stark contrast between her demeanor when she was with their wives and now. Sue Rulon was a textbook example of how quickly one could change their attitude. The brothers exchanged looks and Gu Bei, accepting his fate, stepped forward.
Mom.
Since our wives are here, shouldn't we be here too?
Fine.
I'm happy to see my daughters-in-law, but when my sons arrive, it brings me bad luck. Gu Bei and Gu Shouting knew all too well that since a couple of their siblings had divorced, their mother had grown increasingly discontented with them. She had even moved out of the Gu family home, claiming she wanted to live a few more years without the sight of them. Whenever they visited, they never managed to stay long. Usually, after half an hour, they would receive the boot. The brothers were undoubtedly at the top of their mother's blacklist. They fell silent, watching as she led her three daughters into the house, silently trailing behind to avoid further provoking her ire. Sue Rulon grasped Mo Qian's hand tightly, her gaze fixed upon her as if her eyes were glued to her. It was a warmth that no one could quite comprehend. As they entered the house, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Sue Rulon's little villa, usually quiet at this hour, was abuzz with activity. She settled Mo Qian onto the sofa. This face was too familiar, as if it had visited her dreams countless times. Deep down, Sue Rulon had harbored a lingering doubt. After giving birth to her seventh child, she had briefly caught a glimpse of the infant, clearly remembering a mole at the corner of her daughter's eye, much like her own. At the time, she had been under full anesthesia, her mind only partially aware. Due to significant blood loss, she could only manage a fleeting glance before slipping back into unconsciousness. When she awoke again, the mole was gone. The doctors explained that it had been wiped away during cleaning, and her sons insisted that their mother was merely muddled from the anesthesia. They had been waiting outside, and once the baby girl was born, the doctor had carried her out. Sue Rulon had convinced herself that she was overthinking it. Even though the doubt occasionally resurfaced, she had dismissed it as mere fantasy. Especially after the Gu family conducted a paternity test with Gu Xiangwei when she was 8. Since then, she had not brought it up again. However, the moment she laid eyes on Mo Qian today, it felt as though she had been transported back 2 decades. That single glance was unforgettable, often surfacing in her dreams. The round little head, the barely open slanted eyes, the small black mole at the corner of her eye, the pale and delicate face, and the petite nose. Every detail remained etched in her memory. Even when she saw Mo Qian on video, her face slimmed by filters. It still felt like a return to 20 years ago. She inhaled deeply, reminding herself to maintain composure, so as not to frighten the young girl. Your name is Mo Qian. Where do you live? How old are you? And are your parents still alive? Sue Rulon's questions came one after another. Mo Qian, halfway through waking from her drunken stupor, sat cross-legged on the sofa, the plump black cat sprawled comfortably between her legs, treating the place as her own home. She answered Sue Rulon's inquiries candidly. I live at the Didao Temple on Didao Mountain. I'm 20 years old, and you are my mother. And my father is your husband. Mo Qian replied with refreshing honesty. Gu Bei, unable to sit idly by, pointed at Mo Qian and whispered angrily. Are you trying to throw away your inheritance and spouting nonsense? Mo Qian glanced at Gu Bei with disdain, retorting. What you say in the Gu family doesn't apply here. Are you trying to backtrack? If you do, I'll have you blacklisted. Gu Bei rolled his eyes in frustration. At my mother's home, it is also the Gu family. You pig-headed fool. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a large cushion came crashing down upon the pig-headed fool. Gu Bei caught the cushion that had fallen from above, rubbing his head as he turned to the instigator, his mother. Who is your mother? Sue Rulon's eyes blazed with intensity. This is my house. There's no indication it belongs to the Gu family. You have no right to act recklessly here. Speak again and you'll be out. Gu Bei felt stripped of his rights, reduced to merely a product of his mother's whims, as worthless as an egg that could be sold for little. He dutifully fell silent, yet his warning gaze remained fixed upon Mo Qian. However, Mo Qian paid him no mind, swaying gently as she stroked the cat in her arms. Sue Rulon withdrew her gaze and pressed on. How do you know? You're my daughter. Did someone from your family tell you? Did your adoptive parents say something? I have only one master, who has passed away, Mo Qian replied with an untroubled expression, devoid of any sorrow. I can deduce that you are my mother. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Bei and Gu shouting. But your son is a bit dim-witted. They don't believe what I say. I believe you. A thought suddenly sprang into Su Rulan's mind, yet she refrained from voicing it. There are many people who bear a resemblance to one another in this world. She could not simply accept this claim, as it would be utterly irresponsible towards both Mo Qian and Xiang Wei. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Rulan commanded her two sons, tomorrow, take Mo Qian for a paternity test. The two sons complied obediently, not because they were particularly amenable this time, but rather, it was rare that they found themselves in agreement with their mother. Chapter 49. Assisting Mother in Dispelling Malevolence. Gu Bei and Gu Shouting were soon ushered out by Su Rulan. Their time spent with her rarely exceeded half an hour, as her patience with them was quite limited. Once they departed, for women remained in the villa. Su Rulan had intended to engage her two daughters-in-law in conversation. Having not seen Tang Yingzi for nearly 3 months and Fu Xue for half a month, the mother-in-law longed for her daughters-in-law. However, Mo Qian suddenly seized her arm, staring intently at her face. Su Rulan felt unnerved under the scrutiny. Mo Qian, what are you staring at? Mo Qian ignored her, pressing her index and middle fingers against Su Rulan's chest. Fortunately, she was a woman. Had she been a man, she would have been deemed a scoundrel and carted away. Fu Xue patted Su Rulan's hand, raising her phone screen to show her a message. Mom, Mo Qian is exceptionally skilled at fortune-telling. She is quite impressive. So you need not fear. Su Rulan nodded in response, choosing to remain silent and awaiting the young girl's next move. After a while, Mo Qian withdrew her hand, calmly informing her, you carry malevolent energy. Malevolent energy? What is that?
Su Rulan inquired, puzzled.
She recalled how, just moments ago in the car, Mo Qian had mentioned someone wishing her harm. At the time, she had thought the girl was merely inebriated and babbling nonsense. It seemed she had been serious after all. The realization that Mo Qian was indeed sincere caused tears to prick Su Rulan's eyes. This child, having endured 20 years of hardship in a temple, was it any wonder her mind had been affected? Su Rulan's heart felt as if it were smeared with mustard, stinging and aching to the point of tears. While she was consumed with sympathy, Mo Qian seemed utterly indifferent. She offered no explanation regarding the malevolent energy, instead surveying the room. After a brief moment, she ascended the staircase. The 3 women remaining in the living room hastily followed suit. Mo Qian paused on the second floor, meandering through the rooms at an unusually slow pace. There were only 4 rooms on the second floor, yet it took her 10 minutes to traverse them all. Finally, she halted at the door of the innermost room. Turning back, she addressed the followers behind her. It's in here. Su Rulan looked at the room with confusion. This is a dressing room. It contains only my clothing. Mo Qian, open the door. Su Rulan felt tears welling again. This child hadn't even learned to treat others with courtesy. Nonetheless, she promptly moved to pull open the dressing room door. Inside, 3 exquisitely crafted rosewood wardrobes emanated a faint woody fragrance. Mo Qian lingered at the doorway for a few seconds before heading directly to the rightmost wardrobe, pulling open the middle door. Inside, clothes hung above, while a row of drawers lay beneath. Mo Qian yanked open the bottom drawer, revealing a plush black velvet lining filled with pairs of exquisite jade bracelets. Su Rulan had a great fondness for jade, and her collection was extensive, comprising rare treasures. These drawers held an array of jade bracelets, pendants, and plaques, various forms of beautiful jade. The treasures within these drawers could easily surpass the value of the 3 villas she currently resided in. Mo Qian's fingers swept over the jade bracelets, suddenly stopping at a pair made of glass jade. A smile broke upon her lips, revealing a sweet dimple as she extracted the pair of bracelets. This startled Su Rulan immensely. Jade was far more precious than her very life. She rushed forward. Qian, no, those were gifted by Elder Qiao. They must not be dropped. Mo Qian held up the bracelets, puffing her cheeks in mild displeasure. Do you doubt my abilities? Oh, dear, of course not. What harm could a mere bracelet do? Let us set it down for now. Su Rulan extended her hand beneath the bracelets, fearful that Mo Qian might accidentally drop them. It was well known that jade is a rare commodity. This type of glass jade gifted by Elder Qiao was unlikely to be encountered again in a lifetime. Mo Qian regarded the woman, finding her utterly uncomprehending. She could not be bothered to say much more, cradling the bracelet in her palm. With a gentle sweep of her fingers across the bracelet, she pinched it with 3 fingers. Instantly, dense black mist surged within the two transparent bracelets, swirling and spreading like a scene from a television special effect. The other three women in the room were now wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the billowing black mist. Was this what Mo Qian referred to as malevolent energy? Mo Qian held the bracelets aloft, presenting them to Su Rolan. To dispel the malevolence, 1 gram of gold. Su Rolan was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Fu Shue promptly interjected, explaining, Mo Qian requires gold in exchange for her services. She's asking you for 1 gram of gold to help dispel the malevolent energy. Oh, Su Rolan responded, now understanding. Yet she could not resist asking, will the bracelet need to be broken? Mo Qian, unimpressed, thought to herself that her mother valued money over life. Nevertheless, what could she do, having given birth to her? She could only tolerate it. No need to break it. My abilities are quite formidable. Upon hearing that the bracelet would remain intact, Su Rolan let out a sigh of relief. She immediately opened another wardrobe door. Though she did not particularly fancy gold, there were still a few gold pieces in her home. She opened a drawer and pointed to the golden jewelry within. Qian, take whatever you like, whether you like it or not. The drawer was filled with large gold ornaments, the kind that any mother-in-law would proudly present to her daughter-in-law, receiving praise from all corners of the internet. Mo Qian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dazzling gold. She nodded in satisfaction. It's a deal. However, I am not one to be greedy. I will also gift you 100 talismans for peace, health, and the promise of early sleep, ensuring you enjoy your meals. Fair trade. She would not take anything for free, far superior to those who would swindle without a care. Su Rolan was amused by the little girl's antics. Gently, she patted Mo Qian's head and said, if you like it, I'll take you to the gold shop. Buy whatever you fancy. I'll cover it all. That won't do, Mo Qian casually declined. The gold I desire must be imbued with the essence of incense and offerings. To fashion a golden body for the ancestral master. Without incense, there can be no merit. Su Rolan felt a pang of discomfort in her heart and dared not refute her. After all, this child had been raised by the old Taoist for 20 years, and it was only natural that she had been indoctrinated. Mo Qian took the gold and proceeded with her task with alacrity. She directly pinched out wisps of black mist from a certain part of the bracelet. At first, the black mist recoiled, but ultimately, it was yanked out with great force, swiftly darting into Mo Qian's hand. A faint cry echoed from behind. Even Fu Shue was nearly startled into exclaiming. Tang Yingzi, the staunch materialist, began to waver in her beliefs. As Mo Qian finished with one bracelet, she moved on to the other, soon finding 2 dark, misty entities nestled in her palm. Like a playful cat, she teased the 2 malevolent spirits, utterly indifferent to the onlookers' trepidation. The 2 spirits trembled in fright, huddling closely together. Accustomed to their previous arrogance, they had never encountered a master bold enough to release them and toy with them. After a while of playful manipulation, Mo Qian sighed softly. Gently tapping the heads of the 2 spirits, her voice brimmed with remorse. I have no demon-confining bottle to keep you to. I can only send you to your demise. You've caused enough harm. Your end is not unjust. Close your eyes and depart in peace. The spirits lamented, you truly are a good person. We owe you a debt of gratitude to our ancestors. Alas, they had no mouths to express their thanks, only able to watch as Mo Qian clenched her small fist. In an instant, they dissipated into nothingness, transformed into 2 wraiths of black smoke that vanished without a trace. Chapter 50. This was the first time someone had dried Mo Qian's hair. Tang Yingzi had encountered many wicked criminals, and even when facing them, she had never felt fear. Yet, at this moment, she was drenched in cold sweat. She had seen evil before, but never had she witnessed such malevolence embodied in spirits. Fu Shue even sensed a stir from the baby within her womb. Clearly, it was still too early, barely over a month along, with not even a human form fully developed. While Mo Qian gazed regretfully at the dissipating black smoke, the others were left pale and shaken. After some time,
Surulan regaine ter kompusure.
a layer of sweat had formed upon her, and as it broke free, she felt an immense lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. For the past 2 years, she had felt drained, perpetually drowsy. Medical examinations had revealed no issues, with doctors merely advising her to rest early and avoid overthinking. According to them, it seemed she was merely lamenting without cause, perhaps harboring a psychological ailment. Only Su Rulon understood that her body was indeed unwell, weighed down as if filled with lead, utterly fatigued, and unwilling to move. It turned out that this malevolent spirit was to blame. As a criminal investigator, Tao Mingzi's immediate reaction was to probe further.
Mom.
The bracelet was a gift from Grandpa Chiao? Did you have any grievances with him? After a long moment of contemplation, Su Rulon replied, No, not at all. The old man from the Chiao family is the type to take vengeance directly. How could he indulge in such dark sorcery? However, it seems I did start falling ill shortly after receiving this bracelet. Indeed, the bracelet had been a gift from the Chiao family's elder. Yet, she might have forgotten who exactly had presented it to her. As the hours turned late, nearly reaching 1 in the morning after much turmoil, Tao Mingzi ceased her inquiries. Su Rulon urged them to return to their rooms to rest. She too retreated to her chamber, took a shower to wash away the sweat. Yet afterward found herself unable to sleep, her mind consumed by thoughts of the little girl next door. Unable to lie still, Su Rulon rose again and knocked on Mo Qian's door. Mo Qian had not yet fallen asleep. She had just finished her shower, her hair still damp, droplets cascading onto her nightgown. Upon seeing this, Su Rulon pulled her over to the vanity, insisting, You need to dry your hair after your shower, otherwise you might catch a cold. As she spoke, she fetched a towel to help dry Mo Qian's hair, and then took a hairdryer, gently assisting her in drying it. Usually, Mo Qian wore a little hat, keeping her hair concealed beneath it. In truth, her hair was a lustrous black, each strand healthy and vibrant. As the warm air from the hairdryer flowed through, it danced beautifully, captivating Su Rulon's gaze. Mo Qian, accustomed to lying down with wet hair post-bath, had never before experienced someone drying her hair for her. This woman was gentle and kind, taking more care than she would herself, never pulling painfully at her hair. Mo Qian gazed at Su Rulon in the mirror, realizing, so this is what mom is like. The following morning, as Tao Mingzi prepared for work, Mo Qian was set to offer incense. Thus, they departed from the Su household early. Su Rulon reluctantly bid them farewell, relieved that she still had a dutiful daughter-in-law to keep her company, sparing her from loneliness. She pondered what sins she must have committed in her past life to have borne 6 troublesome sons. Despite their handsome appearances and a plethora of romantic prospects, none of them could manage a marriage. Not a single one could hold onto a good daughter-in-law. Su Rulon wished she could erase them from her thoughts, lest it induce a stroke. Fortunately, she had the talisman paper gifted by dear Mo Qian. Su Rulon retrieved the bulging yellow talisman from her pocket, clutching it tightly to her chest. Indeed, a daughter brings warmth to the heart. Even if she were another daughter, she would still be considerate. Gu Shouting waited at the entrance of the Gu residence. Early that morning, as Tao Mingzi and Mo Qian emerged from the Su household, he received a call. Estimating the time, he stepped outside to await their arrival. Before long, Tao Mingzi's Red Wrangler appeared at the intersection. Gu Shouting's gaze followed intently until the vehicle came to a halt. The back door swung open, but before anyone could alight, the plump cat jumped down first. Upon disembarking, Xiaohei promptly squatted by the roadside to vomit. It had never anticipated living in the city, though it was well-fed and cared for. It couldn't comprehend why city dwellers relied so heavily on cars. It was prone to motion sickness. Mo Qian also experienced a bit of nausea, though she ate less than Xiaohei, so her discomfort was milder. Clutching a storage box beside her, she descended from the vehicle at a leisurely pace. From Mo Qian's hold, it was evident that the box was quite heavy. Gu Shouting caught a glimpse of the contents and noticed that the top layer was filled with exquisite jewelry boxes. Just by the brand names, one could surmise the treasures within. Furrowing his brow, Gu Shouting thought, Are you also deceiving the elderly for their money?
Montag Qian pauset.
Tilting her head to look at him. This is the money I'm using to treat my mother. Besides, she is still quite young. She is not an elderly lady. I must clarify that. That is my mother. Furthermore, she is in good health, not ill, Gu Shouting retorted coldly. Mo Qian, are you blind? Just then, Tao Mingzi stepped out. Not sparing Gu Shouting a glance, she acted as though he were invisible. Approaching Mo Qian, she gently patted her head and said, Little Qian, I'm off to work. I'll take you for a treat this weekend. Mo Qian nodded, then rummaged through her bag to produce a small yellow talisman, placing it in Tao Mingzi's hand. For your safety, keep it close. Last night, having witnessed Mo Qian's prowess, Tao Mingzi now harbors a profound admiration for her. She promptly seized the talisman, cradling it within her palm. All right, Thank you, Xiao Qianqian, she remarked before turning back to the car, pressing the accelerator and departing without casting a single glance at Gu Xiaoting. Observing Gu Xiaoting's gaze trailing after the retreating vehicle, Mo Qian extended her hand once more, stating, 1 gram of gold, I'll have my second sister-in-law speak with you. At the mention of this, Gu Xiaoting's cold eyes shifted toward her. Who is your second sister-in-law? He retorted, producing a sampling bag and a pair of tweezers from his pocket. I need to collect 15 strands of hair. As Gu Xiaoting arrived at work, he stood at the entrance, waiting to procure Mo Qian's hair sample for a paternity test. It was evident that he was not there merely to catch a glimpse of his ex-wife. Noticing Mo Qian's lack of response, he took matters into his own hands. He lifted the tweezers toward her, removing her hat. However, Mo Qian was not one to comply easily. She immediately clasped her head, asserting, I have a method to test it, no need to pull hair. Nobody believes your method, Gu Xiaoting bluntly dismissed her. The esoteric nature of Mo Qian's approach was utterly implausible. Chapter 51. Xiao He assists Mo Qian in obtaining hair samples. The two stood opposed, neither willing to yield. Just then, Xiao He's car emerged from the courtyard, and upon observing Mo Qian and Gu Xiaoting engaged in a silent standoff, he called for Yi Fei to halt the vehicle. Lowering the car window, Xiao He offered a nonchalant smile. Mo Qian, has the Gu family been bullying you again? Gu Xiaoting's icy demeanor flicked toward him. Xiao He, do you harbor a bias against the Gu family? Not at all, Xiao He replied with a grin. I hold great respect for old Master Gu. The implication being, he only found one individual from the Gu family agreeable. Gu Xiaoting comprehended Xiao He's insinuation perfectly. He responded with a cold smirk, likewise, I also hold great respect for old Master Qiao. Their exchange, veiled in polite enmity, reached a standstill as Gu Xiaoting chose to ignore Xiao He further. He then extended the tweezers toward Mo Qian. Will you pull it yourself, or shall I? I want to pull, Mo Qian immediately declined. A moment of hesitation followed, as she considered the disrespect toward her hair. No pulling, or refrain from calling me mom in the future, Gu Xiaoting warned. This girl had visited his mother the previous night, deceitfully absconding with her jewelry. What distinguished her from a con artist? The value of the jewelry undoubtedly exceeded 500,000, enough to convict her of a serious fraud charge, with a minimum sentence of 10 years. However, Mo Qian was unfazed by such threats. She discarded the gold onto the ground, securing her hat in place. My head must remain intact. No blood shall spill. And my hair must not be pulled. Xiao He quickly grasped the nature of their dispute. Exiting the vehicle, he approached Mo Qian, gently tugging at the small tuft of hair peeking from beneath her hat. The Gu family adheres to science. Without a paternity test, they want to acknowledge you. You cannot take things too seriously with fools. How about I help you find some naturally shed hair? Xiao He's tone was gentle, soothing to the ear, which elicited an inexplicable trust from Mo Qian. Nonetheless, she cautioned him, do not pull my hair. Xiao He nodded with a smile. Receiving her affirmative response, Mo Qian removed her knitted cap, revealing her dark locks styled into a bun. As she undid the hair tie, her glossy black hair cascaded down, shimmering in the morning light like satin billowing in the breeze. Both Xiao He and Gu Xiaoting were momentarily captivated. Previously, Mo Qian had always adorned herself with peculiar hats, never allowing her hair to flow free. Though she still dressed eccentrically, her fair, delicate features were accentuated by her flowing locks, resembling a woodland fairy, ethereal and enchanting. Though both young masters had encountered countless beauties, one could not deny the stark distinction between an ordinary beauty and one of extraordinary allure. Xiao He soon regained his composure and approached Gu Xiaoting to take the tweezers and sampling bag. He moved in front of Mo Qian, extending his hand toward her silky hair. The moment his fingertips brushed against her strands, he felt an inexplicable flutter within his heart. Clearing his throat, he refocused. Gently, he sifted through Mo Qian's hair, while Gu Xiaoting stood to the side, frowning at the sight before him. It was peculiar that these two individuals, both detested by the Gu family, could find common ground. Yet, he experienced an odd sensation, akin to watching one's own cabbage being devoured by swine. Xiao He carefully selected strands of hair from among the multitude, seeking those that had fallen and contained follicles. Thus, the two remained beneath the sun, diligently searching for hair throughout the morning. Their patience was nothing short of remarkable. One stood resolutely still for the search, while the other bent low, scrutinizing each strand with great diligence. In this position, They continued for nearly an hour before finally locating 15 strands with follicles. Gu Xiaoting's expression had grown increasingly frigid. In life, there are always individuals beyond one's control, like his mother, his wife, and the perpetually infuriating girl. Xiao He handed the sampling bag to Gu Xiaoting, who accepted it and then snatched the tweezers from his hand. If the testing agency operated with such efficiency, they would be on the brink of bankruptcy. With that, he turned and returned to the Gu residence. Now a greater dilemma awaited him, as he still needed to obtain Gu Xiangwei's hair sample. Gu Xiaoting pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering how to explain to Xiangwei that yet another paternity test was necessary. Once Gu Xiaoting departed, Mo Qian gazed at the sky. Oh no, I'm late for the incense offering. She hastily gathered the gold from the ground and sprinted toward Xiao He's home, her speed akin to that of a leisurely stroll. Observing her retreating figure, Xiao He turned and followed suit. Yi Fei, seated in the car, quickly exited to pursue them. Young master, aren't we going to the company? Xiao He paused, twirling the beads in his hand. The weather is unfavorable, I want to be going. With a light chuckle, he strolled alongside the small black dog at his feet, heading toward the Gu residence. Yi Fei glanced up at the sun shining brightly in the sky. With the sun rising and the weather perfectly temperate, how could it possibly be unfavorable? Clearly, the young master had grown too apathetic to even concoct a plausible excuse. Upon arriving at Xiao's home, Mo Qian presented incense to the ancestors. Subsequently, she displayed the jewelry box to them as if offering treasures. Look, a gold ring. A gold necklace. This could fund a major ear repair. This gold phoenix. I might as well keep it for when I pass. Thankfully, Su Rulon was not there to hear such remarks. Otherwise, she would have immediately wept and reclaimed her jewelry. Moreover, she would have to deliver the 17 tablets to the police station. How could the deceased deceive a child? Mo Qian rambled on for quite some time before finishing her incense offering. Rising to her feet, she noticed Xiao He standing at the entrance. Could you take me to the incense shop? I need to buy talisman paper, incense, and vermilion. Of course, Xiao He replied with a smile. As a leisurely individual, what business did he have? Watching the drama unfold was his greatest pastime. Thank you, I can pay for your fare, Mo Qian said, clutching her gold as she headed toward the courtyard. Xiao He gazed at the Rolls-Royce parked in the courtyard, feeling an urge to applaud. From the moment it was purchased, this was its first opportunity to generate profit. In Chapter 52, the incense shop owner in tears, Yi Fei was driving, relying on navigation to locate an incense shop in Beijing. He had always believed he was intimately familiar with the city, convinced there was no place he could not find. However, he now understood that certain locations, for which no one sought him out, would remain elusive throughout his life. Yi Fei inquired about a reputable incense shop, which was nestled in an alley of the old town. He parked the car in a paid parking lot outside the alley, and the trio proceeded on foot to the shop. The store had just opened, and the owner was still tidying up. Upon noticing the trio's attire, he immediately donned a broad smile and asked, "What can I assist you with today?" "I wish to purchase talisman paper," Mu Qian declared as she entered the shop. Being a bustling metropolis, the shop was replete with an extensive array of items, including a whole shelf of sandalwood incense dedicated to various deities, wealth gods, love gods, and bodhisattvas, all catered to with specific incense offerings. Yet, there was nothing for her own ancestral masters from the Taoist temple. It seemed her ancestors had achieved little renown in the heavens. Reflecting on this, Mu Qian felt a pang of sympathy for her impoverished ancestors spanning 17 generations, prompting her to gather several bundles of the thickest sandalwood incense at the counter. The shop boasted a plethora of choices. Even the talisman papers came in a riot of colors, perfectly aligning with Mu Qian's preferences, leading her to select a stack of each hue. She then chose vermilion, realgar, calligraphy brushes, and various small trinkets, an eclectic assortment of items. The shop owner watched in delight as he beheld the pile of goods, his smile widening. It was evident he had not misjudged them. These patrons were indeed well off. He retrieved 2 large red plastic bags, assisting Mu Qian in packing her selections while simultaneously tallying the total on his calculator. A mechanical female voice announced a lengthy string of numbers, 1886998795888. Mu Qian paused in her selection, turning to the owner and inquiring, "How much is it?" 5,888. "But I'll give you a discount. Let's say 5,880. The owner's eyes squinted into narrow slits with a grin. Mu Qian lowered her gaze to rummage through her bag, extracting a worn stack of bills, which amounted to a modest 3 red notes totaling 508. The owner's expression shifted to one of concern. Young lady, that amount is insufficient. Perhaps you could borrow from someone? His gaze drifted towards Xiao He, who stood behind her. After 30 years in business, the owner had a keen eye for discerning wealth. Just a glance at Xiao He revealed he was certainly no pauper. However, Mu Qian immediately refused. No, I cannot simply take someone else's money. Clutching her meager cash, she pondered for a moment before fixing her gaze intently on the owner. Why do you stare at me? He asked, slightly unnerved. I'll tell your fortune in exchange for your goods. I'm quite adept at it, Mu Qian offered, channeling her inner fortune teller. Unfortunately, the owner scoffed at her proposition. Young lady, I have plenty of priests and monks come through, all claiming they can read fortunes for my goods. If I operated like that, would I still be in business? I'm different. I can alleviate your worries, Mu Qian asserted, her right thumb tracing a circle in the air. She took a deep breath and declared, your concerns revolve around your son. The owner's expression hardened immediately. He began to tidy the counter, as it was common in this alley for parents to fret over their children. Who wasn't he worried about their offspring? This young fortune teller hadn't he even mastered the art of deception? Mu Qian quickly pressed her hands down on the incense, preventing the owner from moving. Let us negotiate. I will help ease your worries if you give me these items. After all, you've already spent a fortune on your son's education. What is a little incense worth? Xiao He had initially intended to observe the unfolding drama, but upon hearing Mu Qian haggling with the owner, he nearly burst into laughter. To his surprise, this girl was not as foolish as he had anticipated. The negotiation continued. The owner, squinting sideways at Mu Qian, asked, and what solution do you propose? His concerns were indeed centered on his son. As the old saying goes, desperate times call for desperate measures. The owner would seize any opportunity to enhance his child's academic performance. Mu Qian, hands firmly resting on her chosen incense, declared, your greatest worry is your son's academic struggles, and if I can resolve that, will you then part with these items? Upon hearing that she had a solution to help his son attend university, the owner perked up. If you can solve it, I'll give you everything. In that moment, he resembled an elderly patron at a wellness center, having been duped time and again, yet still eagerly charging forward. Mu Qian nodded calmly before shifting the topic to something entirely unrelated. So, how much have you spent on your son's education? While Mu Qian could predict outcomes, she lacked the ability to quantify them. She wished to convey that the amount was substantial, creating a standard of measurement. The owner reflected on the matter, and his demeanor aged a decade in an instant. He sighed deeply. Alas, all the money I've earned from running this incense shop has gone toward him. Over 30 years of savings, around 5 to 6 million. Why is it so difficult for him to attend university? The owner's son had already squandered vast sums on high school tuition and had failed to gain admission to university twice. Last year he succeed. And this year, he was still unsuccessful. The family's ancestral incense shop was meant to provide him with a better future through education, yet he remained unable to enroll. The owner was at a loss, returning home each day to see his son, and only sigh in despair.
Mu Qian, unfazed, replied.
It's actually quite simple, just follow my guidance. Please enlighten me, the owner urged. Mu Qian, no longer playing coy, stated plainly. Your son will not only fail to gain admission this year, but he also won't next year or the year after. Your family's ancestral graveyard is not meant for scholars. Abandon this endeavor, and your worries will dissipate. Her words echoed in the shop, leaving a profound silence in their wake. Xiao He turned his head away, exhaling softly, filled with admiration for her audacity. The shop owner stood there, dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a forthright charlatan before. After a moment, he regained his composure, scanning the surroundings until his eyes landed on a feather duster in the corner. He rushed over to grab it, brandishing it furiously at Mu Qian.
Get out.
My shop does not welcome you. Do not return. If you do, I'll strike you. The owner was seething, his forehead practically steaming. Xiao, he quickly pulled Mu Qian behind him. Of course, the owner was merely brandishing the feather duster for intimidation. He wouldn't dare truly strike her, as that would cost him a fortune in damages. Wielding the feather duster, he was both furious and frustrated, unable to vent his anger. Ultimately, he could only throw the feather duster down and burst into tears. You must leave at once. My shop will not conduct business with you. You are too cruel. He sobbed, his face awash with tears and snot, utterly aggrieved. Mu Qian, standing behind Xiao He, leaned forward, eager to say something. However, Xiao He swiftly covered her mouth. In a hushed tone, he whispered in her ear, let us pause for now. The owner needs to recover. Mu Qian looked at the owner, speechless. How could speaking the truth render her so disbelieved? Wouldn't it be more painful for him if his son continued to fail year after year, even into old age? Without ever attending university, Jiao he released Mo Qian and approached the boss, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder.
Boss.
Interpreting omens and fortune-telling is a matter of belief. If one believes, there is meaning. If not, there is none. Do not let it weigh on your heart. I'll transfer you 10,000. You can sprinkle some sandalwood incense for us. Business must go on. Do not let money become a stumbling block. Upon hearing this, the boss inhaled sharply through his nose. He no longer urged them to leave. Rising from his seat, he returned to the counter, hastily packing their items. In no time, everything was neatly prepared. After all, as a businessman, he could only stifle his frustration when it came to finances. Jiao he exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Fei. Yi Fei, with a look of disdain, rolled his eyes at Mo Qian, reluctantly heading off to settle the bill. After purchasing their goods, they prepared to leave the incense shop. Suddenly, Mo Qian turned back, tossing a remark at the boss. Not cut out for studying, but certainly a talent for making money. Why not call your son to join you in business? Isn't that a good way to earn? Chapter 53. Mo Qian's debt settled with talismans. After acquiring the incense, it was lunchtime. Jiao he took Mo Qian to a renowned restaurant in the capital. However, today Mo Qian was entirely out of sorts, her face stern, rendering even the most delectable dishes unappetizing. Jiao he glanced at her and inquired, "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Mo Qian shook her head. After a moment, she retrieved a small notebook from her bag and opened a fresh page. With a shaky hand, she wrote the character Jiao, adorned it with a string of beads above, and then inscribed several large characters, 10,000 yuan. Once finished, she pulled out her tattered cash from her pocket, counted out 3 red bills, and added a few small denominations to make up 500 yuan, pushing it towards Jiao He. Here's 500 to start, plus transportation. Is 80 enough? Mo Qian spread her remaining cash on the table. It consisted of a few 10 and 5 yuan notes, along with a handful of coins. Things in your city are truly expensive, Mo Qian murmured. Back into Dao village, 500 yuan was sufficient for a year's worth of incense and paper offerings. Jiao He stared at the cash in her palm, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. It had likely been 2 decades since he last encountered such small denominations. This foolish girl, lacking funds, still insisted on gold. Truly, she had managed to turn herself into a pauper by her own accord. After a moment of contemplation, Jiao he cleared his throat. I am purchasing talismans because I wish to request several safety talismans for my family. I wonder if this sum will suffice for Master Mo Qian's services.
Ah?
Mo Qian's expression brightened instantly upon hearing this. She swiftly returned the money and notebook to her bag, exhaling heavily. Had you mentioned it sooner? My master said that owing debts is akin to owing favors. If one cannot repay in this life, one must continue to do so in the next. Given your limited lifespan, I would be bound to repay you in the next life. You frighten me, Jiao He, she added, feeling aggrieved. In this world, there's no reason to be found. Mo Qian understood that the safety talismans could offset money owed, and she was determined to avoid debt. Without hesitation, she pushed the dishes aside to clear space on the table. She took out the talisman paper, vermilion, and brush she had just purchased. Carefully selecting the stack of pink paper, she spread it out and began to paint the talismans with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Mo Qian's entire focus was on the talisman paper, as if she were isolated from the earthly realm. Her brush moved with a steady and powerful rhythm, leaving no room for hesitation on the talisman paper. Jiao he observed her, a mix of amusement and admiration in his gaze. After all, Jiao he was a player at heart, intrigued by novel experiences and curious about unique individuals. A peculiar girl like Mo Qian was indeed a rare find in the bustling streets. The two sat quietly in the private room. Yi Fei returned from outside, and the scene before him was picturesque, reminiscent of an idol drama.
Yet,
these two seemed to be characters from Journey to the West and Dream of the Red Chamber intertwined, utterly mismatched. Yi Fei felt the weight of the bag in his hand grow heavier. Inside was a new phone. In the commercial district, the restaurant was adjacent to a large shopping mall. Yi Fei had just parked the car when Jiao he had sent him out to buy Mo Qian a new phone. Reluctantly, he complied. Now, he had returned with the latest model, the top-tier version, opting for expensive over suitable. Jiao he sensed a gaze from behind. He turned to Yi Fei, gesturing for silence. Yi Fei immediately slowed his pace and lowered his voice as he approached Jiao He, handing him the phone. The two, along with the cat, waited patiently for Mo Qian to finish painting the talismans. The dishes on the table had gone cold, and no one spoke. However, Mo Qian worked quickly. Within 20 minutes, she had completed 20 talismans. She neatly stacked them, bowed to the talisman paper, and then presented them to Jiao He. Each talisman can only ward off disaster once. When the King of Hell comes to collect souls, one must eventually depart. If you truly wish to avoid leaving, purchase a few more talismans. Jiao He chuckled softly at her nonsensical rhyme. He realized that this young girl was quite astute when it came to business, speaking the most innocent words while reaping significant profits. He couldn't comprehend the foolishness of the Gu family, who clung to their capricious princess as if she were a treasure. Mo Qian was undeniably far more amusing. Indeed, the Gu family seemed blind and foolish, their minds clouded. Jiao He accepted the talisman papers from Mo Qian, simultaneously offering her the phone. Master Mo Qian, your hard work deserves a small token of gratitude. As soon as he uttered these words, Yi Fei felt chills run down his spine. In this day and age, one had to be so indirect in gift-giving, especially considering the person presenting the gift was the young master who dismissed everything as unworthy. Had he been cursed? Jiao He patiently taught Mo Qian how to use the phone. Mo Qian was quick-witted, grasping the instructions after just a few pointers. The first thing she mastered was electronic payment. Jiao He transferred 100 yuan to her, and she eagerly scanned the restaurant's payment code, making rapid transactions of 0.01 yuan each until she accumulated 1 yuan, prompting the waiter to return a coin. Mo Qian beamed with joy, her appetite rekindled. Just as she was about to tidy up the talisman paper, a thought struck her. Tilting her head, she gazed intently at Yi Fei, startled by her stare. He quickly grabbed a plate of blueberry yam from the table and offered it to her. Miss Mo Qian, please eat. Unfortunately, despite his good intentions, his words failed to reach her ears. Mo Qian's eyes fixated on the newly acquired jade pendant hanging from Yi Fei's neck. Is this newly bought? Yi Fei slapped his hand over the pendant, daring not to reveal even a corner of it. No, it's a fake, a broken one I found on the roadside. Mo Qian observed his expression, shaking her finger in disbelief. A lying child will be devoured by wolves. Better to be eaten by wolves than to converse with you. Yi Fei could only grumble internally. He clutched the pendant, casting a pleading glance at Jiao He. This was a new gift from Jiao He after returning to the capital. He had no knowledge of the price, but it was undoubtedly exorbitant. Catching the signal of distress from Yi Fei, Jiao He smiled knowingly and addressed Mo Qian. Yi Fei also wishes to request a safety talisman to ensure his safety and the security of his jade pendant. I wonder if that would be possible? You can let him make an electronic payment. After all, he has money in his phone today.
Deal.
Mo Qian exclaimed, clapping her hands. She promptly seated herself and began painting a safety talisman for Yi Fei. However, this time she opted for a different hue, selecting a vibrant green talisman paper. The red vermilion painted upon it nearly obscured the appearance of the arcane symbols. Yi Fei, perplexed, inquired whether different colors signified different purposes. Certainly not. Mo Qian replied without lifting her gaze. Xiao Lao air is adorable and thus suited for pink. With your fierce demeanor, it is only fitting you don something less appealing. Xiao He, Yi Fei, and the charming yet intimidating figures fell silent. Mo Qian accepted 500 yuan from Yi Fei, a price equivalent to 1 gram of gold. As informed by Xiao He, unbeknownst to her, Xiao He had simplified the calculation for her ease. In the afternoon, Xiao He guided Mo Qian on a leisurely stroll through the old alley, introducing her to the local customs and culture of the capital. As dusk approached, the group returned home. Yi Fei started the vehicle, concluding their day's excursion. Mo Qian had never traversed such a bustling locale before. Her previous experiences in the quaint Dao village revolved around the lively market during the New Year, where villagers would flee at the sight of her. Thus, the once vibrant market visits had often left her feeling solitary. Today, however, Mo Qian reveled in joy. She nestled the box containing gold in her embrace, while a sweet dimple graced her cheeks, happiness enveloping her heart, reluctant to dissipate. Yet, she remained oblivious to what awaited her at the Gu residence. Chapter 54, Useless. You can't even ascertain if she is biologically related. The vehicle halted at the Gu estate. Little Black leapt out first, rushing into the yard to vomit. His daily routine consisted of overeating, regurgitating, and then feasting again. Given his age, Mo Qian refrained from chastising him. She exited the vehicle with the gold, unhurried and calm. Xiao He, emerging from the other side, carried 2 large bags of talisman paper she had purchased, following her toward the Gu household. Seeing this, Yi Fei instinctively reached for the items in Xiao He's grasp, only to have Xiao He deftly evade him. I'll deliver this. You drive home without waiting for me, he stated before entering the Gu estate. Yi Fei turned back. A look of horror etched on his face as he observed Xiao He's retreating figure. The young master was personally carrying items. Was this a sign of dissatisfaction with his performance or merely an effort to spare him from being an eyesore? Yi Fei wiped away a tear of bitterness, a vague sense of dread creeping into his mind. Mo Qian stepped into the living room, where several members of the Gu family awaited her. Gu Xinghua, Gu Shouting, Gu Bei, Gu Xiangwei, and an unfamiliar man, presumably another brother of the Gu clan. Xiao He followed her inside, immediately sensing the tense atmosphere of negotiation. Yet, Mo Qian remained unperturbed. She set the box down and, almost ostentatiously, brandished her phone before the Gu family, declaring, "For minor matters, you may pay me. For significant ones, gold is required." Her proclamation was met with an uncomfortable silence, akin to a flock of crows passing overhead. Mo Qian blinked in confusion at the Gu family. At that moment, Gu Bei rose from his seat and addressed Xiao He, "Second Master Qiao, my family has matters to discuss today. Would you kindly take your leave?" Xiao He discerned the ill intentions behind the Gu family's request. He cast a worried glance at Mo Qian, but she waved him off. "I am quite content today." "Thank you, Qiao Lao Heir." The moniker seemed unlikely to change. He shook his head, gestured farewell to Mo Qian, and exited the Gu residence. Once Xiao He departed, Gu Bei picked up the file he had in hand, approaching Mo Qian and halting before her. He opened the folder, revealing 2 sheets of paper, and stated plainly, "The results of the paternity test have arrived. Neither your results nor those of my parents align, thus excluding any biological relationship." Mo Qian paused, momentarily taken aback. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the text on the paternity report, reading each word intently until her gaze landed on the stark declaration of no blood relation. "Hurry up!" Su Rulon exclaimed from the back seat, tapping the chair of the driver, Old Chen. After undergoing the paternity test that morning, Gu Shouting received the results in the afternoon and promptly shared the report via WeChat, advising her not to overthink or dwell on trifles. Unable to remain at home,
Su Rulan grew restless.
Fushua shared her concern, and the two quickly urged the driver to hasten toward the Gu estate. Su Rulon's suburban villa was quite distant from the Gu family's residence, and throughout the journey, Old Chen pressed the accelerator as if it might combust. Yet, Su Rulon found it insufficiently swift. Her anxious heart longed to sprout wings and fly to the Gu household. Su Rulon had resolved that, regardless of whether Mo Qian was her biological daughter, she would adopt her as a goddaughter. No one could fathom her sentiments, yet she was acutely aware that her heart felt tethered to Mo Qian by an unseen thread, pulling at her, with every cell in her being responding emotionally. This sensation was unique. She had never experienced anything akin to it, even with the 7 children she had raised since infancy. The vehicle sped along. The 2 women in the car exchanged no words, both fixated on the road ahead. They hoped to arrive before the Gu family could take any action against Mo Qian. After a prolonged moment of reading, Mo Qian finally lifted her head, pushing Gu Bei's documents aside. "I told you, your evidence is insufficient. How can you be so brazen?" Suddenly, Gu Xiangwei, seated on the sofa, spoke up. Her complexion appeared pallid and haggard, despite her meticulously applied makeup, her physical state betraying her. Mo Qian glanced at her, merely giving her a fleeting look before remarking, "You've taken a life again." Gu Xiangwei's face turned pale. She had not anticipated that the girl would possess such keen insight. Just yesterday, she had undergone an abortion, and the side effects of the medication had left her suffering from stomach and abdominal pain throughout the day. She had attributed her pregnancy to a drunken escapade, having agreed with her father and 6th brother not to disclose it to the rest of the family. Gu Xiangwei furtively eyed her 2nd and 3rd brothers. Relieved to find no visible reaction, they were likely unaware. She quickly redirected the conversation. "Don't try to deflect. The paternity test results are out. And I cooperated with the examination as well. What more do you want? I cannot fathom how you managed to deceive my parents and brothers into believing you over me." As her voice dwindled, it became tinged with a hint of grievance. In her words lay a silent accusation of the hurt caused by her parents' and brothers' doubts. Gu Xinghua, noticing her distress, promptly patted her on the head, reassuring her, "No, how could our parents and brothers doubt you? This is merely to help this girl relinquish her hopes. On the opposite side of the sofa, Gu Xiaoding and Gu Nanjing sat quietly. Gu Nanjing, the third brother, crossed his legs, tilting his head to observe his elder brother. What's this? Brother, have you been swayed as well, to the point of bullying Xiangwei? Gu Xiaoding adjusted his glasses, leaning back against the sofa with a dispassionate expression. Testing is a method. When doubts arise, testing provides the quickest resolution. Rather than entangling ourselves with this girl, it is better to help her let go once and for all. Gu Nanqing raised an eyebrow, refraining from engaging in a debate with his second brother. As a police officer, he felt compelled to investigate everything. The Gu family appeared detached, as if this matter bore no relevance to them. Mo Qian's expression remained composed as she lowered her gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered, seemingly lost in contemplation. Gu Bei looked down at her, suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of guilt, as though he had wronged the young girl in some way. He let out a soft sigh. He called for someone to bring Mo Qian's luggage, along with a box, placing it at her feet. Mo Qian, I have brought you the 100 gold bars I promised. All for you. I have also prepared 100,000 in cash, sufficient for you to sustain yourself in the capital for a while. Take the gold bars and the money, and leave today. From now on, do not refer to yourself as a blood relative of the Gu family. Mo Qian cast her eyes down at her luggage, seemingly indifferent to Gu Bei's words. After a moment, she lifted her head, her gaze cold as it swept across the Gu family. Her expression was unprecedented, imbued with a chilling intensity that caused the atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Mo Qian disdainfully pushed aside the report in Gu Bei's hand, offering a frosty smile. Since you are all incapable of even discerning whether I am truly your kin, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 55. Mo Qian's Method, Blood Affinity Test. The moment Mo Qian declared her intention to handle it herself, Gu Xiaoding and Gu Bei immediately fell into a defensive state. What method could this girl possibly employ? Devious and insidious, it certainly would not be straightforward. The brothers exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that confronting someone with such an erratic mindset required the intervention of the third brother. He was the only one equipped to handle this troublesome situation. In unison, they turned to the casually seated Gu Nanqing, who appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama. Upon receiving two loaded glances, Gu Nanqing furrowed his brow in confusion. Was he expected to deal with the trouble these two had brought upon themselves? Just then, Gu Bei approached him to clarify the situation. His gaze flicked to Mo Qian behind him, followed by a gesture pointing to his own head. Gu Nanqing was all too familiar with this motion. Every family member bringing someone in would invariably point to their head, indicating that there was something amiss. Suddenly, he was invigorated. This was a scenario he was well versed in. Without a hint of reluctance, he picked up a notebook and made his way toward Mo Qian. At that moment, Mo Qian was crouched before two cheap, bright red plastic bags, rummaging through their contents. Gu Nanqing joined her on the floor, embodying the warmth of a doctor. Little girl, how old are you this year? Mo Qian did not even lift her head, curtly replying, we are not acquainted. But Gu Nanqing was not one to easily give up. What about his patients? With a sense of righteous duty, he continued the awkward conversation. Are these items used in your temple? How many people are currently at your temple? This time, Mo Qian raised her gaze, scrutinizing Gu Nanqing's face. She stared intently for quite some time before averting her eyes. Why don't you go find your wife? Your son is about to call someone else father. Gu Nanqing noted her remark with a mental note. He opened his notebook and quickly jotted down, Mo Qian, 20 years old, with a psychological age that skews low, exhibiting aggression and severe delusions. Mo Qian shared a similar impression of him, another foolish brother. At this moment, she had more pressing matters at hand. After rummaging through her pockets twice, she finally unearthed the sandalwood incense she had been seeking. The fragrant stick would blossom when lit. For her ritual, she certainly needed something aesthetically pleasing. She extracted 3 sticks, turned around, and approached Gu Bei, extending the incense toward him. Light this for me. Gu Bei was taken aback. How had he become her errand boy? He did not possess a lighter, nor did he dare to ignite the incense. Fearing she might employ some sorcery, he gently pushed her incense aside, patiently attempting to dissuade her. Enough of this nonsense. The report is already here. Creating a scene is pointless. If you need money, simply ask for it without this charade. I'll take care of it myself, Mo Qian coldly retorted, tossing out 5 words. As she spoke, she produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from her sleeve, swiftly sending it flying toward Gu Bei. He barely had time to react. watching as the talisman circled, landing in his pocket, only to return to Mo Qian's hand. His lighter had vanished without a trace. Mo Qian ignited the incense herself. The 3 sticks glowed with tiny sparks, wisps of smoke curling upward, rapidly shedding ash. Mo Qian brought her hands together, holding the incense at an angle, and softly began reciting an incantation. Her voice was light and airy, almost like a whisper, yet it resonated throughout the Gu residence, causing even the security guards at the entrance to look around in bewilderment, searching for the source of the sound. As her incantation grew increasingly urgent, the incense burned faster. Just as it reached the midpoint, all the lights in the Gu residence flickered violently before plunging into complete darkness. The household was immediately engulfed in impenetrable blackness. Screams erupted from every corner, inside and outside the Gu estate. Servants scrambled in the dark, cautiously peeking into the living room, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, hesitant to make any sudden moves. Gu Xiaoding was the first to regain his composure, quickly retrieving his phone to activate the flashlight, only to find it as dead, as if it had run out of battery. In the enveloping darkness, only the 3 sticks of incense in Mo Qian's hands emitted a faint red glow. As her recitation ceased abruptly, she coldly enunciated a single word: reveal. The moment that word escaped her lips, the pitch-black living room of the Gu residence suddenly illuminated with several faint green orbs, resembling fireflies in the night. All eyes converged on those ethereal points of light. In the dim glow, they could barely make out the illuminated figures. Most distinct among them was Mo Qian, while the other 4 points belonged to the Gu patriarch and his 3 sons. The remaining members of the Gu family, aside from Gu Xiangwei, had transformed into fireflies against the night backdrop. A profound silence enveloped the Gu family. It was not that they believed in Mo Qian's sorcery. Rather, the realization that she wielded such abilities cast doubt on the significance of the glowing points. Could she truly choose who to illuminate? Gu Xiangwei, who had not been illuminated, scoffed. Where did you learn such sorcery? Do you think everyone is a fool who would fall for your tricks? I could buy 5 lamps and light them at will, too. Let me tell you, a paternity test is the most authoritative method. You would do well, too, with a clang. Her words were abruptly cut short as the front door to the villa creaked open, startling her into retreating behind her father. Soon, 2 figures rushed in from outside. The moonlight was hazy, obscuring their faces, but astonishingly, even in the dark, 3 faint green lights glimmered upon them. One figure bore a glow akin to the others, centered on their chest, while the other uniquely had 2 points of light emanating from their lower abdomen. From a distance, they appeared as 3 fireflies emerging from the darkness. Gu Xiangwei cast a fleeting glance, confirming that the newcomer was not a member of the Gu family. The brothers of the Gu family were certainly not of such diminutive stature. As long as they were not of Gu lineage, Mo Qian's tricks would unravel effortlessly. Gu Xiangwei scoffed derisively, questioning how one could claim kinship while merely relying on another's womb. Quickly retract your sorcery before you frighten our guests. Are you prepared to take responsibility? The servants of the Gu family, concealed in the shadows, exchanged bewildered glances. They had seen others come to the Gu family seeking connections, yet had never encountered anyone bold enough to usurp the identity of the 7th Mississippi. They whispered among themselves, noting the green spots on the guest's abdomen. This mad girl must have never anticipated that her ruse would be exposed. She hailed from the countryside, unaware of the advanced technologies of the city. A paternity test would reveal the truth with utmost precision. How could anyone believe her? What if she succeeded in deceiving them? This was the Gu family, and securing a morsel could ensure a life free of worries. Look how the 6th young master had gifted her 2 chests of gold. They secretly gossiped. However, they quickly fell silent as the incense in Mo Qian's hands extinguished. At that very moment, the lights in the living room blazed to life, the phones regained power, and the green aura surrounding the figure dissipated. Everything returned to normal. The gaze of the crowd converged upon the 2 newcomers at the Gu residence. The laughter that had erupted moments earlier was swiftly swallowed back. If the green light had indeed manifested within this person's belly, then perhaps it was not entirely improbable. Chapter 56. Mother comes to support Mo Qian. The crowd wore expressions of horror, their eyes fixated on the newcomer's abdomen. If the 2 small green lights signified that the 6th young mistress was with child, then everything fell into place. No one dared to mock Mo Qian any longer. Instead, they began to question the validity of the paternity test. For the first time, they perceived the triumph of mysticism over science. The newcomers were none other than Su Rulan and Fu Shui, who had finally arrived at the Gu family. The two were still unaware of the situation, completely oblivious to what had just transpired, and had not even noticed the green light that had once surrounded them. At the sight of his wife's return, Gu Xingguo was the quickest to react, hastily approaching to ingratiate himself. Su Rulan had not returned to the Gu family in 2 years since moving out, citing her distaste for the Gu surname. As Gu Xingguo approached Su Rulan, he maintained a semblance of restraint, for his son and daughter were present, and he needed to uphold a modicum of paternal authority. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Rulan, what brings you back today?" Su Rulan did not spare him a glance, replying coldly, "Why can't you accommodate a country girl like Mo Qian for a few days in this vast house of yours?" Gu Xingguo thought to himself, "What does this have to do with me? I have said nothing and done nothing." Yet he still felt compelled to explain, "Rulan, it's not that we cannot accommodate her, it's just that she insists on claiming to be our 7th child, which is simply absurd." At this, Su Rulan huffed disdainfully, "Is there a throne to inherit in your family? Who cares?" With a dismissive roll of her eyes directed at Gu Xingguo, she turned her back on him. She approached Mo Qian, thoroughly inspecting the young girl to ensure she was unharmed before feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Su Rulan extended her hand to brush away the ash that had settled on Mo Qian's clothing. Her gaze fell upon the belongings that had been hastily gathered for Mo Qian by the Gu family. A dilapidated cart bore 2 boxes and a tattered burlap sack, patched in several mismatched shades of green and gray. A wave of sorrow surged within Su Rulan, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She blinked rapidly, inhaling deeply, realizing she could no longer concern herself with Gu Xiangwei's feelings. Turning directly to Mo Qian, she declared, "Qian, from now on, I shall recognize you as my goddaughter. I will ensure that no one in this household dares to cast you out." "Mother!" Gu Xiangwei exclaimed, her face contorted with displeasure. Since childhood, Su Rulan had never been particularly close to her. Compared to the affection showered upon her by her father and brothers, this mother felt almost superfluous. In fact, she was often a source of irritation. Yet Gu Xiangwei never anticipated that her mother would choose this moment to support Mo Qian and undermine her.
Su Rulan,
sensing her daughter's distress, glanced at her with an air of apology. "Xiangwei, I seem to have a karmic connection with this little girl. The moment I laid eyes upon her, I felt compelled to take her as my goddaughter. I hope you can find it in your heart to understand." Understand? It was more than just understanding. Gu Xiangwei felt her anger boil to the surface, nearly choking on her fury. Her face flushed crimson. Yet she could not directly confront Su Rulan. After all, in this household, no one dared to contradict Su Rulan. Desperately, Gu Xiangwei sought the support of her brothers. But they paid her no heed, their gazes riveted upon Fu Shui. In that moment, as the lights illuminated the room, the Gu brothers comprehended the situation. It dawned upon them that the magic Mo Qian wielded had not merely illuminated those of the Gu surname, but all who shared blood ties with her. If she claimed to be a child of the Gu family, then Su Rulan must indeed be her biological mother. Following her logic, the 2 glowing points within Fu Shui could only signify that she carried the Gu family's grandchildren. The 3 Gu brothers were left in stunned disbelief, particularly Gu Bei, who wore an expression of utter incredulity. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure, abruptly rising to approach Fu Shui. He halted before her, boldly asking, "Are you pregnant?" Despite the interrogative tone, his voice carried an unmistakable certainty. Fu Shui was taken aback by his inquiry, her complexion draining of color. They were not even divorced yet. How could Gu Bei possibly know? She had assumed that those who wished to terminate her pregnancy had not disclosed her condition to him. Yet now, it appeared that her secret was no longer tenable. Unable to articulate a response, Fu Shui could only shake her head repeatedly, attempting to deny his assertion. However, Gu Bei knew her well enough to discern her thoughts. He reached out, encircling her waist and pulling her into his embrace. "It's all right if you don't admit it. Tomorrow I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup," he stated, tightening his grip. At that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him, anger, frustration, and tenderness. Yet, inexplicably, it felt as though sweetness had been added to the mix. Not only Gu Bei, but the entire room was enveloped in a collective belief in Fu Shui's pregnancy. As their gazes turned back to Mo Qian, their expressions transformed, filled with astonishment, admiration, and disbelief. What had initially been deemed a mere jest had revealed the folly of their own assumptions. Su Rulan, bewildered, surveyed the room, unable to comprehend their strange reactions. She promptly summoned Gu Xiaotian, insisting he recount the events to her in detail. When Gu Xiaotian stood before his mother, even his typically sharp and discerning gaze softened with innocence. He relayed the sequence of events from the morning's paternity test to the evening's magical revelation, and how they had discovered Fu Shui's pregnancy with a child of the Gu family, all while analyzing the potential discrepancies in the report. Even he found himself questioning its authenticity. After listening intently, Su Rulan cast a bewildered glance between Fu Shui and Mo Qian. Had she not witnessed Mo Qian's extraordinary abilities the previous night, she would have found it hard to believe the absurdity of the tale she had just heard. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she approached Fu Shui. Gripping Fu Shui's hand, she implored, "Shui, are you pregnant? Why didn't you tell me? I've been longing to hold a grandchild for 10 years. Su Rulan had truly been yearning for 10 long years. The most heart-wrenching aspect was that during this decade, the Gu family had once harbored hopes of embracing 7 children. Yet, ultimately, all 7 had perished. The pain pierced Su Rulan's heart. Each time she learned of a baby's disappearance, she would weep for a considerable time, and even the mere recollection would unleash a torrent of tears. She couldn't fathom the calamity that had befallen the Gu family, as even innocent souls seemed reluctant to be reborn into their midst. The thought of the 7 lost children twisted Su Rulan's heart in agony, and tears cascaded down her cheeks.
Fuchs hurriedly wiped away Su Rulan's tears.
Witnessing her mother-in-law's sorrow, Fu Shui felt a pang of distress and, wishing to spare her any further disappointment, finally nodded in affirmation of her pregnancy. The 2 women, overwhelmed with joy, wept together, their tears flowing unabated. After a considerable time, they finally ceased their weeping. Su Rulan was at a loss as to how to cherish Fu Shui more. She longed to immediately summon a chef to prepare nourishing meals for her daughter-in-law. However, upon noticing Gu Bei's hand still tightly gripping Fu Shui's, Su Rulan's anger flared as she swatted her son's arm away. "Release her.
Xue is pregnant.
And you still wish to drag her into a divorce, you beast." Gu Bei, too, had just learned of her pregnancy. Moreover, he was not the one eager for a divorce. Feeling wronged, Gu Bei had no outlet for his grievances. If one were to inquire how he met his demise, it would undoubtedly be deemed an injustice. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law gradually regained their composure, Su Rulan, once she regained her rationality, promptly issued a command, demanding that all members of the Gu family gather at the paternity testing center that very night. From the eldest to the 7th, not a single one could be absent. She intended to monitor the proceedings closely. She was determined to uncover the true nature of the report. Chapter 57. How can you be married and still a virgin? Upon hearing that they were to visit the paternity testing center, Gu Xiangwei's face drained of color. She glared at Su Rulan, grinding her molars in resentment. This old woman did not regard her as a daughter at all. Yet, what could she do now? Gu Xiangwei scanned her surroundings, searching for Sister Zhang, and soon locked eyes with her. Sister Zhang gestured for her to dry her tears. Gu Xiangwei immediately understood, and began to sob quietly, lamenting, "Mom, you just want to say, I am not your biological daughter. I know you have never liked me since childhood because I am not beautiful. I did not wish to look unlike you. To earn your affection, I underwent numerous surgeries, yet you remain dissatisfied. After 2 paternity tests, you still do not believe I am your daughter. It appears you have never wished for me to remain in the Gu family. If that is the case, then I shall relinquish the position of Miss 7 to the daughter you prefer." This outpouring of grievances not only shed her pent-up sorrow but also shifted the blame for her surgeries elsewhere. Her tears ignited a protective instinct in her brothers. Gu Bei immediately protested to their mother, "Mom, this matter can be discussed another day. Twice in one day to drag Xiangwei for paternity tests. Where is her dignity in all this?" Gu Shouting handed his sister a couple of tissues. Although he harbored doubts about the report's authenticity, he would rather be mistaken than hurt his sister's feelings. He stood up and took the car keys from the table, saying, "Mom, let me take you all home first. It's getting late. You need not trouble us brothers any further tonight." Meanwhile, Gu Nanjing feverishly scribbled notes in his notebook, muttering a string of incomprehensible phrases. When the human brain undergoes a pathological transformation, it may exhibit extraordinary capabilities. Though this appears outside the realm of science, it can, in fact, be elucidated. Typically, the 3 sons would not dare to contradict Su Rulan. However, when it came to Gu Xiangwei, this was an exception they could make. But who was Su Rulan? Once she set her mind on something, not even 8 horses could sway her. She pointed an accusatory finger at each son, reprimanding them sternly. Just after giving birth to the seventh child, I mentioned I remembered a mole at the corner of the child's eye, and each of you insisted I was mistaken. And thus, I trusted you for 20 years. 20 years. In my dreams, I have always seen that small face with the mole at the corner of its eye. That is a piece of me that has been lost. Which of you scoundrels can comprehend my anguish? If I was indeed mistaken, what hardships and tribulations might my daughter have endured over the years? Who has cared for her? You know nothing. Su Rulan's finger eventually landed on Gu Xinghua. No wonder the Gu family cannot keep their daughters-in-law. You cannot even safeguard a child. The Gu family, chastised, fell silent, too intimidated to retort. For Su Rulan had indeed mentioned on multiple occasions during her confinement that she remembered the child had a mole on their face. From the eldest to the sixth, and even the old patriarch had solemnly assured her that they had seen with their own eyes that the seventh child's face was devoid of any blemish. After all, the eldest was 10 years old at the time, and the sixth was 4, both at an age of comprehension. While their words held no legal weight, they bore a semblance of credibility. Having been thoroughly brainwashed, Su Rulan finally accepted their claims. Yet, this error could very well have cost her 20 years. The chastised members of the Gu family remained mute, refraining from voicing any objections. Although they were indeed too fearful to argue with Su Rulan, the more significant reason was that they harbored a growing belief in Mo Qian's true identity. At midnight, employees of the Paternity Testing Center were summoned back to the office for overtime. Su Rulan, however, declared that each employee working that night would receive triple overtime pay, along with an additional bonus of 10,000 yuan for their efforts. As a result, the employees were hardly displeased, feeling as if they had won the lottery. The Gu family arrived in 3 stretch limousines, a grand procession headed for the testing center. Upon their arrival, the center was ablaze with lights. Even the usually unused revolving doors were open, and a long red carpet stretched from the elevator to the steps outside. The director personally welcomed them, and all staff lined up to greet them, offering a reception of the highest standard, laden with courtesy and prestige. However, it was evident that their flattery had fallen flat. Not a single member of the Gu family wore a cheerful expression. The 6th young master of the Gu family even kicked aside the carpet beneath his feet and shouted at them, "Is this a time for celebration for you? My family is in distress." The staff at the testing center felt wronged. They had assumed the Gu family was here to express gratitude for their morning visit. But now it appeared they had come to vent their frustrations instead. Gu Xiangwei trailed behind the Gu family, her heart sinking. The fears she had harbored since she was 8 years old were finally about to materialize. Everything that belonged to her was to be snatched away by that wretched girl. Gu Xiangwei seethed with resentment. Suddenly, a man standing to the left of the welcoming party caught her eye, signaling her discreetly. This immediately drew Gu Xiangwei's attention. She recognized him as the man who had swapped samples 12 years ago at Sister Zhang's behest. In that instant, Gu Xiangwei felt as though she had found a savior. Surely, Sister Zhang must have sought out this person earlier that morning. Relieved, Gu Xiangwei quickened her pace to catch up with the group. They headed straight for the VIP testing room on the 5th floor. At that moment, Gu Xingchen, the 5th son of the Gu family, had already arrived. Upon seeing his parents and siblings, he stood up, inquiring, "What is going on?" "I had a prior engagement today, and had to specially request leave from the director." Su Rulan threw a terse remark his way. Gu Xingchen, how could he dare? A mere glance at his mother's expression revealed that this was no trivial matter. Gu Xingchen scrutinized the individual trailing behind him, and upon seeing Mo Qian's face, he furrowed his brow. "Did you model your appearance after my mother?" Hearing this, Mo Qian lifted her gaze and retorted, "I am your mother's daughter." "What?" Gu Xingchen scoffed, doubting the sanity of the girl before him. He swiftly draped his arm around Gu Nanjing's shoulders. "Third brother, has a patient escaped from your ward?" Gu Nanjing warned, "You would do well to refrain from foolishness. It could be fatal." Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than Gu Xingchen received a punch on the head from his mother. "A month away from home. And where have you been gallivanting?" "Constantly surrounded by women. Just look at your scandalous headlines. It's people like you who tarnish the entertainment industry." Su Rulan glared at the wayward son, her anger palpable. While other idols in the entertainment world maintain their integrity, this wretched boy is perpetually embroiled in rumors. Every few days, his romantic escapades are splashed across Weibo. She found it perplexing that none of her 6 sons were reliable. Standing at an impressive height of 188 meters, Gu Xingchen towered over Su Rulan, yet he dared not retaliate. Rubbing his head, he gestured for his mother to consider their surroundings. "Mom, there are so many people watching. Can't you spare me a little dignity? You've squandered your own dignity. Su Rulon scoffed. With your penchant for changing women. Aren't you afraid of catching something unsavory one day? Not at all, came Mo Qian's sudden interjection. The moment she spoke, a wave of apprehension coursed through the crowd, fearing they might be singled out. However, this time, Mo Qian directed her attention at Gu Xingqian, tilting her head. How is it that you are married, yet still a virgin? This utterance nearly detonated Gu Xingqian's brain. His face flushed crimson, words tumbling out in a disjointed frenzy. Why you? What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Qian shrugged nonchalantly. I never speak falsehoods. She scrutinized Gu Xingqian from head to toe, delivering another blow. You don't appear physically ill. Perhaps it's your mind that has troubled? Whatever ails you, I can cure it, for just 500. Gu Xingqian was sharpening his mental knives in frustration. Yet with his mother lurking behind, he could only glare in silence. Unable to vent his anger, he redirected his ire towards Gu Nanjing, third brother. Don't release the mentally unstable casually.
Duang.
As soon as he finished, another punch landed on his head, this time infused with Su Rulon's disdain, fifth. So your incessant womanizing is merely a cover for this hidden ailment? You should have confided in me earlier. Had I known, I would never have allowed Yuan to marry you. Gu Xingqian, is there any reason left to argue? Thankfully, they were in a VIP testing room, where privacy was paramount, devoid of surveillance and soundproofed. After all, the aftermath of a paternity test could lead to sensational revelations. As a prominent celebrity, if such a hidden truth were to leak, it would be disastrous. Yet even if it remained contained, with his siblings present, Gu Xingqian felt utterly embarrassed. He mentally rated that colorful little nuisance with a harsh critique. Fortunately, his moment of discomfort was short-lived as Gu Hongxin, the eldest of the Gu family, arrived. As he opened the door, a gust of cold air swept into the room. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit with every button fastened perfectly, Gu Hongxin entered, instantly lowering the room's atmosphere. His younger brothers rose in unison to greet him, an innate sense of familial reverence enveloping them. Gu Hongxin bore the weight of the family's empire, and without his sacrifices, his brothers would have to abandon their passions to take up the family business. Thus, they revered their eldest brother. Not to mention, their childhood memories of receiving a good thrashing from him whenever they aired lingered vividly in their minds. Gu Hongxin paid no heed to his younger siblings. He strode past Gu Xiangwei, ruffling her hair affectionately, before heading straight for their mother. Mom, what on earth are you doing at this hour? Just a few strands of hair, nothing else. Su Rulon shot back. Enough. Everyone is here. The fourth is in another province and 1T return until tomorrow. So we'll conduct your tests today. I want to see if this bunch of dim-witted sons is indeed the result of a mix-up. How is it that none of you resemble me? The Gu brothers, unable to express their anger or frustration, remained silent. Su Rulon summoned the director, instructing him to arrange for samples to be taken. Insisting on witnessing every movement without any blind spots, the director promptly assured her that there would be no mistakes. He called in 2 personnel to collect hair samples from those undergoing the paternity test. This time, Mo Qian did not resist, as Su Rulon held her hand, explaining, "This is a modern method of identification. Only this can serve as credible evidence." Mo Qian complied, allowing the personnel to extract 15 strands of her hair. Similarly, Gu Xiangwei was exceptionally cooperative during the sampling process. Soon, all of the Gu family, including the 6 children and Mo Qian, had provided their samples. The 2 personnel carried a tray towards the testing room. The sampling room was separated from the VIP room by 2 doors, with an intervening compartment designed to prevent anyone from rushing into the testing area. This double-door system required the first to close before the second could open. However, the compartment was sealed, illuminated only by a solitary overhead light, devoid of any windows. Upon entering, although the 2 sampling personnel exited swiftly through the second door, they were momentarily out of Su Rulon's sight. "Is there no way to tamper with this?" she inquired of the director. "Absolutely not," the director replied, stepping forward to explain that the personnel had not lingered at all. Yet, before he could finish a sentence, a yellow paper suddenly flew into the testing room. Then, the first man who had entered emerged, and from the cuff of his white lab coat, 7 or 8 sampling bags, filled with black hair, cascaded to the floor. In that instant, Gu Xiangwei nearly cried out, biting down hard to suppress her alarm, her heart racing in her throat. In stark contrast to her tension, Mo Qian remained inexplicably calm, casting a detached glance at the director. "Do you still have individuals capable of sleight of hand here?" It turned out that while others perceived the sampling personnel's entrance as brief, they had employed some form of trickery to manipulate the perceived duration of their stay, extending it by several seconds. Mo Qian had sensed this the moment they crossed the first threshold. The director was left speechless, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. He turned back, incredulous, to gaze at the man in the testing room, a veteran employee of the center, with 2 decades of service. How could he engage in such misconduct? The director's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly offered his apologies to Su Rolan. However, she paid him no mind, charging directly into the testing room. The man, who had concealed a sleeve full of hair, panicked at the sight of the Gu family advancing towards him, bolting for the exit.
Yet,
he barely took 2 steps before being pinned to the ground by Gu shouting, "Who demanded? Who instructed you to do this?" The man clenched his teeth tightly, unwilling to utter a single word. No matter how Gu shouting inquired, the man remained resolutely silent. Gu shouting, undeterred by his obstinacy, knew that once they arrived at the police station, he would inevitably have to confess. He handcuffed the man and called for his colleagues to take him away. After this commotion, the atmosphere finally returned to tranquility. However, following this incident, it was evident that the report issued by the appraisal center that morning was utterly unreliable. The director repeatedly apologized to the Gu family, promising to cover all expenses. They would conduct the assessment anew, this time with a dedicated person recording the entire process, ensuring that no errors would occur. Naturally, the Gu family did not express gratitude. After all, who among them was lacking in funds? Nevertheless, a paternity test was indeed necessary. The samples collected earlier had been tampered with and could no longer be used. They had no choice but to extract new hair samples.
Montag Qian,
Reluctantly covering her little hat, refused to part with her hair again. Reluctantly, Su Rolan promised her that she would take care of Gu Lao Lu later, which finally persuaded Mo Qian to agree. As the party concerned, Gu Lao Lu felt wronged but resigned to his fate. This time, the sampling went smoothly. Su Rolan accompanied the process closely, never leaving the hair samples unattended. Soon, the information from the samples was read by the machine and transmitted to the computer, after which the analysis would take time. Only then did Su Rolan leave the laboratory. However, she insisted that others depart from the computer, forbidding any further contact with anything. The camera continued to record. Such stringent paternity testing was something even ancient emperors could not accomplish. Upon returning to the VIP room, Su Rolan found her several extraordinarily tall sons seated on the sofa, each wearing a gloomy expression. Gu Xiangwei sat between Gu Hongshan and Gu Shouting, her face streaked with tears. Although both brothers maintained a cold demeanor, concern was evident in their eyes. The Gu family formed a cohesive unit, as if an impenetrable wall separated them from outsiders. The only outsider, Mo Qian, had already curled up with Xiao He on a small carpet in the corner, fast asleep. Chapter 59, Paternity Test Result, confirmed as biological. 3 hours later, the staff at the appraisal center stared blankly at the computer screen. 5 employees exchanged glances, questioning whether they were seeing things. When they noted the astonished expressions on their colleagues' faces, they finally confirmed that they were not mistaken. Upon seeing this, the director approached, following their gaze to the computer, and in that moment, he felt his legs weaken, shivering in horror. A grave situation had arisen. The 7th miss of the Gu family had, in fact, been swapped at birth, who was unaware of the esteemed Gu family in the capital, overflowing with wealth. With riches that seemed boundless, they were renowned for their opulence. The Gu family boasted a flourishing male lineage, and their only beloved daughter had truly been cherished like a princess since childhood. If one were to vote for the woman one would most wish to be reincarnated as in the next life, the 7th miss would undoubtedly top the list. The staff at the appraisal center dared not utter a word, yet their silence was deafening. They had witnessed illegitimate children in wealthy families, but they had never seen a beloved child of immense wealth turned out to be mistaken. The director did not allow his subordinates to linger too long over the spectacle. After all, it was cruel to salt the wound of those in distress. If they wished to gossip, they would have to wait until the concerned parties had departed. There was a glass window separating the VIP room from the laboratory, and upon noticing the commotion inside, Su Rolan quickly realized what was happening. She hurried to the laboratory, where the staff promptly handed her the printed report. Anxiously, she clutched a total of 8 reports in her hands. Disdainfully, she flipped through the 7 belonging to the Gu family, heading straight for the one pertaining to Mo Qian. She had no interest in the preamble and rushed to the final line, the test result. There it was in bold letters, according to the genetic DNA test. It is supported that Gu Xinghua and Su Rulan are the biological parents of Mo Qian. The words struck her like a torrent of tears, and in an instant, her emotions overflowed. It was her, indeed, it was her. The little girl she had long yearned for her dreams was truly Mo Qian. One could not help but acknowledge the marvel of blood ties. The moment Su Rulan saw Mo Qian on her phone screen, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. All rationality and decorum crumbled in that instant, utterly vanquished by her sixth sense.
Su Rulan web tan controllably.
And Gu Xinghua rushed to support her. Although he had anticipated Mo Qian's identity, he was still taken aback upon seeing the report. Mo Qian was indeed their daughter. Lost for 20 years. While it felt a bit like a case of hindsight, Gu Xinghua recalled the inexplicable fondness he felt upon first encountering the little girl, realizing that it had to do with their blood connection. The Gu siblings, upon witnessing their parents' expressions, had already guessed the outcome. Yet, the mere speculation in their hearts could not compare to the shock delivered by that piece of paper. As the brothers passed the document around, their expressions turned uniformly grim. Their discontent was not directed at Mo Qian, but rather the understanding that her arrival would be an immense blow to Xiangwei. Their beloved sister, cherished for 20 years, had suddenly become an outsider, a reality that was difficult for anyone to accept. When the document reached Gu Bei, he did not pass it to Gu Xiangwei, but instead stuffed it directly into the briefcase of their third brother. The report was out. It was time to go home. Gu Bei had no other option but to retreat strategically. Gu Xiangwei was acutely aware of everything unfolding. Tears streamed down her face in large droplets. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. She suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "What family do I have left? It turns out I have no parents, no brothers, I'm all alone." With that, she turned and ran towards the door. Gu Bei quickly stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "Xiangwei, what are you saying? The Gu family will always be your home. Where do you think you can run off to? I need to relinquish the position of the seventh miss." Gu Xiangwei sobbed against Gu Bei's shoulder. "I don't even know where you found me. Mo Qian has found her parents, but I have no parents and no brothers anymore." Her cries resonated clearly throughout the VIP room. The Gu brothers could not bear to hear her weeping, and all stood up. Half of them rushed to comfort her, while the others sought to console their mother. The eldest brother, Gu Hongshan, approached Su Rulan, his expression still stern. "Mom, the Gu family can raise 2 daughters without issue. This is not your concern." Su Rulan retorted sharply, silencing Gu Hongshan with a single phrase. Typically, no one dared to interrupt Gu Hongshan, but Su Rulan's words compelled him to fall silent. Su Rulan wiped her nose and walked towards Gu Xiangwei. After nurturing her for 20 years, despite not being particularly close, she had always regarded her as her own flesh and blood. Su Rulan certainly did not blame her for losing Mo Qian. "Xiangwei, the Gu family will never treat you as an outsider. We can afford to raise as many children as we need. The bond of 20 years is not false. From now on, you and Mo Qian shall refer to each other as sisters and get along well. In the Gu family, you both can live good lives." Su Rulan's intentions were noble, and she had never been a cruel person. Yet her kindness felt like a dagger to her adopted daughter's heart. Gu Xiangwei looked at Su Rulan, her resentment deepening. If it weren't for her, none of this would have been exposed. She remained the sole daughter of the Gu family, the enviable 7th miss. Gu Xiangwei's heart brimmed with resentment, yet she felt compelled to acquiesce to Su Rulan's words. If she were to depart from the Gu family, she would truly be left with nothing. Her former circle of friends would no longer regard her with any significance. With a quivering breath, Gu Xiangwei nodded and said, "Mom, I have never desired anything from the Gu family. I merely cannot bear to part with you, Dad, and my brothers." The thought that she was not their biological child weighed heavily on her heart, causing her profound sorrow. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, reddening her eyes and smudging her makeup. Su Rulan sighed, gently wiping her tears away. "It was just that I was so overwhelmed upon seeing Meng Qian that I overlooked your feelings. From now on, you will all be my good daughters. The Gu family will flourish, and we shall thrive together."
Mom.
Gu Xiangwei affectionately embraced Su Rulan, though her clenched fists dug her nails into her flesh. The mother-daughter duo reconciled, and the Gu brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Gu Xiangwei would not be cast out. Their gazes then turned toward their younger sister. There lay Meng Qian, soundly asleep on a small carpet, seemingly oblivious to their ruckus, as she clutched a cat to her ear, blocking out the noise. The brothers exchanged glances, utterly confounded by this inexplicable sister. If only they had found her a decade earlier, They could have held her, cherished her. But now, they found themselves at a loss for what to do. At that moment, it was already 4 in the morning. Meng Qian continued to sleep peacefully, undisturbed by the commotion. It seemed that only those with the surname Gu were involved in the paternity test, and she felt no connection to it whatsoever. Su Rulan crouched beside Meng Qian, gently patting her little face. Qian, wake up, we're going home. She called out 3 times before Meng Qian finally opened her eyes. Drowsily, she sat up, rubbing her eyes, and gazed at the tall figure standing before her, mumbling, "Do you all realize your mistakes?" The Gu brothers found the beginning of their acquaintance with her to be rather unpromising. Chapter 60. From now on, I call the shots in the Gu family. Meng Qian rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Standing before her brothers, her petite stature barely reached the shoulders of a few of them. With an air of authority, she addressed them solemnly. While I was away, I couldn't oversee your antics, but now that I have returned, I shall be the one in charge of the Gu family from this point forward. Especially you 6 brothers, utterly unreliable. You are nearly squandering the family's fortune. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to contradict Meng Qian, for they were at a loss for how to reprimand her appropriately. Even Gu Nanqing was taken aback, having never encountered such a bizarre situation. The atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. At that moment, Su Rulan cleared her throat, breaking the tension. She took Meng Qian's hand and led her downstairs. All right, Qian is in charge now. From now on, your brothers will listen to you. If anyone disobeys, just let Mom know, and I will handle them. Hand in hand, the mother and daughter exited the room, leaving the remaining Gu brothers with an unsettling sense of dread, as if a calamity had returned home. They began to worry about the future, sensing that their days of ease might be numbered. As the Gu family descended the stairs, the staff of the paternity testing center lined up to see them off, albeit with considerably more discretion this time. Given the magnitude of the event, they would not dare to fan the flames further. However, outside, the crowd waiting was anything but subdued. 3 elongated red flags were parked outside the center, surrounded by layers of reporters. Even at 4 in the morning, any reporters in the capital who could muster the energy had gathered. Such a significant news story was too enticing to miss, and their professional instincts propelled them to the forefront. Upon seeing the journalists, Gu Hongshan's expression darkened. He scanned his younger brothers, asking, "Did you call them?"
Of course not.
The brothers chorused in unison. What kind of wealthy family would invite reporters over for such a scandal? That would be utterly shameful. Gu Hongshan turned his cold gaze towards Meng Qian. Did you call them? Meng Qian, cradling the small black cat, her eyes still half closed with sleepiness, squinted at the crowd and asked, "Who are they?" They are unimportant, Gu Hongshan thought to himself, realizing that this sister was rather naive. At that moment, the reporters began to swarm in. Mr. Gu, could you clarify who your family's 7th miss is? How did the mix-up occur years ago, after the paternity test? Will you assist the original 7th miss in finding her biological parents? How did the true 7th miss manage to return to the Gu family? When did she discover her true identity? Questions poured in, each more intricate than the last. Gu Hongshan could not have anticipated that it was Su Rulan who had summoned them. On the way to the paternity center, she had already notified various media outlets to gather there. Not for any other reason, but because she understood that without such action, the Gu family, in their affection for Xiangwei, would never bestow Meng Qian with her rightful identity. Even if Meng Qian had suffered for 20 years alone, the Gu family would remain indifferent. They would merely refer to her as the adopted daughter of the Gu family. For Su Rulan, this was absolutely unacceptable. No matter what, she had to restore her daughter's name. The Gu brothers shielded the reporters' cameras, ushering Gu Xiangwei into the car. After all, they were media personnel. No one wished to jeopardize their relationships, even with a family as prominent as the Gu family. Therefore, the brothers exercised restraint and refrained from confrontation. However, at that moment,
Su Rulan stepped forward.
She confidently stood before the media, raising an eyebrow with a smile. I didn't realize everyone was so concerned about the Gu family's affairs. I cannot let your visit be in vain. I have wonderful news to share. We have located our biological daughter, Meng Qian, who had been lost for 20 years. As for Gu Xiangwei, who has accompanied us for those 2 decades, we continue to regard her as our own. Both daughters are cherished jewels of the Gu family. They are still young and cannot bear the brunt of online scrutiny, so we kindly ask all media personnel to report with goodwill, avoiding sensationalism. We, the Gu family, would be immensely grateful for your consideration. This speech provided the journalists with the information they sought while establishing boundaries. They were seasoned professionals and understood Mrs. Gu's intentions. Naturally, they would grant her the courtesy she deserved. The crowd quickly agreed, assuring that they would report accurately and refrain from causing trouble for the Gu family. After a few more questions, Su Rulan answered politely, and the interview concluded, without further pursuit for deeper revelations. After all, for someone of Mrs. Gu's stature, such a concession was more than sufficient. The Gu family entered their vehicle and no reporters surrounded them afterward. Gu Xiangwei trailed behind, her gaze fixated on Su Rulan's retreating figure, filled with a venomous hatred. Upon returning home, the Gu family's first order of business was to wash up and catch some sleep. The extent of their mother's antics was nothing short of tyrannical. After taking a refreshing bath, Emo Qian nestled under the covers with her cat, carefree and blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired in the dead of night. She quickly succumbed to slumber. In stark contrast, Su Rulan found sleep elusive. She entered Emo Qian's room and settled at the bedside, her gaze fixed intently upon her daughter. The delicate, porcelain features of Emo Qian's face mirrored the visage of the cherubic child that had inhabited Su Rulan's dreams, yet this little one had seemingly transformed, in the blink of an eye, into a beautiful young lady. The realization that she, as a mother, had missed every precious moment of her daughter's life over the past 2 decades churned Su Rulan's heart with tumultuous emotions. For 20 long years, over 7,000 days and nights, she had not once laid eyes on her daughter. Little Emo Qian had endured illness, hunger, cold, heat, suffering, and pain all on her own, while Su Rulan remained blissfully ignorant of her plight. The ache in Su Rulan's heart was akin to 1,000 needles piercing her soul. She clasped Emo Qian's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. At that moment, Gu Xingwa knocked and entered the room. Upon seeing him, the tears that Su Rulan had managed to hold back cascaded down her cheeks in torrents. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Gu Xingwa hurriedly sat beside her, offering her a tissue to dry her tears. "Our daughter has been found. Do not weep any longer. We shall treat her well from now on and ensure she suffers no more." 20 years. Su Rulan cried like a child. As she sobbed, she smeared her tears and snot onto Gu Xingwa's clothing, lamenting the fact that her little girl had been left alone and forsaken in the world. Would she think herself unwanted, abandoned by her parents? Thankfully, she was alive and well. Had anything happened to her, where could they ever find her again? Their daughter was blessed and fortunate, destined for a life of happiness henceforth. There, do not cry," Gu Xingwa soothed, patting her back. Su Rulan nestled against her husband's shoulder, weeping for quite some time. Only when her eyes had swollen from crying did tranquility finally return. She sniffled, wiping her face on Gu Xingwa's clothing before shoving him away with a sudden burst of ire. "It's all your fault, old man Gu." Gu Xingwa was taken aback. How had her demeanor shifted so rapidly? Before he could fully process the situation, Su Rulan delivered another swat to his shoulder. "Our daughter found her way back. And yet you Gu family members would turn her away, even attempt to cast her out. What kind of people are you?" Chapter 61. The Gu family convenes for a family meeting. Unbeknownst to them, while they were asleep, the internet was ablaze with activity. Before dawn had even broken, the trending topic of the Gu family's misplaced daughter had surged to the top of the charts, with explosive red notifications appearing within moments. Night owls and early risers alike, upon encountering this topic, found their fatigue dissipating. The public has always harbored a voyeuristic curiosity towards the wealthy elite, and the secrets of high society have long captivated the masses. Coupled with the identity of the seventh miss as the darling of a wealthy family, this gossip was particularly delectable. Netizens eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, indifferent to the veracity of claims. The more scandalous, the better. The origins of Emo Qian's background were swiftly unearthed. Her exceedingly simple history required no intricate investigation. A casual inquiry among the villagers of her hometown would suffice. A few lines were enough to summarize her life. Raised in a Taoist temple, uneducated and lacking any skills apart from chanting scriptures. In comparison, Gu Xiangwei seemed the epitome of a wealthy heiress. Though her childhood appearance had been unremarkable, she had blossomed into a refined beauty, cultivated by a life of privilege. With an elite education and proficiency in piano, violin, painting, and calligraphy, she was cultured and charming, qualities that a mere temple girl could never hope to rival. Netizens eagerly awaited a confrontation between the two heiresses, hoping for a public spat that they could dissect and judge. The 6 young masters of the Gu family had previously vowed to relinquish their family fortune to their younger sister. Now the question of how to distribute that wealth loomed large, a tantalizing prospect indeed. If the division proved contentious, they could always hand it over to me. I wouldn't mind a large slice. To the 2 young ladies, might you consider allowing me to marry into your family? I am obedient and non-intrusive. The prospect of 2 heiresses coexisting peacefully seemed implausible. Conflict was inevitable. It remained to be seen whose loyalty the 6 brothers would pledge. Would it be to the bonds of 2 decades of affection, or to the blood ties that ran deeper? The online discourse was chaotic, with opinions flying in every direction. Supporters of various pairings emerged, speculating on which heiress would triumph, while discussions about the impending division of the Gu family fortune ran rampant. In contrast, the Gu family maintained a semblance of calm. After a restorative nap, Mo Qian awoke just in time to offer incense to the ancestors before returning home. At the entrance, a man was disembarking from a business sedan. Dressed in a plain suit and carrying a briefcase, he exuded an air of understated sophistication. Mo Qian scrutinized his face and asked, "Are you the 4th son of the Gu family?" Gu Beicheng, on his way back, had already been apprised of the recent events. He regarded the girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to their mother, and inquired, "Are you the long-lost 7th child of our family?" "Yes," Mo Qian affirmed. She eyed the briefcase in his hand, took a sniff, and quipped, "You smell like a Taoist. You haven't gone and done something dreadful at a temple, have you?" Gu Beicheng narrowed his eyes at her, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. "Where did you hear that?" Mo Qian wrinkled her nose in distaste. "You reek. Go wash up." With that, she dashed into the courtyard. In truth, she hadn't detected any odor, but the notion that her 4th brother was tainted by Taoist blood conjured an overwhelming sense of bloodiness in her mind. Gu Beicheng watched Mo Qian's retreating figure, his brow furrowed in confusion. Surely, she couldn't be involved in anything sinister? The siblings entered the house in quick succession. Upon seeing everyone gathered, Su Roland promptly roused Gu Xinghua and their sons. Since she couldn't sleep, neither could the rest of the Gu family. The young masters, though weary, dared not delay at their mother's summons. They quickly tidied themselves and assembled in the living room. Mo Qian sat cross-legged on the floor, her cat nestled in her arms. As soon as her brothers descended the stairs, she instructed, "Sit in order of age. I can't tell you apart." Her brothers exchanged glances, bemused by her lack of respect for her elders. Gu Hongshan, disregarding her entirely, aimed for the center of the sofa, but was met with Su Roland's sharp command, "The eldest sits here." She patted the sofa beside her. Gu Hongshan ground his teeth in frustration. He had grievances but could not voice them, so he begrudgingly complied and moved over. However, he resolved to arrange for 2 etiquette instructors to teach Mo Qian a thing or two. This girl was not merely a branch growing askew. She was an entire root misplaced, in dire need of refinement from head to toe. As the other brothers observed their eldest complying with Mo Qian's requests, they followed suit, with the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th brothers all dutifully taking their places in order. Mo Qian surveyed the room, satisfied with the arrangement. Then, she pressed her legs against the ground, stood up, and prepared to commence. She pulled out a stack of talisman papers, brushed her fingers over the signature pen resting on the table, and inscribed a number on each talisman, from 1 to 6. Once finished, she grasped the talismans and swiftly tossed them towards her 6 brothers. They were so indistinguishable that I couldn't tell them apart. It seemed necessary to mark them like little puppies. After saying this, she crossed her legs and sat back down on the floor, completely oblivious to the inappropriateness of her words. Su Ruhuan and the others were left speechless, the entire room enveloped in a profound silence.
Yet,
upon reflecting on the hardships the little girl had endured over the past 20 years, a sense of calmness washed over them. However, this was merely the first day of Mo Qian's return home, and just contemplating the days to come stirred an inexplicable ache in their hearts. The little interlude of Mo Qian had concluded, and the family meeting of the Su family commenced in earnest, with Su Ruhuan presiding. She stood in the space before the sofa, casting a condescending gaze upon the row of handsome brothers. Yet, after surveying them, not a single one pleased her. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, her expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. "You all must listen carefully to what I am about to say, and act accordingly. I did not call Xiangwei down today to spare her from embarrassment." Upon hearing these words, the Gu brothers straightened up, sensing the gravity of the matter. Whenever their mother adopted a serious tone, it was imperative to take heed, lest they find themselves in a predicament they couldn't escape. Su Ruhuan clenched her fists tightly, glanced at Mo Qian sitting by her feet, and then turned her attention back to her sons. 20 years ago, how exactly was Qian switched? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Who took her? How was she taken? Who was the insider at the hospital? And why was Xiangwei substituted in her place? Every detail must be clarified. Though Xiangwei was innocent, her relatives were not necessarily blameless. I can only ensure that the blame does not fall upon her, but the one who took Qian back then, I will not let him go. The last sentence was spat out by Su Ruhuan through gritted teeth, the bitterness of her hatred unmistakable. She had lost her precious daughter for 2 decades, and this injustice could not be overlooked. Chapter 62. Mother issues orders to her 6 sons. In truth, even if Su Ruhuan had not spoken these words, the Gu brothers would never allow the perpetrator to roam free. 20 years ago, the Gu family was not to be trifled with. Yet, who could have imagined that their youngest daughter would be switched? It must be said that the person responsible possessed extraordinary cunning. Not only had they corrupted the hospital, but even after 12 years, they still managed to infiltrate the paternity testing center decades later. Such a shadowy figure could not be allowed to escape the Gu family's grasp, sabotaging them from the shadows. Su Ruhuan's gaze swept over her sons before finally settling on Gu, shouting. He understood immediately. His mother was waiting for him to make a public commitment. Clearing his throat, he straightened in his seat. Don't worry, Mom. I will get to the bottom of this. Very well, I will give you 1 month. If you do not uncover the truth, you will change your surname to Tong. Gu's shouting was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of a mother pressuring her son to take on his ex-wife's surname. He began to regret taking on this task alone, thinking it would have been better to involve his brothers, sharing the burden together. However, it was evident that the other brothers were too busy enjoying his predicament to consider joining him in the effort. Once Su Ruhuan had delivered the most infuriating news, her expression gradually calmed. She called for the 6th brother to bring a chair over and placed it next to Mo Qian. Sitting down, she gently patted her little Mo Qian's head and began to assign the next task. This time, her demeanor had shifted entirely. Gone was the seriousness, replaced by a tender and maternal warmth. Our Qian has not received much formal education. She only learned a few characters from the master at the Taoist temple. Now that she has returned to modern society, she must catch up on at least 9 years of compulsory education. Which of you brothers will tutor Mo Qian? The Gu brothers, all graduates of prestigious institutions, were no novices. Yet, they fell into a profound silence, none daring to respond to Su Ruhuan's query. This girl appeared to be a veritable black hole of knowledge. Tutoring her seemed akin to filling an abyss. After a long pause, it was the eldest brother who finally spoke up. Gu Hongshan offered, I'll hire someone to teach her. Clearly, he thought it beneath him to expend personal effort on a task that could easily be accomplished with money. As the head of 6 publicly traded companies, along with countless others, if he were to take on every responsibility himself, he would surely be overwhelmed. However, Su Ruhuan was not swayed by his reasoning. Then you shall act as the overseer. What if the teacher is harsh with our Qian? You must supervise closely and not leave her side. Gu Hongshan was taken aback. Who would dare to be harsh with a student if the Gu family is paying for their services? He was about to suggest hiring another overseer when Su Ruhuan, knowing her son too well, preempted him. If you find it bothersome, then I will have Qian follow you wherever you go, day in and day out. Gu Hongshan sighed. There was no escaping the maternal grip. Once the eldest and 2nd brothers were assigned their tasks, Su Ruhuan bypassed the 3rd and 4th brothers entirely, turning her attention to the 5th and 6th. 5th, you are responsible for teaching Qian dance and body movement, and take her along to your gatherings with friends. Let her pursue her interests and broaden her horizons. 6th, you have the most free time. Accompany Qian on shopping trips, teach her about modern life. Gu Xingchen and Gu Bei had no choice but to comply. They were accustomed to following orders from the matriarch. Once Su Ruhuan finished, there was no need for her to wait for their responses. Meanwhile, Gu Nanqing, who had been overlooked, finally spoke up after a long wait. Mom, why don't you assign me any tasks? I can take my sister to the hospital for some fun. Not a chance. Su Ruhuan shot him a sharp glare. Our Qian may be a bit straightforward, but her mind is sound. You better not be thinking about giving her any examinations. If I catch you calling her crazy again, just wait and see what I do. After chastising the 3rd son, Su Ruhuan turned her attention to the 4th, Gu Beicheng. I don't care where you go to investigate, but if you dare to cast suspicion on my Qianqian, be prepared for my wrath. In truth, Gu Beicheng was the one Su Ruhuan trusted the least, given his position as a public servant in the Anti-Feudalism and Superstition Investigation Bureau. His job entailed catching fraudsters masquerading as monks or Taoists. From the moment Gu Beicheng returned home, Su Ruhuan had sensed that he regarded Mo Qian as prey. As a mother, she was acutely aware of her son's thoughts and intentions. Thus, she issued a preemptive warning to her unruly sons to prevent any harm from coming to Mo Qian. After she spoke, Gu Nanqing and Gu Beicheng remained silent, wearing expressions that conveyed agreement with their mother's words, though internally they thought, this girl is truly eccentric, she should be studied. After assigning tasks to her sons, Su Ruhuan's gaze finally settled on Gu Xinghua. Gu Xinghua promptly straightened his posture, resembling a primary school student during military training, his hands carefully resting on his knees. Utterly motionless. Leader, please assign your tasks. The Gu family brothers, after all these years, found their father's position in the family remarkably stable, never once wavering. Su Rulan, amused by her partner's demeanor, chuckled softly, you rascals, if only you learned a thing or two from your father. You wouldn't have ended up a bunch of old bachelors. The old bachelors, feeling a mix of grievance and frustration, remained silent. For they knew that a single retort would result in them collectively facing the wrath of 6 individuals. Xinghua, shouldn't you find a school for our daughter, so she can interact with her peers and adapt to communal living? This child has been solitary since her youth, without a single classmate, Su Rulan suggested, patting Mo Qian's head. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinghua exhaled in relief. As long as it could be resolved with money, it was hardly a problem. With confidence, he thumped his chest, assuring her, rest assured, I will arrange everything for Qianqian by tomorrow, and she can start school the day after. Mo Qian gazed blankly at her family, her expression riddled with questions. She had returned to save someone, yet why were they pressuring her to study? The family meeting of the Su household concluded swiftly, primarily due to Su Rulan being the sole speaker. The others had only the options of listening or nodding, leading to a harmonious consensus. Just as Su Rulan was about to instruct the servants to prepare breakfast, the sound of the courtyard gate opening caught her attention. The butler hurried in to report, Sir, Madam, our esteemed elder has arrived. Chapter 63. The elder nearly died of anger from his granddaughter upon hearing that the elder had come. The Gu family members quickly rose to greet him. Likely prompted by the trending news online, they waited outside the villa, and moments later, a small white electric vehicle rolled in. Once it came to a halt, an energetic elder emerged, supported by a cane. The Gu family members rushed forward. Grandfather, why didn't you have the driver bring you? Doesn't it seem fitting for 2 grown men to squeeze into such a small vehicle? Gu Zhenhong retorted to his grandsons. The elder, well past 80, exuded vitality, his voice resonating powerfully, piercing through the air. His bellowing tone made his grandsons wince. Indeed, the vehicle was too cramped for 2 large men, yet with a garage full of cars at home, couldn't they simply switch to a more suitable one? The grandsons were left speechless. The elder, indifferent to their musings, scanned the crowd eagerly, whereas little Mo Qian, you lot didn't even bother to inform me about such a significant matter at home. You bunch of rascals. When your mother gave birth to a sister, none of you could keep an eye on her. What use are you? The grandsons felt wronged, but remained silent, unsure of how to defend themselves. They had no knowledge of the circumstances from years ago. The delivery room had been just one room on the floor, with a private doctor from the Gu family present for the birth, and the child had been whisked away immediately after being born. To their astonishment, the infant had been switched. It was no exaggeration to say that this incident had turned the Gu family into a laughingstock in the city. The brothers could not fathom where the mistake had occurred, as even if they were to manage the situation themselves, such a switch would be impossible. Forcefully taking the child would have been a more viable option. Daring not to voice their grievances, the grandsons shifted the elder's focus. Grandfather, Mo Qian is inside. They collectively pointed towards the villa's entrance. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhenhong, intent on finding his granddaughter, hurried into the house, ignoring the squabbles with his grandsons. After all, a granddaughter was far more precious. Grandsons, on the other hand, were notorious for their mischief. Once inside, Gu Zhenhong found the room empty. He turned to butler Zhu, old Zhu, where is little Mo Qian? Miss Mo Qian is having breakfast in the dining room. The butler promptly replied. Just moments earlier, they had gone out to greet the elder, but Mo Qian and the little black cat could hardly wait. The two food enthusiasts rushed into the dining room, demanding the chef prepare their breakfast. Having skipped breakfast to attend a meeting with Su Rulon, the two could no longer endure their hunger. At that moment, one human and one cat were devouring their meal, entirely oblivious to the elder's presence. Regardless of whether the late Mrs. Gu, who had passed away 20 years prior, had arrived, Mo Qian would still focus on finishing her meal. Indeed, when Gu Zhenhong entered the dining room, Mo Qian paid him no mind, fixated solely on her food. The black cat beside her was even more serious about its meal. Gu Zhenhong chose not to interrupt, quietly taking a seat opposite Mo Qian, watching her intently. This was indeed the legendary true granddaughter. The elder couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, just by looking at her face. It was evident she was his daughter-in-law's flesh and blood. How had he not noticed this earlier? How could he allow his precious girl to endure so much hardship outside? Once Mo Qian finished her meal, she picked up the little black cat, and both simultaneously let out a burp. She glanced at the elder sitting across the table, whose hair was gray and whose complexion was rosy, appearing particularly healthy. Mo Qian looked down at her empty plate, then back at him. Have you eaten? But there's nothing left, she answered herself, completely disregarding any opportunity for the elder to respond. Caught off guard by her inquiry, Gu Zhenhong burst into hearty laughter. Grandfather hasn't he eaten yet?
Come here, let me take a good look at you.
Grandfather? Mo Qian tilted her head, her tone laced with curiosity. But Gu Zhenhong, unreserved, immediately replied, Ah, this is the first time my granddaughter has called me grandfather. With the granddaughter as affectionate address, how could the elder come empty-handed? Gu Zhenhong quickly retrieved a prepared gift from his pocket, a magnificent, large pink-brown tourmaline ring. He beckoned Mo Qian over, saying, Little girl, come here. This is our Gu family heirloom, blessed by a master. Wear this protective ring close to you, and may you enjoy a life of peace and health. As soon as this treasure was unveiled, all the members of the Gu family were left astonished. The value of this tourmaline was immeasurable, not to mention that it was a cherished heirloom passed down through generations, meant to ensure the prosperity of the Gu family. How could it be so casually entrusted to Mo Qian? She appeared to be a potential disruptor. Under her care, the family heirloom would surely cease to exist.
No.
Absolutely not. Gu Xinghua hurried forward, grasping his father's hand. Father, this simply won't do. This is a treasure of our Gu family. You should keep it. It's not for you to worry about. It's for my granddaughter, Gu Zhenhong retorted, tapping his son's leg with his cane. She is my granddaughter, and I can give it to her if I please. But she is also my daughter. Gu Xinghua protested, and the two found themselves in a heated disagreement, one wanting to give, the other refusing to allow it. However, amidst their back and forth, Mo Qian had already stepped forward. Without hesitation, she reached between the two men and snatched the tourmaline ring away, her swift motion leaving the elder and his son momentarily stunned. Standing by the window, Mo Qian held the ring aloft. The sunlight streamed through the translucent circle, highlighting the intricate and beautiful patterns within the tourmaline. Casually, she twirled the ring, seemingly lost in her own world. The family observed her with curiosity, yet dared not intrude, fearing they might startle her from her reverie. Fortunately, Mo Qian's moment of distraction was brief. She lowered her hand, the ring still clasped tightly in her grasp. With a disdainful rub of her eyes, she declared, It's fake. The entire family responded with confused murmurs. Mo Qian shook the tourmaline ring in her hand and reiterated, This is not a good item. Upon finishing her statement, she casually tossed the ring back into the old man's hands, as if discarding a crumpled piece of paper. There was not a shred of respect for a family heirloom. Gu Zhenhong reacted swiftly, catching the ring with a start, his body tingling with dread. If this precious item were to shatter, how could he face his ancestors? The old man, both furious and helpless, pointed at the girl, exclaiming, This is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. How dare you speak such blasphemy? If it were my 6 sons making such remarks, I would have to beat them and then force them to bow and apologize to our forebears. Upon hearing this, Mo Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it true that your ancestors committed wrongdoings? Are you afraid of the truth? Her words nearly paralyzed the Gu family with shock. This girl was not merely reckless, she appeared utterly fearless. The Gu brothers hurried into the dining room, swiftly separating the bickering grandparent and grandchild. They coordinated their efforts. Some coaxed the old man, while others fetched him water, and one even covered Mo Qian's mouth. Gu Bei, gripping her arm as if in a kidnapping, dragged her into a secluded corner of the dining room. He forced her onto a small stool in the corner, glaring at her with a fierce expression as he hissed, "Be quiet." Chapter 64. The Malice of the Gu Family's Ancestors. Gu Zhenhong was so infuriated that he felt a tightness in his chest. Clutching the tourmaline ring, he took a moment to collect himself before sitting down. At that moment, Su Rulon approached with a bright smile, soothing the old man. "Father, Qianqian grew up in Dao Village, where no one taught her manners. She speaks rather bluntly. Please do not hold it against her. I will take the time to teach her properly, and she will improve." In the end, Gu Zhenhong, wanting to maintain the peace for his daughter-in-law's sake, glanced at the girl in the corner and sighed helplessly. When she remained silent, she appeared quite astute, but when she spoke, she sounded like a foolish child. Never mind, she had endured hardships outside for so many years and returned with all her limbs intact. Surely, it was the blessings of the Gu family's ancestors. What more could one expect from her intellect? Gu Zhenhong sipped from his cup of tea, finally feeling a sense of relief. Yet, just then, from the corner, came another utterance. "Bad things can harm you, Grandpa, so you shouldn't keep it." The tea Gu Zhenhong was drinking erupted from his mouth. His granddaughter's words ignited a fire within him. He began to cough uncontrollably. Su Rulon hurriedly assisted him from behind, her eyes shooting warning glances at Mo Qian, urging her to leave the dining room at once. Unfortunately, Mo Qian was oblivious to the hints and continued to chatter away. "Grandpa, don't you feel like a bull? Always wanting to work, and with such a peculiar personality?" Gu Zhenhong. The old man had never been insulted in such a manner throughout his life. His face flushed with anger as he leaned on his cane and stormed toward Mo Qian. Upon seeing this, Gu Bei quickly covered her mouth. Regret washed over him. He should never have let her speak earlier. If only he could sew her mouth shut. Perhaps she might live a few more years. Gu Zhenhong stood before them, and Gu Bei pressed down harder on Mo Qian's mouth, leaving no room for escape. He quickly apologized on her behalf. "Grandpa, the girl understands her mistake and promises not to speak out of turn again. Step aside." Gu Zhenhong swung his cane, striking Gu Bei's backside. Gu Lu, having been hit, grinned sheepishly as he glanced between Mo Qian and their grandfather, uncertain whether to intervene or not. Just as Gu Bei hesitated, he saw Gu Zhenhong raising his cane again. Without a moment's thought, Gu Bei stepped back, distancing himself from the scene of impending chaos. He knew that given Mo Qian's capabilities, she was destined to endure a reprimand. Gu Zhenhong, clutching the tourmaline ring, thrust it before Mo Qian's eyes. "Child, tell me, what is wrong with it? Even jewel experts recognize this as a treasure. How could it be flawed?" Mo Qian, of course, could not discern the authenticity of the tourmaline. She merely recognized that its purported effects were not as the old man claimed. With an air of calm indifference, she pointed at the ring. "It is not for protection. It is for fertility." "What?" The old man was utterly bewildered. He was uncertain whether the generational gap lay between him and the youth or between him and a fool. How could this dim-witted granddaughter make statements that were incomprehensible to him? Seeing that he had not grasped her meaning, Mo Qian kindly elaborated. "Do you not have many brothers? And do not your brothers have many descendants? The prosperity of the Gu family stems from this item promoting childbirth." A profound silence enveloped the Gu family. Ever since Mo Qian's arrival, they had frequently found themselves at a loss for words. They truly did not know where to begin their reprimands. Nonetheless, it could not be denied that Mo Qian's assertion held a semblance of truth. The Gu family indeed had a large number of descendants. Gu Zhenhong had 8 siblings, and each family had at least 4 children. With children bearing children, the Gu family's gatherings during festivals resembled wedding banquets, requiring a banquet hall to accommodate a dozen or more tables. But what could this have to do with the ring? How could such a small item bear such a heavy burden? No one in the Gu family knew how to voice their thoughts. Only Mo Qian remained unperturbed. She gently patted Gu Zhenhong's hand, still clutching the tourmaline, saying, "Grandpa, your ancestors wished for you all to be like workhorses, laboring tirelessly for the Gu family. This stone can turn your entire family into workaholics, with not a single lazy person among them. Moreover, their personalities would be exceedingly peculiar, each one a lunatic." Gu Zhenhong. The old man's silence was deafening. However, Su Rulon began to connect the dots, pondering why her son had such a strange disposition, resembling a bunch of obsessive individuals whom she could never manage to educate properly. Was it this wretched item causing the chaos? At that moment, Gu Beiqing, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward. "Isn't your laziness a trait of the Gu family? You truly are mad." After all, he had spent years dealing with cults. Their rhetoric was all too familiar to him. Talk of evil spirits, ghosts, and demons, as if the entire world were filled with filth, all for the purpose of profiting. Mo Qian's speech mirrored that of those charlatans perfectly. If she were not his own sister, he might have already apprehended her for interrogation lasting 10 days or more. Gu Beiqing's remarks did not faze Mo Qian in the slightest. She retorted without hesitation, "My abilities are vast. This worthless stone cannot hold me down. But you all seem quite limited." Those sharing the surname Gu began to sharpen their teeth in frustration. Gu Zhenhong regretted ever having a granddaughter like her. This girl could rival the 6 troublesome boys in her ability to provoke. Mo Qian surveyed her skeptical family, noting their disbelief. She extended her hand toward the old man. "If you don't believe me, I will show you. Grandpa, give me the worthless stone." Worthless stone? This was a treasured heirloom of the Gu family. How could this girl dare to refer to it as such? Gu Zhenhong rubbed his temples in irritation. "Child, do you wish to drive me to madness? It is not I who angers you, but rather your ancestors. You can go to their graves and settle accounts with them." Mo Qian, with utmost seriousness, offered the old man a solution. "If you need my assistance, you may pay me 500, and I will help you wake them." Gu Zhenhong. How much can one endure, and how much cannot be borne? Today, if this girl is not properly reprimanded, she will wreak havoc in the Gu family. The elder turned to his grandsons. "Bring this girl back to our ancestral hall. Let her kneel for a day and a night, so she may learn to respect her forebears." Just a moment, Mo Qian called out to him, while deftly seizing the aquamarine ring from his hand. "You should first behold how merciless your ancestors can be." Unfazed by the family's grim expressions, Mo Qian lifted the aquamarine ring towards the window. At that moment, it was as if an invisible barrier enveloped her. A faint halo began to shimmer around her. Mo Qian closed her eyes and softly recited an incantation. After a brief moment, a glimmer of light traced across her fingers and surged towards the ring. Suddenly, a layer of white mist rose from within the brilliant aquamarine, and as the haze dissipated, a cluster of children, around 3 to 4 years of age, gradually materialized. They were arranged in a circle, some standing, some sitting, and others lying down, reminiscent of children playing a game of drop the handkerchief. Clad in various long robes, scholarly attire, official garb, and even imperial robes, they were a veritable assembly of ancient professions. The onlookers gaped at the ring, astonished by the lifelike children within, as if they had been nurtured into existence. The Gu family drew closer to examine the aquamarine ring. Upon closer inspection, the children inside were so vividly rendered that even individual strands of hair could be discerned, and with a microscope, one might even identify the pores on their skin. Gu Zhenhong fixated on the ring, utterly incredulous. This ring had been passed down from his grandfather, surviving countless years of turmoil without a scratch, preserved in pristine condition. It had long been a protector of the Gu family, ensuring prosperity for generations, and the family regarded it as a priceless heirloom. As the eldest among his siblings, it was only natural that he would be entrusted with its care. The reason it was given to Mo Qian was due to the ancestral decree that any child in distress must inherit this ring, so that the Gu family might continue to thrive. And now, the unluckiest of them all, Mo Qian, had returned. The elder immediately relinquished the family treasure. Who could have foreseen that it would be met with disdain? The dining hall was crowded with people, yet silence reigned, broken only by the sound of breath. It was Su Rolan who first broke the quiet. "Father, Qianqian has been learning mystical arts from the masters at the Taoist temple since childhood. She seems to possess some extraordinary abilities. I have been ill for a long time, and it was Mo Qian who healed me. Perhaps we should heed her words? This heirloom may not merely serve as a protective charm, it might possess other functions." Regardless of other skepticism, Su Rolan firmly believed in Mo Qian's words. Not only because she had cured her ailment but also due to the state of the Gu family, as Mo Qian had articulated. The Gu family had once been a lineage of only sons and grandsons, yet from her father-in-law's generation onwards, they had unexpectedly flourished into a large clan, as documented in their family genealogy. Moreover, her sons had always been challenging to raise, exhibiting obstinate and erratic temperaments. None were easy to manage. Despite her and her husband's generally mild dispositions, it was perplexing how they had produced such peculiar offspring. What Su Rolan pondered, others also contemplated. Gu Zhenhong, after much reflection on his daughter-in-law's words, reached out towards Mo Qian, eager to inspect the ring further. Mo Qian evaded his grasp, insisting, "I want you to see it more clearly." With that, she brought her fingers together, and gently tapped the ring. At that moment, the children within the ring sprang to life. A gasp echoed from the doorway connecting the dining area to the kitchen as the three chefs, who had been spectating, could not suppress their startled exclamations. The Gu family, too, was too astonished to pay them any mind. The children within the ring were astonishingly vivid, frolicking about with childlike exuberance, resembling the playful children from a period drama. They joyfully engaged in play, and those outside even imagined they could hear the tinkling of their laughter. The Gu family stood transfixed, mesmerized by the animated spectacle unfolding within the ring. Mo Qian triumphantly placed the ring in Gu Jinhong's hands. Now, do you believe, grandfather? Indeed. How could one not believe? Gu Jinhong was compelled to grasp the ring, feeling as though his palm had been seared by fire, nearly casting the ring away in shock. This object was astonishing. A mere finger-sized ring contained 17 children. What sort of supernatural tale was this? Was it not said that after the establishment of the Republic, such phenomena were forbidden? Gu Jinhong could barely hold the ring for 2 minutes before hurriedly returning it to Mo Qian. I believe. Little Mo Qian, please tell me what is going on. Old Master Gu was never an obstinate man. He adapted swiftly to new concepts. If he did not comprehend something, it was not due to his stubbornness, but rather a failure to convey the idea appropriately. And Mo Qian had indeed found the right approach. Presenting the spirit children before his very eyes was enough to instill fear. Mo Qian, noticing the old man's receptiveness, eagerly pulled him to the dining table. You need not inquire further. I will take you to meet your ancestors, and they will explain everything to you. Oh, dear little girl, I am not finished living yet. Gu Jinhong exclaimed, exasperatedly wiping the sweat from his brow. This little one certainly possessed some skill, but her tongue was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune.
Montag Qian dismissively scoffed.
Do you think so little of my abilities? I would never send you to your demise. I intend to summon your ancestors to meet you. Gu Jinhong, taken aback, questioned, Summon the ancestors? I dare not venture such a thing. He stroked his cane thoughtfully, clearing his throat. Little Mo Qian, let us refrain from calling upon our ancestors. Let them rest peacefully. Please, enlighten me about the children within the ring. They are all departed children, Mo Qian replied casually. After a brief pause, she added, but not entirely departed. What did she mean by not entirely departed? The Gu family had never encountered such arduous communication before. The brothers were nearly at their wits' end, eager to press Mo Qian for a clear explanation. However, Gu Jinhong, usually the most impatient of them all, exhibited remarkable patience today, continuing to engage Mo Qian in a civil manner. How did you discern this? Is the ring a blessing or a curse? What did you learn at the temple? Please share with me, grandfather. I chanted scriptures, chopped wood, fetched water, and cooked. My master taught me nothing, as he only slept soundly. Mo Qian toyed with the ring, casually recounting her time at the Taoist temple. Indeed, when Mo Qian was taken in, Master Chai was already 90 years old, and managing his own affairs was commendable, let alone caring for a young girl. He had only taken in 2 farmers from the countryside to assist in looking after Mo Qian after providing them with free fortune-telling services. Thus, she was raised in that manner. However, Mo Qian had a natural affinity for the mystical whenever she encountered challenging passages in the scriptures. A mere hint from Master Chai would suffice for her to grasp them. Over time, Mo Qian became proficient in interpreting divinations, even surpassing Master Chai in skill. Mo Qian continued to speak, her gaze unwavering from the ring. She cast her gaze over the small children one by one, despite their tender age. Their bone structure and facial features revealed much about their lineage. After surveying the group, Mo Qian placed down the ring she had been fiddling with and turned to Gu Jinhong. This ring possessed a certain spiritual essence, capable of absorbing souls. The children within it hailed from affluent families, yet they had met untimely deaths at the hands of malevolent individuals. Someone had used this ring to ensnare their souls, borrowing the unfulfilled blessings of their destinies. Furthermore, a spell had been cast upon them, binding them to relentless ambition until they reached the pinnacle of their professions. It was no easy feat for your ancestor to acquire this ring. It must have been crafted by a Taoist master. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the true value of the ring. Gu Jinhong exhaled in relief, reaching once more for the ring, acknowledging it as a protective talisman bestowed upon the Gu family by their forefathers. Though others remained silent, their expressions conveyed agreement. Mo Qian surveyed them, her demeanor indifferent as she retorted, Is your family the only one with ancestors? Do you think these children sprang from stones? Chapter 66. Letting water flow? It's merely a flood. This girl cannot win. Mo Qian's words momentarily stumped the Gu family. Who could say where these children originated? The Gu family fell into silence. Those who believed remained speechless, while skeptics hesitated to offend the believers. Mo Qian returned the ring to Gu Zhenhong, insisting that he inquire with his ancestors about its origins. The law of cause and effect eventually comes to fruition. If one utilizes another's blessings, repayment will inevitably occur. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck her. Tugging at Gu Zhenhong's sleeve, she pointed at his 6 grandsons. Grandfather, look at your brood of grandsons. Are they not beginning to face a life of singleness? The Gu brothers exchanged glances, their faces darkening in unison. They had collectively begun to contemplate ways to silence Mo Qian, yet she remained oblivious to their protective sentiments. Instead, she continued to embellish her commentary before the elder. Your family is already on the decline. The good days are drawing to a close. Mo Qian exhibited an air of glee, reveling in the unfolding drama. Just then, the 4th brother, Gu Beicheng, interjected, "Aren't you a Gu as well?" Caught off guard, Mo Qian found herself momentarily choked. Suddenly reminded of her own ties to the Gu family. Pouting, she felt a flicker of grievance at the thought of joining her brothers in a life of poverty. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, not allowing despair to linger for more than 3 seconds. She slipped the ring onto her thumb, rising with determination. It seems I must personally meet the ancestors of the Gu family. Mo Qian and Gu Zhenhong agreed on a date. The day after tomorrow was auspicious, suitable for familial visits. Since Gu Zhenhong was uncertain about the significance, he accepted his granddaughter's assertion. Thus, the grandfather and granddaughter arranged to visit the Gu ancestral hall the following day, to pay their respects to the forebears. With a heart full of thoughts, Gu Zhenhong departed on his little electric scooter. Stopping at a traffic light, he pondered, absent-mindedly rubbing his bald thumb. Suddenly, it dawned on him. What had Mo Qian called him? Grandfather? After all this time, she hadn't yet learned to address him. Once the elder had left, Su Rulan could no longer sit idly. Her mind restless, with concern for her pregnant daughter-in-law. The previous night, she had allowed Fu Shui to return home to rest alone, opting not to accompany them to the identification center. After a night apart, anxiety gnawed at Su Rulan's heart. Having lost 7 children in the past, the thought of those unborn babies pricked her heart like needles. She was haunted by shadows of dread, constantly worrying if her daughter-in-law would face any mishaps. Determined to leave, Su Rulan called for Mo Qian. Qian, gather your things and come back with me. No, Mo Qian shot back, outright refusing her mother's request. I must watch over your son. You'll watch over them? Su Rulan exclaimed, astonished. She could hardly believe her own ears. Those rascals. Even divine intervention couldn't manage them. I will keep an eye on them. They are well behaved, Mo Qian replied earnestly, waving her hand at her mother. You can go. No need to thank me.
Goodbye.
Su Rulan, taken aback, mused, what is going on in this girl's head? Should I consider sending her to the 3rd one for treatment? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine.
No.
She must not doubt her precious daughter's intellect. Her daughter was the brightest, the most clever, and the most imaginative. Even as her daughter shooed her away,
Su Rulan wasted no time.
She planned to return and prepare lunch and dinner for her daughter-in-law before coming back to the Gu household to spend the night with Mo Qian. However, just as she settled into her vehicle, another door swung open, and a tall, burly man squeezed inside. Gu Bei, stretching his limbs against the backrest, declared, Mom, I'm going back with you. What are you doing here? Get out. You're not welcome at my house, Su Rulan said, her expression one of disdain. Those she wanted to come weren't around, while the one she didn't want was intruding. Mom, I'm your real son, Gu Bei retorted, undeterred by her scorn. No need for that. I already have a grandson, Su Rulan replied, her face tinged with sarcasm. Truly, once grandsons arrive, sons are forgotten, Gu Bei quipped. Yet, with a thick skin, he remained resolute in his decision to stick around. That afternoon, Mo Qian busied herself in her room, drawing talismans, gifts for her ancestors. This was her first attempt at summoning souls, an experiment whose outcome remained uncertain. As she sketched, a cacophony of sounds drifted from downstairs. Listening intently, she discerned laughter and conversation mingling with the growing clamor. Mo Qian, ever fond of merriment, finished her final talisman and hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the living room, she discovered a green table set up, adorned with rectangular tiles. for individuals sat in a circle. Curiosity piqued, Mo Qian approached and stood behind Gu shouting, "What is this?" "Mahjong," Gu shouting replied casually, discarding a tile. After he played, Gu Xingqian picked up a tile, selected one from his array, and discarded it, calling out 3,000. The game progressed in sequence as each player took their turn. Mo Qian observed their play for 2 rounds, feeling she grasped the essence of the game. Eagerly she announced, "I want to play too." Instantly, the game came to a halt. No one played further. Meanwhile, at noon, Gu Xiangwei descended the stairs. Her eyes red and swollen from crying, appearing particularly disheartened. She had grown distant from her brothers, who had set up the mahjong table in an effort to cheer her up. Little did they know, a small girl had come to disrupt their respite. Though Gu Xiangwei felt vexed, her face maintained a forced smile. "Sister, you don't know how to play, just stand back and watch." "I understand," Mo Qian replied earnestly, dismissing Gu Xiangwei's address of her as sister, oblivious to the underlying motives in Gu Xiangwei's mind. Upon calling for her elder sister, it became imperative for her to attend to her younger sibling, who had grown accustomed to being the youngest at home. She simply could not tolerate the presence of someone younger and more favored than herself. Mo Qian, however, remained unfazed. She waved at Gu shouting, declaring, "You've been losing continuously. Allow me to take a turn." Gu shouting, of course, had to continue losing, as the game of mahjong was merely a means to entertain Gu Xiangwei, not to provoke her tears. Yet Mo Qian was oblivious to this, resolutely standing beside him and refusing to budge. With a sigh of resignation, Gu shouting rubbed his temples, feeling helpless against this little girl. Ultimately, he conceded his position. Mo Qian, unabashed, plopped down onto the seat with a thud. "Let us go." Gu Xiangwei, irritated, ground her molars and retorted, "Sister, you have no money.
How can you play?"
Mo Qian fiddled with the tiles before her, not even lifting her gaze, and nonchalantly replied, "I won T lose." Gu Xiangwei rolled her eyes in disdain. "You don't even know how to play mahjong, yet you wish to challenge me. Today, I shall ensure you lose all that gold." Unbeknownst to Mo Qian, her gold had already attracted unwanted attention. She scanned the tiles and casually picked one.
"Hey, don't."
Gu shouting interjected from behind her, attempting to stop her. Yet, the normally sluggish girl moved with astonishing speed, slapping the tile down onto the table with a thud. After discarding the tile, she turned to Gu shouting, asking, "What's wrong?" Gu shouting, without missing a beat, replied, "Very well. Give me your WeChat ID. I'll transfer 200,000 to you first." The limit on WeChat was 200,000. Otherwise, that amount would barely suffice for her losses. Upon hearing of the money, Mo Qian joyfully opened her phone and promptly presented her payment code. She had mastered this process to perfection.
Observing Montag Qian's cheerful demeanor,
Gu shouting chuckled helplessly. She may be a bit foolish, but there was an endearing quality to her clumsiness. Whether it was because of the brotherly filter or something else, Gu shouting found her far more likable than before. He generously transferred the funds to her. With a safety net of money, Mo Qian felt emboldened, playing at a speed that required no thought. However, her losses were equally swift. In no time, she had squandered all the money Gu shouting had given her. Standing behind her, Gu shouting glared at the 4th and 5th players. Gu Beiqing shrugged helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. "Second brother, it's easy for you to speak when you're not the one losing." They too wished for the girl to win a few rounds, but she was not someone who could simply win by being given a chance. Even if they opened the floodgates, she still wouldn't win. Chapter 67, Mahjong. Who will cry first? Mo Qian certainly lost through her own lack of skill. In that round, she had played 3 east winds, a pair of 7s, and a pair of 3s, discarding everything that didn't align with her hand. As her upper player, Gu Laosi, dismantled his hand, he found it impossible to support her. Mo Qian played 4 rounds, losing every single hand without winning a single morsel. The biggest winner was undeniably Gu Xiangwei, who gleefully counted her equal share of 200,000 in chips, jesting at Mo Qian's sister. "Didn't you say you wouldn't lose? One mustn't boast too grandly. Now that you've lost everything, how shall we continue? Shall I lend you another 200,000 chips?" Her taunts dripped with sarcasm, devoid of kindness. Mo Qian, biting her lip, pushed the tiles back into the mahjong machine, declaring, "Let us go again." Sitting as her upper player, Gu Beiqing averted his gaze in frustration. What does it mean to be inexperienced yet still insatiable? This is it. However, despite their disdain, they were not stingy with money. He reached out saying, "Hand me your bank card." The Gu brothers were not genuinely concerned about Mo Qian losing. After all, her losses benefited Gu Xiangwei, which was merely shifting money from one hand to the other. Their primary worry was that this little girl might end up in tears. If that happened, their mother would surely hold them accountable, and no one would have it easy. Yet, Gu Laoxi's kindness was lost on her. Mo Qian waved her hand dismissively. No need. Watch me win back all the money. Gu Xiangwei laughed at her naivete sister. I reckon you'll need at least another year of practice to have a chance at winning it back. Just don't cry when you lose again. Mo Qian delivered her retort with conviction.
Huh.
Gu Xiangwei scoffed. Then let us begin. I'll be the dealer this round. She rolled her eyes dismissively. This girl knew nothing, was lazy, and spent her days idling, content to be a layabout. Had it not been for her fortunate birth into the Gu family, she would likely have lived a life of poverty in her later years. Gu Xiangwei regarded Mo Qian with disdain, yet Mo Qian paid her no mind. Her focus entirely on the tiles before her. With her hands clasped together, Mo Qian earnestly bowed toward the table before beginning the round. Upon receiving her tiles, Mo Qian disregarded Gu Xiaoting's method of organizing them, opting instead to shuffle them according to her own whims. The tiles were arranged in various orientations, some horizontal, some vertical, and some upside down, forming an overall S-shape. Gu Xiaoting stood behind her, furrowing his brow in confusion. The more he observed, the less he understood. Are you sure you want to win back your money, and not just bury yourself deeper? Mo Qian, without turning around, replied, Your method doesn't work. I'll do it my way. Gu Xiaoting sighed, realizing that the madness had begun anew. He chose not to intervene further, allowing her to proceed as she wished. This round of mahjong unfolded like any other, with Mo Qian swiftly discarding tiles. However, this time, the round only progressed for 4 turns. With a decisive push, Mo Qian exclaimed, I win. What did you win? Gu Xingqian looked at her in disdain. What on earth is this mess you've created? He gestured at the disarray of tiles before her. Mo Qian defiantly lifted her chin. Take a closer look. In truth, Mo Qian herself had no idea how she had won. But since she believed she had, that was all that mattered. Indeed, Gu Xingqian sorted through the chaos and, to his surprise, confirmed that she had indeed won, a standard hand. He looked at Mo Qian, perplexed. I mean, you won a simple hand, and yet you've arranged it like this? It's a guaranteed winning formation. Gu Xingqian, taken aback, had merely posed a casual question. Yet it seemed the girl actually had something in mind. What peculiar teachings had she absorbed from the temple? The other players shared his incredulity. The Gu family, having seen much in their time, had never encountered anyone quite like Mo Qian, who seemed to have stepped out of a madman's domain. In this round, everyone paid little attention to her modest win. They handed her the chips and proceeded to the next round. However, no one anticipated that following this hand, Mo Qian would unleash a torrent of victories. The entire table found themselves at her mercy, unable to play a single hand. With each round, she pushed her tiles forward and scooped up chips, remaining the dealer for 3 consecutive rounds without relinquishing her position. The stakes grew higher with each win, escalating from a simple hand to over 100 rounds, leaving the other players utterly dumbfounded. Gu Xiangwei, who had initially been winning, watched helplessly as her pile of chips dwindled to nothing. In a flash, she lost all her winnings and, with only enough left for one hand, she could no longer be bothered to count. Instead, she slammed the remaining chips onto the table, declaring, I'm done.
Wait.
Mo Qian immediately called out. What is it? Gu Xiangwei glared at her, seething with anger. I can lend you some. Let us keep playing. Mo Qian extracted a handful of chips from a towering pile resembling a mountain, meticulously counting each one. Upon reaching 20, she cradled them in her palm and extended them towards Gu Xiangwei, inquiring, Is this sufficient to cover your losses? Gu Xiangwei, stammering in her frustration, found herself at a loss for retorts to Mo Qian's taunt. Mo Qian nudged the chips closer, saying, Do not weep. Just transfer the money to me. The moment those words escaped her lips, Gu Xiangwei could no longer contain her tears, bursting into sobs. The Gu brothers, originally attempting to console Xiangwei, found their efforts spiraling into chaos, as her wails suggested that any hope of calming her was futile. Gu Xingqian wrapped an arm around Gu Xiangwei's shoulders and said, Come. Sister, let us go shopping. The limited edition bag we ordered has arrived. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangwei sniffled. I also need to buy a gift for friend. Let's go wherever I please. Gu Xingqian, affirming this, was about to lead her out when the audacious Mo Qian, upon hearing of the outing, swiftly slung her small bag over her shoulder, declaring, I'm going too. The Gu brothers nearly choked on their own frustration, exclaiming in disbelief, "Who invited you?" Gu Xiangwei, who had managed to regain her composure, now cried even more fiercely. The prospect of bringing Mo Qian along only compounded their difficulties in calming her down. Gu Xingqian turned back, gently pressing Mo Qian's forehead. "Stay at home like a good girl. I will bring you back a cake tonight. I can go out to eat with you." Mo Qian replied earnestly, obliviously missing the underlying implications of Gu Xingqian's words. Thus, the group found themselves in a stalemate, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Gu Shouting, observing the situation, let out a resigned sigh. He picked up the keys from the table, approached Mo Qian and, akin to a mother cat picking up her kitten, grasped her by the back of her neck. "Come along, I shall take you out." "Where to?" she asked. "To the police station," Gu Shouting responded as he led Mo Qian out of the Gu residence. Gu Xingqian gazed at his elder brother with gratitude, momentarily perceiving him as a hero, sacrificing his own comfort for the happiness of the entire family. However, the fourth and fifth brothers did not share in this sentiment. Gu Beicheng, with a dark expression, watched as his elder brother and Mo Qian departed into the courtyard. Shouldn't such a task fall to him? It was he who should be taking Mo Qian back to the investigation bureau for a chat, to potentially uncover a major lead regarding a cult. As Mo Qian accompanied Gu Shouting into the car, she suddenly exclaimed midway, "Pull over." Although Gu Shouting was puzzled by her abrupt demand, he complied and parked at the roadside. Mo Qian leaped out of the car and waved back at him. "I'm off." "Where to?" he inquired. "I need to spend the winnings. Money like this shouldn't be saved, or else I won't win at mahjong next time." With that, she slammed the car door and skipped merrily towards the nearby subway station. Gu Shouting, taken aback, could not intervene in time. He stared at her retreating figure, bemused, and adjusted his glasses, pondering who had instilled such confidence in her, leading her to believe there would be future companions for her mahjong games. Upon entering the subway station, Mo Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. The large yellow advertisements lining the walls featured a small black cat, resembling her own Aunt Black, likely a fellow foodie. A throng of people surged forward, pushing her towards the ticket gate, where she was halted due to lacking a ticket. The staff, recognizing her confusion, kindly assisted her in purchasing a ticket step by step, explaining how to enter the station. Afterward, she successfully squeezed onto the platform. At this busy hour, the subway was teeming with commuters. Mo Qian joined the queue on the platform, watching as the train approached from the south, gradually slowing to a stop before her. The overcrowded compartments resembled sardine cans, with individuals pushing frantically to exit. In the commotion, an elderly gentleman was unexpectedly jostled out of the train, falling heavily to the ground. Dressed stylishly in a blue t-shirt, beige casual pants, and purple and white sneakers, topped with a cap, he appeared quite youthful in his attire. He lay on the ground, eyes closed, struggling to breathe, his complexion pale and ashen. Concerned bystanders quickly surrounded him, calling out, "Sir, wake up. Do you have any medication with you? Is there a doctor? Someone has collapsed." "Hello, 120? At Dongshan Park subway station, an elderly man has collapsed, breathing rapidly and unconscious." The crowd buzzed with urgency, creating a chaotic scene on the platform. Mo Qian stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the elderly man's face. Noticing his darkened complexion, she observed the ominous signs of his condition deteriorating. Without hesitation, she retrieved a talisman from her sleeve and, through the throng, hurled it towards the elderly gentleman. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as the talisman inexplicably appeared on the man, adorned with incomprehensible symbols. As they reached to grasp it, the talisman dissipated upon contact. Seeing the crowd in a state of panic, Mo Qian furrowed her brow and approached, commanding, "If you keep crowding around, he will die. Step back and give him some air." For reasons unknown, the crowd complied, parting to give the elderly man space. Soon, only Mo Qian remained by his side. Coincidentally, the paramedics arrived at that moment, rushing into the subway station. They swiftly placed the elderly man onto a stretcher. A female paramedic turned to the onlookers, asking, "Who is the family member? Is there a family member here?" In unison, the crowd pointed towards Mo Qian.
"Who? Me?"
she exclaimed, bewildered. "I'm not." Yet the paramedic had no time for her protests. Grabbing her hand, she pulled Mo Qian onto the ambulance, without hesitation. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctors instructed Mo Qian to handle the payment. Pouting, she approached the payment counter, dismayed to find that her hard-won earnings would now be spent on saving a life. Mo Qian had a clear understanding of her role. She was merely a Taoist, not a deity, and acts of compassion were not her responsibility. However, having already become embroiled in the situation, she realized that fleeing would only bring her karmic consequences. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly swiped her card for 30,000 yuan, the first time she felt the whims of fate mock her. While waiting outside the emergency room, Mo Qian did not wait long before the elderly gentleman emerged. Recognizing him, the emergency staff identified him as the esteemed Mr. Qiao Chirui from Beijing. The hospital promptly contacted the Qiao family and retrieved Mr. Qiao's medical history. It turned out that he had a pre-existing condition of high blood pressure, requiring daily medication and dietary restrictions. However, in a moment of folly, he had evaded his driver and housekeeper, sneaking out to indulge in an array of high-fat, high-sodium, and high-sugar street food, only to find himself caught in the crowded subway. This triggered his hypertension. Such a condition could range from mild to severe, and delayed medical attention could lead to dire complications such as strokes or heart attacks. Fortunately, timely intervention allowed for the administration of antihypertensive medication, and Mr. Qiao's health indicators soon stabilized. The Qiao family arranged for his transfer to another hospital. Due to the fact that old Master Qiao typically receives treatment at the most prestigious private hospital in Beijing, the public hospital agreed to transfer him to a ward upon observing his stable condition. As old Master Qiao was wheeled out of the emergency room, he spotted Mo Qian sitting outside and waved at her, exclaiming, "Little girl, you saved me, didn't you?" Despite having been unconscious for a considerable time after his fall, the sudden screams from those around him had jolted his mind into clarity, alleviating the heaviness in his chest. As he listened to their discussions, he learned that a talisman had been affixed to his body. Mo Qian leisurely followed the hospital bed, stating, "Yes, I saved you. Remember, you owe me 30,000 yuan for medical expenses, along with 500 yuan for saving your life." The doctors pushing the stretcher were utterly astonished. They had never encountered a patient whose condition hadn't fully stabilized yet, so eager to settle accounts. It is well known that this is old Master Qiao. For him, 500 yuan? That would equate to 5 million, and old Master Qiao would certainly perceive it as an insult. Mo Qian kept old Master Qiao company in the ward while waiting for others. At this moment, Qiao Chirui appeared noticeably revitalized. He scrutinized Mo Qian, finding her adorably innocent, and immediately began contemplating matchmaking for his grandson. The engagement that had been arranged was likely to fall through, and the old man needed to quickly search for a new candidate for a granddaughter-in-law. With a benevolent smile, Qiao Chirui asked, "Little girl, what is your name?" Mo Qian. Such a lovely name. Qiao Chirui nodded, continuing, "How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend?" This time Mo Qian remained silent. She turned to the old man, asking, "Do you have something to say?" "Indeed." Qiao Chirui straightened up, "Little girl, allow me to introduce you to a dashing young man. He is my grandson, exceptionally talented, financially successful, handsome, tall, with a good temperament, and only 24 years old, quite accomplished. Then why can't you sell him off?" Mo Qian interjected earnestly before he could finish. I. Qiao Chirui was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he fabricated a reason. "It's not that I don't fancy other candidates for a granddaughter-in-law." He certainly could not divulge that his grandson was emotionally detached and lacked interest in women. Mo Qian displayed a look of confusion. "Grandpa, I saved you, not harmed you. Why repay kindness with enmity?" Qiao Chirui had never heard of a proposal to marry off his beloved grandson being construed as vengeance. Had the Qiao family truly descended to such depths? Just as the old man was on the verge of tears, the ward door swung open. Chapter 69. If it's him, I could marry. Before the figure even entered, a robust and resonant male voice filled the room. "Old Qiao, if you don't fancy my rural granddaughter, please don't take it out on yourself." At that moment, an elderly gentleman entered, leaning on a cane, though he moved with surprising agility, demonstrating that he wasn't reliant on it. Without needing to see, just hearing the voice was enough for Qiao Chirui to recognize who it was. This old fellow had, 20 years prior, coerced him into arranging marriages for their grandchildren, only to mistakenly pair the wrong children. Now he had the audacity to inquire about the marriage arrangements. What could be done? Nothing. A child of unclear lineage and a complete illiterate. How could this old man still dare to suggest such a thing? Qiao Chirui crossed his arms, simmering with indignation. Yet, after waiting for a long while, he noticed that the old man had approached the young girl who had saved him. Qiao Chirui clicked his tongue, thinking, "You old fool. Your grandson is already divorced. Don't harbor thoughts about this little girl. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhenhong turned back, his brow furrowing in discontent. That's not something to dwell upon. I pat her head. She is my granddaughter. How could my grandson think of her? The old man seemed to have lost his faculties due to illness.
What?
Xiao Qirui was momentarily bewildered. This little girl was actually the long-lost granddaughter of the Gu family?
Oh.
This was not the right direction. It turned out that Gu Zhenhong had left the Gu family that morning to visit Xiao Qirui, eager to discuss the matters regarding the misplaced engagement due to the mix-up with their granddaughter. However, the two septuagenarians had exchanged sharp words and ended in a huff. In the afternoon, Gu Zhenhong attempted to mend fences by calling Xiao Qirui only to discover he had been hospitalized. Thus, he rushed over immediately. Neither of them had anticipated encountering Mo Qian in this setting. Xiao Qirui pressed his forehead, feeling the onset of a headache. Although the Gu family's granddaughter was illiterate, she was remarkably beautiful and kind-hearted, having saved his life. She had even generously covered 3,000 yuan in medical expenses. A girl of such caliber was hard to come by. Instantly, Xiao Qirui regretted having quarreled over lunch. However, the old man was flexible. He chuckled lightly, softening his demeanor. Old Gu, what I said during lunch was merely in the heat of the moment. Your granddaughter is quite lovely, having saved my life. This match seems promising. Why don't we discuss it further? The betrothal gifts can be doubled. Humph. Gu Zhenhong tilted his head, refusing to engage. During lunch, you ignored me.
Now.
You think you can elevate yourself above me? Xiao Qirui was left speechless, sighing in exasperation. At 70 years of age, why are you still acting like a petulant child? This is not childishness. It is self-awareness. Now that Gu Zhenhong had the support of his granddaughter, he was determined to rectify the earlier awkwardness. My granddaughter grew up in the countryside, has never been educated, and is unworthy of your young master from the Qiao family. Perhaps you should seek a princess or someone of equal stature instead. Xiao Qirui thought to himself that the words he had spoken at lunch were not his own. He warmly grasped Gu Zhenhong's hand. Old Gu, the mix-up with the granddaughter has left us both hurt. We must still be in-laws. Let us discuss the marriage arrangements again. Gu Zhenhong brushed his hand away in disdain. However, he did offer a way out, stating, "This matter is not for me to decide. You should consult with my granddaughter. She hasn't eaten a single grain from the Gu family in 20 years. The Gu family cannot provide for her."
All right.
Xiao Qirui immediately turned to Mo Qian, saying, "Little girl, so you are my granddaughter-in-law. This was arranged even before you were born. If you reconsider, my grandson is truly exceptional." He gazed at her expectantly, awaiting her response. Mo Qian pursed her lips. Remaining silent, the air hung heavy for 2 seconds before it was shattered by a deep, melodious voice from the doorway. "Grandpa, you are being ridiculous again." Upon seeing the newcomer, Mo Qian finally spoke. "Your grandson is him?" Xiao Qirui beamed with satisfaction at Xiao He's timely arrival. "You see, no woman can resist the allure of my grandson. Indeed, this is my grandson, Xiao He. Isn't he handsome? I'll let you in on a secret. He is also quite wealthy and exceptionally intelligent. He is filled with merits." Xiao Qirui, like a salesman, nearly covered his family's product in gold. Mo Qian gazed at Xiao He, her bright black eyes blinking. Then she nodded. "If it's him, I could marry." Her words left everyone in the ward utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Xiao Qirui could not have anticipated that the little girl would agree so readily. The astonishment of Xiao He was no less than that of the others. How had he failed to notice that she harbored such intentions about marrying him? Gu Zhenhong was nearly paralyzed with fear. He hurriedly turned around to cover his granddaughter's mouth, exclaiming, "Little Ma Qian, you must not agree so recklessly. Tell Grandpa. Why did you consent to marry Xiao He? Do you even know him?" Ma Qian firmly pulled her grandfather's hand away and earnestly answered his question. "Because he is about to die. It is only reasonable and just that I inherit my deceased husband's wealth. I could use his inheritance to establish a temple. In doing so, he would accrue merit and could attain immortality. Even if he does not wish for that, he could at least be reborn into a good family." Ma Qian spoke with utmost seriousness, and after finishing, she flashed a smile at Xiao He, prompting him to express his gratitude. "Xiao He, I thank you for your life. King of Hell." At that moment, the atmosphere was as silent as death itself. The hospital's air conditioning had switched to silent mode. Gu Zhenhong, regaining his composure, quickly covered Ma Qian's mouth again. This wild girl's tongue would inevitably lead to trouble. He forced a smile as he turned back around. only to see Qiao Laoda's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. Gu Zhenhong chuckled awkwardly, fearing that he might jeopardize his decades-long friendship with this old comrade over a single utterance from little Ma Qian. Old Qiao. Let's put aside the matter of marriage for now. My granddaughter still needs a few more years of nurturing. So, she will not be sent to your house for revenge. No one responded. Qiao Qirui's expression grew even more grim. Fortunately, the doctors for the transfer arrived. All idle individuals in the ward were promptly ushered out. Gu Zhenhong patted his chest, relieved. This little granddaughter could not be taken out carelessly in the future. His old friends were all in their 70s and 80s. Whenever this little girl encountered someone, she would politely inquire, "Are you about to die?" Oh, dear. Even if he wore his lips thin, he could not smooth over the situation. After leaving the hospital, night had fully descended. Gu Zhenhong took Ma Qian out for dinner before sending her back home. Ma Qian was slightly discontent, having missed the opportunity to spend the money she earned today. Puffing out her cheeks, she slowly walked into the Gu residence, only to discover that the others inside appeared even more disheartened than she was. Chapter 70. Ma Qian blame me? Not a chance. She beheld a group of Gu family members seated around the sofa, each wearing a grim expression, as if ready to confront her. In the center sat Gu Xiangwei, sobbing pitifully, having no idea who had provoked her yet again. Ma Qian was indifferent. She did not care. She headed directly for the stairs, intending to carry little Hay down for dinner. However, before she could ascend the stairs, a wail from the living room halted her. "Miss Ma Qian, I beg you. Spare Miss Xiangwei." Aunt Zhang rushed towards Ma Qian from afar. Upon reaching her, she knelt down. Miss Xiangwei did not intend to swap places with anyone. Please do not take drastic measures against her. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Gu family members darkened even further. Even the butler and servants of the Gu family frowned deeply. They never imagined that the dramatic plot seen on television would unfold in the Gu household. While tidying the room today, Aunt Zhang had discovered a small doll beneath Ma Qian's bed. Initially thinking it had simply fallen, she picked it up. However, upon noticing the talisman attached to the doll and the multitude of silver needles piercing it, Aunt Zhang was horrified and cried out as she rushed downstairs. The commotion stirred the entire Gu family, from top to bottom, master to servant. Upon seeing the doll, no one could fathom it belonged to anyone else. The talisman affixed to the doll bore the misspelled name of Gu Xiangwei, yet the birth date was clearly inscribed. Underneath the black characters was a red symbol that the onlookers scrutinized twice, only to realize it was the character for death. This was serious. Typically, Ma Qian's eccentricities and her penchant for bizarre talismans could be overlooked, but now, she had resorted to malevolent sorcery. Gu Xingwa looked at Ma Qian with a conflicted expression. He could not bear to admonish her, having endured so much suffering over the years. Anyone would harbor resentment. Yet, he could not allow her to act without restraint. Resolute, Gu Xingwa decided to have a serious talk with her. He beckoned, "Jianqian, come here." Ma Qian remained unmoved. She cast a sidelong glance at Aunt Zhang and said, "Stop crying. It's a waste of tears. You will face imprisonment within 3 days. Cry your heart out once you are inside." Aunt Zhang was so frightened, she nearly collapsed to the ground. This Ma Qian had indeed spoken with a prophetic tongue. Ma Qian approached Gu Xingwa. He patted the sofa beside him, saying, "Jianqian, sit here. Now take a look at this, is it yours?" As he spoke, he lifted the doll from the table for Ma Qian to see. The doll was sewn from cloth, adorned in a white dress, with a yellow talisman affixed to its front and numerous silver needles piercing its body, resembling the dolls extracted from royal palaces and dramas. Before Ma Qian could respond, Gu Xiangwei, sitting on the opposite side, interjected. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "Sister, I am sorry. I should not have taken your place. But I do not know who my biological parents are. I cannot find a single relative. I have nowhere to go, and I cannot bear to part with my father and brother. I know you possess great abilities, so I implore you to spare me." Gu Xiangwei's words were drenched in sorrow, each one a stab to the heart. Gu Xingchen could not bear to listen any longer. He seized the doll from Gu Xiangwei's hands, thrusting it before Ma Qian. "What sorcery is this? Hurry and undo it." Ma Qian stared at the doll in his hands, pondering for a moment before incredulously retorting, "Did I make this?" Her usual calm demeanor was replaced with genuine astonishment. Gu Xingchen assumed she was feeling guilty and shot her a disdainful glance. "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Aunt Zhang found it in your room. Are you denying it? Do you all claim that this is my creation?" Ma Qian reiterated her question. Silence was the only response. Yet the answer was unmistakably clear. At that moment, Gu Xiaoding had just returned home from the police station and fortuitously stumbled upon this scene. His gaze was profound as he first noticed Aunt Zhang still kneeling on the ground. He scrutinized her back for a long time before a cold smile crept onto his lips. He had not expected that after 19 years. This person would still be lurking in his home. Gu Xiaoding remained silent, carefully maneuvering behind the servants without drawing attention. He was eager to see what sort of grand performance Aunt Zhang intended to stage in his house today. Ma Qian pressed her lips together, her expression growing increasingly irate. She snatched the unsightly doll from Gu Xingchen's hands, her face contorted in distaste. You all dare to say this junk is my handiwork? This time, Ma Qian was genuinely furious. Accusations of her harming others were one thing, but claiming this worthless doll was of her making was intolerable. Ma Qian pointed at the doll in her hand, her expression stern. Today, I will show you how I harm others. The Gu family was taken aback by her declaration, uncertain of what this girl was planning. Gu Xingchen attempted to stop her, but as Ma Qian lightly lifted her arm, he felt an overwhelming force push him back. He staggered several steps before regaining his balance. At that moment, Ma Qian had already torn off the talisman from the doll and began to extract the needles one by one. The doll reverted to its original state. Mo Qian brought two fingers together and pinched a black talisman from her sleeve, slapping it onto the doll with lingering resentment. The doll immediately twitched. Mo Qian's eyes turned icy as she looked at Gu Xiangwei. Her lips moved as she murmured an incantation. Seconds later, she jabbed a finger hard into the doll's chest, and it suddenly emitted a faint glow. Gu Xiangwei froze completely. Tears still clung to her face. But she had forgotten how to cry. From the bundle of silver needles, Mo Qian drew one out. She swept her gaze over everyone present and said calmly, "Let me show you what a voodoo doll really is." With that, she drove the needle viciously into the doll's head. At the exact moment the needle went in, a heart-rending scream rang through the Gu residence.
Ah!
Gu Xiangwei clutched her head and screamed at the top of her lungs. Amused, Mo Qian continued, stabbing the remaining needles into the doll one by one. Each stab was met with a scream from Gu Xiangwei. The Gu household instantly sounded like a crime scene. Gu Xiangwei screamed herself off the sofa and onto the floor. She rolled around in agony, clutching her head one moment and her backside the next. Her once gentle voice had turned hoarse and shrill, like a squawking duck. Everyone in the room stood dumbfounded, staring at Mo Qian in shock. What kind of evil sorcery was this? Stabbing a doll and having it instantly affect a real person. Even TV dramas weren't this terrifying. No one in the Gu family dared approach Mo Qian now. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded her, making it impossible to get close.
Stop it.
Stop right now, Gu Xingchen shouted. Mo Qian rolled her eyes at him. Not only did she not stop, she stabbed harder. Gu Xiangwei's screams grew even more miserable. Mo Qian looked coldly at the people outside. If you want to die, just say it. No need to frame me. Qian, we believe you. We know you didn't do it. Please stop, Xiangwei will die from the pain. Gu Xingwa hurried to placate her. Relax. I know my limits. Mo Qian showed no intention of stopping. If I don't want her dead, she won't die. Oh, dear Gu Xingwa knew this girl was not to be trifled with. Qian, Dad will catch whoever framed you, alright? Be good, stop now. Come help Dad catch the bad guy. We'll beat her to death. Mo Qian ignored him completely. Daring to say this useless doll was her doing was unforgivable. She showed no mercy, stabbing relentlessly. Gu Xiangwei's head slammed against the floor in pain. That was when Gu Xingchen suddenly remembered the gold bracelet he had bought for Mo Qian earlier that evening while shopping with Xiangwei. He hurriedly rummaged through the pile of shopping bags on the floor. He found the gold bead bracelet. Holding it up for Mo Qian to see, he said, Qian, the gold bracelet I bought you. Do you like it? This time, Mo Qian finally stopped. She stared at the string of small gold beads in Gu Xingchen's hand. Several cute little gold charms dangled from it, swaying in the air as his fingers moved. It was undeniably pretty. Only then did Mo Qian withdraw her power. She casually tossed the doll onto the floor. Then she stepped forward and took the bracelet from Gu Xingchen. Mo Qian slipped it onto her wrist. Her wrist was pale and slender. The bracelet sat slightly loose, lending her an effortless, carefree elegance. She lifted her hand happily and shook it in the air, clearly delighted. Tilting her head, she looked at Gu Xingchen. For me? For you. Though Gu Xingchen hadn't been home much these days, he had heard that Mo Qian liked gold. When he saw the bracelet while shopping, he bought it with her in mind. He hadn't expected that it would end up saving Gu Xiangwei's life. Gu Xiangwei's entire body ached and tingled. She didn't even dare cry anymore, shrinking into a corner. The ominous doll still lay on the floor. But no one knew what to do with it. Gu Xiangwei had no choice but to call out to Mo Qian. Qian, what should we do with the doll? Destroy it. Mo Qian lazily tossed out 2 words. With that, she walked toward Aunt Zhang. Chapter 71. The vanishing her Gu Beiqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at Mo Qian, lost in thought. He had worked at the Bureau for investigating feudal superstition for 5 years. He had dealt with countless monks, Taoist priests, and shamans, yet he had never seen anything as eerie as Mo Qian's techniques. In the past, whenever anyone mentioned metaphysics, he would respond with a single syllable. Ha. But now, all he wanted was to drag Mo Qian back to the Bureau and interrogate her. Who had she learned from all these years? Which sect? Had she ever scammed ordinary people? Looking at his own younger sister, Gu Beiqing felt a surge of righteous determination to uphold justice even at the expense of family. Mo Qian didn't notice her 4th brother's unscrupulous gaze. She was too busy settling accounts with Aunt Zhang. Mo Qian walked up to her and pointed at the doll lying on the floor. Where did it come from? That doll was indeed a voodoo doll. The person who made it knew some magic, but only the bare basics. They hadn't consecrated or awakened it at all. It was like a blade, without an edge. A gun without bullets. It had a body, but no soul. A soulless doll wouldn't feel pain no matter how badly its head was stabbed. The creator lacked skill. But not malice. Aunt Zhang trembled as she looked at Mo Qian. Miss Mo, I don't know. I really don't. I only saw that doll while cleaning. I didn't put it there to frame you. She argued sharply as always. She even pointed at the other servants. They're the ones framing me. I've never seen such a terrifying doll before. The servants who were dragged into this all took a step back. As if stepping back would let them dodge the blame Aunt Zhang was throwing. Aunt Zhang pointed at Xiao Cui, the maid who usually cleaned Mo Qian's room.
Chick Xiao Kui.
I saw her sneaking into Miss Mo's room that day. Maybe she was about to keep shifting the blame. But Mo Qian slapped a talisman straight over her mouth. If you want to speak properly, then don't speak at all. Sure enough. Aunt Zhang couldn't utter another word. Instead, she began nodding violently like a pecking chicken, smashing her forehead against the floor.
Bang, bang, bang.
The tiled floor echoed loudly. In no time, a huge bump swelled on her forehead. Aunt Zhang desperately waved her hands at Mo Qian, signaling that she wanted to talk. Mo Qian pretended not to see. You want to talk? I don't want to listen. The Gu family members and the servants nearby all swallowed hard at the same time. Even after witnessing Mo Qian's abilities, they were still too stunned to blink. What kind of spell was this? Was this really not a dream? Aunt Zhang wailed, blood seeping from the swelling on her forehead. At that moment, Gu Xiaoding, who had been standing at the back of the crowd, finally stepped forward. He had deliberately delayed coming out, because he didn't want to stop Mo Qian. Aunt Zhang had been in the Gu family for 19 years. Who knew how many vile things she had done? Peeling a layer off her skin would be well deserved. Gu Xiaoding was a police officer. He couldn't act himself. But if the little girl did, no one could accuse her. If he hadn't been afraid that Aunt Zhang might bash herself senseless and become impossible to interrogate, he could have waited even longer. He stopped beside Mo Qian. Showing her 3 photos, he said, Qian, I still need to interrogate her. These cases are all connected to her. I'll deal with them one by one. Mo Qian looked at the photos. She paused for 3 seconds. Then, surprisingly obedient, she withdrew her fingers and dispelled the talisman. Aunt Zhang collapsed onto the floor instantly, gasping for air. However, Gu Xiaoding did not allow her a moment to catch her breath before he cast 3 photographs before her. Take a look, is this you? The images were all captured from surveillance footage, revealing key information that Gu Xiaoding had uncovered earlier that afternoon. The first photograph depicted a mysterious woman encountered while tracing Qin Junlang's whereabouts during the art theft. Adorned with dark sunglasses and a white mask, her figure was alluring. The moment Gu Xiaoding seized this crucial information, he recalled the 2 ruffians that Fushihua had encountered in Dideo village, who had mentioned their boss. He immediately accessed the case files, which contained only a solitary profile picture of the boss. Yet even from the silhouette, Gu Xiaoding was convinced that it was the same individual. Despite searching for the woman throughout the afternoon, he had no inkling of her identity. To his astonishment, as the workday drew to a close, the answer was delivered to him on a silver platter. Coincidentally, the paternity testing center had sent him surveillance footage from 12 years prior. The antiquated video, with its low resolution, was still riddled with mosaic distortions even after processing. Gu Xiaoding meticulously reviewed it from start to finish. Suddenly, he discerned an unexpected presence in the footage. It was Aunt Zhang. How could a matter as private as a paternity test involve a servant? Gu Xiaoding could not fathom the reason. Yet, as he observed the footage showing Aunt Zhang brushing past the sample collector, along with her habitual gesture of pushing aside her bangs, clarity dawned upon him. To his astonishment, the flamboyant boss was none other than Aunt Zhang herself, disguised in servant attire, having infiltrated the Gu family for nearly a decade. Upon seeing the 3 photographs, Aunt Zhang's gaze turned icy. She realized that her cover had been blown, and there was no turning back. Thus, she ceased her pretense. Rising from the floor, she brushed the blood from her forehead and said, "Second young master, you have discovered too late, despite your years of service at the police station." Her tone dripped with derision as her demeanor shifted dramatically. Gu Xiaoding let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "This time, you cannot escape." With that, he produced handcuffs and advanced toward Aunt Zhang. However, she retreated swiftly, as if her feet were greased, putting distance between them. "Second young master, capturing me is not as simple as you think." With that, she scattered a net-like substance into the air. Immediately, the lights in the Gu residence extinguished. The servants screamed in panic, rushing to turn the lights back on, but before they could reach the switches, the lights flickered back on. When they looked again, Aunt Zhang had vanished without a trace. The Gu family stood in stunned silence, gazing at the empty space. Where had she gone? Gu Xiaoding promptly ordered a search. He summoned the household security, gardeners, and cleaners, instructing them to scour every inch of the estate. The group sprang into action. Mo Qian stared at the spot where Aunt Zhang had disappeared, her expression one of bewilderment. She had not anticipated that Aunt Zhang possessed such advanced magical artifacts. Moreover, she had not detected any trace of these artifacts on her. Mo Qian had once glimpsed this powerful tool in a compendium of magical artifacts. It was called the Qian Kuan Net, a legendary treasure from the Valley of Sorcery, capable of transporting individuals across vast distances. It was said to have vanished a century ago, yet here it was, resurfacing in the present day. Mo Qian regained her composure, her mind racing with calculations. Such a remarkable treasure could not possibly be left to another. Meanwhile, the search team had thoroughly scoured the premises and found no sign of Aunt Zhang. Gu Xiaoding furrowed his brow, dismayed that just as they were about to succeed, an unforeseen complication arose. The expressions of those present were a vivid tapestry of emotions, some pale, some dark, none appearing normal. Gu Xingqian suspected that the household had fallen into disarray. With a fierce countenance he approached, bending slightly to scrutinize Mo Qian's face. Qian, did you bring back something unclean? Why was there no incident in the Gu family until your return, and now everyone is acting as if possessed? His words clearly insinuated that the strange occurrences were linked to Mo Qian. Mo Qian readily grasped the implication. She lifted her chin, refusing to even glance at Gu Laowu. That is because you all have been sold out and are counting the money for someone else. Chapter 72, Mo Qian calls him brother. Just as Gu Xingqian was preparing to retort, the second brother interjected. She is right. Gu Xiaoding affirmed Mo Qian's statement. Once they realized Aunt Zhang's involvement, many puzzling matters suddenly fell into place. The mysterious death of the Gu family's unborn grandchild, Fushua's sudden muteness after dining at the Gu residence, and the inexplicable errors in 2 paternity test results, all these peculiarities pointed squarely at Aunt Zhang. How could she have concealed her true identity for 19 years without resorting to sorcery? Gu Xiaoding had always been a staunch believer in science. However, since Mo Qian's return, numerous incidents had led him to reconsider. The memory of Aunt Zhang's startling transformation made him feel increasingly uncertain about apprehending her. Do you wish to capture her?
Montauk Qian suddenly inquired.
Gu Xiaoding looked up, meeting her gaze intently. Do you have a plan? I can devise a method, Mo Qian replied calmly. Yet she quickly added her stipulation. The artifact belongs to me, the person belongs to you. Deal? Gu Xiaoding immediately acquiesced. What did it matter if it was an artifact? In the police station, it would be dismissed as mere junk. No one would believe it to be anything of value. The siblings reached a mutual understanding. Gu Xiaoding affectionately patted Mo Qian's head. Little Qian, what have you learned at the Taoist temple? Your skills are impressive. Clearly, he had struck a chord with her. As he astutely flattered her, Mo Qian stood on her tiptoes and mimicked him, reaching out to pat his head in return. Second brother, you have good taste. Once she uttered those words, a profound silence fell over the Gu family. Since her return, she had not addressed anyone with familial titles, merely referring to her parents as you and her brothers by their birth order. This was the first time she had called him second brother. Gu shouting chuckled softly. It's fine to call me second brother, but please refrain from patting my head. I'm nearly 30. Observing the warm exchange between the second brother and little sister, Gu Laowu clicked his tongue in mockery. He tugged at Mo Qian's head, compelling her to face him. Come, call me fifth brother.
Gu Laowu, Montag Qian replied flatly,
Offering him only those 3 words. Gu Xingqian, a star in his own right, was accustomed to being addressed as brother by his fans. Yet, in the confines of his own home, he could not elicit even a brother from his sister. His expression soured with jealousy as he furrowed his brow. You little girl, why are you so biased? Second brother is still a brother. Why isn't fifth brother a brother? Mo Qian, are you not biased? If so, why did you take her shopping and not me? Gu Xingqian was left speechless. Mo Qian triumphantly raised her wrist, showcasing a golden bracelet. Thanks, fifth brother. Keep up the good work. With that, she bounced up the stairs, leaving Gu Xingqian and Gu Shouting exchanging glances. Both suddenly enlightened by the realization, she is not foolish after all. In the outskirts, at the night mansion, Zhang Ying shed her unsightly maid outfit, donning only her undergarments before her subordinates, and then transitioned into her own attire. Boss, who inflicted that injury on your head? Let us avenge you, exclaimed a man adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, his visage menacing. The gentle demeanor that Zhang Ying once exhibited in the Gu household had vanished entirely. She now exuded an aura of cold resolve. Gently touching the wound on her forehead, she winced in pain, hissing softly, that vile girl still possesses some skill. Inform third uncle that Gu family's precious daughter intends to summon spirits at the ancestral home. I wonder if this will unravel the family's fate. He must devise a plan swiftly. Zhang Ying ground her molars in frustration. Just one step away, Gu Laoyu's divorce from his wife signaled the downfall of the Gu family. Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of a rogue like Cheng Yaojin? This little girl intruded, revealing the news of Fu Shui's pregnancy. The divorce date now felt like a distant dream. This matter could not be delayed, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply. Zhang Ying turned to her subordinate, second, go monitor Fu Shui, and seek an opportunity. Before she could finish her sentence, she raised an eyebrow at the second subordinate. He understood immediately. All right, I shall go at once. Wait, Zhang Ying called him back, retrieving a small vial of medicine from her suitcase and tossing it to him. Find a way to administer this to her. We cannot afford any delays. If she escapes, finding her again will be exceedingly difficult. Mo Qian had donned her Taoist robe once more, though this one was not the patched garment she had worn previously. This was a new Taoist robe, meticulously crafted by 6 tailors upon the request of Su Rulon, who had labored through the night to create it for Mo Qian. Although it was also gray, this particular shade exuded an air of elegance and luxury. In truth, Su Rulon wished not to see her daughter in such attire, for it brought tears to her eyes. How could her beloved daughter choose the path of a Taoist? At least she had not shaved her head.
Unbeknownst to Su Rulon,
Her daughter felt no trace of her mother's heartache. Clad in her new robe, Mo Qian joyfully admired her reflection in the mirror. She had even instructed the tailors to create 3 inner pockets at the cuffs for storing talisman paper. After preparing herself, Mo Qian descended the stairs. The Gu family set forth in an imposing procession towards the ancestral home. A sense of trepidation lingered among them, for it was their first encounter with their great-grandfather, who had passed away 49 years prior. The ancestral home of the Gu family resided in the heart of the capital city. Gu Zhenhong lived alone in a traditional Chinese-style small building. He often strolled about, meeting old friends, leading a leisurely life. However, today was unlike any other. Gu Zhenhong remained at home all morning, patiently awaiting the arrival of his granddaughter. He had even donned a formal Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of dignified elegance. It was evident that today was a momentous occasion. As he awaited in the living room, upon hearing the gate swing open, he hurried out to greet them. This was a privilege never before afforded to the family of Gu Xinghua. Gu Zhenhong casually pulled open a car door. Grandfather, Gu Xingqian exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by his grandfather's personal gesture. Yet, he received a pointed glare in return. Who told you to sit there? With a swift motion, the door was slammed shut again. The handsome face of Gu Xingqian, which could provoke envy among the gods and mortals alike, nearly met the door's edge. He rubbed his nose, feeling a deep sense of injustice in this world that favored daughters over sons. Nevertheless, no one cared about his grievances. Meanwhile, Mo Qian stepped out of the car. Gu Zhenhong hastened toward her. Qian, next time you come, do not bring that gaggle of brothers. Grandfather is old and cannot withstand such pressure. It will only shorten my lifespan. The Gu brothers, since the eldest's divorce, had seemingly activated a bachelor mode. One after another departing from the marital bond, thus becoming the family's outcasts. They were met with discontent from all, including their grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, and even their fourth grandmother. No one knew if the ancestors in the ancestral hall would rise today to reprimand them. Chapter 73. Ancestor, will you come forth? Mo Qian followed Gu Zhenhong to the Gu family ancestral hall, where 4 ancestral tablets were enshrined. In the past, the Gu family had few descendants, primarily consisting of only sons. It was not until Gu Zhenhong's generation that the family began to flourish, gradually increasing in number. The hall was not large, comfortably accommodating the 4 tablets. However, with the sudden influx of the 6 tall brothers of the Gu family, it quickly felt cramped. Mo Qian retrieved her tools for divination from her pocket: talisman paper, vermilion, sandalwood incense, a bagua plate, and a small notebook for notes. As she arranged her items, she did not turn around, commanding, "All non-essential personnel, please exit." Her order went unheeded, and after a moment of silence, she turned to see her brothers standing in a line behind her, from the eldest to the youngest, none missing. Tilting her head, she asked, "Why are you still here? There are no idlers allowed." Gu Hongshan coldly shot back, "This is not a place for idle chatter." Mo Qian blinked and posed 3 soul-searching questions. "Do you have a wife? Do you have children? Do you have the dignity to face our ancestors?" Gu Hongshan was momentarily rendered speechless, and the same befell the second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers. Only Gu Laolu stood proudly, for he was now in high spirits, with a wife, children, and the face to present to their ancestors. Gu Bei gestured politely towards the door. "Brothers, I will go to meet our great-grandfather on your behalf. You may wait outside." Hey, don't pull me." It was evident that one should not be overly arrogant. Before Gu Bei could finish his sentence, he was ushered out of the ancestral hall by his 5 brothers. The hall was left with only Gu Zhenhong, Gu Xinghua, and Mo Qian, the 3 of them, a grandfather and granddaughter pair. Mo Qian laid a mat in the center of the altar, kneeling upon it. Xiao He, unbeknownst to when he had entered, lay by Mo Qian's side, quietly awaiting the spectacle. Meanwhile, Gu Zhenhong knelt on a separate mat. Despite his extensive life experiences, this was his first encounter with a spirit. He felt apprehensive, recalling that the last time he had seen his grandfather was 49 years ago when he was just in his 20s. Now he was a mere old man. He wondered if he had ever done anything good in his life that might earn him a favorable glance from his ancestors. Gu Zhenhong's face was etched with anxiety, reminiscent of a student awaiting exam results. Gu Xinghua shared a similar sentiment, feeling even more ashamed to face their great-grandfather when he thought of his unworthy sons. In the quiet room, only Mo Qian remained calm. She lit 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, bowed to the tablets before her, and then inserted the incense into the burner. She also burned a stack of joss paper in the fire pit on the ground. With a flourish, she produced a talisman inscribed with the birth date and affixed it to the tablet before her. Everything was in order. Mo Qian held the bagua array, her thumb gently spinning it. The bagua plate began to rotate slowly, akin to the gears of fate commencing their turn. The spinning accelerated, and the sound of grinding intensified. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through the ancestral hall, coalescing into a vortex. Mo Qian lightly closed her eyes, reciting incantations. Wandering spirits, why linger? 3 souls have departed. 7 spirits arrive. Household deities, land gods, mountain gods, and river spirits, bring forth golden blessings. In times of familial turmoil, fear breeds trepidation.
Gu Yia Montakian.
Today I beseech the ancestors. The gates of heaven open, the gates of earth open, and 1,000 youthful souls are summoned forth. Upon uttering these words, the divination plate abruptly ceased its rotation, becoming stuck in place. A voice reverberated through the air, a stern admonition. Nonsense. Disturbing the ancestors' warrants of fate most dire. Though the voice seemed ethereal and dreamlike, it carried an undeniable authority. Once the words were spoken, the winds within the ancestral hall stilled, silence enveloping the space. As if nothing had transpired, Mo Qian puffed her cheeks and turned to glance at her father and grandfather, both of whom were staring at her intently. The 3 exchanged wide-eyed glances, an unspoken tension filling the air. Finally, Mo Qian pursed her lips, huffing in vexation. The incantation failed. I summon no spirit. And now I am the subject of ridicule by that old ghost. Gu Lao Gui. Gu Zhenhong. Gu Xinghua.
Gu Lao Gui.
This girl truly dares to call out. The father and son were at a loss for words, contemplating whether it was too late to bow 3 times to their ancestors. Mo Qian felt no fear whatsoever. She pressed her lips tightly together, casting a sidelong glance at the still-burning brazier. This was her first attempt at soul summoning. Last night, she had diligently reviewed the secret techniques imparted by her master, studying late into the night, even sending the characters she struggled with to Qiao He, who replied with voice messages, allowing her to learn each word meticulously. Who would have thought it was all for naught? Her master, that novice, was indeed unreliable. Mo Qian was filled with disdain. The paper money within the brazier burned brightly, seemingly mocking her lack of skill. With a muffled huff, she snatched an enormous offering plate from the altar and slammed it onto the brazier, instantly extinguishing the flames beneath it. Gu Xinghua gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Qian, you cannot vent your anger upon our ancestors." Mo Qian paid him no heed. Still dissatisfied, she snapped the 3 incense sticks in the burner. "Little Mo Qian, you mustn't." Gu Zhenhong tried to intervene. Gu Xinghua reached out as well, but they could not even lay a hand on her. In a swift motion, Mo Qian hurled the divination plate directly before her great-grandfather's memorial tablet. With her hands pressed together, she traced a large circle before bringing them back to her chest. At that moment, the divination plate began to spin wildly, the patterns upon it becoming a blur. Mo Qian's voice resonated eerily. "Old ghost of the Gu family, I demand to see you. If 3 numbers do not appear, I shall dismantle this ancestral hall and unearth your grave." Her calm tone bore an oppressive weight, instilling fear in her grandfather and father behind her. Mo Qian closed her eyes and softly counted 3. As she spoke, the hall trembled violently, the memorial tablets rattled, and the cushions on the floor were tossed about. Gu Zhenhong and Gu Xinghua knelt upon the cushions, struggling to maintain their balance amidst the quaking, while the brothers outside felt the ground beneath them shift as if they were adrift on turbulent waves. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. In the hall, Mo Qian softly uttered the second number, 2. The house shook even more violently, sending Gu Zhenhong and Gu Xinghua tumbling to the ground. The brothers outside had to cling to whatever they could to stay upright, rushing to the door, but a tremendous pressure barred their escape, rendering the door immovable.
1.
With that final number, Mo Qian opened her eyes, her gaze icy and resolute, as if she were prepared for bloodshed. Gazing at the memorial tablet, she found no spirit had manifested. Her patience waned, and she seized a talisman, launching it towards the ceiling. "Extinguish."
No. I
am coming out. Chapter 74. Introducing the ancestor to the world. The tremors ceased. Mo Qian retracted the talisman. "Little girl, who are you?" A hollow male voice emanated from the tablet. Soon, a wisp of white smoke ascended from behind the tablet, swiftly coalescing into human form. The man donned a long robe, a gray-white goatee with only a tuft, and his head was shaved smooth, with a long braid cascading down his back, much like the characters in period dramas. His form was semi-transparent, resembling a layer of wet tissue paper. Upon seeing the man, Gu Zhenhong snapped back to reality from the earlier tremors. "Grandfather, I beg your pardon. This little girl is your great-granddaughter. When she was born, our family was negligent, and she was switched at birth, wandering for 20 years before we finally found her. Today, we interrupt your rest due to the troubles plaguing the Gu family." Gu Zhenhong held deep memories of his grandfather, who had taught him to read and instilled in him a sense of duty to family and country. Seeing him again overwhelmed him with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Yet while the grandson longed for his grandfather, the grandfather seemed indifferent to the grandson's affection. "Gu Xinyan," he huffed, hands on his hips, "ungrateful descendants. I built this family for you, and you still dare to trouble me." Gu Zhenhong's tears were silenced by his grandfather's rebuke.
Gu Xinyan,
Unwilling to engage with his grandson, turned his attention to Mo Qian. "Especially you, young lady, must learn to respect your elders. You little cat." Upon noticing the dark, furry ball at Mo Qian's feet, Gu Xinyan recoiled, nearly frightened out of his wits. He patted his chest, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death." "Mo Qian, can a ghost even die from fright?" Gu Xinyan exclaimed, "This girl is surnamed Gu?
Impossible.
There is no crooked tree in our ancestral grave." The old ghost fumed, his beard bristling, Yet he found himself powerless, unable to strike or intimidate. He could only pace in place, simmering with frustration. Mo Qian did not allow him to stew for long. She beckoned to Gu Xinyan, "Come here. I have questions for you." Such insolence. Such insolence. Gu Xinyan nearly spat blood in shock, yet his feet seemed to glide as if coated in oil. Obediently drifting before Mo Qian, he settled down to sit at her level so she would not need to look up to speak with him. Gu Xinyan's beard bristled with rage. "What do you want?" Mo Qian wasted no time, producing the ring from her pocket and presenting it to him. Gu Xinyan hadn't he seen this treasure in decades. He stared at the ring, pride swelling as he stroked his beard. "Thanks to your great-grandfather, I found this protective talisman for the Gu family, allowing you, young lady, to become bold enough to disturb your ancestors." Mo Qian shot him a disdainful glance. Her finger gliding over the ring. "Now, take another look. What is this?" Gu Xinyan jumped back in fright. "Whose ring is nurturing a child?" "This is a living ghost." Mo Qian shook the ring, deliberately bringing it closer to Gu Xinyan's face. "You are shamelessly profiting from another family's child, stealing blessings for your own, and you take pride in it? You speak nonsense." Gu Xinyan, that ancient ghost, was still reeling from the shock of awakening. "What kind of supernatural event is this? I lived 70 years and died 50 years ago, yet I have never encountered a true ghost." Gu Xinyan shivered, stepping back. "Are you trying to scare me? Mo Qian, who could be more terrifying than you?"
Gu Xinyan retorted.
Mo Qian toyed with the ring, watching the tiny figures inside play and frolic. Though not a horrifying scene, it sent chills down her spine. Borrowed blessings must be repaid. Your Gu family's good days are over. Mo Qian was not jesting. Gu Xinyan also realized the gravity of the situation. He recalled the origins of the ring from years past. At that time, Gu Zhenhong was only 3 years old, during a period of turmoil. The Gu family, once a prestigious lineage, was affluent but lacked descendants, having only this one grandchild. That year, Gu Zhenhong fell gravely ill, and despite consulting numerous doctors, no remedy proved effective. Just as the Gu family was out of options, a young Taoist priest appeared. Upon his arrival, he confidently proclaimed that he could save the young master's life. In their desperation, the Gu family was willing to try anything, accepting help from anyone who claimed they could cure Gu Zhenhong. The Taoist gifted the ring to Gu Zhenhong, instructing him to wear it with a red thread around his neck, promising that it would bring prosperity to the Gu family. However, he had one condition. Once the young master recovered, a piece of the Gu family's land must be surrendered to him. Without hesitation, Gu Xinyan agreed, as it was merely a dilapidated plot, and the Gu family, wealthy and with plenty of land, was not concerned about losing it. An accord was reached. If Gu Zhenhong regained his health and remained well for 6 months, the land would be given to the Taoist priest. With a sense of hope, the Gu family placed the ring on Gu Zhenhong. To their astonishment, the ring exhibited miraculous effects. Within a day, the child ceased to cry and began to eat. In just 3 days, he was indistinguishable from a healthy child. Furthermore, 2 months later, his daughter-in-law unexpectedly became pregnant again. For generations, the Gu family had only born sons, and now they had the prospect of 2 children. This was an extraordinary blessing for the Gu family. Realizing the Taoist's prowess, Gu Xinyan relinquished the land deed when the Taoist returned 6 months later. Thus, the ring became a treasured heirloom of the Gu family. After recounting the origins of the ring, everyone understood, yet Mo Qian was left with a multitude of questions. Why did the Taoist want that particular piece of land? What significance did it hold? And who is now exploiting the ring to hasten the Gu family's decline? Mo Qian, being a singularly focused individual, struggled to untangle the myriad of clues. She looked at Gu Xinyan, conveying that the trouble he stirred was his to investigate.
Gu Xinyan lamented, "Ancestors."
"I am incapable. I am but a ghost. Look at me. My legs are ethereal, and exposure to sunlight would turn me to smoke. How can I resolve this? If I venture out, I shall be the one dealt with."
Mo Qian was unconcerned.
She waved him off, stating, "Return to your grave and ponder. I will only address the plight of my generation. Hey, dear daughter of the Gu family,"
Gu Xinyan implored.
"you must find a way to save our old Gu family. I truly had no idea that the ring contained children. Great-great-granddaughter, your skills in the mystical arts are formidable. You must conceive a solution." With such flattery, Gu Xinyan hoped to sway her. Mo Qian hesitated, for if her talents were indeed commendable, how could she refuse to assist? She glanced down at the ring in her hand. She could help, but how? Gu Xinyan's clouded eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Mo Qian, you must enter and exchange places with the children. How ruthless! He mused. Is she here to save the Gu family, or to bring ruin upon it? Gu Xinyan remained indecisive, but Mo Qian provided no time for contemplation. She grasped the ring with one hand and held a talisman in the other, swiftly adhering it to Gu Xinyan's incorporeal form. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of light, swiftly drawn into the ring. Gu Zhenhong and Gu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle. What they witnessed was beyond their comprehension. Yet Mo Qian insisted, pressing their heads down. Trust me. Once within the ring, Gu Xinyan was immediately besieged by 17 children. He felt like a great tree, with the children clinging to him like a swarm of monkeys. Completely immobilized, he lamented, "Little girl, I am not equipped to care for children. Now that I am here, you must release them." At that moment, only Mo Qian could hear his pleas, intertwined with the laughter of the children. As she slipped the ring back onto her thumb, it fit loosely yet remained secure. She addressed the trapped Gu Xinyan, explaining, "You must locate the resting place of these 17 children to return their souls to their bodies. Only then can they be freed. This is deceit. What if I cannot find them? Will I be trapped within this ring forever?"
Gu Xinyan lamented,
tears of despair welling up as the clamor of the children rang in his ears. In that moment, he was compelled to bow his head. "Little ancestor, must you truly bind me so? Please release me, an old man." The Gu family's poverty was evident, yet as a spirit, he felt utterly powerless. Mo Qian teased him while caressing the ring. "Didn't he always desire many descendants? Well, now you have your wish. Who could endure this little ancestor?"
Gu Xinyan lamented.
Alas, he had no opportunity to resist further. With a swift motion, Mo Qian restored the ring to its pristine state, and both the children and the old ancestor vanished. The world returned to tranquility.
Chapter 75, Montag. Qian was merely an onlooker.
The doors of the ancestral hall swung open, and the Gu brothers surged forward. During the recent tremor, they had been outside, knocking and calling for help, yet inside, there had been no response, as if no one were present. In truth, the occupants of the room had indeed heard nothing. The door separated the two realms, akin to existing in different timelines. Gu Baiyi anxiously surveyed his grandfather, father, and his notoriously troublesome seventh brother, asking, "Have you seen our great-grandfather?" In reality, their great-grandfather had long since departed before their births, leaving no emotional bonds. Compared to him, they were more curious about whether they had encountered any ghosts. Gu Zhenhong stood at the threshold, noticing that several grandsons were obstructing the entrance. With a look of disdain, he waved his hand, instructing them to step aside.
"Can't you see?"
"Move aside." The sixth brother sheepishly complied, stepping to the sides. Regardless of their usual bravado, when facing their grandfather, the brothers resembled meek lambs, merely daring to wag their tails and bleat. Mo Qian followed behind them. Gu Baiyi seized her arm, asking urgently, Qian, whom did you see?" "The old ghost of Gu," she replied.
Gu Baiyi grinned.
If this girl were ever to speak sweetly, he might just be moved to tears. They had come to summon souls, particularly seeking the spirit of their great-grandfather, Gu Xinyan, as he was the one responsible for the ring. However, if they were to summon ghosts, why not summon more? Gu Baiyi naively inquired, "Why didn't we see great-grandmother, great-grandfather, or great-grandmother?" He was unaware that summoning spirits was a process that drained one's vital energy. There is an old saying, inviting a spirit is easy, but sending it away is difficult. The same principle applies to ghosts. Once summoned, they may not wish to depart. Mo Qian shot a sideways glance at Gu Laolu. "If you wish to see them, you can try to court death. Then you can summon whoever you wish, demanding offerings and playing mahjong." Gu Baiyi responded, "Sister, please, have some restraint." "I cannot." She thought of their mother and restrained herself. Gu Zhenhong ascended a step in the courtyard, beckoning Mo Qian to stand beside him. Once they were positioned, Gu Zhenhong solemnly announced to the family, "Our esteemed ancestors of the Gu family have now relocated into the ring worn by Xiao Maqian. Henceforth, whatever Xiao Maqian utters shall be regarded as the words of our ancestors, and her intentions will embody those of our forebears." "Where?" The brothers of the Gu family cast simultaneous glances at the ring on Maqian's hand before shifting their gaze to their grandfather. "Is madness contagious? In just an hour's time. How has our venerable elder also succumbed to peculiarity?" Gu Zhenhong remained oblivious to the doubts of his grandchildren. He issued a decree, Xiao Moqian now represents the Gu family's ancestors, and you all are to obediently heed her words. Do not provoke her ire, otherwise it would be a sign of disrespect to our forebears. The brothers of the Gu family maintained a stoic demeanor, offering no response to their grandfather's words. Their silence a potent expression of their fierce rebellion. Gu Zhenhong was well aware of his grandchildren's sentiments. His gaze swept over them. The ancestral teachings of the Gu family dictate, one must heed Ma Qian's words, those who disobey shall no longer bear the surname Gu. I shall mark their name in the family register with a large black blot, leaving only their visage for posterity to mock. Surely, the ancestral teachings must have been penned by a child. Anyone with a junior high school diploma would not engage in such foolish squabbling. Yet none of the 6 brothers dared to be the first to speak out. To do so would mean shouldering the blame for all. In unison they chose silence. Gu Zhenhong interpreted their silence as acquiescence, issuing a warning as he surveyed the 6 of them. By not speaking, you indicate your agreement. Should Xiao Moqian come to me with a grievance, I shall know how to deal with you 6 rascals. With that, Gu Zhenhong waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. After concluding, he clutched his chest and, leaning on his cane, retreated indoors, muttering to himself about needing to calm his nerves after such a bizarre day. Once he was back inside, the gathering dispersed, each person retreating to their own pursuits. Gu Xinghua had already arranged a school for Ma Qian yesterday and intended to take her for enrollment today. Qian, come with your father. I shall introduce you to the principal. No, Ma Qian replied instantly, without a moment's hesitation. I have something very important to do today. Seeing the seriousness in her expression, Gu Xinghua quickly deduced the truth. His daughter must be eager to unravel the calamities besetting the Gu family. Though she may appear naive, her sincerity towards her family is unmistakable. Gu Xinghua felt a warm surge in his heart. Addressing Gu Bei, he commanded, "You go and drive for Qian." Gu Bei furrowed his brow at being singled out. He glanced at Xiao Moqian, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" "I want to see the lively commotion," Ma Qian declared, cradling a cat in her arms, her face alight with mischief. Gu Xinghua thought to himself that it truly must be something significant. Indeed, one cannot overthink matters. A daughter will certainly douse you with cold water to bring clarity. Gu Bei, unwilling to defy her, took Ma Qian by the hand. This girl had just added their grandfather on WeChat and left her phone number. The one who stands out is often the target. He had no desire to be the first to venture into uncharted waters. As Ma Qian settled into the vehicle, Gu Bei pressed the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle exited the courtyard. "What commotion are you so eager to witness?" he inquired. "I don't know," Ma Qian replied with utmost seriousness. Gu Bei frowned, perplexed. "What is it that you wish to see?" "I calculated it," she answered enigmatically. Gu Bei was left speechless and could only choose to unconditionally trust her prophetic words. He followed the direction indicated by Ma Qian, arriving at a high-end business hotel in Shangjing City. They reached the 12th floor conference room, where, as anticipated, a vast crowd had gathered. Gu Bei cast a resigned glance at the girl beside him, acknowledging her uncanny ability to draw attention. Today, Ma Qian moved with an urgency thrice her usual pace, her excitement mirroring the exuberance of onlookers. Watching the spectacle had been a long-standing hobby of hers. Each morning in Dideo village, she would cast a fortune, and if disputes were brewing below, she would scamper down the mountain to witness the unfolding drama. This was her first experience in the city, predicting a scene she longed to behold. Clutching her black cat, she squeezed into the venue. At the center stood a middle-aged woman of ample stature, tears streaming down her face, her hand resting on the head of a young man who appeared dejected. "My son is well-behaved. He has never committed a wrong. The pocket money I give him he donates for good causes. How could he possibly steal a painting? If not for someone shielding the true culprit, this case would have been resolved long ago." Her insinuation incited the crowd's emotions. Men and women, young and old, brandished cameras and smartphones, eager to capture the moment, nearly shoving their screens into the middle-aged woman's face. "Madam Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that the police wish to protect the real thief? Is the thief Fu Shui? Fu Shui is the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, yet the giant wealth group is a major corporation. Would the police risk offending the Chen family to shield her? The second young master of the Gu family and his ex-wife are high-ranking officials in the police department. Could there be collusion?" A cascade of questions erupted, each more fervent than the last. The woman at the center was none other than Yu Xinmei, the current wife of Qin Jianya, the head of the giant wealth group. She would not explicitly state that the police were a shield for Fu Shui. However, The reporters and broadcasters she had arranged had already set the narrative in motion. All she needed to do was follow up with accusations regarding the police's misconduct. Her objective was to shift the blame for the theft onto Fu Shui, especially since the police lacked evidence to prove her son's guilt. Yu Xinmei wailed dramatically, and the surrounding actors chimed in.
Suddenly,
A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, a crisp and clear sound that rang joyfully. Everyone turned to locate the source of the laughter, only to see a young girl clad in a Taoist robe, cradling a black cat, her lips curving into a proud smile. She slowly lifted her gaze, her tone teasing, "Your son is quite filthy. Today is his day of reckoning. You might want to hold off on the tears until later so you don't run out." Chapter 76. The White Lotus transforms into a heartless beast. Ma Qian surveyed the room, surprised by the lively atmosphere. With a buoyant tone, she quipped, "Today marks your son's demise. Are these people you summoned to bid him farewell?" Ma Qian's words left the entire assembly in shock, jaws dropping in disbelief. Who is this little Taoist? Has she come to beg for alms? Anyone begging with such harsh words is unlikely to receive even a bun. She deserves a resounding slap. How audacious to challenge Madame Qin. She ought to consider her own worth. The attendees did not recognize Ma Qian. The photograph taken that night at the paternity testing center was unclear, and today she donned a Taoist robe, leading no one to suspect she was the seventh young lady of the Gu family. Ma Qian paid no heed to their remarks. She approached the podium, tilting her head to scrutinize Chen Junling's face. "Your misdeeds, rape, fighting, theft, are all exposed now. Are you happy?" "I certainly am." Ma Qian, embodying the quintessential bystander, reveled in the unfolding drama. Yu Xinmei glared at her, seething with resentment. This wretched girl was the cause of their downfall. Chen Jianya had discovered that Chen Junling was not his biological son and had initiated divorce proceedings, demanding that they both leave immediately. Yu Xinmei harbored an intense hatred for this girl. Pointing at Ma Qian, she seethed, "You little brat, spouting nonsense. Once this meeting adjourns, I will sue you for defamation. Just wait for the police to come explain." Mo Qian shrugged indifferently, as if it didn't matter who ended up in the police station. The venue descended into chaos. Netizens watching the live stream furiously typed on their keyboards, "Does this woman have a mental illness? Why is she talking all cryptic? Does the Chen family even know this penniless nobody? Trying to get famous? Defaming Mr. Chen in front of all these people, bet she's going to pay for this." Everyone, both in the venue and on the screens, was talking about the crazy girl. Gu Bei, who hadn't intended to come, was forced to squeeze into the crowd. He frowned, pushing aside reporters and broadcasters. Grabbing Mo Qian's arm, he tried to pull her away, but she shrugged him off. She waved at him. "You go ahead. I'll watch the fun a little longer." Gu Bei froze. "Fun? The only fun here is you." The girl still had the nerve to say she was here to watch the fun. Turns out, she was the spectacle herself. Gu Bei could only grip her arm again, speechless. He'd seen crazy people before, but never someone insane from head to toe, down to the last strand of hair. Just as he grabbed Mo Qian, a voice behind them burst out in hatred. "Chen Junling, you bastard. I'm here to send you on your way." The man's voice was dripping with rage. Everyone turned to look. From a distance, an uncle approached, dressed in cheap sportswear, a large snakeskin bag slung over his back. In his right hand, he held a frail little girl. The girl wore a mask, sunglasses, a baseball cap, and headphones. Not even celebrities could hide this thoroughly. Yet despite all this, she kept her head bowed, afraid to look up. She shrank behind the man, unwilling to face the crowd. The man threw the snakeskin bag to the ground with a thud. Then, pointing at Yu Xinmei's nose, he shouted, "You gave birth to a bastard and still protect him? Today, I'm here to accuse that animal. For 3 years, my daughter has lived in the shadows. She hasn't dared to step outside for 3 years, all because of that bastard. And you, as her mother, still have the nerve to defend him? That animal deserves to die." You're talking nonsense." Yu Xinmei stammered, terrified. The man glanced around and spotted Mo Qian. He handed the girl he was holding to her. "Little one, can you take my daughter aside and play for a while?" Mo Qian answered obediently, taking the girl's hand. The man turned back, grinding his teeth in fury. He faced the reporters and broadcasters, pointing for the first time at that bastard on camera. He knew that if he didn't expose him while he was down, he might never get another chance. Every word he spoke carried tears as he recounted what had happened years ago. "Chen Junling, that bastard 3 years ago. He assaulted my daughter when she was only 16, just a blossom of a girl. He even filmed it, carefully hiding his own face, but my daughter was all on it. He used it to threaten her. If she ever told anyone, she would never be able to show her face again. For 3 years. My daughter hasn't dared leave the house. Every time she sees someone, she feels their judgmental stares. She dropped out of high school in her 2nd year. Since then, she has suffered hallucinations. Every day, she carries a small knife. Whenever she sees a man, she screams. I had to put sunglasses and headphones on her just to bring her out. She cannot face the sunlight. She feels she can only live in darkness. All of this is that bastardess doing. And you, as her mother, how dare you say your son is innocent? Your son deserves lightning to strike him. The man's story was shocking, raw, and heart-wrenching. Everyone turned to look at the little girl standing far away. She crouched in a corner of the venue, oversized sunglasses and headphones hiding her face, gently petting the fat black cat beside her. Sunlight streamed in, but she seemed cloaked in shadow. Netizens watching through the live stream saw her silhouette, and their rage reached a boiling point. So that's the kind of bastard he is. Can someone physically neuter him? Never let him walk free again. Wait before commenting, there's no proof yet. Let us see how this develops. But Mom Chen doesn't have evidence either. So why did you all believe her just now? The online crowd argued fiercely, almost ready to come to blows. A few, however, recalled what Mo Qian had said earlier. Who exactly is this little girl? How does she know everything? The man wept as he recounted his daughter as suffering. It was too real, too tragic. If it weren't true, he would deserve an Oscar. He laid bare his wounds and his daughter's, raw and exposed. And netizens wept alongside him. Then something even more shocking happened. A man with half his face tattooed stepped in front of the camera. He held up a photo for everyone to see. I want to sue Chen Junlang too. Back in high school, he ordered people to beat me. My kidneys were ruptured. My liver and gallbladder shattered, ribs broken in several places, and half my face was slashed to look like a zombie. The photo was a comparison. The left half showed a young, handsome boy. The right half, his face was mangled and bloody. His hands trembled as he held up the photo, tears streaming from his eyes.
Why?
Just because the girl I liked preferred him, he ruined my life forever. The internet exploded. What kind of heartlessness could commit such evil? No one dared believe that the mother who had called her son an innocent flower was actually covering for such a black-hearted monster. The tide of public opinion online completely shifted. People began to denounce Chen Junlang and his mother. Broadcasters and streamers quickly followed the trend, turning against the Chen family. Yu Xinmei, sensing the situation had turned, grabbed Chen Junlang, trying to escape. But she hadn't even reached the stage exit when Mo Qian blocked her path. She called out mischievously, "Don't run. It's not over yet." Chapter 77. Trouble. Fu Shui is in danger. Yu Xinmei almost fainted at Mo Qian's words. In truth, she hadn't known the extent of Chen Junlang's crimes. She knew he often wandered around with unsavory companions, but she never imagined he could commit so many atrocities. She dared not respond to Mo Qian, pressing through the crowd to leave. But the onlookers weren't about to let her go. They formed a human wall, blocking her path. Soon more and more victims arrived. Since childhood, Chen Junlang had relied on his family wealth, mingling with gangsters and thugs, lawless and bullying the weak. Whenever he caused trouble, he used money to settle things, having others take the blame. Victims could not win lawsuits, and afterward, they were often retaliated against, allowing Chen Junlang to repeatedly escape justice. Recently, when he was arrested, former victims began seeking others online who had suffered similarly. They had originally planned to report him to the police, but they didn't expect that he would be released and even hold a press conference to whitewash himself. The victims, driven to the edge, decided to confront him at the press conference. Wave after wave arrived at the scene, tearing open old wounds, determined to make this beast pay once and for all. The situation escalated so much that police and lawyers also came, providing legal support for the victims. The press conference, which had started in the morning, continued well into the afternoon. People didn't even leave for lunch. Everyone's eyes on Mo Qian grew increasingly complex. This drama was too extreme. It seemed like they really intended to put the Chen family and their son to death. Nearly 20 individuals have come forth to accuse Chen Junlang. Today, as that young girl foretold, his time has come. The expressions of Chen's mother and son darken progressively, yet they find themselves unable to depart. At this moment, a commotion erupts at the entrance of the reporting hall. Soon after, the impeccably dressed and imposing CEO, Mr. Chen, makes his entrance. Upon his arrival, He instantly becomes the center of attention. After all, he is the head of a publicly traded enterprise, a veritable titan of commerce. Journalists swarm around him for interviews. But Mr. Chen pays them no heed. Chen Jianye takes his place at the center of the podium, his demeanor solemn as he addresses the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have 3 significant announcements to make. The first is this. Chen Junlang has committed numerous heinous acts and must face the full force of the law. I will fully cooperate with the police investigation and will not shield this scoundrel. His words send shivers down the spines of Chen's mother and son. Originally, Yu Xinmei had schemed to amicably divorce Chen Junlang, hoping to conceal the truth about their child not being biologically hers, for how else could she navigate the elite circles? However, Chen Jianye's arrival shatters her dreams. He continues, the second point I must make is that Chen Junlang is not my biological son. This woman has secretly discarded her daughter and brought back a son from a cousin's family. I only recently learned the truth. I implore all media outlets and broadcasters to assist in publicizing this matter. If my daughter is found, the Chen family will offer a substantial reward. This revelation stirs a tremendous uproar. Is the world of the affluent truly so chaotic that children are routinely swapped? The audience, eager for gossip, can scarcely contain themselves. Chen Jianye produces a paternity test report and presents it to the crowd. Although Chen Junlang is not my son, my family will take full responsibility for all those he has harmed: medical expenses, caregiver fees, compensation for emotional distress, rehabilitation costs, and so forth. All expenses will be covered by the Chen family. I, Chen Jianye, will take full responsibility. This declaration elicits a thunderous applause. Indeed, the CEO of a listed conglomerate possesses an extraordinary vision, despite being a victim himself, having raised such a beast for over 2 decades. He still prioritizes providing restitution to others. Those in the know recognize this maneuver as astute, as it cleanses his family's reputation while ensuring the affluent group remains unscathed and garnering goodwill that could boost stock prices to support hundreds of victims. After addressing these 2 points, Chen Jianye finally adds, I learned the truth thanks to Master Mo Qian, and I express my gratitude for the enlightening guidance provided to the Chen family. In the future, I shall undoubtedly repay the master's kindness. As he speaks, he clasps his hands in prayer and bows earnestly to Mo Qian. Such a dignified president. How could he humble himself to converse with a mere girl? All eyes turn to Mo Qian, curious about her actions. Soon, someone realizes Mo Qian? Could she be the so-called useless daughter of the Gu family? Yes, it is she. The man who had just offended her was none other than the 6th young master of the Gu family. Her words were eerily prophetic. Everything she had said about the Chen family has come to pass. Does she possess the gift of divination? Interest in the Gu family's self-proclaimed useless daughter reaches a fever pitch online. At the conference, Mr. Chen also presents a bodyguard from the Chen family, who identifies Chen Junlang as the one who sent him to steal the painting, revealing their collusion to frame Fu Shui. At this moment, identifying Chen Junlang becomes an easy sell for netizens, who quickly accept this narrative without delving into the actual events surrounding the incident. The bodyguard himself finds the true circumstances baffling. He merely followed orders to escort a striking woman into the Chen household, only to see her obtain the painting. Mo Qian and Gu Bei exit the press conference venue, and Fu Shui's burden has finally been lifted. While this should have been a moment of joy, Mo Qian suddenly feels a chilling sensation rising from her feet. Her heart plummets, as if she has leapt from a great height. Instantly, she begins to cast a divination. As her fingers press against the second joint of her index finger, she halts abruptly. This is not good. Fu Shui is in trouble. Gu Bei, taken aback, asks, What did you say? Drive quickly. Mo Qian urges, quickening her pace. Typically slow to act, she now moves with remarkable speed. Gu Bei, sensing the urgency, follows suit, realizing something is amiss. Having witnessed Mo Qian's sharp insights, no one dares dismiss her words. He strides swiftly to the car, and the siblings hop in, racing towards Su Rilan's residence. Gu Bei accelerates the vehicle with fervor. What happened? What did you foresee? Gu Bei inquires, but Mo Qian remains silent. She assumes a lotus position in the passenger seat, eyes closed, utterly still. Her demeanor sends tremors through Gu Bei's hands gripping the steering wheel. While waiting at a red light, he attempts to call both his mother and Fu Shui, but to his dismay, neither answers. Panic begins to overwhelm him. Fortunately, the press conference was not far from his mother's home. A half-hour later, the siblings arrive at their destination. The security guard appears unperturbed and, upon recognizing Gu Bei, promptly opens the automated gate. Gu Bei pulls the car close to the courtyard, then leaps out without a moment's thought to check if Mo Qian is following. Rushing into the villa, he calls out loudly, Fu Shui, where are you? Chapter 78. Have you left the protective talisman today? Gu Bei's voice is too loud, startling Su Rilon, who is watering plants on the balcony. She turns around, exclaiming, what are you shouting about? Gu Bei rushes over, Mom, where's Shui? Is she alright? What on earth are you talking about? Su Rilon's face contorts in confusion. It's broad daylight, and suddenly there's a loud commotion. Did you see your great-grandfather and get scared out of your wits? Su Rilon's disdain is palpable. Gu Bei, relieved that his mother is not in a panic, feels slightly reassured. If something were truly wrong with Fu Shui, his mother would be far more anxious than he. At that moment, Fu Shui descends the stairs, freshly bathed, her hair cascading down her back, exuding a subtle fragrance. Upon spotting Gu Bei, she promptly turns away, pretending not to see him, unwilling to offer him even a glance. Gu Bei, feeling dejected, rubs his nose, increasingly accustomed to Fu Shui's disdainful glares. However, as the slightly delayed Mo Qian enters the villa, Fu Shui's demeanor shifts entirely. She beams at Mo Qian, embracing her warmly. The events surrounding Qin Junlang have already spread across the internet. Fu Shui retrieves her phone and types a message earnestly, Qian. Thank you for helping me once again.
A gentle smile graces Fu Shui's lips.
Yet Mo Qian's expression is somber, markedly different from her usual self. She gazes at Fu Shui and inquires slowly, have you left your protective talisman today? Mo Qian had sensed a malevolent energy surrounding the talisman earlier. The talisman she gifted Fu Shui is unique, having been imbued with the blessings of 17 ancestral masters, imbuing it with a spirit unlike any other.
Montag Qian,
having carried it since childhood, shares a bond with it that allows her to perceive when it is in grave danger. Fu Shui reminisced about her entire day of languor. Prior to today, the incident involving her unauthorized sketches remained unresolved, rendering her unable to return to work. Thus, she spent the entire day confined within her home. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone and typed a message, mentioning that she had taken a brief stroll in the yard that afternoon, with her talisman tucked in her pocket, rather than worn on her person. What's the matter, Mo Qian? Is something wrong?
Montag Qian inquired, somewhat puzzled,
as she failed to discern any anomaly in Fu Shui's demeanor. However, she could not mistake the palpable aura of menace surrounding them. Gently shaking her head, Mo Qian cautioned, Shui, you must keep your talisman close. Do not part with it.
Fu Shui nodded obediently.
Typically, she would carry her protective charm whenever she ventured out. Yet, having stayed at Su Rilon's residence these days, rarely stepping outside, she had let her guard down. Gu Bei grasped Fu Shui's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and then back again. This little woman never failed to cause concern. Fortunately, she was unharmed. The Gu family's children had faced numerous mishaps in the past. Upon learning of Fu Shui's pregnancy, all 5 of her brothers took turns ensuring her safety, fearful of any further incidents. They were all apprehensive, even worrying that their mother might not withstand another blow. Each time they had harbored great hopes, only to see them dissolve into desolation, with Su Rilon secretly wiping away tears countless times, grieving not only for her daughter-in-law but also for her grandchildren. Thankfully, Fu Shui was safe. Gu Bei glanced at little Mo Qian and playfully flicked her forehead. You can be quite frightening, you know. Mo Qian shot him a sideways glance. I'm staying here today. With that, she dashed to the doorway, quickly changing into her slippers, having rushed in earlier without even switching her shoes. Gu Bei observed her, clicking his tongue in frustration, pursing his lips as he prepared to plead with his mother once more. Ever since Fu Shui moved in, he had been visiting daily. Yet he was still ushered out by Su Rilon after a mere half-hour, not permitted to linger any longer. Glancing at Mo Qian, Gu Bei suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He leaned in towards Su Rilon, towering over her by a head, yet when speaking, he had to bend slightly to address her. Mom, Qian can stay, so I should be able to stay here too. She is my daughter, are you? Su Rilon shot him an exasperated look. You are but a mere figment of my creation. Is there any justice in this world? Can I sue my mother for child abuse? Gu Bei mused, though he only dared to think such thoughts and not voice them. Instead, he continued to plead politely, Mom, please let me stay here. If not in a room, at least on a sofa. As a mother-in-law, shouldn't you wish for your son and daughter-in-law to reconcile? I only need my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. As long as they are with me, I could live to be 100. You staying with me will only shorten my lifespan. Each word dripped with disdain for her son. Yet, in truth, Su Roland deeply yearned for her son and daughter-in-law to mend their differences. She longed for that day more than anyone else. However, she understood that if she forced her sixth son to stay, Fu Shui would inevitably leave. A forced fruit is not sweet. She knew that compelling Fu Shui to reconcile would only result in losing her daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Despite appearing to tend to flowers and read books at home, Su Roland was acutely aware of the situation. Gu Bei crossed his arms, discontentedly grimacing. The three women before him were far from easy to deal with. One was prone to violence at a disagreement, another would freeze him out with silence, and the last could effortlessly deliver cutting remarks. Gu Bei pondered how he might manage to remain at his mother's house without being expelled. Unexpectedly, before he could formulate a plan, Mo Qian spoke up, "Let the sixth brother stay today." Once she voiced her opinion, no one dared to contest it. Su Roland was merely taking advantage of the situation, while Fu Shui unconditionally trusted Mo Qian. As a result, Gu Bei was permitted to stay. His efforts over the past days eclipsed by a mere utterance from the little girl. During dinner, as Mo Qian fed the cat, Gu Bei deliberately sat beside her. Qian, thank you. Sixth brother will gift you a little golden Buddha tomorrow." The more he observed this little girl, the more he found her endearing. Whether it was the filter of being a sibling or simply becoming accustomed to her eccentricities, or perhaps out of sympathy for her difficult 20 years, he regarded her with the affectionate gaze of a father. Regrettably, his good intentions earned him a disdainful glare from Mo Qian. "I practice Taoism and believe in deities, not Buddhism." Gu Bei thought to himself how he had inadvertently flattered the wrong entity. In truth, Mo Qian was not aiding Gu Bei. She had sensed the menacing aura earlier and knew it had once existed. After learning that Aunt Zhang possessed a powerful artifact, she was no longer dismissive. The talisman could handle minor threats, but true artifacts from various sects were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. Mo Qian detested this sense of the unknown, as it left her feeling defeated. For the first time, she had little appetite, consuming only a bowl of rice that evening before retreating to her room to meditate, quietly listening to the sounds outside. Gu Bei, still without any advancement in his situation, pitifully settled for sleeping on the sofa. His tall frame cramped and curled on the couch. As the autumn night deepened, a chill filled the air, and the rustling wind brushed against the window. Gu Bei tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. At that moment, a sudden clattering sound echoed from upstairs, reminiscent of metal hitting the floor. This noise instantly shattered the tranquility of the night. Chapter 79. 3 days. I can only protect the baby for 3 days. Gu Bei sprang upright from the sofa. He hurriedly ascended the stairs, his initial instinct telling him that something had happened to Fu Shui. If it had been anyone else, they would have already screamed. But Fu Shui was unable to make a sound. He burst into Fu Shui's room, only to find the bedside lamp shattered on the floor. While Fu Shui lay frozen on the bed, the covers tossed aside, and a pool of blood stained the sheets beneath her. Gu Bei dashed across the room.
Reaching Fu Shui's bedside.
Shui, what's wrong? Fu Shui's complexion was grave, her trembling finger pointing toward her abdomen. Gu Bei immediately understood. Is your stomach hurting? Fu Shui struggled to articulate a response, her voice a mere whisper. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she clenched her fists, pounding the bed sheets. She had just fallen asleep when a sudden, excruciating pain gripped her abdomen, followed by a warm rush from below. Awakened abruptly, she turned on the lamp and looked down to see blood on the pink sheets. Common sense dictated she should not move recklessly. She hastily lay back down and tapped on the wall, but the sound was inadequate. Fearing she would go unnoticed, she toppled the metal lamp onto the floor in desperation. Gu Bei's heart raced as he gazed at the bloodstains on the sheets. Struggling to maintain some semblance of composure, he knew he needed to call for emergency assistance. In the adjacent room, Su Roland and Mo Qian rushed over. Upon seeing the blood on the bed, Su Roland felt her vision blur, nearly collapsing. She steadied herself against the dresser, gasping, Shui, are you alright? Mom will take you to the hospital. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Su Roland's frantic murmurs of reassurance belied her own panic as she fumbled about, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. How could it be so difficult to embrace a grandchild? What wrath had the Gu family incurred with the heavens, facing such trials each time? How much suffering had their daughter-in-law endured, and how unfortunate were the children? Su Roland trembled all over, her legs weak as she sat on the edge of the bed, heartbroken as she grasped Fu Shui's leg. Still standing at the doorway was Mo Qian, her expression devoid of emotion, maintaining her usual frigid demeanor. Yet, Her deep black eyes were fixated on the pool of blood on the bed, unblinking. The scent of death permeated the air. She sensed the presence of death. After a brief pause, Mo Qian turned and dashed back into the room, her movements swift, as though accelerated to double speed, a stark contrast to her usual languid pace. She quickly retrieved talisman paper from her bag, skillfully laying it out on the table. With pen and ink in hand, she made a few swift strokes on the talisman, then pricked her own index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall at its center. The blood blossomed instantly, resembling an ink-wash peony. Once she completed her drawing, she wasted no time and hurried back to Fu Shue's room. With her eyes tightly shut, she recited the incantation for life and death, and upon finishing, she tossed the talisman before Fu Shue's lower abdomen. The talisman shimmered momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Fu Shui gazed at Mo Qian with hopeful eyes, yearning to hear the resolute promises she had once made. She trusted Mo Qian. As long as she said everything would be all right, Fu Shui believed it without question. However, Mo Qian, receiving Fu Shui's pleading look, merely raised 3 fingers, indicating 3 days. This was all she could ensure. The moment the words left her lips, Fu Shui's tears burst forth like a dam breaking. Mo Qian would not lie. She had said only 3 days, and thus only 3 days remained. The children were her only kin. Why could they not arrive safely in this world? Fu Shui's tears fell uncontrollably. Gu Bei's eyes were bloodshot as he sat at the head of the bed, continuously wiping Fu Shui's tears. Swear, don't be afraid. The doctor will be here soon. They will surely save you, and the baby. Yes, swear, don't worry. The little ones are fine, and so are you. Please don't cry. If you do, it makes me want to cry even more. Su Roland exclaimed, weeping even harder than Fu Shui. She spoke of reassurance, yet her heart was already consumed by the worst fears. Time and again, she had been discouraged from harboring any hope. Her daughters-in-law were all so wonderful. It must be the misfortune of the Gu family that had caused each of them to lose their children. Su Roland felt both pained and guilty. For years she had devoted herself to piety, yet she could not protect her children. Who could save her family? The Gu family's private medical team arrived within 19 minutes, and Fu Shui was swiftly transported to the hospital. She was taken into the emergency room while the others waited outside. At this moment, Mo Qian resembled a doll with a cold visage, remaining silent and still, enveloped in an aura of chilling pressure. The Gu family, upon receiving the news, rushed over. Previously, the Gu brothers had arranged for over a dozen elite bodyguards for their mother, yet an accident had still occurred without Fu Shui even leaving the yard. Infuriatingly, the Gu family was still unaware of what had transpired. It was as though they were being trampled upon. Each Gu brother wore an expression that could freeze the air. Upon seeing them arrive, Mo Qian did not greet them. She thrust the protective talisman she had taken from Fu Shui's bedside into Gu Bei's hand, instructing, when Fu Shui comes out, give this to her. With that, she turned on her heel and left. It was nearly midnight. Gu Bei grasped her arm. Where are you going? To find someone, Mo Qian coldly replied. At this hour, where will you find anyone? Gu Bei refused to release her, insisting. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. He believed Mo Qian felt responsible for the talisman not protecting Fu Shui. He feared the young girl would shoulder the blame alone. However, he was entirely mistaken. Mo Qian had never harbored such feelings of guilt. She practiced the arts, but she was not a deity. She could not determine life and death. Yet, uncovering how Fu Shui had been harmed might lead to solutions. Mo Qian shrugged off Gu Bei's hand, refusing to waste more words, and strode towards the door. After all, if someone had provoked her anger, they should not expect to live peacefully. The Gu family felt uneasy. This girl was reckless and defiant. If she encountered a formidable opponent, she would have nowhere to turn for solace. Ultimately, they sent Gu Shouting to follow her, as he was the only one whose words she might heed. Gu Shouting caught up with Mo Qian, adhering to her directives, and they returned to Su Roland's home. Mo Qian exited the car and immediately ran back inside, retrieving Xiao He and bringing it to the yard. The previous day, Fu Shui had mentioned that only while walking in the yard could she forget to bring the talisman. She had spent many days at Su Roland's, never stepping outside the gates, and with bodyguards surrounding her. The tranquility of her daily life had lulled her into complacency. Thus, when she dressed to take a stroll yesterday, she had forgotten about the talisman. Mo Qian placed Xiao He on the ground, instructing, Aunt Xiao He, go find out if anything is amiss. Xiao He wobbled, aware of its slow pace, and flopped down, rolling around the yard in search. Mo Qian followed it around the courtyard as Xiao He rolled about. It rolled for a good part of the yard until it reached a patch of vegetables planted by Su Rolan. Suddenly, it leaped into the patch, trampling the spinach leaves with its paws, leaving several claw marks behind. Mo Qian knelt down and asked, "Is it here?"
Meow.
Xiao He let out a sharp cry, answering her question. Chapter 80. Searching for the Poisoner. Mo Qian was unfamiliar with poison. She plucked a spinach leaf and sniffed it but detected nothing. Though Gu Shouting could not comprehend, he donned gloves and collected 2 spinach plants, placing them into a sample bag to await analysis at the police station. Mo Qian wandered around the garden. She did not believe Fu Shui had ingested something toxic. In truth, Mo Qian despised thinking too hard, but when fueled by hatred, her mind could become quite active. After pondering for a while, she exited the yard and moved to the outside of the villa's wall. She found the corresponding location of the vegetable patch, gesturing to Gu Shouting, "Search thoroughly here to see if anyone has come." Gu Shouting, who usually delegated such tasks at the police station, now had no choice but to follow her instructions. Based on past experiences, the only one who could save Fu Shui's child was Mo Qian. He sighed, activated the flashlight on his phone, and began searching the base of the wall. Soon, he discovered that the soil here had indeed been trampled and intentionally wiped clean. Gu Shouting circled the area, finally finding half of a footprint that had not been completely smoothed over. Though small, it was still a potential clue.
Montag Qian.
While searching for the lost item and calculating the location required certain information to proceed. The more data she had, the quicker and more accurately she could deduce. However, deducing based on a quarter of a footprint made the task exponentially more difficult. Under normal circumstances, she would never exert her mental faculties over such a matter. But today was different. This person had dared to bully her and her sister-in-law. Even if they were buried underground, Mo Qian would unearth them. Mo Qian calmed herself and sat down beside the flower bed outside the villa, crossing her legs in meditation. She clasped her hands in a gesture of divination, invoking the celestial stems and earthly branches, the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements, alongside the yin-yang dualities of the divining mirror of heaven and earth. She summoned every conceivable method of calculation, as if drawing upon a lifetime of learning. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Mo Qian slowly opened her eyes. Without uttering a word, she rose and cradled the small black cat in her arms, proceeding down the main road. Her petite silhouette blended into the dim, golden glow of the streetlights, yet exuded an aura of chilling winds. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Gu Shouting, following her lead, navigated through the twists and turns until they arrived at a bar. This establishment was rumored to be the most chaotic in the bustling metropolis of Shangjing. It offered everything one desired, and gradually instigated cravings for what one did not. At this hour, the bar remained brightly lit, pulsating with the thumping beats of music. Mo Qian had never visited such a place before. This was her first time. Without waiting for Gu Shouting, she entered the bar with determination. Her arrival immediately captured the attention of other patrons. The bar was filled with inebriated revelers, and upon seeing such a beautiful young lady enter, the men's eyes gleamed with interest. At that moment, a rotund man in a floral shirt approached, flanked by several swaying drunks. He extended a glass of liquor to Mo Qian and said, "Little girl, are you here to have some fun? Here, let me toast you with a drink."
We are acquainted now.
Mo Qian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "I have no desire to know you." With that, she sidestepped the man and continued deeper into the bar. "Hey, little girl, you refuse a toast but accept a penalty drink? Our brother Yu is honoring you with a drink. You have no right to decline." One of the drunken revelers lunged to grab Mo Qian's hand, but she evaded him swiftly, sending him stumbling aside. The man called you let out a lewd chuckle. "Drink up, little girl, or I'll make you drink." He raised a glass, pressing it directly to her lips. "Drink, hurry up, or we could share a drink together." The surrounding crowd erupted in raucous cheers, bouncing and jumping in a drunken frenzy. This group was oblivious to the fact that they had ignited a powder keg. Under normal circumstances, Mo Qian would have ignored them and walked away, but feeling particularly irritable that day, she decided to indulge their foolishness. With an expression of indifference, she surveyed the crowd, then deftly retrieved a small vial from her bag, casually scattering a powder around her. The intoxicated men paid no heed to the substance.
Mere moments later.
They all transformed into monkeys, scratching themselves furiously as they writhed in discomfort. "What is happening? I'm so itchy. What is this? It's autumn, and there are still mosquitoes? Call your boss and have him deal with them. Why is it so itchy everywhere?"
Help.
This is driving me insane." The crowd wailed in distress, their exposed skin bloodied from scratching. Mo Qian regarded them with disdain, then turned to venture further into the depths of the bar. As she departed, onlookers fixated on her retreating figure, and someone suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that the seventh Miss the Gu family retrieved? Really?"
It truly is.
Gu shouting. Upon entering the bar, found himself surrounded by a throng of men and women. Communicating with drunken patrons was utterly futile. After considerable effort, he managed to break free from the crowd, but by then, Mo Qian's figure had vanished from sight. A sense of dread gripped Gu shouting. This place was rife with chaos, and for a young girl like Mo Qian to step inside was akin to a lamb entering a lion's den. He pushed through the throngs, searching for her. However, upon witnessing a group of men scratching their faces, necks, and chests until they bled, he felt a small measure of relief. Who asked the lamb? That's a matter of relativity. Mo Qian successfully navigated into the private room area of the bar. She held her small black companion, instructing it to sniff each door. Finally, in the seventh room on the right side of the corridor, her feline friend meowed twice. Without an ounce of courtesy, Mo Qian approached, wearing a stern expression, and pushed the door open without knocking. Inside sat 3 men and 2 women, who paused momentarily before erupting into various lewd chuckles. The man at the center, picking at his teeth with a toothpick, brazenly scrutinized Mo Qian from head to toe. He then patted the voluptuous woman beside him. "Where did your boss find such a gem?"
Why didn't you tell me?
The woman, resembling a boneless creature, leaned against the man. "Pango, am I not serving you well?" The man grinned wickedly, patting the woman's thigh. "Well, wouldn't it be even more delightful with an additional beauty? This girl is so young. She must still be a virgin. Have your boss quote a price. I'll take her tonight." His laughter was laced with obscenity. Coldness radiated from Mo Qian's deep-set eyes as she regarded the man with disdain. "If you wish to indulge, I shall grant you that opportunity." Chapter 81. Offended the lady for the sake of lust. Gu shouting finally maneuvered through the crowd, catching up with her. Upon entering the private room, his eyes nearly went blind. He beheld 2 men and 2 women huddled on one side, while a heavily tattooed man sprawled on the sofa. Resembly the girl hurled a piece of paper at his face, and thus he found himself in this predicament. Brother Feng felt a mixture of pain and humiliation. With such intensity, he feared that his very skin would wear away. "Please, my dear lady, spare me. What is it that you seek?" he lamented, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of any semblance of a dignified elder brother. Seeing his capitulation, Mo Qian approached him with an inscrutable expression. She kicked his leg and demanded, "What kind of drug did you administer to Fu Shui? Hand over the drug and the antidote."
I
don't know what you're talking about," Brother Feng stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "I don't know Fu Shui, and I certainly haven't drugged her. Who would even know what kind of drug it is?" He feigned ignorance, for although he was in pain, he was not foolish enough to divulge any information. Mo Qian remained silent, her dark eyes fixed upon him with an unwavering intensity. After a prolonged moment, she emitted a cold, emotionless laugh, not willing to speak. "Very well," she said, her tone inexplicably light, chilling him to the bone. Brother Feng was unnerved by her demeanor, yet he stubbornly refused to relent. Just then, the door to the private room was flung open once more. 5 disheveled men, their faces marred by scratches and bruises, rushed in and, upon seeing Mo Qian, immediately knelt before her. "Please, my lady, spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs," they cried, pounding their heads against the floor in desperation. These men, seasoned ruffians for decades, had never encountered such formidable resistance. They were merely seeking pleasure, yet here they were, fearing for their lives. Brother Feng watched in horror as he slid off the sofa and onto the floor. "Brother you?" The man leading the group turned to see Brother Feng. In that moment, neither of the 2 elder brothers exhibited any semblance of their former authority. They resembled 2 wretched souls lamenting their fates together. Yet, even as they wept, Brother Feng could not help but continue his futile posturing, as if he were a perpetual motion machine incapable of stopping. After a few sobs, the 2 turned back to plead with Mo Qian. "My lady, please, set forth your terms. We can pay." Mo Qian, cradling her little black cat, perched herself upon a small stool and addressed Brother Yu. "I posed a question, yet he refuses to respond." At this, Brother Yu slapped Brother Feng on the head. "The ship of friendship has capsized. My lady has inquired, and you dare remain silent? Speak quickly, lest you provoke her ire.
I.
Brother Feng stuttered, at a loss for words. Brother, you struck him again. Are you willing to forfeit that which is dear to you? Do you intend to keep my lady waiting? Upon hearing this, Brother Feng instinctively shielded himself and exclaimed, All right, I will speak. This was a matter of life and death. After all, in the grand scheme, his lower self was far more significant than his pride. He hastily revealed, My boss gave me a packet of powder, instructing me to disperse it within 10 meters of Fu Shui, ensuring she inhaled it. That is all I did. What more do you want? Mo Qian shot him a chilling glare, causing Brother Feng to shrink back. With a stern expression, she extended her hand, demanding, The powder, give it to me. It is gone. I returned the remainder to my boss. And where is your boss? I do not know. He always finds us, and has never disclosed his whereabouts. Mo Qian's frustration ignited a fire within her. Brother Yu quickly discerned the change in her demeanor and turned to Brother Feng, delivering 2 swift punches to his head. What else do you know? Speak quickly. Do not make my lady inquire further. Brother Feng's head rang from the blows. But this time he spilled everything he knew about his boss, though he failed to mention the boss's location. Mo Qian, growing impatient with his ramblings, stood abruptly, causing the stool to tumble over, sending those kneeling on the floor into a tremor of fear. Brother Yu cautiously asked, My lady, when will you release us? Soon.
Monta Qian replied nonchalantly.
She clutched her little black cat and turned to leave, but paused to add, If I am ever unhappy again, I shall seek you out for amusement. Brother Feng and Brother Yu protested, My lady, we do not wish to entertain you. Gu Shouting had arranged for the police to apprehend the culprits. The tattooed man was implicated in the poisoning. Once the substance was identified, he could be incriminated. Gu Shouting first returned Mo Qian home before heading to the police station for an overnight interrogation of the tattooed man. This individual, upon arrival at the precinct, could hardly contain himself, though his antics had significantly lessened. In matters of interrogation, Gu Shouting possessed far more experience than Mo Qian. He guided Brother Feng to recall details about his boss, searching for critical information within those fragments. Eventually, he pinpointed the vehicle his boss had used the previous day. Gu Shouting swiftly dispatched personnel to track the car's license plate. Having exhausted his inquiries, he stood to leave when Brother Feng suddenly called out, Officer. After glancing around, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Is it possible to report that girl? Gu Shouting regarded him with a sidelong glance and nodded slightly. If you have evidence, you may apprehend her. Evidence? What could I possibly use as evidence? For instance, how did she coerce you into such reckless behavior? Gu Shouting's tone carried a hint of mockery. Brother Feng grimaced. Where would I even find such evidence? Gu Shouting shrugged nonchalantly. The police solve cases through scientific means. Matters of the occult are not our concern. It would be prudent to settle this privately. Privately? That would be akin to death, Brother Feng muttered. Chapter 82. The 6th lady of the Gu family has been discharged from the hospital. Gu Shouting tracked down the vehicle and, based on its route, finally located his boss. Undoubtedly, his boss was Zhang Xiao. Even without Brother Feng's confession, Gu Shouting realized that Zhang Ying was the mastermind. However, he remained ignorant of the reasons behind Zhang Ying's deep-seated animosity towards the Gu family. As Gu Shouting drove away from the precinct to pick up Mo Qian, he recognized his limitations. Zhang Ying was not someone he could apprehend. It was better to acknowledge his own capabilities than to wander aimlessly. Upon entering the car, Mo Qian noticed the prominent dark circles under Gu Shouting's eyes, which seemed to have reached national treasure status. She rummaged through her bag, producing a small porcelain vial from which she extracted a tiny brown pill, offering it to Gu Shouting. Here, this will clear your mind. Gu Shouting glanced at the pill. Though it was not perfectly round, it appeared to be a legitimate medicine. He had no reason to doubt it and swallowed it without hesitation. To his surprise, mere minutes later, the pill proved remarkably effective, dispelling the fogginess from his mind. Casually, Gu Shouting inquired, Qian, have you studied medicine? He recalled that the 6th brother had mentioned that Qiao He's leg was healed by Mo Qian, despite the Qiao family having consulted numerous esteemed physicians without success. By comparison, Mo Qian seemed almost divine. Mo Qian secured the vial and returned it to her bag, shaking her head. I have not studied medicine. Then, how did you create this remedy? Gu Shouting questioned, perplexed. I calculated it, Mo Qian replied. Gu Shouting felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he had swallowed poison. Yet, Mo Qian remained oblivious to his discomfort. She continued to introduce the various bottles and jars in her pocket. Whatever medicine I desired, I would write it down, calculate the direction, and determine which herbs to seek, specifying how many of each were required. Initially, this concoction was intended for the small creatures of the mountain, but later my master praised my skills, and it was deemed suitable for human consumption. As she spoke, she shook the medicine bottle she had just given to Gu, shouting, "For instance, if you were to consume this, I would ascertain the need for toad ingredients. However, my teachings prohibit the taking of life. Thus, I would chase after toads on the mountain each day until one was ultimately crushed by Aunt Heihua. It consumed the head and body while I plucked off its forelegs." Gu, shouting, felt a wave of nausea rise from his stomach. Abruptly, he pulled the car over to the roadside, leaped out, and bent over to retch. Mo Qian watched him from the vehicle, perplexed, unable to comprehend his actions. After a considerable time, Gu, shouting, finally returned to the car. He pressed on the medicine bottle in Mo Qian's hand, instructing her to stow it away, emphasizing that her medicine was too precious and must not be shared with others. With that, he pressed down on the accelerator and sped off. He would rather wrestle a wild boar than exchange another word with that girl. The two of them arrived at a modest villa on the outskirts of the city. Though referred to as a villa, it was merely a rudimentary two-story self-constructed house, encircled by a small yard. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu, shouting, without a search warrant, could not force his way in. Just as he was about to knock, he was halted by Mo Qian. Tilting her head, she inquired if he feared she would flee. Gu, shouting, shrugged, asserting that as a law enforcement officer, he must adhere to the law and cannot act unlawfully. He insisted on proceeding by the book and refraining from any unauthorized entry. Unfazed by his words, Mo Qian produced a talisman and slipped through the gate into the yard. She called back to Gu, shouting, stating he need not enter, as it would be of no use. Gu, shouting, felt as though he had been slapped in the face. A blatant insult. He circled the yard twice, anxious that Zhang Ying might escape from another route, hoping for an opportunity to intercept her. However, Mo Qian soon emerged from the villa, shaking her head at Gu, shouting, indicating that Zhang Ying was no longer there. She had moved out, taking everything with her. Gu, shouting's expression darkened, realizing that someone must have alerted her about Feng Ji's capture. Mo Qian, puffing her cheeks, appeared somewhat perplexed. As if encountering a problem for the first time, both siblings felt a sense of despondency. Yet, after a brief moment, Gu, shouting, adjusted his glasses, his keen eyes glinting with insight. He turned to Mo Qian and asked, Qian, are you certain that the safety talisman can protect Fu Shui? Absolutely. Mo Qian responded without hesitation. If it were any other talisman, it might withstand a single calamity before becoming ineffective. However, Fu Shui's talisman has been consecrated by our 17th generation ancestor. It is guaranteed to repel malevolent spirits and avert disasters. Receiving her affirmative, Gu, shouting, articulated his thoughts. What if we allow Fu Shui to be discharged from the hospital? We could inform Zhang Ying that the child has been saved. Mo Qian immediately grasped her brother's intention. A smile broke across her face as she gave Gu, shouting, a thumbs up. Second brother, you are the wisest among fools. Gu, shouting, mused that if this girl were to visit the underworld, she would likely infuriate the king of hell to the point of resurrection. As evening fell, a procession of luxury cars arrived at the Jinghua private hospital. The brothers of the Gu family had come to escort their sister-in-law home. Word had spread that the sixth young madam was pregnant, and although she had experienced some complications the previous day, thankfully, the situation was not dire, and the doctor advised her to rest and nurture the pregnancy at home. With so many sons in the Gu family, yet no grandsons, the arrival of a child was of paramount importance, akin to a royal inheritance. Thus, the occasion warranted significant commotion. The convoy of over a dozen vehicles resembled a wedding procession. Additionally, someone managed to capture a photograph of Fu Shui exiting the hospital and entering a car. Though her complexion appeared pale, she wore a gentle expression, with lowered brows and a faint smile, suggesting her spirits were relatively high. Beside her stood the genuine daughter of the Gu family, clad in a bright pink knitted sweater and emerald wide-leg trousers, topped off with a beanie that seemed mismatched. Yet, her proud demeanor suggested she was flaunting something. The online spectators were baffled, but some grew envious. This news felt like a festering sore in their hearts, impossible to ignore. In the dead of night, a mysterious figure appeared in the corridor of the second floor of the Gu residence. She surveyed her surroundings, glancing at the 5 doors lining the hall, biting her lip. In the past, she had deceived Gu Xiangwei into accompanying her, thus knowing who resided in each room. But now, she could no longer contact Gu Xiangwei. Otherwise, this piece on the chessboard would become utterly useless, irretrievable in the future. Zhang Ying had no choice but to rely on the methods her master had taught her, calculating the possible rooms where Fu Shui might be. However, lacking her master's abilities, her efforts felt fruitless, as every room seemed equally probable. Reluctantly, she decided to try each one in succession. She leaned against the first door, retrieving a straw from her pocket, pouring powder into it, and then inserting the straw into the gap of the door. Zhang Ying, with her rear in the air, began to blow the powder inside, but just as she took a breath, a sudden chill rushed into her neck. Startled, she turned her head, scanning the darkness for the source of the eerie wind. Yet, the corridor was empty, devoid of any presence. Zhang Ying scoffed and turned back, continuing to blow the medicine into the room. However, before she could finish, all the lights in the corridor flickered on, momentarily dazzling her vision. Instinctively, Zhang Ying shut her eyes, only to realize that the small bottle containing the powder had vanished from her hand, leaving her with nothing but the straw clutched in her mouth. "You dare attempt poisoning without even locating your target?" A mocking voice echoed. Zhang Ying opened her eyes to find the insufferable girl standing before her, accompanied by 4 others: Madame Gu, the 2nd young master, the 6th young master, and the 6th young madam. Zhang Ying let out a derisive laugh as she got to her feet, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. "So, it was all an act orchestrated by you this afternoon? You went to such lengths to lure me in? What good does it do you when you lack the means to capture me? I demand the antidote." Mo Qian extended her hand toward her.
Ha!
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying's face was filled with scorn. "I truly thought you possessed some grand abilities capable of curing all ailments, but it seems you lack the power to save anyone." Having seen the news of Fu Shui's discharge that afternoon, Zhang Ying was genuinely alarmed. The soul-biting powder concocted by her master had no antidote. It was specifically designed for the spirits of infants. Once the mother inhaled even a single breath, the fetus would perish within 3 days. The more she inhaled, the quicker the demise. Zhang Ying glanced at the powder bottle in Mo Qian's hand. "You wish to receive the antidote? You'd better kneel and beg me for it." Zhang Ying deliberately sought to humiliate Mo Qian. Just days prior, she had caused her to injure her forehead at the Gu residence. The wound had yet to heal, and she could not let this debt go unpunished. Mo Qian, upon hearing this, tightened her grip on the bottle. It was not that she could not produce the antidote. It was simply that time was not on her side. If she were to take months to create it, the babies would be long gone. Mo Qian met Zhang Ying's gaze, surprisingly willing to negotiate. "Give me the antidote, and I will let you go." As soon as she uttered those words, her response was met with raucous laughter. Zhang Ying laughed uncontrollably. "You think you can let me go? What an absurd jest it is. The 2nd young master had previously declared that I would never escape again, yet here I am, free to go wherever my heart desires. With your meager abilities, you dare to apprehend me?"
Dream on.
Her words dripped with derision, completely dismissing the presence of those before her. She was acutely aware that she possessed a divine artifact, the Qian Kuan net from the Valley of Sorcerers, a treasure that had remained unsolvable for centuries. Who, among these mere mortals, had the audacity to believe they could capture her? Zhang Ying remained utterly unperturbed, even taking her time to relish the spectacle of the Gu family's embarrassment. The expressions on their faces were grim. They had cohabited under the same roof with Zhang Ying for nearly 2 decades. Who could have imagined that a ravenous wolf lurked so close? Su Roland stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Zhang Ying. "Sister Zhang, what grievance do we, the Gu family, hold against you that prompts such cruelty towards us? State your demands, whether it be wealth or anything else. I shall acquiesce, provided you spare my daughter-in-law and her 2 children." Zhang Ying chuckled lightly. "Madam, you do me an injustice. I have never harmed anyone. This is merely a bottle of flour. What poison could it possibly contain?" Of course, she would not disclose that her true desire was the entirety of the Gu family. Her mockery provoked Gu Bei, whose veins bulged with rage. He clenched his fists and advanced towards the wolf cloaked in sheepskin. However, Gu Xiaoding swiftly intervened, shaking his head to signal him to remain calm. The Gu family dared not act recklessly, all eyes fixed on Mo Qian, awaiting her next move. Yet, Mo Qian maintained her icy demeanor. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Ying and reiterated, "Hand over the antidote, and I will allow you to depart. If you linger any longer, you shall lose your chance."
Ha!
7th Miss, do you truly believe I cannot escape without your permission? Zhang Ying's face was a mask of scorn. She brandished her Qian Kuan net, a sardonic smile curling her lips. "Allow me to demonstrate the might of this divine artifact once more." With that, Zhang Ying cast her net into the air once again. Yet this time, the lights did not extinguish. Faster than her, a talisman from Mo Qian soared through the air. The dark red talisman, imbued with a potent scent of blood, hurtled towards Zhang Ying at an imperceptible speed. Zhang Ying was taken aback, attempting to evade it. However, she could not outpace Mo Qian's talisman. Before she could even turn, the talisman descended upon her head. In an instant, it transformed into a deluge of dark red blood, cascading down upon Zhang Ying. The stench enveloped her, rendering her immobile. Drenched from head to toe in the foul liquid, too nauseated to utter a word. The events transpired with blinding speed. As the blood shower concluded, Zhang Ying's net, which she had thrown into the air, finally descended, as if it had slowed in time, covering her blood-soaked form. Yet this time, the net merely ensnared Zhang Ying without the power to facilitate her escape. Zhang Ying could hardly fathom that Mo Qian had devised a countermeasure against the Qian Kuan net. Panic set in as she struggled to free herself from the net, yelling at Mo Qian, "What is this? Release me. I have done nothing wrong. On what grounds do you detain me?" The confidence she had displayed earlier vanished entirely, leaving her to bark like a rabid dog. Mo Qian cast her a sidelong glance. "I offered you an opportunity. It was you who turned it down. This is a concoction I personally prepared for you. Blood soup, mixed with adhesive glue, soul-destroying pills, and a beast possession talisman. Your Qian Kuan net now recognizes you as a mere dog. What divine artifact! It is nothing but a foolish net." Zhang Ying's fury reached a boiling point, her scalp prickling as her vision turned crimson, obscured by the blood. Mo Qian pinched her nose and stepped forward, delicately grasping the net on Zhang Ying, careful not to touch a single drop of blood. Fortunately, the divine artifact was indeed divine. Not a drop of blood clung to it as Mo Qian removed the net. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ying let out a piercing scream. "Do not touch my Qian Kuan net." Mo Qian tilted her head in bemusement. "Yours? How presumptuous. This is clearly mine." You. Zhang Ying stammered, her fury causing her tongue to trip. This wretched girl had just claimed it was a worthless net, yet now sought to claim it as her own. Truly insufferable. Zhang Ying struggled to reclaim her Qian Kuan net, shouting, "Return it. It belongs to me." Mo Qian barely avoided the blood she flung in her direction, promptly casting another talisman to immobilize Zhang Ying. "Where does it say this is yours?" "There is no name inscribed upon it," Mo Qian remarked casually. As she spoke, she produced a pen from her pocket and inscribed 2 large characters on the side of the net, Mo Qian. She deliberately held it up for Zhang Ying to see. "Behold, it is mine now." With that, she tucked the Qian Kuan net into her own pocket. Zhang Ying's rage threatened to consume her. This was the divine artifact of the Valley of Sorcerers. Should she allow it to be lost, she would be branded a sinner in her sect. How could she face her master? Lowering her tone, she implored, "What must I do for you to return it to me?" Chapter 84. Without the antidote, the child is doomed. Mo Qian glanced down at the Qian Kuan net nestled within her pocket. Now that it was in her possession, did she expect to have it returned? However, despite her reluctance, there were matters of greater concern. She regarded Zhang Ying and tossed her 2 words, "Antidote." Upon hearing this, the bloodied visage of Zhang Ying reflected her panic. "That thing has no antidote. Where am I to procure one for you? The soul devouring has already taken place. How can it be restored? Furthermore, if the Valley of Sorcerers intended to harm someone, would they leave a path of retreat?"
Yet.
Zhang Ying had yet to grasp the peril she faced. She had made the gravest mistake by revealing her trump card. Upon hearing the words "no antidote," Mo Qian's gaze lifted slowly, her dark eyes resembling a chilling abyss that instilled dread. She fixed her unwavering stare upon Zhang Ying, causing her to feel unnerved. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Ying stammered, her voice quivering. Mo Qian twirled the ring on her finger and spoke softly, "If the child cannot be saved, I shall ensure you accompany them to the heavens. Though I cannot take a life, you are free to do so." Mo Qian's voice, pure and ethereal, echoed in the night like a haunting specter, sending chills down Zhang Ying's spine. "Murder is a crime," she protested. I can find a way. Release me first, and I shall consult my master." This time, Mo Qian did not acknowledge her. She extracted a piece of aged yellow talisman paper from her sleeve, its edges worn and frayed. Holding the talisman before her, Mo Qian murmured a few incantations before casting it towards Zhang Ying. There was no escape for Zhang Ying. The talisman surged towards her forehead, piercing through like a blade, invading her body. In that instant, darkness engulfed her vision. When she opened her eyes again, she screamed in terror, "A ghost! A ghost!" Gu shouted for the police to apprehend her. In the dead of night, she had intruded into a private residence, attempting to drug and harm others, with ample evidence against her. Covered in blood, Zhang Ying screamed frantically that there were ghosts. Arrest the ghosts. But who would believe her frantic claims? As the lights illuminated the room, she stood alone as the only one seeing apparitions. Who would take her word for it? Yet, her heart-wrenching cries did not sound feigned. This was, of course, the result of Mo Qian's soul-calling talisman. This talisman, an heirloom from her master's master, had the power to summon the souls of those harmed by evil and to retaliate against the malevolent. The moment it entered her body, the consequences were irreversible. Evil beings, day in and day out, are perpetually haunted by the restless spirits of those they have slain, demanding retribution with every blink of the eye. Even the strongest of hearts may ultimately be rendered lifeless by sheer terror. Yet, this talisman proves effective solely against the wicked, when applied to the virtuous. It is no more than a piece of tissue paper. After Zhang Ying was taken away, a profound stillness enveloped the household, infused with a palpable sorrow, as if the very air carried the weight of grief. Although Zhang Ying had been apprehended, the realization dawned upon everyone that there truly was no antidote, a grim declaration akin to announcing the demise of an unborn child. The expressions of the onlookers mirrored the tempestuous skies before a storm, shrouded in ominous clouds and an air of despair. In stark contrast, Fu Shui bore the most tranquil demeanor, mustering a faint smile before retreating to her chamber, her silhouette resembling that of a marionette, silent, unscathed, and devoid of emotion. Merely a vessel from which the soul had long since departed. Mo Qian bit her lip, momentarily stunned, before following her into the room. Upon entering, she found Fu Shui lying serenely on the bed, her hands resting gently on her abdomen. Fu Shui was a pitiful soul, orphaned at the tender age of 7. She was taken in by an elderly neighbor who raised her as their own. After their demise, she found herself bereft of kin, and it was only 2 years prior, following a tragic accident that robbed her of her voice, that Gu Bei felt compelled to marry her, thus granting her a semblance of family once more.
Yet now,
that very family was slipping away, along with the 2 precious lives she was meant to nurture. With her raven hair splayed across the bed, her porcelain face fixated aimlessly on the ceiling, she exuded an ethereal beauty, yet was shrouded in an aura of death. Mo Qian stood at her bedside, her expression inscrutable as she gazed upon her. When Fu Shui finally regained her senses and met Mo Qian's eyes, she managed to force a sorrowful smile and grasped her hand. Pulling Mo Qian down beside her, Fu Shui retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow and typed furiously, "Little Mo Qian, thank you. Perhaps it is fated that I have no destiny with the children. Do not blame yourself. Without you, I would have perished long ago. Both I and the children are profoundly grateful to you. Yet, they may never have the chance to call you auntie." As she finished typing, tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking into her pillow. Mo Qian remained silent, diligently reading each word. After absorbing the message, she stared at Fu Shui for an extended moment before turning away and exiting the room. Fu Shui watched her retreating figure, gently caressing her abdomen, silently conveying to her unborn children that their aunt was also deeply saddened. Once Mo Qian departed, Gu Bei entered the room. He beheld the small woman lying alone in the center of the large bed, his heart shattered as if struck by a hammer. Upon seeing him, Fu Shui once again reached for her phone. Sniffling, she typed a message and held it up for Gu Bei to see. "Gu Bei, let us divorce. Regardless of whether the children remain, we should part ways." Upon reading those stark black letters, Gu Bei clenched his fists in anguish, turning his head away, his eyes ablaze with unshed tears. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, each fragment wrapped in a sugary poison that offered a fleeting sweetness before plunging into an abyss of sorrow. Fu Shui had once been an antique restorer employed by his auction house, their relationship strictly professional. Gu Bei was acutely aware of her feelings for him, yet had never taken them to heart, complacently basking in her affection. 2 years ago, urged by his mother to seek a suitable match, he had called upon Fu Shui to pose as his girlfriend for a family dinner. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous meal would result in her losing her voice, rendering her mute thereafter. Out of pity, he had felt compelled to marry her. Yet he had always harbored suspicions that it was a ruse of her own design. You cannot trap a wolf with a mere lamb. He had become the prey in her game. Throughout their 2 years together, he had never treated her particularly well, but now, as everything reverted to the starting point, his heart felt as if pierced by 100 needles, each breath becoming a torment. With the children gone, he felt he could no longer hold on to his beloved Schwerer. Tears streamed down his face, unrestrained, as he clenched his fists until his nails nearly pierced his skin, forcing out a single word through gritted teeth: fine. Chapter 85. The 17th generation ancestor engages in battle. After Zhang Ying was taken away by the police, Mo Qian confined herself to her room, ruminating from midnight until noon. Her desk was strewn with talisman papers, brushes, ink, and various vials of medicinal powders, while the floor was littered with a chaotic array of crumpled talisman scraps. Mo Qian had never placed much weight on life and death. When it was time to live, one lived. When it was time to die, one died. Fate was predetermined. Even if someone suffered at the hands of evildoers, it was merely their karmic retribution, unrelated to her. The only person she wished to retain was her master, yet when he declared it was time for him to depart, she had acquiesced. At that moment, for the first time, Mo Qian felt an unwavering desire to save the two babies. With one hand propping her chin, she aimlessly leafed through the ancient texts of the Taoist temple. This small booklet had been passed down through generations and had long since worn thin. Mo Qian could recall every word on each page with clarity. Their placement was indelibly etched in her memory. Yet, she remained undeterred, searching for any mention of methods to contest the king of hell for the souls of the departed. At noon, Su Rulon came to summon Mo Qian for lunch. The little girl had not eaten that morning, having only taken her black cat downstairs for breakfast. As Su Rulon entered, she stepped on one of the crumpled paper balls on the floor. Picking it up and seeing the incomprehensible scribbles, her heart ached. She approached Mo Qian, tenderly stroking her head. Qian, do not be disheartened. Thankfully, Sister Shui is safe. Though the babies are gone, they will come again. Su Rulon attempted to console Mo Qian, yet every word pierced her own heart. Deep down, she understood that the children were irretrievably lost, and that Lu and Shui's story had reached its conclusion. Mo Qian paid her mother no mind, continuing her scribbles. Su Rulon, feeling despondent, sat in silence, lamenting the 6 troublesome sons she had birthed. Anger simmered within her as she pondered how none of them could retain their wives, not a single one providing her peace of mind. At least she had her precious daughter. Glancing at her remaining little girl, she observed Mo Qian with one talisman in her left hand, another in her right, and yet another affixed to her forehead. In that moment, Su Rulon felt a chill wash over her. The 6 brothers had departed, and now, this little 7th child posed her own set of challenges regarding marriage. As evening approached, Fu Shui made the decision to terminate her pregnancy. In fact, she had already been unable to hear the fetal heartbeat upon her discharge from the hospital the previous day. The doctor had urged her to undergo surgery immediately, yet Fu Shui had clung to the hope of a miracle, delaying as long as she could. But the increasing pain in her abdomen was a clarion call, and she recognized that she could wait no longer. The family doctor arrived with an ambulance to take Fu Shui to the hospital. This time, Mo Qian did not accompany her. She stood in the courtyard, watching the ambulance depart. Fu Shui waved to her through the car window, soon vanishing around the corner. Mo Qian's senses were acutely attuned. She had already sensed the gradual fading of the 2 remnants of the Gu family lineage. Standing in the courtyard for an extended period, she suddenly dashed into the house, calling out to Uncle Chun, the driver, "Take me to the Chiao family." Upon receiving his orders, Uncle Chun promptly made his way to the courtyard to start the vehicle. Once Mo Qian was seated, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards the Chiao residence. As Mo Qian entered the Chiao family estate, it was akin to a cold wind sweeping through. The servants were startled, having never witnessed Miss Mo Qian in such a fierce demeanor. The hour was late. Not typically when Mo Qian would come to pay her respects. Yet, none dared to impede her. After all, the young master had decreed that Miss Mo Qian could come at any time and do as she pleased. Who among them would be foolish enough to stand in her way? Oblivious to the servants' astonished expressions, Mo Qian made her way directly to the ancestral hall. Her purpose for visiting today was to seek counsel from the revered ancestors, hoping they might illuminate her path. She first offered 3 incense sticks to the ancestors and then placed a blank talisman paper, along with red cinnabar and a brush, upon the table. With everything prepared, she knelt on the prayer mat and earnestly bowed before the ancestral spirits. "O 17th generation ancestor, I, your disciple Mo Qian, beseech you for guidance. Please reveal to me the means to save the lives of my unborn nephews. I cannot bear the thought of losing them." Upon uttering these words, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. The 17 ancestral tablets remained eerily still, devoid of any response. Instead, the ring on her thumb began to sound with a persistent tapping. Ever since her great-grandfather Gu Xinyan had taken residence within the ring, it had emitted 2 resounding knocks whenever stirred. Today, however, the knocking was particularly vigorous, as if it were eager to burst forth from the confines of the ring. In a rare act of compassion, Mo Qian allowed him to emerge. She lightly traced her finger across the ring, and immediately, 18 tiny figures appeared. Gu Xinyan, in a state of panic, was aware of everything occurring outside, despite being trapped within the ring. Hearing that his great-granddaughter was in distress made him frantic, wishing he could claw his way out. Upon his release, he exclaimed, "Great-granddaughter, summon the souls of your ancestors into the ring, then you will be able to converse with them." He believed he had concocted an ingenious plan. Counting the tablets, there were precisely 17. If she summoned the ancestors, could they not replace the 17 children? Would that not grant him his freedom? Gu Xinyan had calculated brilliantly, but Mo Qian swiftly delivered a sharp rebuke. "My ancestors are divine beings. How dare you think to summon them with a mere ghostly ring?" It was evident that he was unworthy of such a task. The room fell silent for a few moments, until suddenly, a loud thud resonated from the altar. The tablet of the first ancestor, the founder of the Taoist temple, toppled over. Following this, the second tablet fell, and then the third and fourth followed suit, one after another crashing onto the table. The 17 tablets began to jostle against one another, as if endowed with legs, colliding haphazardly. Gu Xinyan watched in horror as the array of wooden tablets began to thrash about. "Little Mo Qian, are your ancestors all right? Are you certain they are becoming divine beings and not merely rising from the dead? They seem more startled than I am." Gu Xinyan was perplexed, but Mo Qian understood perfectly. The ancestors dared not touch the cinnabar or talisman paper. They were shoving each other, urging one another to draw the talismans. It seemed that among these 17 celestial ancestors, not a single one possessed the means to save lives. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, a heaviness settled in her heart. Unable to bear the sight of the tumultuous tablets any longer, she struck the incense table firmly. "Settle down." The 17th ancestor shuddered, immediately jumping back into place. No longer daring to misbehave, Mo Qian bit her lip, her expression solemn. "No wonder the Taoist temple has seen no offerings for 17 generations. It appears your skills have waned with each passing lineage." Her observation was not unfounded. The artifacts and talismans within the temple revealed a diminishing potency, their power gradually waning. By the time of the humble Master Chai, even his self-made treasures had vanished, leaving only the scriptures and relics of the ancestors. The tablets upon the table, now silent and obedient, listened to Mo Qian's admonition, refraining from interjecting. In terms of their spiritual prowess, the Taoist temple ranked at the bottom among Taoist establishments worldwide. No generation had proven capable. Only with the emergence of the 18th generation, represented by little Mo Qian, did they glimpse a flicker of hope. Some things were not due to a lack of effort, but rather a mere deficiency in innate spiritual understanding. The tablets, having just engaged in a chaotic scuffle that left them battered and worn, now stood in shame. Mo Qian, incensed by her unworthy ancestors, rose to her feet in frustration. It seemed they were of no use. But what other options did she have? In a moment of confusion, she turned around, and upon lifting her gaze, she met the eyes of Qiao He.